Chu Tiankai slowly opened his eyes and saw two middle-aged women sitting on the sofa. One was plump, the other thin, like a female version of an odd Fatanthan duo. Handsome boy, as long as you serve us well, this 10,000 yuan will all be yours. The plump woman pointed at the stack of cash on the coffee table. Us? Chu Tiankai asked dizzily, almost on reflex. The three of us together. Oh, you're quite knowledgeable for someone so young. The plump woman, brimming with excitement, picked up an unopened steel scouring ball from the coffee table and rolled it between her fingers. Reality and memory slowly overlapped in Chu Tiankai's mind. Startled, Chu Tiankai scrutinized the plump woman for a moment, then squinted at the thin one. Seeing his gaze, the thin woman suddenly pulled a lighter from her pocket and flicked it on and off with sharp clicks. Those two devilish faces were so unforgettable that even after more than 10 years they remained vivid in his mind. Isn't this the very scene when in my youth my ex-girlfriend Chun Yinan sold me to two rich women? Chu Tiankai was overjoyed. So I didn't die, and I've actually been reborn. Then horror seized him. And I have been reborn right back into this den of lustful demons. He rolled off the sofa in one swift motion, instinctively wanting to bolt. As he was about to leave, he glanced back at the two harridans, the resentment he had harbored for over a decade stuck in his throat like a fishbone that he could no longer hold back. 10,000 yuan fine. I won't even comment on the three-person service, but bringing out a steel scouring ball and a lighter, doesn't that seem a bit excessive? If you think it's too little, we can increase the price. Seeing that he wanted to leave, the plump woman panicked and hurriedly pulled another wad of cash from the drawer. I'll add another 5,000. That should be enough, right? This handsome boy was a university student majoring in physical education, strong-bodied and good-looking. She had been coveting him for a long time, and the mere thought made her whole body itch. We're testing the handsome guy with 15,000 yuan. What man could resist such a temptation? Chu Tiankai, seething with fury, walked to the front door. Feeling he was finally in a safe spot, he could not help but curse, enough my ass. You two old scallions, go home and amuse yourselves. Your girlfriend sold you to Leopard. Go. If you dare walk out, I'd like to see how you two little sluts explain yourselves to him. The plump woman's threatening voice echoed from behind. Chu Tiankai sneered with disdain. Explain to him. I'm more likely to hand him over to the police. If he has the guts, let him try invading the campus like some gang leader. I'd like to see how bold he really is. Leopard Gu was the local thug boss in the university district. Chu Tiankai had assumed he merely watched over the area and collected protection fees. He had never imagined that the damned fellow was actually a pimp, and one specializing in this sort of reverse exploitation racket. Just as Chu Tiankai stepped out of the residential compound, his phone suddenly rang. When he picked up, his girlfriend Chun Yinan's anxious voice came through the receiver. Tiansai, did you stand sisterly up? Yes, Chu Tiankai replied, his tone icy. Hurry and go back, Chun Yinan urged. Leopard Gu just said that if you dare leave, he'll take one of your legs. Her words made Chu Tiankai laugh in exasperation as scenes from his previous life flickered through his mind. Back in his freshman year, he had no idea what madness possessed him that he actually fell for this little wench Chun Yinan. He had been poor to begin with, yet she bled him dry without restraint. Every bit of money he earned from part-time jobs went to her, and in the end, he did not even gain the slightest benefit. A few days earlier, Chun Yinan had claimed her mother was gravely ill and urgently needed surgery fees. Somehow, as if his brain had been flooded, he volunteered to walk into the trap, allowing her, through the intermediary Leopard Gu, to sell him to those two harridans. In his previous life, he had indeed backed out at the last moment and kept his innocence, yet the memory of this episode had sunk into his bones, impossible to erase. Later he learned that Chun Yinan's mother had never been ill. In fact, she had no mother at all. Her mother had died long ago. This vile woman simply wanted to use his hard-earned money to live in carefree debauchery. Tiansai, I really have no choice. The doctor said that if my mother doesn't receive treatment soon, she won't make it. Chun Yinan's voice trembled with a sobbing tone. Chu Tiankai suddenly let out a cold, mocking laugh. Two old women bullying, just me even bringing out a steel scouring ball. Do you still expect me to go? Chun Yinan sniffled and sobbed. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like that. I don't want to make things hard for you. There's a boss who says he's willing to pay to save my mother as long as I spend one night with him. I'm thinking about whether I should agree. Chu Tiankai suggested then go. If it's still not enough, Red Layman in North City is recruiting hostesses. You can try your luck there. Silence. Absolute deathly silence. After a brief pause, Chun Yinan suddenly burst into a chuckle on the other end and said playfully, do you know the language of flowers for a steel scouring ball? What do you mean? Chu Tiankai was stunned. Endurance and wealth. Don't you understand? The poor rely on mutation. If they can't rely on mutation, they rely on their bodies. You're a poor orphan who wants to make money yet refuses to endure anything. Do you think the world is that kind? Chu Tiankai was dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words, and the call had already been cut off. Damn. She makes it sound so reasonable, but isn't she the one who tricked me into earning money for her? 6, he muttered. After standing there for a while, Chu Tiankai quietly made his way toward Tsinghua Vocational College. 19 years old, he was a second-year student at this shabby school, majoring in physical education. Chen Yinan was also a sophomore majoring in aerobics. Her figure was stunning, but her heart was vicious. In high school, the teachers, eager to boost admission rates, urged a group of underachievers to train in sports. With poor grades himself, Chu Tiankai joined the training for a while. Unfortunately, his athletic talent was mediocre. After exhausting himself, he only managed to obtain a Level 2 sports certificate, and the few points it added to his college entrance score were merely a drop in the ocean. As expected, he ended up in a generic vocational college, and after graduation naturally proceeded to enjoy the so-called blessing of screwing bolts on an assembly line. On his way back to the dorm, Chu Tiankai kept glancing around, nervously afraid that Leopard Gu might ambush him. As soon as he returned, he planned to grab his bucket and run. His past experience had proven that a diploma was useless to him. He would still be working shifts, and at best that piece of paper would raise his base salary by 200 yuan when he was tightening screws. And once Leopard Gu learned that the two Harridans had been stood up, he would certainly not let Chu Tiankai off. Even if Leopard Gu dared not cause trouble on campus, he might well lie in wait for him outside. Gritting his teeth, Chu Tiankai stuffed his belongings into a suitcase, preparing to slip away in the middle of the night. I've been reborn. Why should I cling to a vocational diploma? That would be downright sick. But how am I going to earn money? Remembering that he was now a reborn man, inspiration struck him. He raised a hand toward the empty air. Hello, system. Ding, greetings, host. The all-round superstar system has been activated. Modifying the background of the real world. Background modification complete. Whoa, there really is a system. So it knows I wanted to be a star in my previous life, and has tailor-made one for me. Like Columbus discovering a new continent, Chu Tiankai was so excited that his eyes grew wet with tears as he hurried to study the panel in his mind. The system currently had 3 sections: sports, arts, and another gray area, whose function he did not yet know. Its 2 features were drawing skills, or items, and upgrading skills, both of which required prestige points. At the moment, he had 114 prestige points, 14 painstakingly accumulated over the years, and 100 gifted by the system as a starter pack. He locked the skill selection onto the sports section and spent 100 prestige points to draw randomly. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the acceleration skill. Current level LV1. Using this skill allows you to increase your running speed by 10% for 10 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. 10% acceleration. That sounds pretty outrageous. After doing the math in his head, Chu Tiankai was shocked. If someone like Bolt in his previous life had obtained this skill, his 9.58-second record would drop into the 8-second range. And this was only LV1. Oh, it could be upgraded later. It was like that saying from the top dog of the bathhouse industry in his previous life: if 98 is already this outrageous, what would 298 be? It'd be ready to take off. Chu Tiankai rubbed his chin in contemplation. Since he had obtained a system, he would stay for now. If I'm going to be a superstar, I'll start with this upcoming school sports meet. I'll go register right away. Chu Tiankai immediately went to the dormitory of the class monitor, Yang Hyaming, and spoke straight to the point. I want to sign up for the school sports meet. The 100-meter dash, right? Yang Hyaming already knew which event he trained for. He had just picked up his pen when his hand suddenly paused. Fill in the registration, hurry up, Chu Tiankai urged. Yang Hyaming pointed toward an empty bunk in the dorm. Jiang Chuan has already signed up. You didn't know? What does his registration have to do with me? Just because he signed up, I'm not allowed to register. Chu Tiankai grumbled under his breath. Yang Hyaming continued explaining, it's not that you can't sign up, but he recently earned a first-class athlete certificate at the provincial track meet. You knew that, right? First-class athlete. Chu Tiankai was somewhat taken aback. He remembered that the standard for a first-class male sprinter in the 100 meters was 10.93 seconds by electronic timing, while second class was 11.74. A gap as vast as heaven and earth. Chu Tiankai recalled his previous life. Jiang Chuan had indeed gone on to become a professional sprinter later, even winning medals in domestic competitions and becoming a university physical education teacher. Compared to that, his former self tightening screws on an assembly line was hopelessly inferior. Yang Hyaming tried to persuade him, you're in the same class. Since you can't outrun him, why go up there just to be his backdrop? What's the point? Knowing it was kindly meant, Chu Tiankai could not be bothered to argue, and instead began reciting aloud. March 16th, clear skies. Teacher Wang, I bought you a pair of white stockings, but cut it out, that's enough. Yang Hyaming jumped to his feet and hurriedly covered Chu Tiankai's mouth. I'll register you, I'm registering. While he was busy writing, Chu Tiankai teased, writing a diary liking mature women obsessed with stockings. Who would have thought that you thick-browed and bright-eyed Yang Hyaming aren't exactly a proper gentleman? Yang Hyaming glanced around nervously and lowered his voice. I've already registered you, just stop talking, all right? If that's still not enough, I'll even kowtow to you. Boring, you're no fun. Chu Tiankai felt a bit disappointed and shifted the topic. I heard the prizes for the school sports meet are pretty generous. The corner of Yang Haiming's mouth twitched. They are quite generous and you get extra prize money for breaking records. But what does that have to do with you? Of course it has something to do with me. I'm almost out of living expenses, Chu Tiankai replied matter-of-factly. Chu Tiankai returned to his own dorm room and studied himself carefully in the mirror for a while. Around 1.80 meters in height with well-defined features, clear skin, and a rather handsome face. Yet in his previous life, once he entered society and competed with other males for the right to choose mates, he finally understood one truth: without money you are nothing at all. Pointing at his reflection, Chu Tiankai muttered to himself, what use is being handsome? In the end you only become a plaything for rich women. You have to earn money like your life depends on it, understand? At 11 o'clock that night, taking advantage of the deserted track, Chu Tiankai secretly tested his sprinting ability after activating the LV1 acceleration skill. His muscle memory was still there, his physique still respectable. His original speed of about 11 for seconds suddenly felt like an electric motor once the skill was activated. The result left him thoroughly satisfied. The system was truly extraordinary. The next day, as soon as Chu Tiankai walked into the classroom, he ran into Jiang Chuan. Seeing him, Jiang Chuan wore a strange look and asked, I heard you also signed up for the 100 meters. Yes, I did. What about it? Chu Tiankai replied calmly. Jiang Chuan's face was full of mockery. You came just to set me off, didn't you? Something's wrong with your brain. There had always been a minor grudge between them. They found each other irritating at first glance. The root was simple. Chu Tiankai was better looking and more popular with the girls. Jiang Chuan saw him as a frivolous pretty boy, while Chu Tiankai regarded Jiang Chuan as a lumbering gorilla. Hearing this, Chu Tiankai curled his lip in scorn. We both train in sports. Don't talk as if either of us is a genius. We all have blocked blood flow in the brain. You've just had a few more years of illness than I have, so go ahead and be proud of that. Jiang Chuan was choked speechless, scratching his head for a long while before he finally squeezed out 3 words: dead cannon fodder. Chu Tiankai was not angered. He responded coolly. Consider this your official notice. You're the first stepping stone on my sprinting path. Jiang Chuan was stunned. This bastard really knew how to brag. I'm a first-class athlete, you know. And you're still only second class, yet your tone is that big. You could be a third-rate leading man, and it still wouldn't matter. Once the sports meet starts you'll understand, Chu Tiankai retorted. They continued exchanging colorful insults for a while until Jiang Chuan finally lost the verbal battle and slunk back to his seat in annoyance. Watching the defeated Jiang Chuan, Chu Tiankai felt quite pleased with himself. I've tightened screws for over 10 years, sparring verbally with sharp-tongued co-workers and passive-aggressive supervisors all that time. How could I possibly lose to a mere junior college student like you, he thought. Around noon, Chu Tiankai received a call from an unfamiliar landline number. Big brother. Big brother. Hearing the two voices on the phone, it was as if the softest part of his heart had been struck. His expression instantly cleared like clouds giving way to a bright sky. His second brother, Feng Chuansai, said, Big brother, a few days ago Sister Chun told us you were short on money. I still have 600 yuan. When should I bring it to you? Big brother, I have 200 yuan too, his third sister Shurinsai chimed in. The 3 siblings had grown up together in the same orphanage. Though not related by blood, their bond was closer than that of many real brothers and sisters. The old director hoped all 3 would accomplish something, so she gave each of them a name containing the character Kai, meaning talent. Yet perhaps the expectation was too great for them to bear. In his previous life, second brother Feng Quankai dreamed of becoming a boss, but ended up donning the metaphorical dragon robe as a food delivery worker. Third sister Sherinkai had wanted to be a ticket seller, yet became a full massage attendant instead, still in a legitimate establishment. As for himself, his fate was even more dismal. Over 10 years tightening screws, breathing dust day after day, unable to save even a down payment for a house until an unexpected blessing arrived unannounced. Perhaps heaven itself had taken pity on him, for at the brink of death, he was allowed to return 16 years into the past. Where did you two get that money? Chu Tiankai asked sternly. Second brother was in his second year of high school, only 16, while third sister was in her second year of middle school, merely 13. The two of them lived on the orphanage's small stipend with no real money and certainly no earning power. Feng Quankai said, I earned mine working at a construction site during winter break. I picked up bottles and cardboard to sell. Sherinkai added her tone, clearly hoping for her big brother's praise. Chu Tiankai sighed and explained, Chuninan is a bad person. From now on, neither of you should pay her any attention. Your big brother doesn't need money. You two shouldn't rush to earn money either. Your priority must be your studies, understand? After he patiently persuaded them for a while, the younger two finally abandoned the idea of sending him money. On March 20th, 2007, in the radiant days of early spring, the spring sports meet of Tsinghua Vocational College opened as scheduled, set to last for 2 days. On the track, young women from each department, holding placards, walked past one after another in bright cheapao dresses, their long, shapely legs faintly revealed beneath the fabric. On the field stood rows of female cheerleaders in red t-shirts and white short skirts whose overall looks were just a touch inferior to those of the placard girls. It was widely joked that more often than not a girl's appearance and academic background seemed inversely proportional. Although Tsinghua Vocational College was merely a general junior college, its female students' looks could outshine those of many key universities. Moreover, Tsinghua Vocational College boasted a flagship program, women's aerobics, filled with young ladies whose faces were stunning and figures impeccable. Aren't they so much more pleasing to the eye than the factory aunties? Chu Tiankai looked left and right across the field unconsciously, wearing the kindly smile of an old father. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the preliminary heats for the 100-meter dash officially began. Before the competition began, Feng Quankai and his sister hurried over. Shattering had somehow found a small flower crown, while Feng Quankai held up a clapping prop. The two siblings were students from the nearby South City Middle School enjoying their weekend break, and a group of little kids from the neighborhood had also come to watch the excitement. Nearby, two boys around 11 or 12 years old were pointing and whispering at them. Look, it's the useless trio. The leader has a number on his back. Is he going to compete? Haha, I know these three goofballs. Their leader graduated from our South City. The two boys stood nearby pointing without any restraint. Feng Quankai looked somewhat helpless while Shattering glared at them, her teeth grinding audibly. Look, the useless one is going to eat someone, haha. The two boys laughed heartily. Chu Tiankai glanced at the two boys' physiques and looked around, but couldn't find any weapons. He snatched the clapping prop from his brother's hands and stepped forward to drive them away. You two don't understand anything. Have you ever been beaten, you little brats? TCH, you're actually angry, what a bore. The two boys rolled their eyes and gave Chu Tiankai the middle finger before leaving reluctantly. Chu Tiankai returned the prop to his brother, sighing, Did you see? If you can't even handle yourself, kids won't respect you. Feng Quankai remained silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. In the men's 100m preliminary round, 31 athletes registered, divided into 4 groups, with the top 8 advancing to the finals. Chu Tiankai was placed in the 3rd group, and the first group's preliminary round was about to start. As the competitors took their positions on the tracks, the audience's attention focused on Jiang Chuan in lane 5. As the only first-level sprinter in the school, Jiang Chuan was somewhat of a celebrity. If it weren't for his dark complexion and low attractiveness, he might have been able to attract a few girls. The vocational college had a rubber track, but unfortunately there was no electronic timing, relying instead on a few teachers at the finish line for manual timing. With the sound of the starting gun, a group of figures in white sportswear surged down the track towards the finish line. Halfway through, the athlete in lane 2 seemed to trip over his shoelaces and fell hard onto the ground. Fortunately, it was just a rubber track, and the young man's body held up well. He only scraped his skin and was carried away by the school nurse. Physical education teacher Huang Wenbin stood at the finish line of lane 5 with a stopwatch, shaking his head and smiling bitterly at this scene. The 100-meter sprint, as the crown jewel of track and field, represented the pinnacle of human speed and explosiveness. However, it was a pity that this sport had always been dominated by Americans and Africans, with Asians consistently. Huang Wenbin specialized in the 100-meter sprint during his time at the Provincial Sports University, but regrettably, due to his lack of talent, his personal best was only 10.82 seconds, barely surpassing the first-level athlete standard. Now 37 years old, he has been teaching at the vocational college for 9 years. Throughout his teaching career, he held onto the hope of discovering a rare sprinting talent. However, as time passed, that thought faded. Nevertheless, this year's student showed great promise. Huang Wenbin focused intently on Jiang Chuan in lane 5, the first-level athlete being his biggest achievement in the past 2 years. His speed has improved a bit more, Huang Wenbin remarked, watching Jiang Chuan lead the race with great satisfaction. As Jiang Chuan crossed the finish line, Huang Wenbin pressed the stopwatch at the same moment. Teacher Huang, what was my time? Jiang Chuan, having carried his momentum forward a few steps, turned back to Huang Wenbin immediately. 10 seconds, 71, not bad. You've already broken your record from last year's school sports meet in the preliminaries. Jiang Chuan felt quite pleased with his time. Teacher Huang, that was just the preliminaries. I held back a little. You'll be faster in the finals. Huang Wenbin nodded with appreciation, saying, just do your best. I've been in contact with Coach Chun from the city athletics team. After the competition, you'll be sent for special training for a while. Thank you, Coach. He'll seize the opportunity. After parting from Huang Wenbin, Jiang Chuan began searching for Chu Tiankai, eager to show off. After searching for a while, he finally found Chu Tiankai at the starting line. Seeing the three of them chatting animatedly, Jiang Chuan approached with a sense of pride. Oh, the cannon fodder is having a meeting. Stepping Stone were discussing how to spend the prize money for winning the championship. Chu Tiankai said with a smile upon seeing Jiang Chuan. Funny if you win the championship, I'll eat these Nike shoes on my feet. Jiang Chuan said dismissively, pointing to his running shoes. These shoes were a reward from home for being recognized as a first-level athlete. He treasured them dearly and wouldn't even wear them if it weren't for the sports meet. Chu Tiankai glanced at the two siblings and proposed, "No need to eat the shoes, how about we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" "We'll see whose result is better. If you lose, you'll treat the three of us to a meal at the little restaurant by the school gate. If I lose, I'll give you 200 yuan, how about that?" "That doesn't seem fair." Hearing this, Jiang Chuan hesitated, thinking for a moment before saying, "You can't possibly outrun me. Besides, 4 people eating won't cost 200 yuan. You're at a disadvantage with this bet. Don't worry about whether I lose or not, it's settled. Are you in?" Chu Tiankai waved his hand. "All right then." Jiang Chuan nodded, feeling provoked, unable to tolerate it any longer. He knew Chu Tiankai lived in hardship. He could always forego the money if necessary. At this moment, the first 2 groups of the 100m preliminary round had already concluded, with Jiang Chuan achieving the best time, 10 seconds 71, far ahead of the second place. The announcement suddenly echoed in the stadium, calling for athlete number 37 to register. "I'm going to register, we'll talk later." Chu Tiankai handed his jacket to his brother and walked towards the registration area. As the 100m event is the most anticipated track and field competition, even the preliminaries attracted the majority of the audience's attention, with many who were watching other events gathering around. Chu Tiankai stood on lane 3, clearing his mind. He saw the 2 siblings cheering for him at the starting line and heard the girls' cheerleading squad from the physical education class 2 cheering him on. "On your marks. Set." The starter raised the starting gun. Chu Tiankai crouched on the track, recalling the key points of the crouched start from his memory. "It seems like my hands should be shoulder width apart on the ground, with the strong leg in front, the back leg kneeling, and the knee of the back leg aligned with the arch of the front foot. Never mind, I can't remember, I'll just wing it." Bang! With the sound of the starting gun, Chu Tiankai dashed forward immediately. At the same moment, he activated the accelerate skill icon in his mind. The originally gray icon suddenly lit up, and the 10 acceleration skill was instantly activated. After activating the acceleration skill, the effect was immediate. Chu Tiankai felt his body become much lighter, as if he had lost dozens of pounds. The muscles in his thighs grew firmer, and with each push against the ground, he felt an endless surge of power. The spectators around seemed to retreat rapidly. The howling wind, accompanied by cheers for support, filled Chu Tiankai with excitement. His reaction time at the start was initially only ranked 3rd, but just after 30 meters into the race, he had already surpassed the 2 leading competitors. Starting reaction and acceleration are 2 distinct concepts. Even if he improved his sprinting speed, it wouldn't have any effect on his reaction time. Halfway through the race, Chu Tiankai left the other competitors in the dust, their tail lights barely visible. How can he be so fast? Jiang Chuan stared at Chu Tiankai, initially dismissive of his reaction time, but soon became speechless. "I didn't expect he was just hiding his strength, waiting to shine at the school sports meet." Even though it was still halfway through, he could already sense that Chu Tiankai's performance would be no worse than his own. Now we just have to see how he performs in the second half. Huang Wenbin at the finish line shared the same thought. He had an impression of Chu Tiankai. In fact, he remembered all the sprinters at the school. Chu Tiankai's speed immediately revealed his potential. This student, who usually kept a low profile, actually possessed such strength. Huang Wenbin's expression turned serious as he gripped his stopwatch tightly, needing to accurately measure Chu Tiankai's performance. "Wow, big brother is amazing." The 2 siblings gaped, dropping their props to the ground without noticing. As a spectator, Yang Haiming was even more astonished, realizing that this guy was serious about the 100 meters. Regaining his senses, Yang Haiming immediately raised his props and shouted loudly, "Chu Tiankai, go for it. Chu Tiankai, you're awesome." Yang Haiming shouted until his voice was nearly gone. Jiang Chuan shot him a resentful glance, thinking, "I didn't see you this excited while I was running." As the top sprinter at the vocational college, Jiang Chuan couldn't grasp a simple truth. What was the point of always winning first place? The audience would eventually grow weary of it. In comparison, nothing is more thrilling and inspirational than an underdog's comeback. He also failed to understand another point. For the girls, did they come to watch the competition? No, they came to see the handsome guys. The cheerleading squad from physical education class 2 elevated the atmosphere to its peak. "Chu Tiankai, go for it. Chu Tiankai, I love you." To the girls in the class, although Chu Tiankai was handsome, he usually appeared timid and submissive, yet at this moment, he had such a striking contrast on the field. Seeing Chu Tiankai's explosive power on the track, and imagining the impact of that power, many girls couldn't help but blush. Chu Tiankai maintained his high-speed sprint until he was 10 meters from the finish line, slightly slowing down. It was only the preliminaries. He needed to conserve energy for the finals. As he rushed past the finish line, Huang Wenbin also pressed the button on his stopwatch. He stared at the timer in silence for a long time. Is this the result of a second-tier athlete? How could I have missed such a gem? Huang Wenbin immediately prepared to stop Chu Tianxai, but unexpectedly Jiang Chuan approached him again, unyielding. Teacher Huang, what was Chu Tiankai's time? Let me see it. Huang Wenbin hesitated for a moment before handing the results to Jiang Chuan. Here, take a look for yourself. 10. 37 seconds. Jiang Chuan thought he was seeing things and looked at it 2 more times before returning the results to Huang Wenbin, his face filled with disappointment. This guy is a monster. He had a hunch that Chu Tiankai might surpass him, but he never expected the gap to be 10. 71 seconds versus 10. 37 seconds, oh, a difference of 0. 34 seconds is equivalent to 3 tiers in a 100-meter race. In the context of martial arts novels, he was a top-tier master, while he was merely 4th tier, which often implies being irrelevant. Now you know that there are higher mountains beyond the peaks, huh? Huang Wenbin said with annoyance. Jiang Chuan sighed and fell silent. Huang Wenbin looked around hoping to chat with Chu Tianxai, but he had already vanished from sight. Forget it, let's wait until the finals are over to talk. At this moment, Chu Tiankai gathered with the 2 siblings under the adoring gazes of the cheerleaders. Big brother, how did you suddenly run so fast? Feng Quankai asked in surprise. I was just holding back my strength before. Chu Tiankai wasn't sure how to explain, changing the subject. Jiang Chuan is treating you to dinner, what do you want to eat? I want a big meat bun. Sure, Rin said, swallowing hard. You're really unambitious. Chu Tiankai tugged at her little braid, and then turned to ask his younger brother. Chuansai, what about you? I want meat floss siumai. Feng Quankai thought for a moment, and replied. You're not ambitious either. Chu Tiankai was very familiar with their situations. The 3rd sister was an illegitimate child with a very immature mindset. The 2nd brother wasn't much better. His childhood experiences had led to his stubborn and obstinate personality, which caused him to engage in foolish behavior, like helping the girl he liked pursue another boy. His level of infatuation was no different from his own in the past. Chu Tiankai looked around wanting to tease Jiang Chuan, but that guy seemed to have hidden away and he couldn't see him at all. 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye, and the 100-meter finals officially began. This time Chu Tiankai was assigned to lane 4, with Jiang Chuan in lane 3 to his left. The audience for the finals was even larger than for the preliminaries. Aside from the athletes currently competing, almost everyone had gathered around. Chu Tiankai's outstanding performance in the preliminaries had attracted quite a bit of attention. Among them was Chun Yinan, who stood by the track, her gaze fixed intently on him. Chu Tiankai noticed her too. That despicable person actually dared to come and watch. Chu Tiankai looked away and found Jiang Chuan stealing glances at him, looking as if he wanted to say something, but held back. I'm not a beauty, oh, what's so interesting to look at? You're quite something. Jiang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, thanks, that's the highest compliment among men. Do you know what the other one is? I submit. Chu Tiankai raised an eyebrow and said, humph. Jiang Chuan thought to himself that he would never submit no matter what. He didn't want to discuss this further and changed the subject. Are you betting against me? Just say whether you're treating or not. If not, then forget it. Chu Tiankai displayed a look of disinterest. I will. Who said I wouldn't? Chu Tiankai gave Jiang Chuan a thumbs up, appreciating his willingness to bet and abide by the rules. On your marks. Set. It was still the same starter from the morning. He gave Chu Tiankai a meaningful glance before pulling the trigger. Bang! Jiang Chuan, being a semi-professional athlete, clearly had a faster start than the other competitors, including Chu Tiankai. As soon as Chu Tiankai took a step, Jiang Chuan surged ahead, and Chu Tiankai estimated that his reaction time at the start surpassed his by nearly 0.5 seconds. At the 20-meter mark, Jiang Chuan glanced to his right, with his peripheral vision noticing that Chu Tiankai had not caught up yet. He couldn't help but feel pleased. No matter how much of an athlete you were, I was still the boss in the first half. Unfortunately, this excitement lasted less than a second before Jiang Chuan noticed a figure swiftly overtaking him on the right. At a distance of 30 meters, Chu Tiankai and Jiang Chuan were still half a body length apart, but at 60 meters they were running side by side. At 80 meters, Chu Tiankai had already pulled ahead of Jiang Chuan by a body length, while other competitors were left far behind. The acceleration skill invigorated every bone and muscle in Chu Tiankai's body, making him feel as if all the cells were rejoicing. Faster, I can go even faster. Unlike the preliminaries this time, Chu Tiankai held nothing back as he dashed toward the finish line. Jiang Chuan watched in despair as Chu Tiankai raced ahead, a deep sense of helplessness surging within him. He wanted to cry but had no tears, gritting his teeth and sprinting forward, not hoping to catch up to Chu Tianxai, but merely wishing not to lose too embarrassingly. As Chu Tiankai crossed the finish line, he turned to look back, and Jiang Chuan's and the other competitors' grim faces stood out starkly. Chu Tiankai gradually slowed down, moving to the side to stretch and relax his muscles. Sudden stops after intense exercise can be very harmful to the body. After finishing his run, Jiang Chuan approached Huang Wenbin. After glancing at the results, he came to Chu Tiankai's side, circling around him. Then he pinched Chu Tiankai's thigh muscle and exclaimed, "It's really strange, it shouldn't be like this." Chu Tiankai slapped his hand away. Being pinched by a burly man made him feel very uncomfortable. "Aren't you curious about your results?" Jiang Chuan displayed an expression that said he would tell if asked. "Not curious, the broadcast will announce it soon anyway." Chu Tiankai shrugged indifferently. Jiang Chuan continued to ask, "Do you practice sprinting on the field every night after everyone else has gone to sleep?" "Yes, how did you know?" Someone helped fill in the blanks, which Chu Tiankai was more than happy about. But it shouldn't be this extreme. Jiang Chuan, as the record holder of the school sports meet, had lost all pretense of being a first-rate athlete. Like a curious child, he surrounded Chu Tiankai with questions. Chu Tiankai thought to himself that athletes are indeed simple-minded, and this 18 or 19-year-old college student was as immature as a middle schooler. Chu Tiankai was annoyed by his questions and pretended to be mysterious, saying, "Aren't you curious why I'm so amazing? As long as you don't tell anyone, I'll tell you." "Don't worry, I won't say a word," Jiang Chuan assured, patting his chest. "Just don't tell anyone, okay?" Chu Tiankai cautiously glanced around, then leaned closer to Jiang Chuan and whispered, "Actually, I've been using performance-enhancing drugs. Don't you feel wrong for losing?" "Stop joking, you couldn't even buy that with money." Jiang Chuan didn't believe his nonsense. Was it necessary to buy performance enhancers for just a school sports meet? "How about tonight? He'll treat you 3 to dinner," Jiang Chuan said, not wanting to get entangled with him. "The day after tomorrow is fine." Chu Tiankai waved his hand. The day after tomorrow was the day the sports meet bonuses would be distributed. "All right, the night after tomorrow, let's go to the small restaurant again," Jiang Chuan said before suddenly gazing up at the sky and sighed. Why did Chuan have to be born? Why not Tiankai? Chu Tiankai was amused by him, chuckling. "With your talent, why practice sports? Just go take the graduate entrance exam directly." The school broadcast station reacted quickly. As soon as the 100-meter final ended, the results began to. Chu Tiankai was also curious about his score. He had a value in mind based on calculations and wanted to see if it was accurate. "Hello students, we will now announce the results of the men's 100-meter final." The playground fell silent as everyone wanted to know the score of the lightning-fast runner. Third place, Li Sitsong class of 2004, Accounting and Computerization 10. 93 seconds. Second place, Jiang Chuan class of 2005 of Physical Education 10. 68 seconds. Jiang Chuan felt a bit disappointed. Even as a freshman in the last school sports meet, he had been the center of attention and the absolute champion. Unfortunately, this time, he only placed second, but what could he do about it? The gap was simply too vast. He couldn't even bring himself to be jealous. First place, Chu Tiansai class of 2005 of Physical Education 10. 25 seconds. The female announcer had been reporting the results in a steady and passionate voice, but trembled almost to the point of distortion when announcing the 10. 25 seconds. Clearing her throat, the female announcer continued excitedly, "Congratulations to Chu Tiankai from Class 2 of Physical Education for winning the men's 100-meter championship at our school's spring sports meet. Chu Tiankai achieved a remarkable time of 10.25 seconds in the men's 100-meter final, breaking our school's 100-meter record. Let's give a warm round of applause for Chu Tiankai." Wang Defa. At this moment, whether it was the athletes participating in the sports meet or the spectators and teachers observing, everyone doubted whether they had misheard. Was it 11.25 seconds? Did the announcer make a mistake? Anyone with a bit of knowledge about the event understood the significance of that result. That's why they felt this news was utterly ridiculous. Some instantly felt a sense of temporal disorientation, questioning whether they were at the school sports meet or at the National Athletics Championship. The loudspeaker repeated the announcement once more, ending only after 3 repetitions. Second brother, big brother, is the first place. Shirin didn't have much concept of this score. She only knew that her big brother had won the championship, and she felt very happy. Unlike her phone, Quankai couldn't help but murmur, "Third sister, big brother, is about to take off." At the same time, Chu Tiankai's counselor Bao Wangxing heard the news and directly rushed to Principal Guo. As an active individual who needed to stay in sync with the leadership, he felt it was essential to share such good news with the principal as soon as possible to make progress. "Oh, our school has such talent." Guo Bingxin was also shocked upon hearing this. After contemplating for a moment, he said, "Increase the prize for breaking the record to 500 yuan, and he'll personally reward an additional 300 yuan." Guo Bingxin quietly calculated, the most important aspect of the university was academic achievements, but if they could nurture a 100-meter sprinter, that wouldn't be bad either. Having a well-known alumnus is a very important bargaining chip. On the playground, physical education teacher Huang Wenbin began calculations. 10.50 seconds was the benchmark for national-level athletes, but that was with electronic timing. Electronic and manual timings usually differ by about 0.24 seconds. Converted to electronic timing, Chu Tiankai's result should be around 10:49 seconds, surpassing the national athlete standard though still a bit short of the international athlete standard. However, this student had not received any particularly professional training in the true sense. With special training, he clearly had the potential to become an international athlete. As soon as Chu Tiankai separated from Jiang Chuan, Huang Wenbin approached him. Chu Tian finally understood what Huang Wenbin wanted from him, and he was eager to have a conversation with him. "Hello, Teacher Huang." Chu Tian politely greeted Huang Wenbin. "Your name is truly remarkable. In the field of sprinting you are undoubtedly a genius." Huang Wenbin began with a compliment. "Thank you for the praise, but I still have a long way to go. May I ask what you need from me?" Chu Tian humbly replied. "I want you to be affiliated with the city team and represent them in the competition." Chu Tian furrowed his brows. His system was called Omnipotent Superstar. Not to mention the entertainment aspect, even within the sports sector the variety was overwhelming. He did not want to be trapped in athletics for the rest of his life. Seeing his expression, Huang Wenbin quickly explained, "As you know, the city team has never been very strong. The provincial games will be held in Luoyang next month, and I want you to represent the city team in the 100 meters. Is there a prize? If you win a medal, you will definitely be satisfied." "All right, I agree." Huang Wenbin, eager for the news, immediately took out his phone after Chu Tian left. At the Qinghe City track and field team sprint coach, Chen Yu was currently formulating training plans for the athletes when his phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than his classmate from Sports University, Huang Wenbin. Chen Yu answered the phone casually, joking, "Lao Huang, it's mealtime. What does your call mean?" Huang Wenbin replied with a smile, "No rush about the meal. For next month's provincial games, I've found a top-notch external aide for you at the vocational college. Isn't your school already familiar to you?" Chen Yu asked in confusion. Huang Wenbin explained, "This kid used to hide his skills on purpose. This time, he probably doesn't want to hide anymore," and ended up running 10:25 seconds. "How much?" Chen Yu was so startled, he almost dropped his phone. 10:25 seconds, Huang Wenbin repeated. "Was it hand-timed?" "Yes." "Could there have been a mistake?" Chen Yu was skeptical. "I measured it myself, but even if there's an error, it won't be significant. Do you not trust my ability?" Huang Wenbin felt somewhat speechless and continued, "This kid achieved this result without much professional training, so his potential is limitless. I won't waste time with you. The city team will provide him with special training for a while. They'll have him register with you to participate in the provincial games. Do you want him?" "Of course. I'm not crazy. How could I refuse?" Chen Yu adjusted his posture, his hand holding the microphone trembling slightly. The Qinghe City track and field team was in terrible shape for sprinting, making his own days quite difficult. If Chu Tian's results were genuine, this could help the city team win medals nationwide, which he definitely wanted. "All right, I'll bring him over on the 24th. After hanging up, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel anxious. Such talent should go straight to the national team. Can our little team handle it? After parting with Huang Wenbin, Chu Tian searched for his younger siblings. The two siblings were chatting with a girl with flowing long hair. The girl appeared to be around 20 years old, approximately 167 meters tall, with a beautiful face and an attractive figure. Her white fitted t-shirt accentuated her voluptuous chest, while the tight jeans emphasized her curvy hips. The girl was none other than his ex-girlfriend Chun Yinan, who had made him exclaim in surprise. Chu Tian recalled that in his previous life this woman had vanished without a word after graduation. The two had only held hands and hadn't even kissed, yet he had harbored feelings for her for many years. What a waste of time. Chu Tian's expression darkened as he quickly approached and scolded his siblings. "Didn't I tell you two not to talk to bad people?" "Sister Chun said she would treat us to dinner tonight," his youngest sister Shirin casually replied. "What the hell? All you think about is eating." Chun Yinan shot him a glare and pulled Shirin closer. "Why are you throwing a tantrum? What's wrong with me treating her to dinner tonight?" Seeing Chun Yinan acting like a big sister, Chu Tian couldn't help but mock. "Isn't your mother about to die? Are you inviting us for dinner or for a feast?" Chun Yinan glanced at him. "Can we talk privately for 2 minutes, just the two of us?" Chu Tian nodded and called his siblings. "You two go play for a bit, I'll join you shortly." Chu Tian knew what trick Chun Yinan was up to without needing to guess. Her request for a private conversation was merely a compliance test. Once he complied, she would know how to proceed. Then she would use other means to continue to manipulate him. If it were his past self, he might have fallen for her tricks. Unfortunately, the scoundrel could never guess that he was reincarnated. After the siblings walked away, Chun Yinan said, "Officially, we haven't broken up yet, right?" Chu Tian smiled. "Then I unilaterally announced that we have already broken up." Chun Yinan replied sincerely, "To be honest, I used to think you were just good-looking but accomplished nothing, so I never took it seriously. However, I now realize I was wrong. You actually have potential, and I can consider dating you again. You're indeed very straightforward, but do you deserve it?" Chu Tian chuckled. "I believe I deserve it. I'm not ignorant about sprinting, and today's competition only shows you have potential. the future remains uncertain. In fact, I'm also gambling with my youth. The outcome is still unknown. Chu Tian scoffed. Forget it. What happens to me in the future has nothing to do with you. We're done. You sold me out, don't you remember? This was indeed my fault, and I will compensate you. You need not worry about Bao Ge. He has already been taken in for his offenses. Chu Tian was still puzzled as to why Bao Ge hadn't caused him any trouble, but now it made sense. He thought for a moment and mocked. How will you compensate me? Let me peddle for a month. Chu Tian glanced at her. Although it was said not to waste good girls and avoid bad ones with his newfound system, his standards had risen considerably. A bad woman like Chuninan was no longer appealing. Chuninan did not understand and asked in confusion, what do you mean by peddle? Chu Tian chose not to explain further, realizing that as his strength increased, Chuninan would inevitably seek him out. However, once such matters became transactional, it felt like a girlfriend experience card, dull and flavorless. It's nothing, you just get lost for a while. Unlike typical green tea types, Chuninan had stronger motives and greater audacity, giving him an indescribable feeling he never wished to provoke her again. After the school games concluded, Chu Tian gained 48 points of prestige and 80 yuan in cash rewards, bringing his total to 62 points, including the previous 14 points. The night after the sports meet, Jiang Chuan waited at the entrance of the Hao Zai Lai restaurant with a mournful expression. Chu Tiankai arrived at the restaurant and couldn't help but smile upon seeing Jiang Chuan. Zhang Ge, why have you changed your job to be a host? Are you unhappy because the boss owes you wages? Let's go inside, Jiang Chuan said, his face twitching as he stepped into the lobby first. Chu Tiankai then addressed his younger siblings. Zhang Ge is treating us. You can order whatever you want, don't worry about saving money for him. Zhang Ge wears Nike, he's not short on cash. Who isn't short on cash? Jiang Chuan wanted to retort, but feared losing face. His family's financial situation wasn't great, and he hadn't received any prize money from the sports meet. With only 200 yuan for living expenses from his mother, he had to stretch it for another half month. After this meal, he would probably have to nibble on steamed buns. Jiang Chuan felt a bit pained at this thought, and led the three to a booth seeking Chu Tiankai's opinion. Let's sit here. Chu Tiankai casually glanced around. This place is so small, how many dishes can they fit? Waiter, can we change to a bigger private room? Jiang Chuan gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that Chu Tiankai was clearly planning to make him foot the bill. Chu Tiankai swaggered into the private room and took a seat, grabbing the menu. Beef hot pot 42 yuan. Fresh greens 8 yuan. Chu Tiankai was quite pleased with the prices. Indeed, the cost of living in 2007 was very low. What do you two want to eat? Chu Tiankai asked the two siblings with a smile. I've seen such big lobsters on TV, they look delicious. Shirun raised both hands to gesture excitedly. You mean Boston lobster? I want to eat that too, Jiang Chuan replied. But that's quite expensive. Oh, I fear Zhang Ge won't be willing, Chu Tiankai said, glancing meaningfully at Jiang Chuan. Damn it, even if I had money, do you think this small restaurant would serve that? Jiang Chuan replied irritably. Chu Tiankai pouted. As long as you have money, the boss can make anything happen. Forget it, you order. Jiang Chuan took the menu, checked off 4 dishes, then gritted his teeth and added 2 more, secretly pondering. 6 dishes should be enough, right? Plus 4 substantial dishes. Chu Tiankai took the menu and kept marking items. Jiang Chuan saw him mark at least a dozen options before leaving the private room and heading to the lobby. Good for you, Chu Tiankai, you really set me up, Jiang Chuan said, gritting his teeth, and turned to the somewhat reserved siblings. You two can wash dishes, right? Feng Quankai was still puzzled, but Shirin quickly raised her small hand. I can wash dishes, so I do it very well. That's fine, then you'll be collateral for washing dishes at the restaurant. Jiang Chuan said fiercely. Who said my little sister would wash dishes? Chu Tiankai walked into the private room, taking over the conversation. Jiang Chuan asked unhappily, how many dishes did you order? About 20, Chu Tiankai thought for a moment and replied. Jiang Chuan was so angry, he nearly rolled his eyes. Can we finish that many dishes? I'll let you know I only have 248 yuan on me. That's all for you. I don't have any more. Chu Tiankai, you haven't eaten yet. How do you know we can't finish it? I already paid for the last meal. This one is on me. You paid already. Jiang Chuan was taken aback. Didn't we agree that I would treat you? Since I took your prize money, treating you to a meal is compensation. Chu Tiankai said generously. Jiang Chuan felt a mix of emotions, initially touched, but then Chu Tiankai continued. I'm going to become a big star, so I have a vision. A big star, huh? You really know how to boast, Jiang Chuan scoffed. Believe it or not, I'm going to start with the 100-meter sprint. Jiang Chuan doused him with cold water. I admit your skill is strong, but with a time of 25 seconds, you wouldn't even make the top 10 in the nation. Don't get your hopes up about being a sprinting superstar. Are you saying I won't improve in the future? Chu Tiankai looked at him in surprise, jokingly. Maybe next year at the Beijing Olympics I can win the championship. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Chuan's face flushed red upon hearing his ridiculous words, and he stood up from his seat. I admit you might win a national championship in the future, but an Olympic championship is completely a pipe dream. Do you know who the current top sprinters are? Gatlin, the champion of the last Athens Olympics, 9:85 seconds. Powell set the world record with a time of 9:77 seconds 2 years ago. And there's Tyson Gay, who has been performing even better than the two above recently. You know these people, right? To compete for the championship against them, I don't know if I should call you ignorant or boastful. When Jiang Chuan spoke of these champions, admiration and longing filled his expression. Chu Tiankai's words felt like an insult to his beliefs. I know everyone knows the top 5 in the 100 meters, Chu Tiankai said nonchalantly. But your information is too outdated. Gatlin is banned and won't participate in the Beijing Olympics. He had recently reviewed the news and found that due to systematic alterations, certain historical events and products had changed in this new timeline. The technology sector had no Nokia or General Motors products replaced by other brands. The cultural and sports sectors had some changes, but not too significant. The top 5 in the 100 meters. Jiang Chuan pondered over Chu Tiankai's words, realizing there were still 2 he didn't recognize. At this point in time, Green had already passed his peak and Blake had yet to rise. Bolt was currently focused on the 200 meters and wouldn't compete in the 100 meters until June. Chu Tiankai clearly remembered that in another World's Beijing Olympics, he had run a time of 9:69 seconds. Later, he even achieved a miraculous 9:58 seconds in the sprint. At the subsequent London Olympics, the top 5 in the 100 meters competing together stirred immense excitement with a time of 9:80 seconds, only placing 4th without even winning a medal. Chu Tiankai felt an overwhelming excitement at the thought of competing against these top athletes at next year's Beijing Olympics. The dishes came out one after another, and Jiang Chuan realized that 20 dishes were indeed not too many. The 3 of them devoured the food as if they had never eaten meat before. A plate of braised pork was gone in no time. Especially the youngest girl, who ate like she was starved, her chopsticks never stopping. Jiang Chuan carefully observed Run, who was about 1.6 meters tall and surely weighed no more than 90 kg. He couldn't understand how such a small body could hold so much food. Second brother, are you still washing Lu Kun's socks? Rin pushed all the leftovers from her plate into her bowl and asked indistinctly. Yes, a few more days of washing, and he will agree to add Lin Weiwei on QQ. By then Lin Weiwei will definitely be moved by me. Feng Quankai put down his chopsticks, his face full of tenderness. Wow, you're quite the romantic, Jiang Chuan praised while fighting for food with the 3 siblings. Go for it, second brother. Rin waved her arm to cheer for Feng Quankai. Cheering for what? Don't encourage the second brother to be a loser. Chu Tiankai frowned in annoyance and hastily slammed the table to interrupt them. Loser? The brother and sister looked confused, and Jiang Chuan was also baffled. Chu Tiankai suddenly remembered that this term hadn't been coined yet. He solemnly explained, a loser is a fool who licks the other person like a dog. If I were the second brother, I'd rather lick Yang Lele from their school than Lin Weiwei. Why is that? Feng Quankai didn't quite understand and mumbled for a moment. Big brother Yang Lele doesn't seem very proper. Chu Tiankai rolled his eyes and schooled his younger brother. Being improper is good. It means a person is genuine. If you treat her well, she might really make you happy. Huh? Feng Quankai looked at Chu Tiankai in astonishment, unable to believe he heard such words from him. Jiang Chuan also paused his chopsticks, staring blankly at him. In his impression, Chu Tiankai was a low-key person with little presence aside from being somewhat handsome. However, this bastard seemed like a different person lately. Not only had he become cocky in his speech, but he also spoke in a flirtatious and slick manner. Rin Sai, being younger, didn't understand at all. She saw her brothers with surprised expressions and suddenly interjected, second brother, buy me 10 buns tomorrow, and I can make you feel good too. Chu Tiankai couldn't help but facepalm, quickly interrupting his little sister. Kids shouldn't say things they don't understand. Rin Kai looked unconvinced. Why can't I? I'm very strong, I can give massages, and I know how to knead feet. Chu Tiankai felt a headache coming on, thinking, hadn't you kneaded enough feet in your past life? He shoved a chicken leg into Rin Kai's mouth. Third brother, you should eat vegetables instead. Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment and suddenly agreed. Old Chu, I think what you just said makes a lot of sense. There's no benefit to gain, so why bother licking up to them? You see, even Jiang Chuan understands, don't you get it? Chu Tiankai patted his second brother's shoulder with exasperation. As long as a man has money, what kind of girl can't he find? You'll understand in the future. Feng Quankai's expression changed to one of realization. So the reason Lin Weiwei doesn't like me is that I have no money. Chu Tiankai shook his head again. What you said is partially correct. Society looks at money and girls look at looks. Lin Weiwei not liking you means you're not handsome enough. Moreover, the ancestor once said money is for showing off to women, not for spending on them. Even if you have money, it must be used wisely, otherwise you might end up as a simp. Eldest brother, how come you suddenly understand so much? Feng Quankai asked, puzzled. Jiang Chuan also looked at him with admiration, feeling that the more he thought about Chu Tiankai's words, the more reasonable they seemed. In truth, Chu Tiankai was merely repeating the words of the ancestor in his past life. He had never even held a woman's hand except for Chen and An. What do you understand? It's purely the psychology of wanting to be a teacher at play. However, with a sharp weapon in hand, the murderous intent rises. Even without experience after acquiring the system, Chu Tiankai felt that his realm had significantly improved. Am a person with a system, do I still need to look up to superficial women? The meal left the room in disarray. The plates were as clean as if washed, licked clean by everyone. At the age when they're growing, even if they can't compare to Shirin-sai, the three boys could still eat quite a bit. After finishing his meal, Chu Tiankai recalled songs from his past life, trying to see if he could sell a few. The result was completely different from what he had imagined. Not only could he not remember the tunes, but even the lyrics were incomplete. He began to analyze the system in his mind. Currently, he had 62 reputation points, which was not enough for skill extraction, but sufficient for item extraction. Chu Tiankai spent 2 reputation points to randomly draw a song. Congratulations, the host has drawn the second-hand song Sienner. The complete lyrics and score were immediately instilled into Chu Tiankai's mind, as if branded into his brain, impossible to erase. What the hell? Chu Tiankai didn't know how to complain. Oh, wasn't this the guy who charged 500 for a night of singing? How to describe this song? It was like pulling down your pants to sing kunku opera, showing off bare skin while wearing a tie, a cold and aloof goddess picking her toes. It's both elegant and vulgar, quite impressive. Time swiftly passed to March 24th. Early in the morning, Huang Wenbin drove his old car, bringing Chu Tiankai and Jiang Chuan to the city athletics team. The city team was only about 20 minutes away from Tsinghua Vocational College. Just as they parked the car, they noticed Chenyu waiting at the entrance. Chenyu was about the same age as Huang Wenbin, around 37 or 38 years old, about 173 meters tall, dressed in a coach's outfit, looking quite spirited. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Huang Wenbin, Chenyu turned his attention to Chu Tiankai and Jiang Chuan. Old Huang, these two young men must be good talents from your school. My name is Chu Tiansai. Nice to meet you, Coach Chen. Chu Tiankai quickly greeted him, reacting much faster than Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, Coach Chen. Welcome to the city team. Let's start with a physical assessment for both of you. Chen Yu said with a smile, leading at 2 p.m. at the Tsinghua City Athletics Team's Physical Assessment Center. Height 179. 6 centimeters, weight 69. 25 kilograms, body fat rate 15. 38. This was Chu Tiankai's assessment report. Height 184. 2 centimeters, weight 81. 36 kilograms, body fat rate 12. 76. This was Jiang Chuan's assessment report. Chen Yu frowned as he held both assessment data. Jiang Chuan's physical fitness had preliminarily reached the threshold of a professional sprinter. However, this Chu Tiankai was slender and not in great shape, barely meeting the standards of an ordinary person. Chen Yu called over Huang Wenbin and handed him the assessment report. Look, this physical fitness level, achieving a time of 10.25 seconds, isn't that too outrageous? Huang Wenbin flipped through the report and said lightly, how can a genius be judged by common sense? This result was personally verified by me. There's no problem. Chen Yu didn't dwell on it and smiled, saying, whether it's a mule or a horse, let's take it out for a walk. Call them over and we'll see the real results. At 3 p.m., Chen Yu, the sprint coach of the Tsinghua City Athletics team, and Huang Wenbin, a sports teacher from Chengnan Middle School, watched a unique testing session. You three compete in a race. Chen Yu pointed at Chu Tiansai, Jiang Chuan, and the team's top 100-meter runner, Hu Jiangping. Hu Jiangping, 21 years old, graduated from the city sports school 3 years ago, and is currently an active athlete, with his best result being 6th place in the provincial athletics championships. Hu Jiangping grinned at the two college students, enjoying mentoring younger athletes. If there are no issues, let the race. Chen Yu prepared to act as the starter. Just then, Jiang Chuan timidly raised his hand and said, Coach Chen, can I not compete in the same group as them? The pressure is too great. Hu Jiangping couldn't help but laugh. What's with all your fuss? Today isn't a formal competition. What pressure do you have? I can let you win if needed. Hu Jiangping had a distinctive appearance with a prominent hooked nose standing out on his face. Do you think I'm a Jiang Chuan rolled his eyes at him and then said to Chen Yu, Coach Chen, I want to compete alone. Having raced against Chu Tiankai before, he had developed a psychological shadow, and this test was crucial for his future development. He didn't want to be affected. Chen Yu shook his head and said, Jiang Chuan, your mental quality is lacking. What will you do in a formal competition? After considering for a moment, he reluctantly added, since it's your first time, I'll make an exception today, but it won't be the same next time. Thank you, Coach. Jiang Chuan's face lit up with joy. As long as he didn't have to compete alongside Chu Tiansai, he believed he could perform perfectly. Get ready. Set. Jiang Chuan stood on the starting line. The city athletics team's track was a proper rubber surface equipped with electronic timers, making the measurements far more accurate than those at Chengnan Middle School. Bang! Chen Yu pulled the trigger, and Jiang Chuan immediately dashed forward. Chen Yu nodded, inwardly noting that his reaction speed at the start and acceleration were quite good. He was a promising talent. As a professional, Hu Jiangping recognized Jiang Chuan's strength and nodded slightly. 10:88 seconds. The electronic timer displayed Jiang Chuan's score. Huang Wenbin felt quite pleased. Jiang Chuan's performance in the school sports meeting was 10:68 seconds, which translates to approximately 10:92 seconds in electronic timing. This time he improved by 0.4 seconds, which was a decent performance. Next up were Chu Tiankai and Hu Jiangping. Chu Tiankai was wearing a brand new outfit today, complete with a fresh tracksuit and professional running shoes. He casually jumped a couple of times, clearly feeling much more comfortable than in his old shoes. "Young man, I won't let you win easily," Hu Jiangping said to Chu Tiankai. "It's fine, I don't need anyone to let me win," Chu Tiankai replied with a grin. "Old Hu, how about a bet between us?" Jiang Chuan looked at Hu Jiangping, plotting his idea. "What kind of bet?" Hu Jiangping asked, looking curiously at the dark-skinned young man. "It's a bet on who is faster. The loser has to wash the other's stinky socks for 2 months. You're definitely going to lose. Your 10:88 seconds isn't enough," Hu Jiangping scoffed. "My results are already out. Of course, it's not about comparing with me, it's about comparing with him." Jiang Chuan pointed at Chu Tiankai. "Oh, you have so much confidence in him." Hu Jiangping scrutinized Chu Tiankai carefully. Based on physical condition alone, this student was even inferior to Jiang Chuan. "It's your bet, and I don't have to wash socks, so I don't mind," Chu Tiankai said nonchalantly. "All right, then I'll take." Hu Jiangping glanced at Jiang Chuan. "Get ready." Chu Tiankai immediately squatted down into a starting position. Hu Jiangping couldn't help but laugh. His start wasn't even standard. How could he possibly be a match for Jiang Chuan? Chen Yu, however, began to worry. With poor physique and technique, how could he run a hand-time score of 10:25 seconds? It's either Huang Wenbin's mistake, or this kid has extraordinary talent with high potential. Get set. Bang. The two runners on the track reacted simultaneously when the gun fired, while the white figure beside them was clearly a beat slower. The professionals in attendance noted that Hu Jiangping's reaction speed was around 0.19 seconds, while Chu Tiankai was at approximately 0.27 seconds. This exposed the starting issue. Could he really be a competitor of elite caliber? Chen Yu was anxious, but the next moment he was left speechless in astonishment. So fast. The originally slower white figure shot forward like an arrow, gaining speed and catching up to the black figure at the 70-meter mark. Hu Jiangping also noticed the clue. The student beside him seemed to have wind under his feet, clearly starting slow, but surpassed him halfway. If he had the same reaction time as himself, he wouldn't even see the tail lights. Damn, I must not lose. Losing to a college student would be too embarrassing, and besides, I would have to wash those damn socks for him. Hu Jiangping gritted his teeth tightly, using all his strength to try to catch up to Chu Tiankai. But the gap only widened. Hu Jiangping could only watch helplessly as the figure ahead left him far behind, like a white lightning bolt speeding past the finish line. 10:36 seconds. 10:79 seconds. The electronic timer displayed both of their scores. Genius, well done. Huang Wenbin was the first to rush over, sincerely congratulating him. Huang Wenbin was a bit surprised by Chu Tiankai's improved speed. Just a few days ago, he had measured it at 10:25 seconds. Converted to electronic timing, it was around 10:49 seconds, and he had improved by 0.13 seconds just by changing his outfit. That score was only a mere 0.11 seconds away from elite international athletes. Chen Yu also wore a look of surprise. This is already at a national top 10 level without proper training. If he receives specialized training for a few more months, what would happen? Could he not win a medal at the national competition? Chen Yu recalled the track and field situation in Qinghe City and approached Chu Tiankai discussing. Genius, your strength is indeed impressive. Next month at the provincial games, I want you to represent the Qinghe City athletics team. What do you think? He had already discussed this with Huang Wenbin, but still needed to consult Chu Tiankai, the person involved. Teacher Huang has already told me, and I will follow the arrangements. Actually, there was also a university group at the provincial games. He didn't know how the school communicated with the city team, but he would just go with the flow since the rewards were greater here. Huang Wenbin interjected. The school has already communicated with the city team. This time you help the city team make a name for themselves, and in July you will represent the school at the university games. What about me? Jiang Chuan asked expectantly nearby. Chen Yu thought for a moment, and said, for the 100-meter event at this provincial competition, Qinghe City has 3 spots. Tiankai and Jiangping are definitely going. You can also go if you wish, as long as you surpass the other 2 competitors in the upcoming period. Chen Yu patted Chu Tiankai on the shoulder and said, in the next month I will formulate a specialized training plan for you. You haven't undergone much professional training yet. The main focus in the near future will be on practicing reaction time and enhancing physical fitness. Generally, in international competitions, reaction times are around 0.15 seconds, with anything over 0.18 seconds considered slow. Your current 0.27 seconds is definitely very slow, and you need to aim to bring your reaction time down to below 0.25 seconds in the coming month. There are many aspects to practice in sprinting, including explosiveness, strength, and agility, which all need to be covered. Squats, deadlifts, jumps, speed, runs, resistance training, etc. require repeated practice every day. Squatting 126 kilograms, bench pressing 78 kilograms, and a reaction time of about 0.25 seconds. This was the result of Chu Tiankai's training after a month. He had improved significantly since he first started, but he was still far behind top sprinters, not even reaching 70 of their capabilities. Sometimes Chu Tiankai wondered, having been reborn and equipped with an advantage, was it really necessary to work so hard? However, whenever he thought of those two fierce women, he would motivate himself. Persist. Keep pushing on. LV1 had only increased his acceleration by 10. He didn't know how much it would improve at LV2, nor how many levels there were in total. He couldn't even be sure if reaching the top level would allow him to surpass the historically fastest runner. Without changing the increment, he could only change the stock, so in this situation, he had to strive to enhance his base speed. Besides, no matter how tough the training was, it couldn't compare to his previous life. It wasn't about physical exhaustion. From a physical standpoint, screwing in screws couldn't compare to training. The suffering of his past life lay in the lack of hope, and the confusion in spirit was the most tormenting. A month passed swiftly. After intensive training and a specialized diet, Chu Tiankai's physique and base speed had significantly improved. One day, while training in the gym, Chu Tiankai was suddenly approached hurriedly by Chen Yu. There are 3 days left. The provincial games will be held in Luzhou City, and Yu Jiangping and Jiang Chuan will compete in the men's 100-meter event. All right, coach, Chu Tiankai replied happily. In a month with the athletics team, he had only gained 3 points of prestige, which was still during the entry test, moving at a snail's pace. Chu Tiankai felt that only competitions were the best opportunity to gain prestige. The provincial games would surely be a huge step up from the school games. On April 25th, the Qinghe City athletics team boarded the train to Luzhou City. Jiang Chuan was overjoyed on the train. Having beaten the other 2 competitors, he now considered himself the third in the 100-meter event for Qinghe City. Luzhou City is the capital of Huiyan Province, just a 2-hour drive from Qinghe City. After arranging their accommodations, the athletics team headed to the athletic field. When they arrived, the venue was already crowded with many competitors acclimatizing to the field. Hu Jiangping and Shun Yu were quite familiar with the athletes participating in the 100-meter event in the province. Chu Tiankai and Jiang Chuan were just fresh newcomers, listening to them introduce the other competitors along the way. Shun Yu first pointed to a crew-cut young man about 23 or 24 years old in the distance. That's Chu Wentao, the number 1 100-meter athlete from the provincial athletics team. His best result was 4th place in last year's national track and field championships with a time of 10:45 seconds. He hails from Funan City and is representing his hometown in this competition. The best score is only 10:45 seconds. That's a huge gap compared to Lao Chu, Jiang Chuan said disdainfully. If you had that score, I would wake up laughing even in my sleep, Chen Yu teased. However, he considered himself to be the enlightening coach of Chu Tiansai, and if this kid were to win a medal at the Asian Games, he would have some pride to speak of. As for the world stage, he hadn't thought about it. It's exceedingly difficult for yellow-skinned athletes in sprinting. That's Liu Haizhu from Shuangdan University, a special sports recruit, in his junior year. He was the bronze medalist at the last Universiade with a time of 10:42 seconds. This time he is representing his hometown Luzhou City. Genius, these two are not much weaker than you, so don't be complacent, Chen Yu advised. Chu Tiankai nodded. Both the population and economy of Qinghe City ranked low in Huiyan Province, and their sports records had never been impressive. If he didn't compete with Hu Jianghua's level, he would probably just barely make it to the finals, and winning a medal would be difficult. Chen Yu also introduced a few other competitors who had a chance to reach the finals. Chu Tiankai originally wanted to adapt to the venue, but the athletic field was packed with people, and he couldn't even find an opportunity to practice running. The next day, the Huiyan Provincial Sports Games officially opened. Huiyan Provincial Sports Channel reported the 12th Huiyan Provincial Games kicked off on April 26th at the Luzhou City Sports Center. This edition of the Sports Games is divided into 3 categories: social, youth, and university, featuring a total of 63 major events and 173 minor events. The total number of participants in this sports games reached 19256, making it the largest in history for our province with the broadest range of events. The Huiyan Provincial Sports Channel will provide comprehensive coverage, so stay tuned. The Huiyan Provincial Sports Games are held once every 4 years and are of high standards, but not many people pay attention. Not to mention outside the province, even ordinary people within the province are not particularly concerned except for some sports professionals or sports enthusiasts who might pay some attention. The opening ceremony is on April 26th, and the men's 100 meters preliminaries will be held on April 27th. A total of 85 participants will compete in the 100-meter event with 11 heats for the preliminaries, taking the top 2 from each group, along with the 2 best remaining scores, totaling 24 participants for the semifinals. At this moment, Chu Tiankai and the others were waiting on the sidelines with Chun Yu when suddenly a man in his 40s wearing a green sports suit walked toward them. Director Liang. Chun Yu and Hu Jiangping greeted the newcomer eagerly. Old Chun Jiangping, Director Liang acknowledged them, and then gestured with his chin toward Chu Tiankai and Jiang Chuan. Old Chun, these 2 young men look unfamiliar, Director Liang noted. Director Liang, let me introduce you. These 2 are newcomers to our city's track and field team, Chu Tiankai and Jiang Chuan. Chun Yu pushed the 2 rookies forward. Hello, Director Liang. Chu Tiankai and Jiang Chuan greeted respectfully. Chun Yu then introduced the middle-aged man to them. This is our provincial team's coach Liang Honglia, who is also a former 100-meter athlete with a personal best of 10:36 seconds and has won a silver medal at the National Games. A historical best time serves as an athlete's business card, and it is always included in introductions. Of course, superstar athletes don't need to mention it, nor do those with unmentionable records. A good man doesn't speak of past glories, it's the young people's world now. Coach Liang humbly waved his hand. Just then the first preliminaries ended, and the next up was Jiang Chuan's second group. About to take the stage, Jiang Chuan greeted everyone and hurried to the competition area. That young man looks spirited, Coach Liang commented. Not bad, but he's still far from your level when you were young. Chun Yu modestly replied, though he couldn't hide the joy in his brows. Not long after, Hu Jiangping's 4th group also started. After 2 months of intensive training, Jiang Chuan improved his performance, slightly clocking in at 10:82 seconds. This score was much higher than his performance at the Chongqing Games, but unfortunately, it still fell short of the semifinals threshold. Hu Jiangping, on the other hand, achieved a time of 10:72 seconds, securing his place in the semifinals and even having a chance to make it to the finals. After the 2 returned, Coach Liang kept a close eye on Jiang Chuan. His current performance wasn't great, but he showed strong potential. With proper training, he could make significant progress. Next up was Chu Tiankai's 6th group, and he was assigned to lane 7. Coach Liang, you should pay attention to this one. Chun Yu pointed to Chu Tiansai, who was warming up on the track. Oh, seeing Chun Yu's serious demeanor, Coach Liang, who had intended to return to his team, paused and prepared to observe a bit longer. Every track and field event is an opportunity for the provincial team to select athletes from the local teams. Could there be a surprise this time? Chu Tiankai placed his feet on the starting blocks. After more than 2 months of specialized practice, he had become quite familiar with the crouch start technique. Although it was his first time participating in such a major event as the provincial games, Chu Tiankai felt no nervousness. His powerful abilities gave him unparalleled confidence. On your marks, set. With the sound of the starting gun, the 8 athletes on the track burst from the starting line almost simultaneously, and Chu Tiankai instantly activated his acceleration skill. He glanced sideways with his peripheral vision, estimating his reaction time to be around 5th place. After more than 2 months of specialized training, he had improved significantly. However, compared to professional athletes who had trained for years, he still lagged behind. Coach Liang quickly assessed that Chu Tiankai's reaction time was roughly around 0.25 seconds. What to make of this data? It was subpar, yet not entirely bad. From the start, it wasn't worth noting. Just 2 seconds later, Coach Liang realized that Chun Yu's words were not unfounded. The white figure in lane 7 shot forward like an arrow, quickly leaving the competitors on both sides behind. So fast, Coach Liang exclaimed, utterly astonished. The spectators nearby were equally dumbfounded, with some asking others about the athlete. Do you know the one in lane 7? I don't know, probably a newcomer, came the reply. Damn, where is this newbie from running that fast in the preliminaries? Some were indignant. Should just watch the finish, someone interrupted. As he approached the finish line, Chu Tiankai slightly eased off the throttle, gliding across the finish line. 10:37 seconds. That was Chu Tiankai's preliminary score. Coach Liang kept a close watch on him, knowing his performance would be good, but he didn't expect him to run under 10:40 seconds. Just the preliminary score could place him among the top 3 in the country this year. No wonder Chun Yu wanted to keep an eye on him. Old Chun, where did you find this athlete? Liang coach asked, surprised at the talent from the small Qinghe city. Chun Yu replied proudly, this young talent is quite promising, isn't he? More than promising, this is beyond just potential. This is the level of a top domestic athlete. Chun Yu explained. Chu Tiankai is a student at Qinghe Vocational College, 19 years old, currently in his sophomore year. He has only been training with our team for 2 months. I believe he has great potential. I really look forward to him breaking the 10-second barrier. Breaking 10. Coach Liang was non-committal. You do hold him in high regard, but it's exceedingly difficult for yellow-skinned athletes to break 10 seconds. At this point, not to mention domestically, even in Asia, there were no athletes who had broken 10 seconds. The only 10-second flat time was achieved by Japan's Ito Hiroshi in the semifinals of the 1998 Asian Games. The record for the Dragon Nation in the 100 meters was still 17 seconds, set by Zhou Wei in 1998. If Chu Tiankai were here, he would certainly know that in a few months an Asian naturalized athlete would break the 10-second barrier running a time of 9.99 seconds, but unfortunately he does not belong to the yellow race. Even so, he would be the first Asian athlete to break the 10-second mark, underscoring just how difficult it is to achieve such a feat. I am just saying this, consider it my wish. Expectations are good, Lao Chun. This child should not stay in Xinghai, he ought to be with the provincial team. Instructor Liang said with a smile. Chen, you could only smile helplessly. I already knew you wanted to recruit him, which is why I introduced him to you ahead of time, but this still requires his consent. Instructor Liang, Coach Chun. Chu Tiankai greeted everyone. Liang looked at Chu Tiankai and remembered his proud disciple Chu Wentao, wondering how it would turn out for him in this provincial competition. I initially thought that Lu Haizhu was the only competitor, but unexpectedly another dark horse has emerged, and it's a formidable one at that. Liang observed Chu Tiankai, admiration evident in his expression. After pondering for a moment, he made his suggestion. Tiankai, your talent is exceptional, but you need to strengthen your technical skills. You must ensure you have enough stamina for the preliminaries, as the key is in the finals. You sprinted too aggressively in the preliminaries. A look at your last 10 meters, your stamina clearly couldn't keep up. Chu Tiankai nodded in agreement. The semifinals were scheduled for the afternoon, and after a brief chat, everyone returned to the hotel. At this moment, at the accommodation of the Funan City Athletics team, coach Su Liang was meticulously studying the list of qualifiers and the grouping. Xinghai City, Chu Tiankai. 10:37 seconds. Seeing this information, Su Liang was momentarily stunned. The reason for recalling Lu Haizhu to the Funan team was to ensure he could win a gold medal in the provincial games. Lu Haizhu was the frontrunner for the 100 meters in this provincial competition, and his chances of winning the gold medal were very high. According to Su Liang's prediction, only Chu Wentao could pose a challenge to Lu Haizhu. After the preliminaries concluded, a dark horse unexpectedly emerged from the Xinghai City delegation. Su Liang sighed as he put down the list. This athlete had the capability to compete for medals on the national stage, yet he had never even heard of him. Su Liang felt a mix of emotions. He was worried for his disciple, facing a formidable opponent, possibly missing out on a gold medal. Yet as a sportsman from Huaghua, he was also gratified to witness the rise of a new sprinting star. The men's 100 meters semifinals were set to take place at 2:30 p.m. Chu Tiankai was assigned to lane 4, naturally distancing himself from the other two seated athletes. He glanced around and noticed many more unfamiliar faces than in the morning watching his race. Aside from Coach Liang, there were also some athletes and coaches he didn't recognize, all focused on him. On your marks, set. As the starting gun fired, Chu Tiankai took off, landing in the third to last position. It wasn't that his reaction was slower than in the preliminaries, the level of competitors had simply risen. In terms of reaction time, he couldn't match these professional athletes. Coach Liang had a general understanding. Chu Tiankai's reaction speed fluctuated around 0.25 seconds. If Chu Tiankai's reaction speed could match that of top athletes controlled within 0.15 seconds, and after further training, he would have a good chance of breaking the national record of 10:17 seconds set by Zhou Wei in 98. Lu Haizhu and Chu Wentao observed Chu Tiankai in lane 4, remaining silent. This dark horse, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, was said to merely be a student from a general college. He is indeed very fast. Lu Haizhu nodded after observing for a moment. The strength of this heat was not very strong, and the gap between him and others was exceptionally clear. Even though Chu Tiankai started later, he caught up to the other competitors within 3 to 4 seconds. By the time he reached the 70-meter mark, Chu Tiankai had surpassed everyone, displaying a dominating lead. 10:33 seconds. This was Chu Tiankai's time in the semifinals, faster by 0.4 seconds than in the morning. The 100-meter finals would be held 2 hours later. Chu Tiankai looked at the semifinals results. The first place was unmistakably himself with a time of 10:33 seconds. The second place was Lu Haizhu with a time of 10:39 seconds, leading by 0.3 seconds over third place, Chu Wentao, who was 0.6 seconds behind him. With the three competitors so closely matched, it could go either way in the finals. As for Hu Jiangping, he finished in 7th place with a time of 10:71 seconds, also qualifying for the finals. 2 hours later, the much-anticipated men's 100-meter finals of the Huiyin Provincial Games were about to begin. Chu Tiankai's outstanding performance in the semifinals had drawn the attention of several media outlets, and many sports journalists focused their cameras on him. Due to his first-place finish in the semifinals, Chu Tiankai was again placed in lane 4, while Lu Haizhu was assigned to lane 5, and Chu Wentao to lane 3. Tiansai, give it your all, and don't feel too much pressure, Chen Yu repeatedly advised. I know, Chu Tiankai replied, maintaining his composure. As the starting command was issued, all 8 finalists positioned themselves at the starting blocks, and the starter raised the signal gun. Chu Tiankai focused intently on the signal, feeling an immense sense of relaxation at that moment. Bang! The gun fired and Lu Haizhu surged forward, his reaction time significantly ahead of Chu Tiankai. However, he had barely taken a few steps when the recall official suddenly called everyone back, revealing that Lu Haizhu had false started, which was detected by the starting violation monitoring device. Lu Haizhu was well aware of the gap between himself and Chu Tiansai, and he could only resort to a strategy of running on the edge of a false start in hopes of overtaking Chu Tiankai. However, this often meant risking disqualification, so everyone returned to the starting line. Chu Tiankai had just activated his acceleration skill and had to return to the start line, counting down the cooldown time of the skill. 23. 22. Fortunately, the cooldown time was just 1 minute. Chu Tiankai felt each second dragging on, a hint of nervousness creeping into his demeanor. It's over. Tiankai's state is off. Chen Yu noticed Chu Tiankai's expression and was deeply worried. No matter how well this child performed, he was still a rookie, and such situations were bound to affect his state. Damn it, he thinks he can win by jumping the gun instead of outpacing Lao Chu. Even if he wins, it would be an unsporting victory, Jiang Chuan muttered beside him. Having come from the same school, although Jiang Chuan would occasionally speak ill of Chu Tiansai, he was actually one of his ardent supporters. Jiang Chuan knew that with his own abilities it was difficult to show off, so he transferred all his hopes of impressing others onto Chu Tiankai. Every time he saw others' astonishment at Chu Tiansai, he felt an unusual sense of comfort, automatically imagining himself in the protagonist's shoes. Stay composed, though anything can happen in a race. Jumping the gun is also a tactical strategy. Since he has taken the risk of being disqualified, should we not allow him to use tactics? Chen Yu reprimanded Jiang Chuan and then explained. Coach Chun, I was just saying it casually, Jiang Chuan admitted, realizing his fault. Fortunately, the cooldown time was quick, and before the starter's command was issued, the acceleration skill refreshed again. On your marks, set. When Chu Tiankai heard the gunshot, he immediately reacted. However, even so, his reaction time was still the slowest. Having experienced a false start, Lu Haizhu was much more cautious this time, landing approximately in the middle of the pack of competitors. The student from lane 4 was a step behind him, while Chu Wentao in lane 3 had a better start, leading by less than half a step. Lu Haizhu was running with all his might, desperately wanting to push his legs to the limit. As a sprinting prodigy, he couldn't accept being beaten by a younger genius on the same track, nor could he accept being outdone by a college student. At the 40-meter mark, Lu Haizhu was closing in on Chu Wentao, while Chu Tiankai in lane 4 was just half a step behind him, clearly running very fast. After 2 months of specialized training, Chu Tiankai felt his legs pushing off the ground with greater strength, and his body was lighter. He cleared his mind, and by the 60-meter mark, he was running neck and neck with Chu Wentao and Lu Haizhu. The three of them were like 3 racing chariots, leaving the others far behind. Faster, just a bit faster. Lu Haizhu was vaguely overtaking Chu Wentao, but unfortunately Chu Tiankai in lane 4 had already surpassed him. A sense of helplessness arose within Lu Haizhu. He knew he had lost. He could only think, what is wrong with this guy? Why didn't he apply to Qingbei for college with such speed? At the 90-meter mark, Chu Tiankai could no longer see anyone in his peripheral vision. The finish line was right in front of him, and the stadium erupted with thunderous cheers. Go lane 4. Go Chu Tiankai. At that moment, countless spectators stood up, their eyes fixed on the young man sprinting like an arrow. Just a few meters away, Chu Tian felt a severe dullness in his chest, as if he were a duck with its windpipe strangled, struggling to breathe. Even with the system's assistance, his physical capabilities were still lacking. Moreover, the 10 seconds of acceleration was insufficient to sustain him throughout the entire distance. The finish line was already in sight. Gritting his teeth, Chu Tian leaned forward, using his momentum to surge across the finish line. After crossing, he looked back and saw Lu Haizhu, the second-place runner, barely reaching the finish. Chu Tian rested against the track for a moment, during which the results of all competitors in the 100-meter final were freshly announced. 7th place, Hu Jiangping 10. 73 seconds. 3rd place, Chu Wentao 10. 41 seconds. 2nd place, Lu Haizhu 10. 38 seconds. 1st place, Chu Tian 10. 28 seconds. Chu Tian approached Liang Honglai and Chun Yu as fellow competitors gathered around to congratulate him. Sports competition differs from literary or music circles. In literature, the scholars belittle one another, and in these two fields opinions vary widely. Each claims superiority, leading to endless debates without conclusions. However, in sports, especially in timed events, results are quantifiable. Strong is strong, and weak is weak, leaving no room for dispute. Even Lu Haizhu and Chu Wentao, despite their reluctance, showed sufficient respect to Chu Tian. At this moment, the sports reporters on site also sprang into action, calling their offices. Genius, congratulations on winning the championship. After everyone dispersed, Chen Yu first congratulated him and then reminded him, do you know, you've won a ticket to the Olympic Games for Huagua. Coach Chen, you mean the Olympic B standard, right? Chu Tian understood his meaning. At this moment, the Olympic B standard was 10:28 seconds, while the A standard was 10:21 seconds, and he had just met the requirement. Coach Liang also chimed in saying, Genius, congratulations. You are the only athlete this year to run under 10:30 seconds in the country and the only one to achieve the Olympic B standard. Are you interested in joining the provincial team? Chu Tian pondered for a moment before responding. I can represent the provincial team in competitions, but I still want to train in Qinghe. Coach Liang considered it briefly and readily agreed to Chu Tian's request. As long as Chu Tian could represent the Huiyin provincial athletics team, other matters were not an issue. Besides, Chen Ye's coaching skills were also commendable and would not hinder Chu Tian. 2 days later, everyone began their journey back. Chu Tian had earned 126 reputation points from this provincial sports meeting, totaling 189 points with his previous accumulation. Chu Tian communicated with the system in his mind. Why did I earn over 40 points at the school sports meeting, but just over 100 points at the provincial sports meeting with so many participants? The system explained, opening new fields consumes reputation points. Other reputation points have been intercepted by the system to unlock unknown domains. Chu Tian pouted and chose to let it go. Fortunately, acquiring skills wasn't too costly. 100 reputation points could secure one draw. He was currently faced with two choices: spend 100 reputation points to draw a skill again, or accumulate 200 points to upgrade his acceleration skill. With no major competitions in the near future, he spent 100 reputation points to draw a skill. Congratulations, host, you have acquired music skill, LV1. Chu Tian researched it. The improvement of the music skill included aspects such as timbre, vocal range, and singing technique, even allowing him to grasp music theory and instruments to a certain extent without a teacher. The system categorized singing proficiency into 5 levels: tone deaf, average, proficient, professional, and master. Chu Tian was originally at the average level, but now he directly advanced to the proficient level, akin to a KTV superstar, still a notch below the professional level. Just as he returned to the Qinghe City athletics team, he received a congratulatory call from Huang Wenbin, and online news media had already reported on it. The reports from Huiyin province were the most numerous, but the hype was not very high. It was just a provincial sports champion, let alone breaking the Asian record. He hadn't even broken the national record, and hardly anyone outside the circle paid attention. After Chu Tian returned, his reputation points increased by 1 or 2 points daily, but after a few days the hype faded, and it stagnated. In the training room, Chen Yu was carefully studying the annual competition schedule. Coach Chen, on August 2nd, Beihai Province will host the National Athletics Championship. This isn't a circuit system. I should be able to participate, right? Chu Tian pointed to one of the event details and asked. Chen Yu shook his head, saying, you are not qualified to participate in the national championship. Not qualified. Chu Tian was very surprised. He was the first athlete this year to run under 10:30 seconds. Why was he not qualified? On what basis? Jiang Chuan and Hu Jiangping also voiced their support for Chu Tian. Chen Yu explained, there is a rule for national championship registration. You must have participated in more than 3 events at or above the level within the past 12 months and achieved 2 first-level results. Even newly registered athletes this year must participate in more than 2 events and achieve a first-level. Chu Tian understood the explanation. He had only participated in 2 competitions, 1 school sports meeting and 1 provincial sports meeting, and the school sports meeting couldn't be counted. He still needed 2 more first-level events. Chen Yu sighed, saying, rules are rules. Even if you break the national record, there's nothing that can be done. After a month of intensive training, Chu Tian and Jiang Chuan returned to Qinghe Vocational College. Although Chu Tian gained the short-distance championship at the provincial sports meeting, he felt different gazes upon returning to school, even though he was not famous elsewhere. In the open class, as soon as Chu Tian and Jiang Chuan entered the classroom, all eyes turned to them. Xiao Haizi, I want to see the handsome guy. Don't block me. A girl shouted. Jiang Chuan felt uncomfortable and glanced at the girl who scolded him, realizing she was a bespectacled, chubby girl. Damn, if she were a beauty, I could have tolerated it. Hey, chubby girl, who are you calling Xiao Haizi? Jiang Chuan shot back immediately. With a face like a gorilla, you still dare to follow handsome guys around. Where does your courage come from? Hey, chubby girl, I estimate you're about 200 pounds, just fattening up for the new year, huh? Big gorilla with a mouth so foul, no wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Chu Tian watched the two bicker with glee, but they continued arguing without making a move. Boring. He brewed for a long time wanting to say, you two stop fighting, but couldn't find the opportunity to speak. Feeling uninterested, he casually found a seat. The girls at the vocational college were quite bold. As soon as Chu Tian sat down, two girls flanked him. Chu Tian glanced over. Both girls were quite good-looking. In fact, those who were ugly lacked the confidence to approach. Chu Tian, can you help me with an autograph? The girl on the left suddenly asked. An autograph? Chu Tian felt delighted. He was just a provincial sports champion and already had fans, which was somewhat embarrassing. Chu Tian looked at the violent bear on her chest. Many fans would ask idols to sign on their clothes. Just here is fine. The girl took out a small notebook. All right. Chu Tian felt a bit disappointed and curiously asked, you're asking for my autograph, are you my fan? Not really. The girl covered her mouth and laughed, saying, I think if you become famous in the future, this autograph might sell for money. The girl on the right also pulled out a small notebook from her bag upon hearing this. As Chu Tiankai stepped out of the large classroom, he encountered Cheninan. She was wearing a form-fitting black camisole, her 36D figure proudly standing under the summer sun, attracting the attention of passing boys. Seeing Chu Tiankai come out, Chun Yinan smiled and said, Tiansai, congratulations, your potential is slowly turning into strength. Chu Tiankai frowned. Aren't you a persistent ghost? I want to talk to you. Chun Yinan's eyes sparkled as if they could drip water. Chu Tiankai didn't want to beat around the bush with her. I've spent a total of 6,300 yuan on you this year. I don't want the change back. Return the money to me, and then we can talk. Little man, you remember the bill quite well. Chun Yinan chuckled as she transferred the money back, asking, Yes, you've already said one sentence, you can leave now. Chu Tiankai took the money back, feeling very pleased. Although it wasn't much, it was all his hard-earned money. How could he just give it away to Chun Yinan? Tiankai. Chun Yinan was about to speak, but Chu Tiankai directly interrupted her. From now on, it will cost you 10,000 yuan for a single sentence. Consider this one a gift. After saying this, Chu Tiankai walked straight into the classroom, leaving Chun Yinan standing there with a dark expression. Chu Tiankai was preparing to treat the two siblings to a meal when Zhang Chuan shamelessly followed along. Big brother, eating here must be very expensive. Why don't we change places? The siblings felt a bit out of place, seeing the luxurious hall, hesitating to sit down. Jinwei Xian is one of the top 3 private dining restaurants in Qinghe City, surpassing the previous Hao Zai Lai in both environment and dishes multiple times. Chu Tiankai glanced at the menu and saw that the prices were indeed much higher than at Hao Zai Lai. The same beef pot costs 42 at Hao Zai Lai, but 128 here. Keep in mind that it's still only 2007. These prices are somewhat outrageous. Upon seeing the menu, Shi Rinkai immediately stood up in panic, repeatedly waving his hands to refuse. Why is it so expensive? Big brother, I won't eat. I want to eat meat buns. I don't want to order dishes. Chu Tiankai gently pressed his little sister down, saying, Rinsai, don't worry about the money. Big brother won a prize in this competition. How much prize money did you get? Zhang Chuan immediately perked up. Chu Tiankai held up 2 fingers. 20,000. Think bigger, 200, so you two can eat with peace of mind. Wow, that much. Zhang Chuan was so jealous, he almost fell apart. The only prize money he ever received was 200 yuan from the freshman sports meet. Who would have thought that Chu Tiankai could win 200? This is a difference of 1,000 times. 200 could even buy a house in Qinghe City. Chu Tiankai slapped the table and said, Quan Kai Rinsai, big brother has allocated 100 yuan for your living expenses. Don't be frugal, understand? Rinkai thought for a moment and said, Big brother, you haven't finished using the money from the last sports meet yet. Chu Tiankai frowned and said, Money is earned, not saved. You two shouldn't save money for me. In a few days, I'll participate in the original good music competition. I'll take you both out to have fun then. Isn't that a singing talent show? Can you even sing? Zhang Chuan was skeptical. I can do a lot. Do I have to tell you everything? Come on, you broke the record, so you can brag all you want. Zhang Chuan was already in awe of Chu Tiankai's short-distance running skills. He still had doubts about other aspects for now. Chu Tiankai couldn't be bothered to engage with him and said to the siblings, Next weekend, there will be an audition for the original good music in Luzhou City. Big brother will take you around Luzhou then. I want to visit the Chenghuang Temple. Rinkai was unusually excited. She had heard that there were many snacks in the night market at Chenghuang Temple. Can I go along? Zhang Chuan also wanted to go out. Aren't you going to train? You don't have as much talent as I do. You need to train more. Chu Tiankai advised. On that day, the 3 of them were training with the city team when Xinyu brought him 2 pieces of news. One piece of news is that Chu Tiankai has been included in the list of outstanding sports talents in Hunan province. The other piece of news is that the 17th Asian Athletics Championships will be held in Beirut in July. There are no restrictions on having to participate in 3 official competitions. and Shin Yu decided to submit his name through Coach Leon. He came over to ask if he was willing to sign up. Sure, I definitely want to go. This was a great opportunity to gain recognition, and Chu Tiankai couldn't ask for more. After pondering for a moment, Shin Yu continued, I need to clarify something with you in advance. Although there are no restrictions for the Asian Championships, it's uncertain whether you can go or not. I can only say I will strive for you. Why, oi? Chu Tiankai instantly became tense. Last time he had nothing to say due to the rules of the competition. But this time there were no restrictions. How could he not participate? What was the reasoning behind that? He had achieved the only sub-10, 30-second result of the year. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was currently the fastest runner in the country, and there was not just one spot available for competition. Why couldn't he participate? Shin Yu sighed, saying, because your performance isn't very stable. Even Hu Jiangping couldn't help but interject, Tiankai's performance has been steadily improving. How is it unstable? Shin Yu continued to explain, you only have one experience in an official competition. Whether it was an extraordinary performance or if you can maintain competitive form over time is uncertain. No one can say for sure. Lack of experience and poor mentality make it hard to judge how much strength you can exhibit in major competitions. In comparison, veteran athletes are more stable. When the gap between two athletes isn't significant, veteran athletes are definitely given priority. Chu Tiankai laughed. If young athletes aren't qualified domestically and are feared to be unstable abroad, does that mean they have no chance of success? Shin Yu explained, young athletes usually train in domestic competitions for a while, and only when the timing is right do they go to the international stage to represent the country. This process generally takes 3 to 4 years. Shin Yu sighed again. Sometimes even achieving the Olympic A standard doesn't guarantee you can surpass the B standard. This has happened in history. If a competitor obtains the B standard later, even if you secure the A standard, it's not guaranteed, let alone the B standard. The participation rules for the Olympics, A standard allows for a maximum of 3 spots. As many as meet the standards can participate as long as it doesn't exceed 3. However, the B standard only has 1 spot. If there is only one A standard and 1 B standard, only one can participate. At that time, there are instances where the A standard cannot compete with the B standard. In fact, Shin Yu still had one thing he hadn't said: the competition for international event spots among provincial teams is extremely fierce. Huiyin province is not a strong province in sports. It often finds itself at a disadvantage when competing against larger provinces. Chu Tiankai completely understood what he meant. Take himself, for example. Although he had achieved a time of 10:28 seconds, if another veteran athlete had a time of 10:29 seconds, and another had 2 instances of 10:30 seconds, it would be hard to say who is stronger or weaker. At this point, it would come down to competition in other aspects such as qualifications, background, and the effort of coaches. There was nothing he could do but leave it to fate. Chu Tiankai decided to focus on the university sports meet in July. Because he needed to prepare for the Olympics next year, there were many domestic sports events this year, tightly scheduled. There was also a very important event in the second half of the year. In late August, the 11th World Athletics Championships will be held in Daibon, with participation standards consistent with those of the Olympics, making it the pinnacle of athletics events. Whether or not to attend the Asian Championships was irrelevant, but Chu Tiankai decided he must strive for the qualification standards for the World Championships. The audition site for original good music was set in the most bustling pedestrian street square of Luzhou City, with over 1,000 spectators crowding around the stage. Chu Tiankai carried an electric guitar on his back, dressed in a black punk jacket, perfectly matching the song he was about to perform. Before coming here, he had already registered the song Siener for music copyright, and the copyright website assigned a specific number to it, making it easy to check its streaming and download statistics online. Chu Tiankai used the prize money from the provincial games to buy a smartphone each for his siblings. After the timeline was altered by the system around the year 2000, a person named Lei Bush invented the smartphone, and the 5G network had already been established. 7 years have passed. Smartphones are very inexpensive, with both phones costing less than 400 yuan in total. Old Chu, are you really going to embarrass yourself on stage later? Jiang Chuan touched Chu Tiankai's clothes and electric guitar, his tone filled with skepticism. You look the part, just like the real deal. Chu Tiankai curled his lip and said, this is called art. What would you, a big gorilla, know? At that moment, a girl on stage was singing her original song, Wan Ai. Having undergone transformation from the system, Chu Tiankai now possessed a certain level of musical appreciation. He recognized that Wan Ai had a style reminiscent of the music from the late 80s to 90s, quite traditional. The girl had a beautiful voice. Her song was filled with twists and turns, earning continuous applause from the audience with some even whistling. After the girl finished singing, the 3 judges on stage evaluated her performance and all raised their approval cards. After half an hour, it was Chu Tiankai's turn to go on stage. He had pre-registered online, and had also sent a demo to the production team. After confirming his personal information, he took the microphone, placed it on the stand, bowed to the audience, and then spoke into the mic. Hello judges and audience. My name is Chu Tianxai, and the song I will present to you today is called Shatters. Chu Tianxai had a pleasing appearance and was quite polite, leaving a good impression on the two female mentors on stage. Shatters. It sounds interesting from the name, the long-haired female judge said. Please begin your performance, the middle female judge gestured. Chu Tianxai placed the microphone back on the stand, his fingers gently gliding over the guitar as the production team synchronized the suona. He held the microphone, swaying his head, and began to sing. The east is not bright, the west is bright. Basking in the setting sun, I bask in my sorrow. As soon as Chu Tianxai finished the first verse, the audience became noisy, and the expressions of the three judges on stage changed. Oh my, this voice is too enchanting. Don't you think this contestant's style is quite strange? If Chu Tianxai had heard this, he would certainly have scoffed. If it's not odd, who would listen to second-hand roses? Just wait until the official competition, I'll sing Tante and scare you all. The night before is not busy, the night after is busy. Dreaming of gold and grains, I dream of the yellow beams. This song has a taste reminiscent of that place in the north during winter. Someone saw through the essence. This song sounds a bit rustic at first, but actually has quite a flavor, someone nearby remarked. Spring rain does not wet the heart's ghost. Autumn chill penetrates the lovesick. Old Chu is impressive. Jiang Chuan couldn't discern the song's quality, he only felt it was very captivating, making him unable to resist wanting to sing along. Yearning for heaven, yearning for earth, yearning for a confidant. Looking at mountains and waters, I look forward to the morning. By this point, as Chu Tianxai sang, as Jiang Chuan predicted, some audience members had already begun to sway their heads along like a large dance party. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. At this moment, Chu Tianxai had already sung to the point. I fall among people yet remain carefree. Originally a celestial being roaming the heavens. Not for mundane dust do I shed a thing, only for fine wine do I touch the heartstrings. The beautiful ghost owes a debt to the woman, in one night I wash myself clean. I urge heaven, urge earth, urge myself to forget the mountains and waters, I forget my lover. Chu Tianxai frantically strummed the guitar, his advanced singing skills managing this song well, with precise diction and breath control. The judges on stage had various expressions. The long-haired female judge on the left showed an expression of rapt listening, while the male judge in the middle wore a serious face, even showing a hint of distaste. The female judge on the far right remained expressionless, seemingly deep in thought. Chu Tianxai had the version without rap, so the song was not very long. Shatters had a strong emotional impact. After he finished singing and put down the microphone, some audience members were still swaying their heads. This original song used many instruments, including electric guitar, suona flute, percussion, etc., creating a fantastic live atmosphere. Without a band and limited conditions to use only an electric guitar, Chu Tianxai was fortunate that the suona performed well in collaboration with the production team. Even so, the audience's response was excellent. After a while, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, echoing. In the waiting area backstage, a 20-year-old young man couldn't contain himself. Oh my, how can I compete now? I might as well go home. It's just an audition. Is it necessary to bully people like this? A nearby boy muttered. It's not that exaggerated. I think it sounds terrible. Some contestants voiced differing opinions. At this moment, it was time for the judges' evaluations. The audition rule was that if 2 out of 3 judges approved, the contestant could advance. The long-haired female judge, surnamed Lee, was the first to pick up the microphone for her evaluation. The style of this song sounds a bit strange at first, but after careful consideration, I find it quite intriguing. The lyrics express yearning for freedom and independence, and the overall style is very carefree. My verdict is to advance you to the next round. Thank you, Judge. Chu Tianxai knew that after the system transformation, the song styles in this world were similar to those from the late 80s to 90s, and mostly soft and gentle. Shatters entering the scene was like a peanut mixed in with a bowl of rice. At first it might seem strange, but after a few listens it could inspire some music practitioners. Music is interconnected, and the female judge on stage was someone who recognized this. Next it was the turn of the male judge on stage. He frowned and said, my opinion is to not advance you. The entire audience fell silent, waiting for the male judge's comments. The male judge picked up the microphone and said, the live performance of this song is indeed passable, but apart from that I can't think of any other merits. My evaluation of this song is that it is vulgar and bizarre with no artistic value whatsoever. Perhaps some people might like this style, but I personally do not agree. Therefore you cannot advance under my judgment. Some people in the audience were dissatisfied upon hearing this. The implication of this biased judge was that those who liked the song were vulgar and bizarre. The crowd instantly became noisy with some shouting loudly. What's wrong with me liking this song? You're so high-minded. Oh, what's wrong with being vulgar? Chu Tian felt a heaviness in his heart. He had hoped to gain some prestige by participating in the music program, but now it seemed he might be eliminated in the auditions. However, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and he couldn't force others to like it. Logically, since it's an original song, it should be a sure thing for Shatters to pass the auditions. However, the timeline of this world has changed and is different from his previous life, which can be regarded as another parallel universe. The style of music also greatly differs from his past life, so it's normal for many people not to like this style. After a long while, the venue quieted down as everyone awaited the final judge's decision. The last judge was a woman wearing glasses looking scholarly. Her vote was crucial, determining whether Chutian could advance. The female judge picked up the microphone and smiled at Chutian. Let's not talk about your singing skills for now, we'll just discuss this song. Is this song written by you? Yes, Chutian replied shamelessly. The female judge continued, the night before was busy, but the night after was busy too. In dreams of gold, I dream of the golden millet. Spring rain does not wet the hearts of the discerning, autumn's chill penetrates the hearts of the lovesick. I interpret this as wealth and glory being like a dream. The lovesick are ultimately one-sided in their affections, and the only one truly tormented is oneself. The entire song features such lyrics. At first glance, they seem simple, yet are profoundly meaningful. I find your song very interesting, and my evaluation is that you advance. Thank you, Judge. Chutian expressed his gratitude to the judges, and then bowed to the audience, thanking them. In this audition, Chutian gained 78 points of prestige, bringing his total prestige to 186 points. Just as he stepped off the stage, two young men approached him. Hello, are you the champion of the 100 meters at the provincial games? I am Chutian, he replied. That's great. I've watched your race. You were so impressive. Can you give us an autograph? The two young men were quite excited. Sure, Chutian nodded. The two young men took out pens from their pockets and asked Chutian to sign their shirts. Chutian understood that the provincial games were held in Lyon, so he was recognized while the heat was still on. Or if he were outside the province, it would be a different story. After getting their autographs, the two young men left excitedly. Chutian was thrilled. I can now be considered someone with fans. This incident reminded him that he already had a certain fan base and should provide them with a gathering place. Thinking of it, he decided to register on Weibo after returning to the hotel with Jiang Chuan and the others. Weibo officially welcomed Qiushan's membership, and after going through a series of processes, such as real name authentication, he finally obtained a certified account. He then uploaded his recording of Shatters from the studio. After registering on Weibo, Chutian and his siblings began exploring Luyang City. Luyang City is a cultural ancient city with a history of over 2,000 years, boasting a population of over 8 million. The city god temple is brilliantly lit at night, bustling with activity. The siblings had never been out of Qinghe City and had never seen such a night market, so they were excited all the way. Jiang Chuan was not much better off. Shirin was so captivated by the street food that he couldn't move. What a foodie! Chutian bought some snacks for them, and his phone suddenly rang. He opened it to find that thanks to Weibo's promotion, he already had hundreds of fans in the background. One netizen named I Love a Stick commented, "This song you created sounds very catchy." Another netizen named Alway Akira said, "Catchy is right. When I heard it for the first time, I thought, what on earth is this?" Later, when I saw the blogger's profile, Provincial 100M Champion, I thought this is a cross-disciplinary talent. Even if the song is trash, I have to give him some face, so I listened to it again. It's quite interesting. The east does not shine, but the west does. Under the setting sun, I expose my sorrow. I actually found myself singing along. What kind of medicine is in this gourd? This is the brainwashing divine tune commonly known as the thrombus song, which is very effective for treating cerebral thrombosis. People without illness cannot appreciate it. So do I have cerebral thrombosis? Chutian chuckled and replied in the comments, the three foods most feared by thrombus: grapefruit, fermented black beans, and mountain walnuts. I suggest keeping them at home. Just a few seconds later, Chutian received a notification. While the blogger actually left me a message. Caught a wild blogger. I Love a Stick immediately stirred up trouble. Blogger, you said we all have cerebral thrombosis. So if Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms and gets cerebral thrombosis, does one head get it, or all 3 heads? Immediately a netizen replied, definitely one head. The other 2 heads are transformed and not real. Another netizen responded, his 3 heads are all flesh and blood derived. How can they not be real? It must be all 3 heads. Everyone engaged in a heated discussion on this topic, and at that moment someone stood up. Dr. Wang from the cardiovascular department of Xiangbei City People's Hospital said, my analysis is that one of Nez's heads has cerebral thrombosis, while the other 2 should be fine. Because each head is independent and does not share blood and nervous systems. However, one thing needs to be clarified: although Neza has 3 heads, he still shares one body. Therefore, if one head has a problem, it should also affect the others, just like how human organs influence each other. Additionally, if anyone has cerebral thrombosis, pay attention to diet and exercise. I'm here to teach everyone a set of fitness exercises that are very effective for treating thrombosis. Blah blah blah. Chutian looked at the noisy comments and was dumbfounded. How are you guys so talented, you silly netizens? At this moment the troublemaker, I love a stick, spoke again. Is the blogger still here? You haven't answered yet. Chutian replied. That depends on whether his heads are in series or parallel. After Chutian sent this reply, the comment section was quiet for a moment before it started buzzing with notifications. Wow, he really is the creator of the Thrombus song. I've followed you. Teacher Chutian is just too interesting. Teacher Chutian. Just because he sang a catchy song he can be called a teacher. I see this blogger is only 18 or 19, probably still in school. At this moment a netizen named Proud, yet helpless suddenly made a sarcastic remark. To the one above I advise you to open your eyes and see what status the blogger holds. This year's national 100m champion, can't he be called a teacher? A netizen immediately retorted. Isn't it true that learning has no order and the accomplished are the teachers? You only see the blogger's age, but not the achievements he has made that you will never reach in your lifetime. Another netizen chimed in. Proud yet helpless, continued with sarcasm. He's just a provincial champion 28 seconds, not an Olympic champion. What's so impressive? If you're capable, let him break 10 seconds first. Chu Tiankai frowned and was about to speak when someone immediately fired back, starting to enlighten him. Look at the name. The person upstairs is probably still a child. Do you know how difficult it is for a person of Asian descent to run under 10 seconds? Currently the best result in all of Asia is from Japan's Ito Hiroshi, who just barely ran under 10 seconds. Other than that, there are no other athletes close to 10 seconds. Master Chu's 28 seconds is already quite impressive. If you can't do it, you can't. No amount of talking will change that. I still stand by my words. If you can't even reach 10 seconds, then stop bragging. I'm 18 years old, so what? Our school has someone who can run under 10 seconds. Just because he can't doesn't. Chu Tiankai couldn't help but laugh at this point. If possible, he wanted to post a picture he had seen 2 months before his rebirth. He remembered that it was a picture he saw 2 months prior to his rebirth, and he was stunned for quite a while after seeing it, which left a deep impression on him. The picture contained a record list of a high school sports meet for the 100-meter dash. First place 17 seconds. Second place 25 seconds. With such results, even Bolt would have to shout, "Bro, that's awesome," a few times. He never expected such a thing had its signs as early as 2007. Songjing Akibu couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. If your school students are so amazing, why don't they go to the Olympics? How would I know? You can go ask them. Oh, I estimate they probably think it's beneath them. I love a piece of wood. How do you respond to such foolishness? Can anyone teach me? What a rarity. In the past, it was always about bragging for oneself. Now it's all about I have a classmate or I have a friend. Chu Tiansai Yaonai, has the driver involved in the accident not been found yet? Yaonai. Chu Tiansai Yaonai, you need to get that cerebral hemorrhage treated quickly. Haha. Everyone in the comments section burst into laughter at this point. Yaonai, Chu Tiansai, are you cursing me? Chu Tiansai, no, I'm just advising you. Haha. Cuckoo. The little one might cry. Chu Tiansai here. I want to tell everyone that you don't need to call me Teacher Chu or Master Chu. Just call me by my real name. Moreover, how much I can run is my business. If you like me, we can be friends. If you don't like me, you can leave. Yaonai left, and a netizen named Dingxiangwa commented, blogger, isn't it a bit too much to bully an 18-year-old kid like this? 18-year-old kid. Sorry, I'm 19. Dingxiangwa, I mean, can you bully him a bit harder? Chu Tiansai. At this moment, another netizen named Days to an unhappy death spoke up. I'm a huge fan of athletics, and I follow the blogger because of their 100-meter results. To be honest, I can't appreciate the blogger's songs. I just want to know if the blogger has the confidence to break Ito Hiroshi's record. Suddenly, the comments section fell silent, all waiting for Chu Tiankai's reply. As the best 100-meter runner in Huagua this year, if anyone could potentially break the 10-second barrier, Chu Tiankai would definitely be one of the candidates. Chu Tiankai smirked. Japan had only surpassed Huagua in sprinting in the past few years. If we were to look 10 years ahead, they would be crushed to the point of not leaving a shred behind. Not to mention Sushin's 83 seconds is a height they cannot even dream of reaching. However, at this moment, the other party still had a lead. Chu Tiankai thought for a while and directly replied in the comments section with one word: yes. He originally wanted to be Loki, but since he was someone with a system, if he didn't even have this confidence, he might as well uninstall the system. After sending the message, Chu Tiankai looked at his backend. In just this short time, his followers had already increased by over 3,000. He put away his phone, unaware that his Weibo comment section had become quite lively. What did I just see? The blogger means to say he can break the Asian record. The blogger only said he has confidence. He didn't say he definitely could, and that's two different concepts. I think even if Teacher Chu can't break 10 seconds, he might still break the domestic record in the future. Some eager followers took screenshots of Chu Tiankai's comment, while others with ulterior motives shared them around, causing a small stir. Fans listening to music in the group created a Sikh medical advice group for Chu Tianxai, claiming they had cerebral thrombosis and that listening to his songs was very therapeutic. This group of fools called him Master Chu. Strangely, they did not invite the main character Chu Tianxai into the group. Chu Tianxai never expected that just registering for Weibo and posting a few comments would increase his reputation by 16 points, bringing his total from 186 to 202 points. System upgrade the acceleration skill. Chu Tianxai was overjoyed. The reputation came too easily. He immediately spent 200 points to upgrade the acceleration skill. Acceleration LV1 has been upgraded to Acceleration LV2. Acceleration skill LV2 can increase speed by 12 within 20 seconds, with a cooldown time of 1 minute. The skill upgrade brought about two changes. The acceleration time increased from 10 seconds to 20 seconds, and the extended time meant Chu Tianxai could fully engage in another event. 200 meters. To upgrade to LV3 next will require 400 reputation points, increasing geometrically. Chu Tianxai felt that a 12 increase was quite normal. There were other skills that could also provide a boost to sprinting. If he were to jump straight to 20, what about LV3? Wouldn't that be like a fantasy novel? It was the weekend, and after finishing the skill upgrade, Chu Tianxai took the two siblings out for a stroll in Lyon. Meanwhile, the National Track and Field Management Center was holding a special meeting over time. The sprint coach Wang Hong was speaking. Wang Hong was already over 50 this year, and as a pioneer of sprinting in Huahua, he once achieved a remarkable time of 10.8 seconds during the hand timing era. After transitioning to coaching, he has developed a number of well-known sprint athletes, making him a respected figure in the sprinting field. Wang Hong raised the materials in his hand and said, "There is a sprinter from Huai'an province named Chu Tianxai. I believe everyone should know him." The head coach of the track and field team, Jiang Peng, smiled and said, "Old one, what are you talking about? It's rare to see a budding sprinter in the country. How could we not know?" Wang Hong chuckled and said, "Then I'll keep it brief." This time, the Huai'an province athletics team submitted Chu Tianxai's name, hoping he can participate in the men's 100-meter event at this year's Asian Championships. However, the participants for the men's 100 meters have already been determined, and the competition funding cannot be increased. If we want Chu Tianxai to compete, we will face a problem. We must replace one of the originally designated participants to allow him to take their place. Head coach Jiang Peng tapped the table and said, "Old one, you are in charge of the sprint events. Please share your thoughts." Wang Hong nodded. "All right, let me first speak about the advantages of this athlete. His explosiveness and speed are both excellent, and his stamina is also quite good. His ability to accelerate in the latter half of the race is very strong. However, his shortcomings are also quite apparent, mainly 2 points. First, his reaction time at the start is not fast. During the finals of the Huai'an Provincial Games, his reaction time was 0.256 seconds, which is at least 0.1 seconds slower than top athletes. Second, Chu Tianxai is only 19 years old. His physical strength is definitely lacking compared to other athletes. Most importantly, he has only participated in one official competition so far, and his experience in major events is insufficient. His psychological quality is also hard to assess. Once Wang Hong finished speaking, head coach Jiang Peng continued to preside over the meeting. "Old Wang, just analyze the situation. If anyone has any opinions, feel free to voice them." Everyone. Jiang Peng glanced at Wang Hong, signaling him to speak. "You go ahead and share your thoughts." Wang Hong pondered for a moment and said, "I agree to let Chu Tianxai compete. He is the first this year to break 10 seconds and 30 milliseconds, so sending him to compete is reasonable. Additionally, it is essential for young athletes to gain experience in major competitions. Old Lu, what are your views?" Head coach Jiang Peng gestured for the high jump coach Lu to speak. "I think sending Chu Tianxai is inappropriate. Let's set aside the starting issue that Coach Wang mentioned for now. I want to bring up 2 other points. First, if Chu Tianxai cannot win a medal, is there any need to send him to compete? As far as I know, even if Chu Tianxai maintains a time of 10 seconds and 28 milliseconds, he definitely won't win a gold medal at this Asian Championships." In April, Qatar naturalized a Nigerian sprinter named Francis. This athlete is the biggest favorite for gold at this Asian Championships, capable of nearly 10 seconds. Chu Tianxai is certainly no match for him, and several athletes from Japan also exceed his capabilities, making it difficult for him to even secure a medal. Second, for the 4,100-meter relay this time, we are aiming for a medal. Chu Tianxai has only been formally training for 2 months, and his relay skills are definitely lacking. Even if his skills are decent, the other relay team members have already developed synergy over time, and adding him could disrupt the rhythm. Old Lin, what is your opinion? Jiang Peng signaled for the long jump coach Lin to speak. Coach Lin cleared his throat and said, "I'm not in favor either. The impact of the 4,100-meter relay issue isn't very significant. We have 6 athletes, including 2 reserves, and since Chu Tianxai will not participate in the relay, we can simply exclude him from that event." What I'm primarily concerned about is another issue. Chu Tiankai has great potential for future development. He has only participated in one official competition so far, and being under 20 years old, his mental maturity may not be fully developed. Such a promising talent, if he underperforms at the Asian stage due to excessive pressure and faces criticism from the media, his mindset could suffer, potentially ruining his athletic career completely. Therefore, in the interest of protecting Chu Tiankai, I believe we should take a gradual approach. Let him hone his skills on the domestic stage for a while, and once the timing is right, and he has developed both technically and mentally, we can send him to the world stage to compete for glory, for our country. Just like Lou Ferrin did back then, he joined the national team at 16 and honed his skills domestically for a long time before medaling in Asia, and it wasn't until 5 years later that he won a championship at the Olympics. Everyone pondered Lin's words, and head coach Zhang Peng signaled for Assistant Tian to speak. Assistant Tian smiled, picked up his phone, and said, "I won't comment on the professional matters, but there's something interesting I'd like to share with everyone." Assistant Tian pulled out his phone and opened a Weibo post indicating for everyone to take a look. This Chu Tiankai is quite interesting. Not only is he a sprinting talent, but he's also a crossover singing talent. Just recently he achieved some success and went to participate in a singing competition. Hearing this, everyone curiously took out their phones. The phones displayed clips from the audition scene along with screenshots of Chu Tiankai's conversations on Weibo. The high jump coach looked for a while and chuckled. Singing isn't that big of a deal, but this kid claimed on Weibo that he could break the Asian record, and now many netizens are sharing it. What? There's such a thing. Head coach Zhang Peng immediately grabbed the phone to take a look. Soon his face turned pale, and he slammed the table hard. Just achieving a little success and boasting, if people from other countries see this, they will surely mock us. A player who is so oblivious to their own limitations needs to be properly tempered. Zhang Peng tapped the table. Now we'll raise our hands to vote. Those in favor of letting Chu Tiankai participate in this Asian Championships, please raise your hands. The room fell silent, and after the earlier incident, not a single hand was raised. Although the final decision rests with the center director, without extraordinary circumstances, several coaches can preliminarily decide on the candidates. A complete rejection means Chu Tiankai has entirely lost the qualification to participate in the Asian Championships. Chu Tiankai and Jiang Chuan had just returned to the Qinghe City team when Qinyu came looking for them. "You two are finally back." Qinyu patted Chu Tiankai's shoulder and said helplessly, "The higher-ups did not agree to your participation in the Asian Championships. Coach Liang fought hard for it several times, but there was no way." Qinyu initially thought Chu Tiankai would be very dejected, but to his surprise, Chu Tiankai suddenly smiled, saying, "It's fine, if not then so be it." Qinyu wanted to offer some comforting words, but seeing that his mindset was fine, he decided not to say more. Chu Tiankai then changed the subject, saying, "Coach, I want to add training for the 200 meters. 200 meters. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer and stabilize your 100 meters performance first?" The 100 meters and 200 meters are somewhat interconnected, and Qinyu had plans regarding this. However, since Chu Tiankai had only trained for 100 meters for 2 months, Qinyu felt that it was still too early for him to add 200 meters training. "Coach, I think it's feasible," Chu Tiankai insisted. "What about considering the 60 meters? Qinyu asked. Since Chu Tiankai wanted to cross-train, Qinyu decided to try a few more events. "Let's just stick with the 200 meters for now." In fact, Chu Tiankai could have trained for the 60 meters already, but since the 60 meters events are held indoors. Moreover, since his starting reaction isn't very quick, the impact of the 60 meters isn't as significant as the 200 meters, so he had been reluctant to practice it. Qinyu then said, "All right, let's first test how you perform in the 200 meters. At 2 in the afternoon, Qinyu, Jiang Chuan, and others stood on the standard rubber track of the city athletics team. Hu Jiangping and Jiang Chuan found nothing strange about Chu Tiankai wanting to add training for the 200 meters. In fact, Hu Jiangping had also trained for the 200 meters, but didn't achieve good results, so he focused all his energy on the 100 meters. Bang! As the starting gun went off, Chu Tiankai directly activated his acceleration skill. The upgraded acceleration skill provided excellent balance on the curve, as if he was not affected by centrifugal force at all. Qinyu watched as Chu Tiankai sped from the curve to the straightaway like a shooting star, then dashed toward the finish line like lightning. 19 seconds 96, the electronic timer displayed Chu Tiankai's time. Did he just break the Asian record? Qinyu rubbed his eyes, trying to confirm if he was seeing correctly. He knew that Chu Tiankai's 200 meters performance shouldn't be poor, but he didn't expect it to be this good, even far surpassing his 100 meters time. At that time, the world record for the 200 meters was 19 seconds 32 set by Johnson in 1996. The Asian record was still 20 seconds 03 set by Japan's Matsuke's in 2003. Chu Tiankai broke the Asian record on his very first trial run today, which seemed almost surreal. Jiang Chuan suddenly realized something and leaned close to Chu Tiankai's ear, saying, Old Chu, it turns out that last time at the restaurant when you said you wanted to win the gold at the Beijing Olympics, you meant the 200 meters. Chu Tiankai gave a thumbs up indicating that Jiang Chuan guessed correctly. However, he knew in his heart that with a time of 19 seconds 96, it was impossible to win the gold at the Beijing Olympics as Bolt had run a time of 19 seconds 30 in this competition. And with his butterfly flapping its wings, it was uncertain how fast Bolt could run. The road ahead was still. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted excitedly saying, "Genius, I'm going to report your 200 meters time. With this result, you have a good chance of winning gold at the Asian Championships. Even if you haven't participated in an official 200 meters competition, they will definitely allow you to compete." Chu Tiankai waved his hand in refusal. "No need, I don't want to take someone else's spot. I won't go to the Asian Championships." In fact, he had more to say. His plan was to first achieve qualification for the World Championships at the Universiade and then go directly to the World Championships. Chu Tiankai did not proceed to test his 100 meters as he could infer his 100 meters time based on the system. Revealing his time to the public and improving too quickly would not make sense. 2 months of consolidation would make it seem much more normal. Chu Tiankai returned to Tsinghua Vocational Institute after testing the 200 meters. After the provincial games, he received a national-level athlete certificate with a time of 10:28 seconds. If we liken a third-level athlete to a junior college, a second-level athlete is akin to a second-tier university, a first-level athlete is comparable to a top-tier university, and a national-level athlete is undoubtedly on par with Tsinghua and Beida. The value of Jiang Chuan's first-level certificate is completely incomparable. On this day, Chu Tiankai and Jiang Chuan were training on the playground when their physical education teacher, Huang Wenbin, suddenly approached them excitedly. "Kinsai Jiang Chuan, the Universiade is about to start, and am planning to register you both." Chu Tiankai replied, "Teacher Huang, could you please help me register for the 200 meters as well?" 200 meters? Huang Wenbin asked in surprise. "Kinsai, when did you start practicing the 200 meters? Coach Chen never mentioned it to me. I've been training for over a month now. How are your results?" "Not bad, I guess." Jiang Chuan couldn't help but interject from the side. "Old Chu, I can't stand you acting like this. Breaking 20 seconds in the 200 meters is considered not bad. Does that even make sense?" "It is indeed not bad. The world record for the 200 meters is 19:32 seconds, so I still have a long way to go," Chu Tiankai explained. Huang Wenbin's face was filled with disbelief. Breaking 20 seconds would mean setting a new Asian record. How could that be possible? He thought of Chu Tiankai's 100-meter result 10:28 seconds. Could he really break 20 seconds in the 200 meters? It seemed utterly illogical. Seeing his skepticism, Jiang Chuan continued to explain, "Coach Chen personally timed us a month ago, and we all saw it. Good job, Chen Yu, you didn't mention such an important matter to me." Huang Wenbin, cursing, had Chu Tiankai perform another measurement, and only then did he become convinced. On July 17th, at 8 a.m., Chu Tiankai received a call from Huang Wenbin asking him to gather at the school playground. When Chu Tiankai arrived at the gathering point, the athletes from the Vocational Institute participating in the Universiade were already waiting on the playground. He looked around and nearly dropped his jaw. He saw a group of girls, each no shorter than 165 centimeters, is standing in a row on the playground, all of them beautiful and shapely, resembling a dazzling scenic line. The only boy in the group was Jiang Chuan. He stood at the edge of the crowd, maintaining a solemn posture, as if he had entered a sage mode. "Coward!" Chu Tiankai spat and swaggered over to Huang Wenbin. Huang Wenbin pointed to a middle-aged female teacher beside him. "Kinsai, let me introduce you. This is our aerobics coach, Coach Gua." He then pointed to the 6 beautiful girls in the field and said, "These are Coach Gua's team members who will participate in the 6-person aerobics event at the Universiade." "Hello, Coach Gua." Chu Tiankai politely greeted the female teacher. Coach Gua looked him over and teased, "Our provincial champion is quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" "No, are you planning to introduce someone to me, Coach Gua?" Chu Tiankai asked without feeling shy. "Sure, I'll help you see if there's anyone suitable." Chu Tiankai thought to himself, why even look? With so many available, you didn't mention a word. He smiled as he scanned the group of lovely girls. Several girls who saw him couldn't help but smile. After everyone had gathered, they boarded the school's business van and headed to the assembly point at Tsinghua University. Here they would meet other school participants from the city representative team. Tsinghua City has 2 universities. One is Tsinghua Vocational Institute, where Chu Tiankai is, and the other is Tsinghua University, a bottom-tier second-tier university. At the assembly point, there were already about 10 people and a bus waiting. Upon seeing the Vocational Institute group, a man in his 40s started directing the scene. Once everyone boarded the bus, the man clapped his hands to get their attention. "Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ruan Feng, the leader of the Tsinghua City representative team. You can call me Teacher Ruan or Team Leader Ruan. This is Coach Huang from Tsinghua Vocational Institute, and this is..." After introducing several coaches, Feng began to read the discipline regulations for this competition. Essentially, it was about not acting alone, not seeking trouble, reporting any health issues promptly, and paying attention to safety, among other things. After the discipline was read, the bus set off towards the provincial city of Luzhou to meet with the Huiyin provincial delegation. In this universiade, the Qinghe City representative team is managed by the Huiyin provincial delegation, with results counting towards the provincial team's total score. Qinghe Vocational Institute has a total of 8 athletes registered for 3 events: the women's 6-person aerobics Jiang Chuan, and Chu Tiankai's 100 meters, and Chu Tiankai's individual 200 meters. Qinghe University also has 8 participants, but registered for 6 events across 4 major categories: athletics, swimming, table tennis, and bridge. It seems much more impressive than the Vocational Institute, but in reality, it's not much different. The two schools are like a pair of talents. Since its establishment, Qinghe Vocational Institute has participated in the Universiade 4 times, with the standout event being the 6-person aerobics. Their best historical achievement was winning a bronze medal in the 6th edition. Qinghe University is similar, having only won a bronze medal in swimming once. Not to mention, compared to specialized sports schools like the Provincial Sports Institute, they lag far behind other key undergraduate institutions. Thus, the Qinghe City representative team is undoubtedly regarded as a group of underperformers in the province, and the provincial delegation is not much better, also classified as underperformers, with scores in previous editions barely reaching half of strong provinces. Chu Tiankai casually found a window seat, and just as he settled in, a fragrant breeze wafted next to him. "Classmate, may I sit here?" A female athlete from the Vocational Institute's aerobics team wanted to sit next to him. "Sure." Seeing the girl smile as she sat down, Chu Tiankai felt delighted, but suddenly an untimely voice came from the back. Jiang Chuan was making a fuss from behind. "Old Chu, I have a seat here, come sit with me." Chu Tiankai pretended not to hear. "I'm not sick. Isn't it better to sit next to a beautiful girl than to smell your sweat?" "Chu Tiansai, are you coming or not?" Jiang Chuan began to call out loudly. "I can't stand the smell, I'm not going," Chu Tiankai replied. At this moment, the teachers in front also turned to look. Team leader Ruan curiously asked, "Is this the Chu Tiankai from your school who won gold at the provincial games?" "Yes." Huang Wenbin nodded, unable to hide his joy. "It seems that this time your Vocational Institute is aiming for the gold medal in the 100 meters. We'll do our best. We're not expecting gold, but if we can win a medal, Principal Guo will be very happy." Huang Wenbin had high aspirations, but spoke humbly. After chatting with the girl next to him for a few moments, Chu Tiankai glanced back. Jiang Chuan was sitting all alone in the back window seat, glaring at Chu Tiankai with anger as he noticed him looking. Chu Tiankai rolled his eyes at him and continued chatting with the girl. The girl was named Liang Wei, and they were both in their 2nd year of college. They exchanged phone numbers, and Chu Tiankai soon fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours later, the bus arrived in Luzhou City and met up with the provincial delegation. For the men's 100-meter event, Huiyin Province sent 3 competitors, which is the usual rule for competitions, where each event typically has no more than 3 participants, and each delegation usually registers at full capacity. Even if they don't win a medal, it helps the young athletes gain competition experience. The 3 contestants include Chu Tiansai, Jiang Chuan, and a Zhang from the Provincial Sports Institute. After a brief adjustment, everyone boarded the plane to Guangqing. Chu Tiankai felt very fresh as he walked onto the boarding bridge. This was his first time on a plane in both of his lifetimes. In his previous life, he had never flown, never been abroad, never had Starbucks, and had only been to KFC once or twice. Thinking about it, he felt truly like a failure. While Chu Tiankai was lamenting this in his heart, Jiang Chuan voiced his thoughts. "I'm finally a person who has been—" He looked around excitedly at the cabin. Chu Tiankai smirked dismissively and patted the cabin door. "What a loser who I've flown before. Did you hear that?" At 7 p.m., the delegation from Huiyin Province finally set foot on the land of Guangqing. The 8th Universiade is organized by the National Sports General Administration and the Communist Youth League, hosted by the Dongguan provincial government and co-hosted by the University Sports Association, making it the largest in terms of events and participants. The Universiade is typically held every 4 years, with the last one in 2004. Thus, the next should be scheduled for next year. However, perhaps due to its overlap with the Olympics, the date was changed to this year. This year's Universiade has a total of 34 delegations, with over 600 university students participating. It includes events in athletics, swimming, various ball sports, martial arts, aerobics, and bridge, totaling 12 major categories and over 200 sub-events. Although the number of participants and events is fewer than that of the provincial games, the competitive level is not lower and may even be higher. The first 2 days were for the opening ceremony and some administrative work. The official competitions would begin on the 3rd day. On the 2nd day, team leader Ruan required the track and field participants from Qinghe to adapt to the venue, and Chu Tiansai, not wanting to appear out of place, followed along with the others. By the time they arrived at the stadium, many athletes were already trying out the track. Huang Wenbin was very familiar with the seed players from various universities. He first pointed to an athlete wearing glasses from the Shangjing delegation and introduced, "This is Hu Kai from Huaqing University, currently ranked first in the 100 meters in the country. He won the championship at the World Universiade 2 years ago, becoming our country's first world champion in the short straight track event, and he is exceptionally strong." Then he pointed to another athlete from the Shangjing delegation, saying, "This is Lin Ku from Shangjing University, a strong contender for the championship in this Universiade." "Why are they all from Huaqing University and Shangjing University?" Jiang Chuan could not help but exclaim. These two top universities in the country are well known and considered dream schools for many high school students. Jiang Chuan thought about his identity as a student from Tsinghua Vocational College and felt a bit ashamed. Huang Wenbin laughed and said, "What's so surprising about that? It's normal for high-level athletes to choose good schools." He then began to introduce other seed athletes. Liu Bing from Sutong University, the champion of this year's Sutong Station in the Athletics Grand Prix, is also registered for the 200 meters and is a strong contender for the 200-meter championship. Wen Yi from Jinan University, last year's champion in the provincial games. Chu Tiankai secretly sighed, noting that the sprinting level at the Universiade was indeed higher than that of the provincial games. According to the original historical trajectory, 3 participants for the Olympic 4,100-meter relay had already arrived, and the lineup was almost complete. After introducing the 100-meter athletes, Huang Wenbin proceeded to introduce the 200-meter athletes. Besides Liu Bing, he pointed out another athlete named Liang Haitao. Both were strong contenders for the 200-meter championship. At this moment, the athletes present also noticed Chu Tiankai. As the 100-meter champion of the Huiyan Provincial Games, Chu Tiankai had gained some recognition and was no longer as anonymous as he was during the last provincial games. Today, he is considered a notable figure in the domestic athletics scene. Chu Tiankai was observing the other competitors while they were also watching him. "Do you two know that athlete?" Liu Bing asked Wen Yi and Hu Kai beside him. As 3 athletes likely to be summoned by the national team were already serving in it, they were both rivals and friends familiar with each other. "The first athlete this year to break the 10:30 seconds mark. Of course I know him. He's a strong opponent," Hu Kai replied with a smile. "In fact, he graduated from university 2 years ago, but there is a rule in the Universiade that athletes can represent their school within 2 years of graduation, so he just made it in time." Liu Bing had just turned 20 this year, Hu Kai was 25, and Wen Yi was 23. The latter two were at an age when men's physical strength peaks, making it easier for athletes to achieve results. According to the rules of the previous Universiades, participants should be divided into 2 groups, the ordinary group and the high-level athletes group. Perhaps due to alterations in the timeline this time, there was no distinction, but it did not significantly affect Chu Tiankai. He took a moment to survey the venue before returning to his accommodation. On July 20th at 9 a.m., Chu Tiankai entered the stadium with team leader Wang. More than half of the 300 seats were filled, and people were continuing to enter. The venue was also very crowded, with referees, journalists, participating athletes, staff, and volunteers moving. Each delegation waved various colorful flags, and the passionate broadcast voices mixed with the noise of the venue, creating a vibrant atmosphere. This was Liang Wei's first time participating in an official competition, and seeing this scene made her nervously tremble all over. She glanced at the calm Chu Tiankai and couldn't help but ask, "Chugu, aren't you nervous?" "I'm not nervous. The last time I participated in the provincial games, there were 2,000 athletes, even more than this." "Chugu, you are really amazing," Liang Wei praised. "It's nothing special," Chu Tiankai replied, turning to see Jiang Chuan, and immediately smiling as he asked Liang Wei, "I forgot to ask you, do you have a boyfriend?" "No," Liang Wei blushed and said, "Oh, I don't have a girlfriend either." Liang Wei's face turned red, and just as she was about to say something, Jiang Chuan excitedly pushed through the crowd and said, "What a coincidence. I thought I was the only single dog. Turns out you are all too ha." In the men's 200 meters, there were a total of 94 participants divided into 12 groups, and Chu Tiankai was placed in the 8th group. The previous groups had finished, and Chu Tiankai followed the other athletes to lane 6. This Universiade is being broadcast live by the Huagua Sports Channel, with commentator Yang Jian and host Li Hong providing coverage. Next up is the men's 200 meters group 8 preliminaries. Yang Jian's voice was filled with enthusiasm. Host Li Hong then asked, "Teacher Yang, could you please give our viewers an overview of the previous group's preliminaries?" In the previous 7 groups of preliminaries, the best performance came from Liu Bing in Group 3, who recorded a time of 20:73 seconds. Although Liu Bing is only 20 years old this year, he has been training for over 10 years. He currently specializes in the 200 meters while also competing in the 100 meters. Notably, he achieved his personal best of 20:62 seconds last year, very close to the domestic record of 20:54 seconds for the 200 meters. It can be seen that Lu Bing's competitive level is steadily improving, and I look forward to his upcoming performance. Next is Du Jun from Group 6, who had a solid prelim time of 20.95 seconds. Li Hong then continued to ask the audience teacher Yang who are the seed athletes in this group. This group is also strong. Liang Haitao in lane 4 is currently ranked in the top 4 in the country, and Lu Wei in lane 5 also has a top 10 level in the country. Additionally, in lane 6 we have Chu Tiankai. This athlete lacks experience in the 200 meters, but he has a strong 100 meters capability, having recently won the 100 meters championship at the Huiyin Provincial Games with a time of 10.28 seconds. I am looking forward to his debut in the 200 meters. In fact, you can see that many athletes on the field are competing in both the 100 meters and 200 meters. Li Hong continued. Teacher Yang, based on your introduction, the level of competition at this Universiade is indeed very high. Yes, the level of competition at the Universiade is indeed among the highest in the country, not only in athletics, but in other events as well. The host's primary task is to liven up the atmosphere, so Li Hong asked, Teacher Yang, do you think there is hope for breaking the national record in the 200-meter race at this Universiade? Yang Jin was not surprised by this question. Breaking records is a common topic in every major event, and it is a focal point for most spectators. After a moment of consideration, Yang Jin chose a cautious response. Currently, the national record for the 200 meters has stood for 11 years, so I can't guarantee that anyone will break it this time. However, it is foreseeable that our sprinting results are gradually improving, talents emerge in every generation, and I believe this record will be broken soon. As the starter raised the starting gun, Yang Jin immediately adjusted his sitting position, ready for commentary. Bang! The race has begun. Liang Haitao's reaction to the start today was also very quick. He took the lead right from the start, and his acceleration was impressive. As they approached the curve and straightaway, the contestant in lane 6, Chu Tiankai, also caught up, and the two were neck and neck. It was evident that Chu Tiankai's strength in the 200 meters is formidable. Chu Tiankai surpassed Liang Haitao. His ability to accelerate in the latter half of the race is very strong. Chu Tiankai continued to accelerate, and he breezed past the finish line. I didn't expect Chu Tiankai to give us such a huge surprise in his 200-meter debut. Let's see his time. I have a feeling it might astonish me. Wow, 20 seconds, 24. A new national record, unbelievable. We were just discussing the national record, and who would have thought that within a minute a contestant would break it? Wow, Chu Tiankai broke the national record in the heats. It seems he still had some strength left. I don't know what his limits are, but let's look forward to his even more brilliant performances ahead. As Chu Tiankai walked off the field, all eyes were focused on him, whether from the audience, coaches, or athlete. 20 seconds, 24, which improved the national record by 0.3 seconds, and this is just the preliminaries. It's truly shocking. How can this be compared? Lu Bing exchanged a glance with coach Lu Xia, both filled with helplessness. Lu Xia understood his meaning, patted his shoulder, and sighed, expressing 8 words. Do your best, and leave no regrets. The team leader from Qinghe City, Wan Feng, also looked incredulous, and gave Huang Wenbin a thumbs up. Old Huang, you were hiding it so well. It turns out Chu Tiankai's strong event is the 200 meters. He looked puzzled. With such a big advantage, why didn't he compete in the 200 meters at the last provincial games? How would I know? You ask me, and who do I ask? However, he still explained grandly. We only recently discovered that he has a talent for the 200 meters. He usually keeps a low profile, so. Chu Tiankai walked off the field and found a spot to rest with Jiang Chuan. Old Chu, I truly admire you. Your sprinting talent is incredible. Jiang Chuan finally uttered the words, I admire you, after 4 months. So how do you think I sing? Chu Tiankai asked. It's not exactly pleasant, nor is it particularly bad, just a bit strange. Normal people might not appreciate it, but I'm not normal. Oh, I actually quite like your song, Siener. After resting for 2 hours, the 100-meter preliminaries officially began. Jiang Chuan was in the second group. He performed well, finishing second in his group, with a time of 10 seconds 71, just qualifying for the semifinals. The number of participants in the 100 meters was higher than in the 200 meters, totaling 106, and Chu Tiankai was placed in the 4th group. This time, the sports channel smartly focused the camera on Chu Tiankai. Dear viewers, the next event will be the men's 100-meter preliminaries group 4. We can see Chu Tiankai in lane 3 warming up. He just achieved an excellent result of 20 seconds 24 in the recently concluded 200-meter preliminaries, breaking the national record. Chu Tiankai primarily trains in the 100 meters as well. Oh, and his strength in this event is also very strong. Let's look forward to his exciting performance in the 100 meters. Bang! As the starter pressed the starting gun, predictably Chu Tiankai started in the 3rd to last position. After several months of intensive training, his reaction time at the start had improved somewhat, but compared to those who have developed muscle memory from early training, he still lagged slightly. The starting speeds of the contestants appeared simultaneously on the big screen. The contestant in lane 6 ranked first with a time of 0.153 seconds. Chu Tiankai's reaction time was 0.229 seconds, finally breaking the 0.23 second barrier. Chu Tiankai instantly activated his LV2 acceleration skill. The genius start is still a bit slow. Team leader Yuan turned to Huang Wenbin and said, but when he looked back at the field, Chu Tiankai had already caught up with the two leaders. Just over 5 seconds had passed. So fast. Yang Jian in the studio couldn't help but exclaim. Dear viewers, you can see that although Chu Tiankai's reaction at the start wasn't very quick, his explosive power and acceleration capability are extremely strong. With 30 meters to go, Chu Tiankai has already surpassed the second place by nearly a full body length, indicating that his speed in the latter half of the race has not decreased. I have a feeling that today's 100-meter preliminaries will also astonish me. Before Yang Jian could finish his sentence, Chu Tiankai rushed past the finish line, leading the second-place contestant by 5 to 6 meters. The big screen simultaneously displayed Chu Tiankai's result. 10 seconds 13. Beautiful. Yang Jian couldn't contain his excitement and couldn't help but shout out in front of the national audience. After breaking the national record in the 200 meters this morning, Chu Tiankai has once again broken the national record in the 100 meters. Let's congratulate Chu Tiankai. On July 20th, both the 200-meter and 100-meter preliminaries concluded. The best result in the 200-meter preliminaries was achieved by Chu Tiankai with a time of 20 seconds 24, while Liu Bing finished second with a time of 20 seconds 73. The gap between the two is nearly 0.5 seconds, quite significant. In the 100-meter preliminaries, Chu Tiankai also ranked first with a time of 10 seconds 13, while Hu Kai finished second with a time of 10 seconds 35, which is also a large gap. That evening at the lodging place of the Qinghe City team, Huang Wenbin looked at the rising star of Chinese sprinting with deep admiration. This young man, who he initially underestimated, had achieved things beyond his comprehension over the past few months. Genius, you performed very well today. For tomorrow's semifinals and the day after's finals, just continue to maintain your performance, Huang Wenbin encouraged. Chu Tiankai nodded and said, I plan to register for the World Athletics Championships on August 24th, which will be held in Dabin. Oh, how could I forget about this? Huang Wenbin slapped his thigh in realization. You met the standards for the Olympics and World Championships in both events today. After the competition is over the day after tomorrow, I'll have Coach Liang Honglai submit your name for registration. The Universiade that Chu Tiankai is participating in is a domestic Level 2 event recognized by the World Athletics Federation. The standards for qualifying for the World Championships and the Olympics are quite similar, usually slightly higher than the Olympics, but Chu Tiankai's results are definitely enough to qualify. In this period, China's advantages in athletics are concentrated in events such as hammer throw marathon, and in the sprint events, aside from the 110-meter hurdles, the others are not particularly strong. In this year's World Championships, no one met the qualifying standards for the men's 100 meters and 200 meters. As the highest level of athletics competition in the World Championships is a battleground for the top athletes currently active globally. Its competitive level can be said to be on par with that of the Olympics. Without running under 10 seconds in the 100 meters and 20 seconds in the 200 meters, there is basically no chance of winning gold. Thus, Chu Tiankai's achievements today have effectively secured 2 entry tickets for China to the World Championships. The schedule for the next day includes the men's 200 meters semifinals in the morning and the men's 100 meters semifinals in the afternoon. Having broken national records on the first day, Chu Tiankai attracted a swarm of media attention as soon as he arrived at the venue. However, that was about it. In previous Universiades regarding China's strong events, breaking domestic records was one thing, but breaking Asian records had also occurred. Today is merely the semifinals, and Chu Tiankai performed with a lot of ease in both events. 100 meters in 10.27 seconds, 200 meters in 20.48 seconds. Even so, Chu Tiankai still advanced to the finals as the first in both semifinals. This result gave some seeded athletes a glimmer of extremely faint hope. On July 22nd, the 8th Universiade reached its climax with 2 important events today. The men's 200 meters final is held in the morning, and the men's 100 meters final in the afternoon. The audience at the venue is much larger than yesterday. Sports Channel host Li Hong and commentator Yang Jian are also on time in front of the camera. Dear viewers, the men's 200 meters final of the 8th National Universiade is about to begin. Yang Jian took a sip of water and continued. All 8 athletes on site are now in position. In lane 1 is Liu Wei from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, who ran a time of 21.56 seconds in the semifinals. In lane 3 is Liu Bing from Sutong University, who clocked in at 20.73 seconds in the semifinals and is a strong contender for a medal in this men's 200 meters event. In lane 4 is Chu Tiankai from Tsinghua Vocational College, who recorded 20:48 seconds in the semifinals and even ran 20:24 seconds in the heats, both times breaking the previous national record for the 200 meters. Some spectators who hadn't watched the heats and semifinals and came just for the finals were momentarily confused. Whereas Tsinghua Vocational College, he broke the national record in the heats and improved by 0.3 seconds. Some spectators felt disappointed. Although the results are good, he is still 0.21 seconds away from the Asian record of 23 seconds held by the Japanese athlete Matsuzaki. At this point, Japan's men's sprinting level undoubtedly ranks first in Asia, indeed surpassing China by a significant margin. However, later, with the rise of the sprinting trio, fortunes shifted and China overtook them, leaving them far. As the final is about to start, filled with anticipation, Yang Jin, despite having commented on many international competitions, could not help but become serious. Bang! As soon as the starting gun went off, Chu Tiankai immediately activated his acceleration skill. His acceleration skill encompasses both curve and straight acceleration, making it very comprehensive. The 20-second acceleration duration is sufficient for him to complete the entire 200 meters. Activating the acceleration skill in advance does not help with the starting reaction. A specialized quick reaction skill is required for that. Thus, Chu Tiankai's reaction time ranked second to last, but he quickly caught up. Before even reaching the straightaway, he was already nearly alongside the competitors in the outer lanes. Yang Jin's commentary was filled with passion. It is clear that Chu Tiankai's speed in the finals is even faster. His explosive power is incredibly strong, and he is consistently accelerating. He has entered the straightaway with 50 meters to go. Chu Tiankai has already surpassed Lu Bing and is still accelerating. The audience on site stood up, their cheers and shouts reaching the skies. Go Chu Tiankai! Cheer for lane 4. Most of the spectators watching the race are athletics enthusiasts, highly sensitive to the sprinting speed of the athletes. Given Chu Tiankai's current sprinting speed, many spectators have already subtly guessed a possibility, their faces filled with anticipation. After months of intensive training, both his explosive power and endurance have improved significantly. His speed in the second half even exceeds that of the first half. Lu Bing and Liang Haitao watched the figure far ahead with helplessness in their eyes. No matter what, we can't catch up. Falling behind by 7 or 8 meters is a gap that is daunting in a sprinting competition. In the final, Chu Tiankai held nothing back, maintaining his full sprinting speed as he crossed the finish line. He won the championship with an absolute advantage and gradually slowed down after crossing. Lu Bing crossed the finish line second, followed by Liang Haitao. After all had crossed the finish line, both the audience on site and those in front of their TVs held their breath, closely watching the scores on the big screen. Third place, Liang Haitao 20:83 seconds. Second place, Lu Bing 20:70 seconds. First place, Chu Tiankai 19:93 seconds. The wind speed is valid and the results are valid. The Asian record has been broken just like that. Most spectators were filled with joy, while some spectators and coaches had red eyes, as decades of waiting had suddenly culminated in a dream come true. This event came too suddenly and too wonderfully, many people were not prepared to accept it. As Chu Tiankai walked off the field, fellow competitors Lu Bing and Liang Haitao immediately surrounded him to congratulate him. A few minutes earlier, in the southern part of Tsinghua City, at a small restaurant near the school, 2 kids pretending to have stomachaches to trick their teacher were sitting in the restaurant staring intently at the TV. Kid, what's so great about a college student competition? It's not the Asian Games. The restaurant owner glanced and was about to change the channel. Uncle, please don't change the channel. My big brother is competing on the TV. Sure, Rinkai stubbornly said. Which one is your big brother? My big brother graduated from Chengnan Middle School and is now in university at a vocational college. He broke the Asian record. Feng Quankai pointed at Chu Tiankai, who was focused by the camera, excitedly saying, Oh, a university student who graduated from Chengnan broke the Asian record. What record? The restaurant owner instantly became interested. Sure, Rinkai held up 2 fingers. 200 meters. Oh, that's impossible. The owner expressed disbelief. Even an ordinary person knows that China's sprinting isn't strong. Aside from Lu Ferrin, there hasn't been anyone who could break the Asian record. How could a mere vocational college student do it? What I said is true. Just as Sure Rinkai was about to explain, the studio's Yang Jin immediately provided the answer to the owner. Yang Jin enthusiastically addressed the camera, saying, Warm congratulations to our sprint athlete Chu Tiankai for breaking the Asian record previously held by a Japanese athlete in the men's 200 meters at the 8th National Universiade with a time of 19:93 seconds. This result ranks first in Asia this year and 4th in the world. Your big brother is named Chu Tiankai. The restaurant owner finally believed that a college student had broken the Asian record. However, he still couldn't believe that the record breaker was the big brother of the 2 kids in front of him. I am Sure Rinkai. I am Feng Quankai. The 2 siblings pointed to themselves. So what's the problem with Chu Tiankai being our big brother? The restaurant owner nodded and said, I believe that the three of you are exceptional talents, so you too must strive to be as successful as your elder brother. Hearing Yang Jian's explanation, the restaurant owner was quite pleased. In fact, he had little understanding of the 200-meter sprint or the time of 19 seconds and 93 hundredths. He only remembered one thing. Yang Jian said he broke the Asian record held by the Japanese athlete. In the simple mindset of the people of Huagua, it doesn't matter who it is, as long as they defeat the Japanese, they are considered national heroes and worth celebrating. Do you want to call your elder brother to congratulate him? I've got a phone here, the restaurant owner kindly suggested. Not right now, we don't want to distract him. He has to run the 100 meters in the afternoon. Sure, Rinkai said, clenching his fists. The restaurant owner laughed heartily. All right, then let's wait until after the race to call. He'll treat you two to lunch to celebrate. Uncle, I can eat a lot. Sure, Rinkai looked at him eagerly. How much can a small fry like you eat? Just eat freely. The owner patted his chest. Thank you, then I'll have 10 buns and 5 steamed buns. Wow, you can really eat, the owner exclaimed. The owner looked at her with surprise and smiled. I'm not a stingy person. I can treat you two to hot pot and chicken legs. In the afternoon, I'll accompany you to watch the 100-meter final and see if your elder brother can continue breaking the Japanese record. The news of Chu Tiankai winning the 200 meters and breaking the Asian record was quickly broadcast by various sports media. At the same time, Qinyu, Liang Honglia, and others who followed him also called to congratulate him. Qinyu was not too surprised by Chu Tiankai's performance, but Liang Honglai was almost stunned. The reform group was created by a group of fans of Chu Tiankai who were interested in sprinting. Of course, most members also followed other sprinters. The group leader asked online whether Chu Tiankai was confident in breaking the Asian record under the username Life is Hard. The group was named Reform to imply that the members felt Chu Tiankai's singing was a waste of talent and wished he would focus on sprinting. They wanted to advise him to quickly abandon his singing and dedicate himself solely to sprint training. At this moment, with Chu Tiankai breaking the Asian record in the 200 meters, the group erupted with excitement. Why didn't Chu Farron say he was confident about breaking the Asian record about 2 months ago? Previously, the group had referred to Chu Tiankai as the water-mouth monster, alluding to his singing. However, now that Chu Tiankai had just broken the Asian record, many felt it was appropriate to call him the Asian. They quickly shifted their stance and changed his nickname to Chu Farron. Yes, it's too fast, I haven't even reacted, and he's already fulfilled his boast. Fulfilled what? Last time he said it was the 100 meters, this is the 200 meters, entirely different concepts, right? Exactly, as long as he doesn't break the Asian record in the 100 meters, it doesn't count as fulfilling his promise. The 100-meter final is this afternoon. Oh, I have a feeling he will break 10 seconds. I have a feeling too. The group quickly chimed in, and the group leader Life is Hard suddenly spoke up. What use is the Asian record if he can't even break 10 seconds? In my opinion, unless he wins the World Championship or the Olympic Championship, it won't count for much. Anyway, as long as he goes to sing, I will vote to eliminate him. As the upcoming events piled up, Chu Tiankai felt a bit exhausted. At noon, he took a brief rest, adjusted his condition, and prepared to face the 100-meter final with all his strength. Jiang Chuan performed slightly better than at the provincial games, barely qualifying for the semifinals with a time of 10:71 seconds, but unfortunately, he still failed to reach the finals. The women's aerobics event also concluded this morning, with Tsinghua Vocational College matching their best historical performance and winning a bronze medal. After Chu Tiankai's competition in the afternoon, all competitions for Tsinghua Vocational College would also conclude. This trip was quite fruitful for the college. Just the fact that Chu Tiankai broke the Asian 200-meter record was enough for the school to brag for a long time. At 4 p.m., the sweltering weather cooled down a bit. Huang Wenbin and his group had just entered the venue and found Ruan Feng and the others based on their clothing. Ruan Feng and 2 teachers from Tsinghua University were cheering for a girl in the field. At this moment, the women's 100-meter hurdle final was taking place, and a girl from Tsinghua University had reached the finals. Unfortunately, she only placed 6th and ultimately did not win a medal. Ruan Feng congratulated Chu Tiankai first, then teased Huang Wenbin. Old Huang, your Tsinghua Vocational College must be feeling proud this time. Next, let's see how the 100 meters goes. Huang Wenbin felt very pleased. Ruan Feng encouraged, I believe in Tiankai. Even if he doesn't break the Asian record in the 100 meters, winning the championship shouldn't be too difficult. I'll do my best, Chu Tiankai replied with a smile. Ruan Feng's attention was entirely on Chu Tiankai, as if he didn't see Jiang Chuan at all. However, Jiang Chuan, despite having many flaws such as being arrogant and not liking to bathe, had one advantage that many people did not possess. He faced reality. Everything was based on strength, which is a common trait among many athletes. When lacking strength, one must humbly keep a low profile, constantly work on improving oneself, and once achieving results, use those results to silence critics. At 5 p.m., the men's 100-meter final, which drew everyone's attention, officially began. The audience arriving in the afternoon was even more numerous than in the morning, filling every seat. Many spectators had witnessed the miraculous scene in the morning and were eager to witness the birth of a new Asian record in the 100 meters. Since Hiroshi Ito ran 10 seconds flat in 1998, the entire Asian 100-meter record seemed to have stagnated, making it very challenging to break even 10 seconds. Many spectators did not believe Chu Tiankai could break 10 seconds, but even the slightest hope could not dampen their enthusiasm. As the first place in the semifinals, Chu Tiankai was assigned to lane 4. In lane 5 to his right was Du Jun, the second-place finisher in the semifinals, who had a time of 10:34 seconds. To his left in lane 3 was Hu Kai, the third-place finisher in the semifinals, with a time of 10:30. It seemed not too far off from Chu Tiankai's semifinal time, but this slight difference was predicated on the fact that Chu Tiankai had significantly eased up in the semifinals. The sports channel shifted its signal to the 100-meter track, and after the 200-meter final in the morning, many spectators had set their alarms early. As soon as the time was up, they paused their work, eagerly anticipating Chu Tiankai's performance in the 100 meters alongside Yang Jian. Chu Tiankai stood on the starting line. The sound of whistles filled the air as the starter raised the starting. On your marks. Get set. The starter raised the pistol in his hand. Bang! At the crack of the gun, 3 figures surged forward in perfect unison. The remaining runners reacted noticeably slower, among them Chu Tiankai. Unsurprisingly, Chu Tiankai fell to the rear at the start. A national team gold medalist was a different caliber from those of Hunan province. Each start response was faster than the last. The athletes' reaction times appeared on the big screen in unison. In lane 3, Hu Kai registered 0:136 seconds, placed him first. Du Jun recorded 0:148 seconds and took second. The others varied from 0:15 seconds to 0:19 seconds and so on. Chu Tiankai's start reaction was 0:231 seconds, placing him dead last. There was no shame in it. The nation's top sprinters had mostly been groomed from childhood, many having competed in school meets while still in primary school. They then progressed through sports schools, national training camps, and overseas specialization, a full regimen. Many athletes had practiced their start reaction for no less than a decade. How could a mere few months of special training like Chu Tiankai's compare? Against the world elite, the gap widened even more. Chu Tiankai's 0:231 second start reaction was over 1/10 of a second slower than top international sprinters. Elite 100m starters typically react below 0:14 seconds, and the very best can even begin with times in the 0:12 range. Start techniques varied wildly: explosive starts, catapult launches, and the most extreme, the rocket start. The pioneer of the rocket start, this old man, once posted an electronic timed reaction of 0:109 seconds, a figure that stunned the world. Although he had used performance-enhancing drugs in that race, his starting prowess remained undeniable. Back in the studio, Yang Jian found the scene entertaining. He smiled at the camera and explained to the viewers, Chu Tiankai's training time has been relatively short, so his start reaction lags slightly behind the others. His strength lies in explosive drive and acceleration on the track, which also indicates immense potential. If he can improve his start reaction by just 1 tier, he would be even more formidable. No sooner had Yang Jian finished speaking than Chu Tiankai had already overtaken Du Jun for second. He was now less than half a body length behind the provisional leader Hu Kai. Hu Kai gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the finish, unwilling to glance sideways for fear of losing focus. But scarcely 2 seconds later, a white figure suddenly flickered into his peripheral vision and in an instant left him trailing behind. At that moment, the finish line still lay 20 meters ahead. It was the first time Chu Tiankai had unleashed the LV2 acceleration skill in an all-out 100m race. Although level 2 acceleration improved on level 1 by only a couple of percentage points, the effect was worlds apart, like upgrading from a 6 yuan starter pack to a 1,000 yuan infusion, utterly demolishing his former self. It brought not only a sense of lightness, but also a tangible surge in power. The two changes compounded, propelling him through the line without hesitation. 9:95 seconds. Win 0.1 millisecond, the result stood. The trailing runners all clocked over 10:30 seconds, several tiers behind Chu Tiankai. The entire arena stared at the leader's time on the big screen in incredulous silence. This time would not be extraordinary on the international stage, yet this was merely a domestic meet, and not even the premier national games, or the All-China Athletics Championships, but a university athletic meet. That made the achievement all the more staggering. The strongest sprinting provinces in Huaguo were Yu and Gue, particularly Yu Province, which had held the top spot in sprinting for decades. Today, the host from Yu Province had witnessed an Asian 100-meter record birth by an unassuming athlete from Hunan Province. Yet the crowd surged with exhilaration. Not being from Yu province mattered little. Everyone present was a citizen of Huagua. Objectively, the 100m carries far more influence than the 200m. Even with precedents set in the 200m, the commotion raised by a 100-meter final eclipsed the morning's events. The spectators in the stadium were silent for a moment, as if absorbing the magnitude. Moments later, a roar like a tidal wave erupted through the arena. Chu Tiankai. The crowd chanted a single name. The sound swept through the stadium like a suddenly rising. In high-level domestic meets, Asian records were not unheard of, and even world records had been set before. But the 100m was a singular event. Putting aside its importance and spectacle, there were also racial theories at play. Yet today, Chu Tiankai could finally slap the truth back into his detractors' faces. Yang Jin smiled into the camera. The crowd in the stadium seems electrified. Frankly, I am too, and I suspect viewers at home feel the same. So far this season, the top time is Tyson Gay's 9:84, second is Powell's 9:90. That means Chu Tiankai's performance today ranks him first in Asia this season. Alongside Bahamas Atkinson, he shares third in the world standings. Who would have imagined that at this Universiade we would witness such a stirring moment? This day deserves to be engraved in Huagua's sporting annals. Chu Tiankai is indisputably the Asian flying man. Qinghe City. After a hearty midday meal, siblings Feng Quankai and Shi Rinkai lingered in a small eatery all afternoon waiting for this very moment. The little restaurant owner proved a jolly sort and watched the entire 100-meter final with the two siblings. It was mealtime. Students from Chengnan Middle School and Qinghe Vocational Institute, dissatisfied with the cafeteria fare, streamed out to find food. Boss, I'll have the green pepper and shredded pork rice bowl. Give me a serving of mapo tofu. Wait a moment, let me finish watching the race. Just 2 minutes. The owner waved them off. He had little interest in the sprint. He had heard the record was set by an island nation's athlete and was curious whether this student could surpass that mark. But as he watched, the atmosphere gripped him. I didn't expect the sprint to be this exciting. Some nosy students gathered to see what the fuss was about. This is the Guangqing University Games, isn't it? I know that guy. He's Chu Tiankai from our vocational institute. He won the provincial games last time. I know him too. He graduated from Chengnan Middle School. He's the leader of the Three Talents group. Oh, the second and third are here as well. Holy! Chu Tiankai actually broke the Asian 100m and 200m records. Our damn school produced an Asian rising sprinter. The news spread as if it had sprouted wings, instantly reaching Chengnan High and Qinghe Vocational Institute. Yet in Qinghe City, the commotion was moderate. Breaking an Asian record did not stir the ordinary populace too deeply. Had it been an Olympic champion, reactions would have been different. At the same time, the Track Management Center's conference room was packed. The big screen was replaying Chu Tiankai's championship moment. Lin Hai, director of the Tian Management Center, chuckled and said that Assistant Tian had reported how the contestant named Chu Tiankai had claimed online he could break the Asian 100-meter record. Oh, and the matter had been stirring up the internet. Assistant Tian replied that he had checked Chu Tiankai's Weibo. Someone had asked whether he was confident in breaking Yi Donghas's record. Oh, perhaps Chu had spoken bluntly and been taken advantage of by those with ulterior motives. Lin Hai disagreed that it was mere bluntness. He thought it was purposeful. Having broken 2 records yet acknowledging only one suggested genuine modesty. The entire room burst into laughter at once. Lin Hai continued, observing that true strength needs no belittling of others and noting that Chu Tiankai seemed fond of amusements. He had heard the young man had even entered a singing contest. Assistant Tian smiled and confirmed it. Lin Hai knocked on the table and turned to sprint coach Wang Hong, urging him that this was a promising talent not to be wasted and that he should recruit and properly train Chu Tiankai. As for the youngster's playful pursuits, of balance of work and rest was permissible so long as it did not interfere with. He added that someone should contact Chu Tiankai and ask whether he was willing to participate in the World Championships in August. If he agreed, the roster should be submitted to the organizing committee immediately. After the race, Chu Tiankai received the call from the Tian Management Center. He had planned to return to Qinghe City with the team the next day, but now he had to fly straight to the capital to prepare for the World Championships. The Universiade had given him 328 reputation points, and with his prior reputation plus gains from Weibo, his total barely exceeded 340 points. 328 points seemed modest, yet they could purchase 3 new skills. When earnings are small, prices are also low. A simple economy Chu Tiankai accepted with a wry calm. He knew in his heart that at his present level, winning gold at the World Championships was impossible. Even claiming any medal would be difficult. With only about 30 days until the World Championships, there was no time to truly improve his reaction or fundamental speed. The sole hope lay in spending 400 reputation points to upgrade the system to LV3. The Yuanshuanghao Inui auditions had only just concluded after over 3 months, and the formal competition had no set start date, so any reputation from that source remained uncertain for the moment. After extensive probing, Chu Tiankai had come to understand that reputation was primarily earned through other means yielded pitiful gains. For example, after the Universiade, his Weibo followers had jumped from a little over 10,000 to 630,000. Regrettably, his reputation score had not grown by much. It seemed that boost had been absorbed into the Universiade tally. That evening, Huang Wenbin took the institute's contestants to a seafood restaurant to celebrate. Tsinghua Vocational Institute had done tremendously well: 3 events, 3 medals, 2 golds and 1 bronze, and 2 Asian records. In Huiyan province, they were in a class of their own. Huang Wenbin beamed the whole time. Teacher Gua, who accompanied him, was delighted, and Principal Gua Bingxin generously allocated an extra 20,000 yuan for activities to treat everyone. With the World Championships imminent, Chu Tiankai resolved that for the coming month he would not drink at all. Without such discipline, even with outside advantages, he believed he would not go far. After a night's rest, Chu Tiankai hurried to the capital the next day. He would stay there for a while. Fortunately, the Yuan Hao Inwa program was also held in the capital, so he need not travel back and forth. On July 24th at the Tian Management Center training base, Chu Tiankai met the nationally renowned sprint coach, Wang Hong, and several competitors from the Universiade. They welcomed his arrival, and once he joined the squad, he immediately plunged into special training without pause. On the second day of training, Chu Tiankai suddenly received a call from the Yuan Hao Inwa production team informing him he was to participate in the first round on August 5th. The program studio was only about 20 kilometers from the athletics team, very convenient. The show required contestants to use original songs each round, so Chu Tiankai's previous piece, Siener, could not be used. Fortunately, the production team understood the difficulty of original composition and announced each round's theme 10 days in advance to facilitate creation. 10 days was usually insufficient for an ordinary contestant to compose a song. For some naturally gifted creators, it posed less trouble. Chu Tiankai recalled that in his previous life, Su Song had composed Best Singer in 2 or 3 hours. There was, however, an inevitable drawback. Many talented contestants with resources secretly hired others to create songs and then claimed them as their originals. Chu Tiankai could foresee this flaw, and the production team likely could as well. But from a profit perspective, the show suffered no harm. Superior songs would only enhance the program's quality and ratings. He understood this perfectly. In an age ruled by profit, capital was invincible. Many so-called musical prodigies or literary talents might in truth have an entire creative team behind them. Why did many viewers feel that supporting actors outshone the leads in skill and looks? Because the leads were propelled by capital, while the director chose the supporting roles. Who had the sharper eye? Naturally, the director. The first round imposed no thematic limit, but it did confine the musical style to pop. Chu Tiankai opened the system panel. He had already lit the arts and sports regions, but another area remained gray and stubbornly refused to unlock. He did not know what that area was for, nor how much reputation it required. With his current reputation drawing a song, the round style being pop was not much different from having no restriction, but a random draw would certainly not do. He asked the system if he could specify the draw. The system informed him that a specified draw would cost double the reputation. Chu Tiankai shrugged inwardly and decided to pay. Though not deeply versed in music, he knew pop contained countless masterpieces. Songs like Jiangnan and 10 Years were classics from his former life. Even placed in the first round or the final, such songs would dominate others. Full of expectation, he spent 4 reputation points to perform the draw. The system announced that he had drawn Invincible, Truly Lonely. In less than a minute, the complete song was implanted into Chu Tiankai's mind. A flare of irritation rose in him. Would singing this make people think he was pretentious and roast him alive? The system offered no reply. After some thought, he decided to use the song. 4 reputation points should not be wasted. With time to spare, he opened his phone's Weibo and posted an announcement. He wrote that on August 5th he would participate in the first round of Yuan Hao Inwa and asked his followers to stay tuned. Replies came quickly. One fan teased him that as a sprinter he should focus on proper matters. Chu Tiankai answered wryly that he had kept his promise, and besides, singing was important to him as well. He remembered this fan well. It had been the same person who had earlier asked whether he had confidence in breaking the island country's Asian record. The fan asked if he had registered for the World Championships. Chu Tiankai replied that he had signed up for both the 100m and 200m. The fan urged him to win a medal since the World Championships were being held in that island nation. Chu Tiankai responded with a casual acknowledgement. Another follower encouraged him not to listen to detractors, sing and run as before, and said that members of their medical chat group were fond of his singing. Chu Tiankai replied with a short Oklahoma. His fan base was divided into 2 groups. About 60% were sports fans, while the remainder were devoted music fans of eccentric taste. Fortunately, the 2 camps kept to themselves for the moment. News of Chu breaking the Asian record had caused little domestic uproar, yet it had sent ripples through the Asian sprinting community. The commotion was loudest in the island nation long regarded as Asia's sprinting power. The island's leading sports media devoted substantial space to the news that a 19-year-old university student from Huaghua had shattered the Asian records in both the 100m and 200m. Because the island nation places great importance on athletics, even general newspapers such as the Asahi dedicate a large proportion of their pages to sports coverage. Although the internet age has arrived, people in the island nation still keep the habit of reading newspapers. Many office workers buy them in their spare moments. At the island nation's track and field team, during a break, head coach Xiaolin Jinghe casually picked up the island sports paper from the table. The most important recent athletics events in Asia were the Asian Athletics Championships at the end of July and the World Athletics Championships scheduled for the 24th of next month in Dabin. Neither competition had begun yet, so there was unlikely to be much of real interest. Xiaolin Jinghe, out of habit, leafed through the paper to catch up on the latest developments on the world athletics stage, especially in Asia. After all, to know oneself and the enemy is to win countless battles. As a man of sport, the thing he felt most keenly was results, so his eye was drawn first and foremost to the Arabic numerals 9, 95s and 19, 93s. At first glance, those two numbers triggered his professional instinct. These were times for the 100m and 200m. There haven't been many athletics meets in Europe and America recently. It must be from the Golden League, he mused. Which Western athlete produced these times? Before he even read the name, he had already assigned likely candidates in his mind. Gatlin is banned now. Is this Powell or Gay? His interest piqued. He took the paper for a closer read. Chu Tiankai. When he saw the name, Xiaolin Jinghe was startled nearly to the point of dropping the paper. A sub-20 in the 200m and sub-10 in the 100m. When did Huaghua produce such a sprinting prodigy? He knew Huaghua's top sprinters, Hukai Chun Jian Lu Bing, intimately, but he had never heard of this Chu Tiankai. Then he suddenly remembered an athlete from Huaghua who had run 10:28 2 months earlier. But that had been 10:28. What on earth was this 9:95? Xiaolin Jinghe dialed the internal line at once, and sprint coach Xie Xiang and sprint star Zhong Yuan Gi came in together. Xiaolin Jinghe handed over the paper and said, Mr. Xie, have you seen this report? How could Huaghua produce such a prodigy without our knowledge, only for us to learn it through the press? Mr. Xie was also puzzled why the head coach would draw his attention to a news item during Asian Championships preparations and then make such an odd remark. He took the paper and read it carefully. Impossible. After a moment, Zai's expression turned grave as he passed the paper to Zhong Yuan Gue. He said this athlete from Huaghua called Chu Tiansai not only broke Yidong Jun's 100-meter record, but also Moxu Jun's 200-meter record. Don't talk about two records. I would be skeptical even of one. There is currently no athlete in Asia with that capability. Zhong Yuan Gue, having read the paper, added, globally, there are at most 5 people who can achieve both. In Asia, it is even less likely. So what do Mr. Xie and Mr. Zhong Yuan mean? Xie pondered for a moment and said this was merely a university games held domestically in Huaghua. The competition level is very low. Without verification on the international stage, such absurdly fast times are hard to accept. Moreover, as you all know, Huaghua commonly falsifies results in ages. Part of the reason their junior squads perform well, while adult teams often do not. So I believe these times are fabricated. Zhong Yuan Gue replied, Coach Xiaolin, I think the same, yet this is extreme. Huaghua has apparently managed to fabricate 2 new Asian records at once. Xie laughed and said, I am curious too, if they are that audacious, why not be bolder and fabricate a world? At that, everyone present burst into laughter. After a moment, Xiaolin Jing's smile faded. He tapped the table and said, perhaps I am overanxious. In any case, we must monitor this athlete, called Chu Tiankai. If Huaghua could produce a Lu Farron, they might well produce a Chu Farron too. Our island nation has long been Asia's leader in men's sprinting. If this report is true, our sprint program will have no chance in Asia for the coming years. Xie laughed. Mr. Xiaolin, you are worrying unnecessarily. I have reviewed Huaghua's Asian Championships roster. There is no one called Chu Tiankai. Think about it, if Huaghua had such a prodigy, why would they not send him to this Asian Championships? Do they scorn the gold medal? Mr. Xiaolin pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Xie makes a fair point. Perhaps I am indeed overanxious. Meanwhile, Chu Tiankai was completely unaware of the island nation's discussions. He was training with relentless single-mindedness on the team. A day later, the athletics delegation bound for the Asian Championships set off for Amman, Jordan. The event had originally been scheduled for Beirut, Lebanon, but for reasons unknown it had been moved to Amman. On July 29th, the Asian Athletics Championships officially opened. The competition spanned 5 days and concluded on August 2nd. By July 31st, the men's 100m and 200m events had finished. The men's 200-meter title went to the island nation's 21-year-old rising star Tingguang Qianxi, while the island's Shangye Yashio took silver in the men's 100m. Notably, Qatar's naturalized athlete Francis astonishingly broke the 10-second barrier at this championship, clocking a superb 9.99s. He became the second Asian athlete to break the 10-second mark after Chu Tianxai, even though he is not of East Asia. Chu Tianxai learned of these developments via Weibo. On July 31st, his inbox kept lighting up with private messages. A group of fans led by redefining were frantically tagging him. What on earth is going on? Chu Tianxai messaged. redefining, you're finally showing up? I thought you were dead. Chu Tianxai, big brother, why do you speak? Songjing Mingbu, you're not dead. Why aren't you at the Asian Championships? Chu Tianxai. I'm resting Songjing Mingbu. Aren't you the one who doesn't follow sports? This netizen was an old acquaintance. Chu recalled. He ran the Shuani Wenyo-kun group. Chu had wanted to join to see what those clowns were saying, but the fellow adamantly refused. Songjing Mingbu, they came away with nothing in the 100m and 200m, infuriating. And you're on holiday. What AI Jin Chai, there's something even more maddening. A notification. What AI Jin Chai sent a video. Chu Tianxai laughed. This guy was another familiar face, self-styled as eccentric and fond of pranks. Unexpectedly, he also followed athletics. Chu Tianxai casually opened the video sent by what AI Jin Chai. Within a minute his brow had tightened. It was a field interview from the Asian Championships, already dubbed into Huagua Mandarin. The video features an interview with the short-distance running coach Nishino Hibiki by a local sports media outlet. I am quite satisfied with the athletes' performances. Our men's team won the gold medal in the 200 meters and the silver medal in the 100 meters. These achievements are evident. What are your thoughts on Francis, who won the 100 meters championship with a time of 9.99 seconds? Here I want to congratulate Francis for breaking the 10-second barrier. I believe our athletes will reach this time soon. As far as I know, Francis is not the first Asian athlete to break the 10-second barrier. Recently, a runner named Chu Tianxai from Huagua clocked 9.95 seconds in the 100 meters. How do you view this? I do not know this athlete, so I will not comment on this matter. The video ends abruptly here. Chu Tianxai opened Weibo again, and the comments on the page were numerous. Although there were not many remarks from diehard fans, most were negative comments from passers-by, which were quite upsetting. What is the use of breaking records at home? If you have the ability, go out and break them. I'm so frustrated. If you have the talent, you should show it. Well, who knows? If you really have the ability, why not go to the Asian Championships? The last comment made Chu Tianxai lose his composure. It's one thing for people from other countries to question him, but for a fellow countryman to come and doubt him was too much. I won't mention the doubts about me, but you are questioning the entire universiade. Chu Tianxai felt angry for a while, but then let it go. Whether in this life or the last, there are always such people online. I love a stick. Chu Tianxai, am about to explode. Did you see the video where he said, I don't know, I won't comment? What does I don't know, I won't comment mean? How could he possibly not know you? Clearly he does not believe in your previous achievement. Chu Tianxai replied, I am a stick. I will participate in next month's World Championship, and then he will have no choice but to know me. After saying this, Chu Tianxai closed Weibo. He would only explain things to his loyal fans. Whether others believed him or not, he didn't care. On August 5th, Chu Tianxai arrived punctually at the original Good Music program team. Before this, Chu Tianxai registered the copyright for Invincible True Loneliness. His previous song Shatters is currently not ranking on the music charts. However, it has already garnered over 5,000 plays and more than 9,000 downloads, bringing Chu Tianxai over 10,000 in earnings. Without a management company pushing it or hiring a professional band for accompaniment, he was quite satisfied with this result. At Jingjing TV, the original Good Music program team is waiting. Contestants from all over Huagua are in the waiting room, and there are probably 200 to 300 contestants. The program is funded by the well-known company Ali from Hangzhou, with other investors being industry leaders, making it financially robust. The program team's goal is clear: to create the strongest singing variety show of the year. To achieve this, they hired the most famous variety show father Hong Tao as the director and the gold medal producer Liang Kuan as the producer. They also invited 4 influential mentors in the music industry to serve as judges. So the show became popular even before it aired, and with the push it quickly gained attention. In recent years, variety talent shows in Huagua have been abundant, leading to fierce market competition. There have been competitions among singers, masked singer competitions among ordinary people, and mixed competitions of ordinary people and singers, all explored by various shows. The audience had long since grown tired of the same old format. The original Good Music program team was smart and adopted 2 innovative models. First, they required contestants to perform original songs. This is quite a curious gimmick for the audience. How much creative ability can ordinary people have? Wouldn't it just be a chaotic performance? However, the more unusual things are, the more entertaining they become, and the more unusual they are, the more attention they attract, which alone brought a large following. Second, the entire competition would be broadcast live. The live format has its pros and cons. The advantage is that it stands out from other pre-recorded shows, offering a stronger sense of realism and more buzz. The downside is the risk of mistakes, but whether a mistake is good or bad is hard to say. As long as the staff doesn't mess up, it wouldn't matter much if the contestants do. A great mistake could even enhance the program's effect and popularity. Chu Tiankai pushed open the waiting room door, where many contestants were practicing songs, each with their unique original compositions. As soon as Chu Tiankai took his seat, he heard a contestant across from him rehearsing their lines. I lost my father at a young age, and my mother worked hard to raise me. To support my education and music studies, she had to pedal dozens of kilometers every day to sell sweet potatoes in the city. Chu Tiankai glanced at him in surprise. He was a young man in his 20s dressed in high-end clothing. Chu Tiankai was speechless, wearing thousands of dollars worth of clothes while claiming poverty. What would he say dressed in street market clothes? Your mother must be a heavyweight athlete pedaling dozens of kilometers every day to sell sweet potatoes. Many people in Huagua are sympathetic, but lack discernment, so sympathy has become a tool for some. Many rehearsing their lines were basically just playing the pity card. Younger contestants would say, since I was young, my mother told me that children from poor families must take responsibility. Older ones would say, my father was a gambler, my mother fell ill, my younger brother's education drained our finances, and I just started, but am still inexperienced. Chu Tiankai was shocked, thinking that these talented siblings were abandoned by their parents and later cast aside by society. He thought he was doing quite poorly, but compared to these people, he was still just a younger brother. He sat down and played on his phone for a while, suddenly realizing that a girl next to him was sneaking glances at him. Chu Tiankai turned his head, and the girl immediately looked away, pretending to think. The girl was about 20 with an oval face and a very beautiful appearance. It is normal for her to look pretty. Oh, not many ugly people dare to participate in a competition and appear before a national audience. Chu Tiankai did not turn away, but rather unabashedly stared at her for a while. Finally, the girl couldn't hold back and quietly asked, "Are you that short-distance runner? I can't believe someone recognized me." Chu Tiankai chuckled and asked, "And you are?" "My name is Lu Lanxin. I've seen your reports and didn't expect to finally meet you in person today." The girl was a bit. Chu Tiankai smiled, shaking his head at the young boy who dared to spout nonsense about rock yeast, completely unaware of his own ignorance. Chu Tiankai was not one to indulge him, smiling as he said, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Zhang Zuofa shook his head, replying, "That's not the case. I have great respect for music, so I cannot tolerate musical trash. It's fine to indulge at home, but exposing it to others is unacceptable." Lu Lanxin shot him an annoyed glare, reprimanding, "What kind of talk is that? You need to apologize to Chu." Zhang Zuofa glanced at Chu Tiankai and explained, "I was inconsiderate. Not everyone has played music for many years like I have, and it's understandable if not everyone has musical talent or the ability to create." Chu Tiankai raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, so you have strong creative abilities. It's not bad. I've signed with a management company. You can search for my name on Shandu, where my works are displayed." Chu Tiankai took out his phone and pretended to fiddle with it for a while. "You can't find it on Shandu, but you can on Sogo. The song isn't great, but the method is quite impressive." Zhang Zuofa huffed. "This is a form of artistic expression. I'm trying to convey the protagonist's confusion and hesitation between reality and love." Chu Tiankai laughed, saying, "I didn't see the hesitation, but I did see the twitching." Zhang Zuofa's face darkened as he sarcastically remarked, "Discussing this with someone like you who knows nothing about music is like playing the lute to a cow." Having said that, he huffed and went to the bathroom. The moment he left, Lu Lanxin burst into laughter. "I got it, you just called him a dog." "I didn't. I never insult anyone." Chu Tiankai defended himself. "If you don't admit it, I'll tell him later," Lu Lanxin said with a mischievous grin. "Go ahead and tell him, oh, I've had rabies shots, so I'm not afraid of anything." Chu Tiankai felt something was off. He hadn't provoked Zhang Zuofa, yet he came in and disparaged his singing and skills. At the very least, he had mastered singing skills that could easily outshine many in the amateur group. He was not that pathetic. Chu Tiankai glanced at Lu Lanxin and suddenly realized, teasingly asking, "Is Zhang Zuofa interested in you?" Lu Lanxin nodded. "No wonder he rushes over to argue when he sees us talking. He must be jealous." Lu Lanxin smiled and continued, "Zhang Zuofa isn't usually so petty. Oh, I wonder what's up with him today." Chu Tiankai smirked, saying, "That's because I'm handsome and he feels threatened." Lu Lanxin nodded in agreement, saying, "You are indeed quite handsome. How tall are you?" 1.8 meters. Lu Lanxin seemed pleased and looked at his muscular arms, curiously asking, "You must be really fit if you train for sprints, right?" "Yes, we train our physical fitness every day, so we are definitely fitter than the average person." Chu Tiankai became alert. It seemed Lu Lanxin was quite interested in his physique. This scene was strikingly similar to when he faced two fierce women. The only difference was that the female lead had changed from two older ladies to a young beauty. In that case, he wasn't at a disadvantage after all. Indeed, Lu Lanxin began to push her luck. Can you show me? Chu Tiankai looked around feeling awkward as he said, there are too many people, isn't it inappropriate? Just a glance, I'm quite curious, she persisted. Lu Lanxin continued to entice him. After thinking it over, Chu Tiankai replied, looking as fine, oh, I can let you touch it. Zhang Zuofa returned from the restroom and witnessed a scene that made him furious. His childhood sweetheart, the girl he had always liked, was touching another boy's stomach through his clothes. From the looks of it, if it weren't for the crowd, she would have reached inside his shirt. What are you two doing? Zhang Zuofa rushed over, scolding Chu Tiankai. How shameless can you be, taking advantage of Lu Lanxin while I'm not around? When did I? Chu Tiankai started to speak, but Lu Lanxin immediately retorted, Zhang Zuofa, I warn you, we have no relationship, don't meddle in our affairs. Zhang Zuofa's face darkened as he glared at Chu Tiankai. At that moment, the staff began directing the waiting contestants to the audience area, where there were already several hundred spectators holding glow sticks and other props. The contestants were divided into several groups, with Chu Tiankai and Lu Lanxin placed in the first group, their seats very close together. After waiting for a while, as the director signaled, the stage lights suddenly dimmed, and the spotlight brightened as the host Jiang Shaoxing smilingly walked onto the stage. Good evening, friends in the audience. Welcome to Original Good Music presented by Ali Video. I am tonight's host, Jiang Shaoxing. Now let's welcome the judges to the stage. The first judge to enter was the well-known mainland male singer Chunin. Chunin was around 50 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses with a refined appearance. Besides being a singer, he also worked as a university music teacher and was known as a music scholar. He held a certain authority in the music industry. The second judge to enter was the rising mainland male singer and musical talent Su Qian. Su Qian was an independent musician and had not signed with any record company, resulting in fewer resources. Despite this, he managed to rank among the top male singers, which showed the audience's recognition of him. In fact, his musical literacy and creative ability were quite profound. Su Qian was quite handsome. As soon as he entered the audience area, a wave of piercing screams erupted, causing Chu Tiankai's eardrums to ache. While they must really be the audience, Chu Tiankai, who had previously doubted whether the audience was filled with hired day laborers, now believed they were genuine. With a daily wage of 100, who would work so hard? The third judge to enter brought the atmosphere to a... The crowd's screams nearly blew the roof off, and it was a mix of both genders. Even some rugged men couldn't help but join in with infatuated sounds. Lu Qian, I love you. Lu Qian, I want to marry you. There were praises mixed with a few strange voices. So beautiful, even 3 years without a date would be worth it. The person who entered was the popular young flower in the entertainment industry, Lu Qian. In the music field, Lu Qian did not rank as high as the previous two judges. However, in terms of fame, the two judges combined could not surpass her. At only 20 years old, Lu Qian had already debuted for several years, starring as the lead in several hits. With her stunning looks and ethereal charm, she was hailed as the national goddess of the entertainment industry by countless homebodies. Ironically, her immense popularity in film and television overshadowed her singing talent. In fact, her musical talent was also quite high. She released a Japanese album in Japan last year, achieving impressive sales and garnering rave reviews. She was more than capable of being a music judge. The fourth judge was a woman in her 40s, and when she entered, the entire venue fell silent. Chu Tiankai overheard discussions in the contestant area with two main keywords: sharp-tongued, old witch. The newcomer was the female singer Fang Yamin. Her fame was much less compared to the previous three, but her defining feature was her sharp tongue, often shocking contestants on talent shows and reducing them to tears. Chu Tiankai guessed that the main reason the production team invited her was because of her sharpness and ability to... After all, there are many who enjoy watching chaos without caring about the consequences. If a contestant dared to argue with her on stage, it would be even more entertaining. Once all the judges were seated, it was time for contestant number 1 to take the stage. This is a man in his 40s wearing a simple camouflage work uniform with deep sun and wind marks on his face, not looking like someone here to sing on stage, but rather as if he were going to work on a construction site. The host Jiang Shaoxing picked up the microphone and handed it over. Hello, contestant, please briefly introduce yourself. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Jinsha, I am 41 years old, and I work as a painter. After the uncle finished his introduction, he shyly put down the microphone. So what song are you performing today? Today I will be singing an English song called Row. Oh, an English song? I didn't expect the first original song today to be in English. Please enjoy the English song Row, Jiang Shaoxing said, leaving the stage for Wang Jianxi. As the music began, the stage lights dimmed, and the spotlight focused on contestant number 1. The contestant, slightly nervous, picked up the microphone and began to sing, Row, row, row. The mouth is moving like a pig tied up with Q. After contestant number 1 finished singing, it was time for the judges' comments. The first round of advancement rules state that 3 out of 4 judges must approve for advancement, resulting in a high elimination rate. The judges' opinions were as follows. Chunin disagreed with advancement, while Lu Qian and Su Qian agreed to advance. Finally, it was Fang Yimin's turn. Her vote would determine whether contestant number 1 could advance. Fang Yimin picked up the microphone and frowned, saying, "Listening to this song makes me want to vomit. I suggest you go home and paint instead. Oh, singing isn't for you." Upon hearing her words, the uncle stood on stage at a loss, his face full of embarrassment. In the contestant area, discussions broke out with some contestants trembling in fear. Is she going through menopause? She came out swinging right away. The old witch probably didn't wipe her mouth after using the restroom, constantly spewing nonsense all day. To be honest, I am a bit scared of her. Contestant number 1 was eliminated. As time passed, 10 contestants had already performed, but only 3 had successfully advanced. In the original Good Music live broadcast room, the comments were flying. What English did contestant number 1 sing? I have a level 8 English certification and couldn't understand a word. I don't know how these people made it through the preliminary rounds, and none of them are capable. They are all eliminated. I would do just as well if I participated. I predict that original Good Music will end in failure. How could they let some ordinary contestants participate with original songs? I really don't understand what the organizers were thinking. I really want to kick Fang Yimin in the face with my size 44 foot. She started off by spewing filth. Next, contestant number 11 took the stage. This was a male-female duo, the first pair to perform as a group. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, they began to play the sympathy card. After a minute, the girl finally started her self-introduction. "We are the Hanwei duo. I am Hanwei." The microphone was handed to the boy, and the audience instantly fell silent. The boy stammered for a long time. I am the duo." "Cut it out, boring," Lu Lanqin scoffed. Unfortunately, this duo perhaps failed to garner sympathy, and in the end, they did not advance. Next up was contestant number 24, while 25 waited. Chu Tiankai looked at his number. He adjusted his clothes and stepped into the waiting area under the guidance of the staff. After contestant 24 finished singing, he was unsurprisingly eliminated. Chu Tiankai stepped onto the main stage, the spotlight immediately following his steps. Host Jiang Shaoxing smiled as he handed over the microphone. "Hello, contestant, please give a brief self-introduction." Chu Tiankai picked up the microphone, looking at the 4 judges and the several hundred audience members present. He smiled and said, "My name is Chu Tiansai, and I come from Huai'an province." After saying this, he handed the microphone back. "Is that it?" Jiang Shaoxing looked at him in confusion. "I asked you to introduce yourself briefly. That was too brief. A newly crowned Asian sprinter participating in original Good Music, can't we use that as a hook for our program? Don't you want to show off?" The program team was well aware of each contestant's background, even having a clear understanding of key contestants. Aside from personal strength, there are 2 types of contestants who generally do not get eliminated in the first round. The first type has connections, such as those already signed with talent agencies or those with sponsorship ties. The second type is already somewhat famous, capable of bringing traffic to the program. Generally, those with some fame in the music industry possess a certain level of skill and do not require special treatment unless they are cross-industry talents with built-in traffic. However, such contestants are quite rare. Chu Tiankai is considered an exception, while the first type is more common. Jiang Shaoxing thought of this and continued to ask, "May I ask your age and occupation?" Chu Tiankai smiled again, saying, "I am 19 years old and a sophomore student." "All right." Jiang Shaoxing understood. He didn't want to say much and helplessly said, "Next, please enjoy the song. Invincible is truly lonely." After Jiang Shaoxing finished speaking, he stepped aside, leaving the entire stage for Chu Tiankai. In the medical consultation group, someone joked, "Brothers, Master Chu is out to take clients. Are there any of you on site? Get your rotten eggs ready." Hearing the name, it sounds like a song about a blood clot. I seriously suspect he can only do this style. Can he do anything else? In the original Good Music live broadcast room, the audience numbers were increasing, with hundreds of thousands watching the live stream and the comments pouring in. "This contestant looks a bit familiar. I also think he looks familiar. He might be a young star from some company." Brothers, did you not notice this silly song title? The pretentious aura is too strong. Still, many people recognize Chu Tiansai, and someone immediately explained, "To others it may seem pretentious, but for him it's nothing. He is indeed invincible in the Asian sprinting field." Another netizen acted as a commentator. "This is a cross-industry big shot, the holder of the Asian record for both 100 meters and 200 meters, and you call him a young star." As soon as this was said, the comments became even more dense. "Is he that awesome? Indeed, he broke the Asian record at the Universiade." Chu Tiankai was unaware of and indifferent to the audience's evaluations. As the passionate prelude played, the song was about to enter the main part, and Chu Tiansai, holding the microphone, sang, "Invincible is so lonely. Invincible is so empty." His mastery of singing was evident. Chu Tiankai's diction was precise, and his voice was quite good. However, after singing a few lines, he realized that this song was not easy to sing. Ordinary people could not truly convey that grand feeling. The audience instantly fell silent. The lyrics were too irritating, both lonely and empty. Why not go to the red romance? If an ordinary contestant sang this, the audience would probably throw rotten eggs on stage. As Chu Tiankai sang, the camera panned to the judges on stage. Qianan remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Lu Qian watched him with keen interest, while Su Qian tapped lightly in rhythm. Fang Yimin's face was utterly impassive, stiff and unreadable like wax sealed against the cold. Chu Tiankai continued singing, "Who can truly fathom my solitude? How lonely invincibility truly is, how profoundly lonely. I told you so." Master Chu remains unchanged at heart. No matter how the musical style shifts, his comedic effect stays perfectly consistent. Stop teasing him. Though the lyrics are crude, the melody itself holds merit. Meanwhile, Chu Tiansai's diehard sports fans voiced collective exasperation, frustrated yet fiercely loyal. Someone please wake up this drooling oddity. He can't even write lyrics. How dare he claim to perform an original song? Oh, what a pity. The first round lacks audience voting. Otherwise, I'd cast my vote for elimination without hesitation. Invincible across Asia. But what of the world? The World Championships loom near, and yet he still sings on. I'm anxious on his behalf. The music swelled, growing ever more heroic and grand. Chu Tiankai finally reached the song's closing lines. She who hides beyond the horizon. Can she hear my lament? My solitude, endless boundless solitude. The live stream of the original Good Music platform erupted into fierce debate. I'm about to vomit. Truly lonely invincibility lives up to its name, utterly relentlessly lonely. Not a single line of serious lyric in the entire piece. This contestant rivals that middle-aged man from slot 1. They're both peerless in their own peculiar way, one a sleeping dragon, the other a phoenix among fools. I'm utterly numb. Let's not even discuss the melody. Those few lines barely qualify as lyrics. For a song lasting only 90 seconds, even I could do it. Yet dissenting voices emerged, composing an original song in 10 days. Don't nitpick the lyrics. Given the time constraint, the composition itself is impressive enough. I find it quite pleasant. I sang along after just one listen and mastered it instantly. It's deceptively easy to learn, yet nearly impossible to deliver authentically. Only Chu Tiankai, with his explosive charisma and commanding presence, can evoke its true essence. Chu Tiankai lowered the microphone, signaling the transition to the judges' evaluations and voting. In round 1, 4 judges presided. 3 affirmative votes were required to advance, and 60% of contestants would be eliminated in this single round alone. Thus, those who progressed to round 2 were by definition elite. Judge Lu Qian smiled warmly at Chu Tiankai before delivering her verdict. The song radiates bold, sweeping grandeur. To compose such a work within 10 days is truly commendable. My decision pass. From the audience, Zhang Zuofa scoffed aloud upon hearing Lu Qian's assessment. They approve garbage like this. No wonder Lu Qian has produced no notable musical works. She simply lacks musical discernment. Beside him, Lu Lanxin retorted sharply, "What has Chu Tiankai ever done to offend you? Why do you slander him incessantly?" Zhang Zuofa merely chuckled unruffled. "Just tell me, was it unpleasant to hear or not?" Lu Lanxin countered, "I think it's excellent. Chu Tiankai is a sprinter. Achieving this much already demonstrates remarkable talent." Zhang Zuofa's expression darkened further as he asked quietly, "You defend him so fiercely. Could it be you fancy him?" "Humph, that's none of your business." Next came Chun An's evaluation. His voice carried greater authority, given his stature as a veteran vocalist and music scholar. Adjusting his glasses, Chun remarked, "The song's expressive form is overly simplistic and direct, devoid of lingering resonance or interpretive depth. While art embraces myriad modes of expression, personally, I find this approach unconvincing." Chu Tiankai and the audience instantly grasped Chun An's stance. After a deliberate pause, he confirmed, "Based on the above, my verdict is fail." No sooner had Chun An spoken than Zhang Zuofa, waiting backstage, turned triumphantly toward Lu Lanxin. "Chun An, true maestro of music, has dissected this sonic pollution with surgical precision." Likewise, the original Good Music livestream buzzed with fervor. Most viewers instinctively deferred. Those who earlier criticized the song now crowed in victory. Even some who'd initially enjoyed its swiftly reversed course. "Did you hear that? It's not just me. It's Master Chun An himself who called it unbearable." The lyricism is elementary school level, likely reflecting the writer's limited literary education. He's an athlete. What scholarly depth could one reasonably expect? Chu Tiansai's devoted fans bristled with indignation, insisting the song was superb, and that Chun An's judgment reeked of prejudice. Yet Chu Tiankai himself remained calm, patiently awaiting the third judge's assessment. Su Qian lifted the microphone. "Beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. To me, this song stands solidly above average, both lyrically and musically. My verdict pass." His statement was brief, no sooner uttered than he set the microphone down. Could Chu Tiankai still pull through? Zhang Zuofa, and the online crowd, tensed breath held awaiting the final verdict from the famously acerbic judge. Master Chu's chances seem slim. Fang Yimin will almost certainly reject him. Of the 20-plus contestants thus far, she's approved only 3. Frankly, this song likely resonates only among our circle. No one else would touch it. Brother face reality, even if others secretly enjoy it, would they ever admit it? They cherish appearances too much. Fang Yimin raised the microphone, recalling the producer's discreet briefing. Contestants with substantial online traction should ideally be retained for the next round. She'd originally intended to reject the song outright and eviscerate it mercilessly, but hesitated. After all, livelihoods depended on compromise. That wily old fox Chun and preemptively absolved himself, earning praise for musical integrity and impartial judgment, while leaving Su Qian and me to shoulder the thorniest dilemma. She never considered the possibility that Su Qian and Lu Qian might genuinely admire the song. Glancing sidelong at Su Qian, she muttered inwardly, "At least I won't bear this burden alone." Then her gaze shifted to Chu Tianxai. He commands considerable visibility, potentially exploitable. She lifted the microphone with palpable reluctance. "I grant you passage. As for the song itself, I have nothing further to say." "What the hell?" Zhang Zuofa, seated in the audience, seethed, his fury rising like smoke from every orifice. He glanced sideways at Lu Lanxin, her face alight with unrestrained delight, clearly thrilled by Chu Tianxai's advancement. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Zuofa murmured to himself, "There's something beneath this, a hidden arrangement surely." Fang Yimin's demeanor made clear she wished to reject him. The production team must have intervened, recognizing Chu Tianxai's viral appeal. Many livestream viewers likewise sensed something amiss, flooding forums with accusations of backstage manipulation. Yet others passionately defended Truly Lonely invincibility, praising its infectious melody and accessible lyrics, declaring its advancement wholly justified. Chu Tianxai sensed it too, and shook his head. In his past life, this song had been no mere trifle. How could it possibly fall short of works composed by others in just 10 days? Unless, of course, those compositions were secretly crafted by master artisans. Some, though inwardly convinced, refuse outward acknowledgement. Simultaneously, director Hong Tao stared fixedly at Fang Yimin, his brow knotted into a deep, furrowed mountain character. This constitutes a severe live broadcast incident. Had you simply followed the production team's guidance and eliminated him outright, it would have been acceptable. But why grant him passage, only to then posture publicly, feigning detachment, as if washing your hands of responsibility? Hong Tao regretted inviting her. This blunder had left the production team trapped between impossibilities. Replacing the judge was unthinkable. Doing so would only cement suspicions of collusion. Rubbing his temples wearily, Hong Tao sighed. "We'll monitor her closely through the next round." The baton exchange methods are primarily the upward lift style and the downward press style. The upward lift style involves extending the arm naturally backward with the palm facing downward, the arm forming an angle of approximately 45 degrees with the torso and the palm facing backward. The baton is passed forward and upward into the hand of the receiver. This method can only grip the front end of the baton, making it prone to dropping. Therefore, we will focus on learning the downward press style, which is the most common baton exchange method among professional athletes. The key technique for the downward press style is for the hand to extend backward, fingers spread, palm facing backward, and the thumb facing upward as the baton passer extends the front end downward. The main difference between the downward press style and the upward lift style is the direction of the thumb, either facing downward or upward. Now let's practice a little. Start running and extend your hand. If the baton drops, pick it up and continue. As a 100-meter sprinter, Chu Tianxai definitely needs to practice baton exchanges. After returning from the Asian Championships, Wang Hong and others began teaching him the techniques of baton passing. Currently, the downward press style baton exchange technique is predominantly used worldwide, with the exception of the Island Nations team, which has uniquely adopted the upward lift style since 2001. In the downward press style, athletes go through a single arm swing phase, which introduces a deceleration stage in the baton exchange. The upward lift style does not have this issue, but it presents another critical problem. It is easy to drop the baton, making it a double-edged sword. The key lies in the team's technique and coordination, and undoubtedly the Island Nations baton exchange techniques and teamwork are highly proficient. This is why their 4,100-meter relay technique is exceptionally strong, and Chu Tianxai vaguely remembers that they have previously won silver and bronze medals at the Olympics. After a few days, Chu Tianxai and his teammates have become quite familiar with each other. Athletes in sports are not overly scheming, and he gets along well with everyone. Meanwhile, online Fang Yimin's comment, "As for your song, I have nothing to say," quickly became a hot topic. There has been ongoing controversy among netizens regarding whether there is a scandal behind original good music. The core of the debate is simply whether Invincible True Loneliness qualifies to advance to the next round. Most people's opinion is that after careful listening they believe that compared to other songs, although Invincible True Loneliness is a bit quirky, it is fully qualified to advance. Chu Tiankai agrees with this viewpoint, and the data from the copyright website also confirms it. In just a few days this song has brought Chu Tiankai profits of over 100,000. Although the online buzz is considerable, Chu Tiankai's identity as a sprinter has not caused much of a stir. On one hand, the event mainly focuses on the original Good Music program itself. On the other hand, Chu Tiankai is relatively well known, but not overly famous. If it had been Lou Ferrin, it would have been a different scenario altogether. In the original Good Music program's meeting room, director Hong Tao did not look pleased. You all see the online public opinion, right? How should we handle the next round? Should we eliminate Chu Tiankai in the next round? Someone cautiously asked. What if his next piece is good? Wouldn't eliminating him seem too deliberate? Someone nearby offered a differing opinion. After a discussion, Chief Director Hong Tao made the final decision. In the next round, do not deliberately eliminate or favor anyone. This decision is not just about Chu Tiankai, but applies to all participants. Let their work speak for themselves. After making his decision, Hong Tao asked everyone, what theme are you preparing for the next round? Producer Liang Kuan pondered for a moment and said the Beijing Olympics will be held next year, which is a great opportunity to promote Huagua culture. We need to keep up with the times in our program. I think we should choose ancient style as the theme this time. What do you all think? Ancient style? Upon hearing this topic, Chu Tiankai's mind instantly brightened. The ancient style in this world is truly ancient, significantly different from the Huagua style of his previous life, with many well-known songs essentially borrowing from ancient poetry for lyrics. Few creators are capable of independently crafting good ancient style songs. Chu Tiankai recalled the Huagua style songs from his past life, which were abundant and many of high quality. He checked the system panel. The first round of original Good Music had granted him 68 points of prestige, bringing his total to around 390 points, just a bit shy of upgrading his acceleration skill. A round of additions can yield 1/5 of the glory from winning the Universiade. Chu Tiankai couldn't help but feel sorry for sports peers other than men's football. In this transformed world, the popularity of entertainment far exceeds that of sports. In fact, it was similar in his past life. Aside from football and basketball, other sports did not necessarily match up to entertainment. Never mind, he is just an ordinary person and cannot change the overall situation. He pulled back his thoughts and silently recited draw lots to find Huagua-style themed songs. Upon seeing the song drawn at the cost of 4 points of prestige, Chu Tiankai felt invigorated. This song was created by the musical poet Su Song from his past life. Both the lyrics and composition are very harmonious, and the song is catchy and easy to sing. However, it is also possible that to some overly critical listeners, being too catchy implies simplicity, suggesting low artistic value. Forget it, no matter what song I sing, there will be criticism. Chu Tiankai decided to use this song for the competition. If this song cannot advance, he would indeed suspect that there is a scandal within the program. After selecting the song, Chu Tiankai reviewed the edited video of the first round of original Good Music. After the first round of eliminations, out of 243 contestants, only 81 remained, meaning 2/3 had been eliminated. Those who remained were either skilled singers or had high popularity. Original Good Music also ranked all contestants based on online popularity. Chu Tiankai checked and found himself in 6th place with a popularity score of 47258. He couldn't help but curl his lips. Damn, the title of sprint champion is useless. I couldn't even enter the top 5. These are all points of prestige. He scrolled upward to 5th place, had a popularity of 53619. It was a young lady in her late 20s. Her singing could only be described as average, but her skills were particularly good, ranking above average among professional singers. This was a loss that couldn't be considered unfair. The 4th place had a popularity of 61224. It was a male singer who had already signed with a management company. His work and singing skills were very good. Chu Tiankai felt it was likely an original piece provided by the company, so losing to him wasn't unfair. The 3rd place was a pair of twin beautiful girl singers, sweet and cute, with popularity exceeding 90000. While losing to a duo like this is even less of a shame. The female singer in 2nd place had a popularity of 13000. This one was even harder to criticize, as she had already gained some fame and had 2 songs that had once charted on the music charts with strong creative and singing abilities. Moreover, she already had over 700 fans, more than Chu Tiankai. Such a person participating in original Good Music was like a seasoned player dominating the novice village. The 1st place was a group called Milk Tea Extra Sweet. Their popularity was 397369, more than 3 times that of the 2nd place. Another girl group. Chu Tiankai clicked the link and found 4 boys in the photo. They all fit the cute, with fair skin, eyeliner and foundation. They appeared extraordinarily charming under the camera's light. Such looks completely overshadowed Chu Tiansai's ruggedly handsome style in the minds of many girls. Girls are the primary audience for variety shows, so it's not surprising that Milk Tea Extra Sweet has such popularity. The comments section for Milk Tea Extra Sweet is also the hottest. Howchi darling, you are the most handsome. Babies Annie loves you. Mingxian darling, I want to have your babies. Chu Tiankai closed his phone and rubbed his temples. How can I compete with this? I might as well concede. The song performed by the Milk Tea Extra Sweet group in the first round was titled Just Because. Whether the song was good or bad was hard to say, but the stage effect was indeed impressive. A netizen tagged Chu Tiansai asking how he evaluated Just Because by Milk Tea Extra Sweet. Chu Tiankai replied, a song that tears the heart, where can one find the reason? My evaluation is that this song is very good. August 20th marks the second round of original good music. The same lounge as before, but the number of people is more than half fewer, making the hall feel quite empty. After parting ways with Lu Lanxin last time, Chu Tiankai did not exchange phone numbers with her, and later did not pay much attention to her, so he was unaware of whether she had been eliminated. To his surprise, as soon as Chu Tiankai entered the lounge, he spotted her. Genius, come sit over here. Lu Lanxin greeted him immediately upon seeing him. Chu Tiankai glanced over. Lu Lanxin was seated in the back row with Zhang Zuofa sitting to her left. Not one to shy away, he directly sat down to her right. Chu Tiankai greeted her, then glanced at Zhang Zuofa and said with a grin, "Oh, you actually haven't been Zhang Zuofa scoffed disdainfully. If that pathetic song of yours hasn't been eliminated, how could my Wu possibly be eliminated? Wu. Hee. Chu Tiankai sat down and started playing with his phone as he had nothing important to do and enjoyed chatting with silly online friends. Master Chu, what song are you singing this time? A traditional style, you'll find out soon enough. Oh, having you sing a traditional song, isn't that just making it difficult for you? Dude, the World Championship is on the 24th, oh, and you're still singing here. If I don't sing, how can I upgrade my acceleration skill to LV3? I still need 17 more points of prestige. Of course, this was something Chu Tiankai thought to himself. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, the World Championship won't be delayed. Zhang Zuofa, noticing him playing with his phone, suddenly leaned over to diss him. If it weren't for the show's producers thinking you had some popularity, you would have been eliminated long ago. This round you will definitely be eliminated. Chu Tiankai dug at his ear. What does it have to do with you? If you're not satisfied, you can report it. Zhang Zuofa huffed. This round is all about real talent. You want last. Are you saying you're a person of talent? Of course. What song are you singing? Wu. What's the play count? In this world, all songs are published by the Song Copyright Network, and total play and download counts can be easily checked in the backend. Zhang Zuofa glanced at the backend data of the Huagua Copyright Network and boasted 130 plays, 320 downloads. Chu Tiankai took out his phone. Let me see mine too. Lu Lanxin immediately leaned over curiously, her mouth widening in surprise. Wow. 3200 plays, 900 downloads. Chu Tiankai scrolled through the screen. That was Siener. This one is Invincible True Loneliness. 3900 plays, more than the last one. Genius, you're amazing. Lu Lanxin exclaimed repeatedly. It's just so-so. Chu Tiankai put down his phone and said nonchalantly. Zhang Zuofa's face turned ashen as he sneered, these people don't know anything. They lack appreciation, and thus like your silly song. Chu Tiankai laughed and began to educate him. Young man, having a disconnect from the masses is quite dangerous. The eyes of the masses are sharp, they can distinguish what's good and what's bad. Zhang Zuofa explained, art is elegant and lonely, and my audience consists of high-quality individuals. Lu Lanxin suddenly interrupted him. Genius, we didn't exchange numbers last time. Oh, what's your number? Chu Tiansai, under Zhang Zuofa's fiery gaze, exchanged phone numbers and QQ with her. After chatting for a while, the show officially started, and everyone returned to the audience area to fill in the gaps. Soon it was Lu Lanxin's turn to take the stage. She went to the backstage to wait, leaving only 2 men in their seats. Zhang Zuofa suddenly sat down next to Chu Tiankai and warned, I advise you to keep your distance from Lu Lanxin. Chu Tiankai immediately felt uncomfortable. He clearly hadn't provoked Lu Lanxin, and she had always been the one to take the initiative. Thinking about this, Chu Tiankai mocked, what is she, your wife? Zhang Zuofa didn't respond, sizing him up and disdainfully said, looking at your outfit, it can't be worth more than $1,000. Do you think breaking a record in running is something impressive? This world is all about power and money. Even if Lu Lanxin is interested in you, her father wouldn't agree. It's a mismatch, do you understand? Chu Tiankai laughed. Typically in scripts, I would give you $1 million to never harass her again. You just say whatever without basis. Chu Tiankai thought for a moment and replied, you're overthinking it. I'm not marrying her, so why bother with matching backgrounds? Zhang Zuofa nodded. It's best if you understand the gap. Chu Tiankai suddenly changed the subject. I definitely won't be marrying, but dating is still okay. What did you say? Zhang Zuofa stood up angrily. I originally had no interest in her, but since you're provoking me, I might as well try to dig a corner. Zhang Zuofa's expression darkened. Once words are spoken, one must bear the consequences. Is that a threat? Chu Tiankai laughed. Soon it was Lu Langson's turn to take the stage. She wore a traditional hanfu that matched the theme of Huagua well. She sang a traditional song titled Dream Remembrance. The gentle breeze brushed against her face as the sentiment flowed. The still water reflected the moon, filling the river with emotion. This was Chu Tiankai's first time hearing Lu Lanxin sing. In his view, the song's quality was not very high, the melody slightly flat, and the lyrics were quite forced. In this world, traditional songs often follow certain traditional singing styles, and the lyrics typically consist of layers of words like wind, moon, flowers, snow, and dreams, mostly in the format of ancient poetry. Overall, the level was much lower than in his past life. Therefore, Lu Langson's Dream Remembrance could be considered standard. Coupled with her excellent vocal tone and decent singing skills, it surprisingly garnered frequent nods from the judges. After Lu Lanxin finished singing, all 4 judges except Chun and gave passing evaluations, and even Fang Yimin had no criticisms. Did you see? That's how a song should be sung. Zhang Zuofa couldn't help but diss Chu Tiankai again. Lu Lanxin and I have received professional music training since childhood, excelling in classical pop, folk, piano, and violin. Playing music without financial backing is just a joke. Chu Tiankai was too lazy to argue with him. Eat less salt, you seem so idle, and talk too much. Next, the 2 contestants who followed both failed, and then came the biggest favorite for the championship, this time the Milk Tea Super Sweet group. The 4 boys were all around 16 or 17 years old, and as soon as they appeared, the girls in the audience screamed incessantly. Their popularity surpassed that of other contestants by more than tenfold. Milk Tea Super Sweet is a trainee group that Hailang Company has invested significant effort in building, precisely targeting girls, especially younger girls, as their fan base. These children had been training as trainees in Hangua for the past few years. After returning to the country last year, Hailang Company immediately had them participate in various programs to build their popularity. Currently, the results look very promising. Milk Tea Super Sweet follows a singing and dancing style. In fact, most trainees are of this style, so it's not very fitting for them to sing traditional songs. Moreover, the singing ability of the 4 is not very good. Chu Tiankai estimates that only one of them is at a proficient level, while the other 3 are merely at an average level. Before long, the Milk Tea Super Sweet group finished singing. Chu Tiankai couldn't hear clearly what they were singing the entire time. He only saw them bouncing around the stage, accompanied by lyrics about swords, blades, and the rivers and lakes. In Chu Tiankai's impression, traditional music is ethereal and beautiful. It is galloping through rivers and lakes, embodying chivalry and tenderness. Even a light song and dance would never involve bouncing around. This isn't a dance party. However, after the Milk Tea Super Sweet group finished, they still caused a wave of screams and uproar among the girls. Their momentum rivaled that of Superstar Kings. During the judges' feedback session, both Chun and Lu Qian's opinions were all in favor. When it was Su Qian's turn to give his evaluation, he furrowed his brow and said, "I'm sorry, but I cannot advance you with this song. The ancient style songs require rhyme and a sense of subtlety. Both the melody and lyrics of your song, as well as your performance, have left me quite disappointed." As soon as Su Qian finished speaking, the audience on site and in the live stream erupted into an uproar. "That old man is actually slandering our idol. Su Qian is just jealous that my treasures are handsome and popular, so he deliberately denies them. The production team shouldn't have invited such an outdated old man. His own works are outdated and terrible. What qualifications does he have to be a judge?" Chu Tiankai saw the reaction of the girls in the audience and could not help but be dumbfounded. When Su Qian first entered, he remembered the audience calling him handsome, but now he had become an old man. Besides, Su Qian was only 28 or 29 this year. How did he become an old man? Next, it was Fang Yimin's turn to comment. "I agree to advance you." Fang Yimin changed his style and spoke very succinctly. This Fang Yimin is also someone who doesn't understand music. How can a song like this get through? It's complete nonsense. Chu Tiankai suddenly heard a curse and turned around to see it was Zhang Zuofa. This bastard is just dissatisfied with everyone. Chu Tiankai took the stage. As the contestant ranked 6th in popularity, his appearance caused a small stir. In the live broadcast room for original good music, someone said, "The runner has come out. Last round he got lucky. There's no way he'll have good luck this round." The requirements for ancient style songs are very high regarding ancient culture. With his cultural background, he will definitely be eliminated. You should have some decency. Teacher Chu has at least broken Asian records and brought glory to the country. Can you justify saying such things about him? What's the use of bringing glory domestically? It's not abroad. Why doesn't he go for glory at the Asian Championships? We're saying he can't sing, not that he can't run. Can't we say the truth? Chu Tiankai was unaware of the direction of the comments, otherwise he would be puzzled by the sheer malice in this world. He picked up the microphone and said, "The song I will bring you today is Qing Ming Yu Shang." The window reveals the dawn, the sun shines on the western bridge, the clouds sway thinking of you in the years when the lotus wind gently swayed your garments, wooden carvings glimmer, time ripples, 7 years since I laid down my pen, because in this life I wield my brush only for you, the rain moistens my eyes year after year, I lean by the well, awaiting your return, what I fear the most is not realizing the tears have already fallen like 2 lines. As Chu Tiankai sang to this point, the audience below could no longer hear a trace of noise. The judges adjusted their seating positions, sitting up straight with expressions of astonishment. Lu Qian stared at Chu Tiankai with wide eyes, her pink lips slightly parted, her chest rising and falling, her face full of surprise. Even Fang Yimin, who usually looked down on contestants, wore an extremely grave expression. Chunin and Su Qian nodded frequently, their expressions intoxicated. The Seeking Medical Advice group fell silent for a moment, then was suddenly flooded with messages. Is that Master Chu on stage? Why do I feel like he has changed into a different person? Brothers, Master Chu has changed his style and is back on track. So should we disband this group? Disband. I think this song is quite good. Next comes the climax of the first segment. I wander in the mortal realm, unable to find your paradise. The east vase and west mirror I wish I could forget. Again it is Qingming rain, sending chrysanthemums to your side. Sing your favorite song gently. Zhang Zuofa stared intently at Chu Tiankai on stage, muttering in shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he possibly have such a level of creativity? Chu Tiankai held the microphone, singing softly. In that moment he resembled a refined scholar having laid down his pen for 7 years only to mourn his deceased wife during the Qingming rainy season in that small town of Jiangnan. You are in heaven, I am in the mortal realm, I am so lonely now, who else can hear my thoughts? In the distance there is a qin resonating with an ethereal sound urging the rain from the heavens. Whispering my heartfelt thoughts to myself. The moonlight flickers and the fireworks are numerous, the candlelight glows red. Again it is Qingming rain, sending chrysanthemums to your side. Sing your favorite song gently. This song may sound easy, but it is actually quite difficult to sing. Even with advanced singing skills, Chu Tiankai found it not easy unless he upgraded to professional level to handle it better. In the original Good Music live room, the atmosphere completely changed. To be fair, this song is quite good. I didn't expect him to be excellent in sprinting, he sings quite well too. This song conveys emotions through objects overflowing with longing. It reminds me of my deceased relatives. This song brought me to tears. At this moment a netizen named Mantingchun commented, I am an ancient style song creator. My evaluation is that this song is very average. What initial dawn wooden carvings, pen laid down, returning home, are all just meaningless stacks of words. I won't even mention the lyrics. The title is problematic. Qingming rain. Heh. Rain always falls down, what is rain up? You still praise this? I could make 3 songs like this in a day without repeating myself. Another netizen replied, Big brother, are you really an ancient style song creator? Can't you understand the theme of this song? This is a song mourning a deceased wife during the Qingming festival. Rain falling means the mortal realm, while rain rising means paradise. Rain up is indeed accurate. If you can't even understand this, how dare you come here and make a fool of yourself? Oh, so that's how it is. Many who didn't understand the lyrics suddenly realized. Chu Tiankai finished singing the entire song and waited for the judges to comment. Chunin, this song has a slight difference from traditional ancient style songs. You have blended modern elements well into the ancient style, and the entire melody is delightful, with each lyric perfectly placed. I haven't heard such an outstanding original song in a long time. This song shocked me greatly. My decision is to agree to advance you. When it was Lu Qian's turn, she looked at Chu Tiankai with great interest and smiled. You truly impressed me. They'll state my decision first. I agree to advance you. Your level of creativity has amazed me. I want to develop in the music industry after the show ends. I'd like to collaborate with you on a song, if that's okay. Chu Tiankai smiled. After the show ends you can contact me. Freebies are not acceptable, but selling songs is fine. Reputation ultimately must be exchanged for money. Su Qian, what I wanted to say has already been said. Just based on this song, I dare say your creative strength has surpassed most professional creators. You, other than advancing, I can't think of another option. This was the first time several judges had praised a contestant so much since joining the show, causing quite a stir in both the audience and contestant areas. Several contestants ranked high in popularity, especially the first-ranked Milk Tea Super Sweet group, immediately began to pay 5 points of attention to Chu Tiankai, along with 5 points of hostility. The previous entries of Milk Tea Super Sweet were completely torn apart by Su Qian, while Chu Tiankai was praised to the heavens. Milk Tea Super Sweet found it difficult to speak, yet some of their fans were filled with indignation. Fans of I Love Milk Tea, are these judges blind? Don't they see how hard my brothers worked on stage? What a terrible song, it sounds awful, and the lyrics are incomprehensible. How can it compare to how well the treasures dance? My husbands work so hard and are so talented, but unfortunately Su Qian, that dog judge, just doesn't appreciate it. At this moment, two irrelevant messages suddenly appeared in the group. The I Love Milk Tea group consists mainly of younger female fans along with a few overly affectionate aunties and mothers. Although most members of the group are young girls who adore the cute and sweet types like Milk Tea, super sweet Chu Tiankai is not bad looking himself. There are still some young girls who appreciate this type. Someone spoke up, the contestants on stage are quite handsome. Yes, not only handsome, but also talented. I heard he's the short distance running champion. Ladies, don't you think this sunny and fit type of guy is quite appealing? He gives a sense of security. XXX was removed from the group chat. 3 identical notifications flashed by. The group leader commented, "This is what happens to traitors." Next it was Fang Yimin's turn to speak. According to the procedure, Chu Tiankai had already advanced her opinion was not really important, but the process had to be followed. Fang Yimin picked up the microphone, her slanted eyes scanning Chu Tiankai up and down, and then said, "I'll state my opinion first. Do I agree with your advancement? The lyrics and melody of this song are quite impressive. Without a certain foundation in ancient culture, one couldn't possibly write something like this. Many people couldn't write it even after 10 years. Even if one has a foundation in ancient culture without emotional investment and life experience, many still couldn't write it. If this song is truly written by you, I acknowledge that you're indeed quite remarkable." Fang Yimin finished and put down the microphone. "Damn, I don't have a grudge against you, do I? Chu Tiankai couldn't hold back and retorted, "Teacher Fang, just say what you mean, no need to beat around the bush." Seeing the contestants and judges argued, director Hong Tao was immediately thrilled and instructed the cameraman, "Quick, focus the camera on Fang Yimin." Fang Yimin frowned and said, "I personally don't understand how with your age, knowledge, and experience you have the ability to create this song." Chu Tiankai laughed. "With so many contestants here, how many of them are singing their own original songs? This bastard just wants to nitpick at popular contestants for the sake of riding the wave of popularity. Whether it's criticizing their singing skills, or saying their songs are cliché, or claiming their stage presence is lacking when it comes to herself, if there's nothing to critique, she just accuses them of plagiarizing." Chu Tiankai picked up the microphone and said, "You've been singing for decades without a single hit, so it's understandable that you wouldn't understand. I express my understanding of your lack of understanding." "Haha, well said." Hong Tao slapped his thigh sharply, realizing the program's effect was just about to take off. Director Chu Tiankai's performance raised the viewership by 5 percentage points, and now it has increased by another 7 percentage points. The staff reported. Hong Tao nodded, eager to see how Fang Yimin would retaliate. "I have no representative works, but my songs Understanding, Era, and Trajectory have all made it to the top 3 of the music charts. Which one isn't a representative work?" Chu Tiankai curled her lips. "Which of these 3 songs did you write the lyrics and compose?" "I sang them," Fang Yimin naturally replied. Chu Tiankai scoffed. "You sang them, but you didn't write them. What's there to be proud of?" "Sorry, I'm different from you. The songs I sing are both sung and written by me." "What kind of attitude is that?" Fang Yimin couldn't help but scold. Chu Tiankai mumbled as she put down the microphone, desperate to be famous, constantly trying to create a presence. After saying that, Chu Tiankai ignored Fang Yimin's predatory gaze and left the stage directly. The contestants below felt a sense of relief upon witnessing this. That old witch, finally a contestant stood up to her. Regardless of anything, Fang Yimin is still a senior. I estimate Chu Tiankai won't survive in the music industry. Her main profession is short distance running. She's just here to have fun in the music world and doesn't rely on this for a living, so why should she be afraid? I truly envy him, having the confidence to be reckless unlike us. But I estimate he might be in danger in the next round. The next round is a public vote which has nothing to do with Fang Yimin. On the public vote, it's Milk Tea Super. The second round of competition brought Chu Tiankai 98 points of reputation, plus the previous 383 points, giving her a total of 481 points. Upon returning to the athletics team, Chu Tiankai spent 400 points of reputation to upgrade her acceleration skill to LV3. Congratulations, host, the acceleration skill has been upgraded to LV3. This skill can increase speed by 13 within 20 seconds, with a cooldown time of 60 seconds. What made Chu Tiankai feel regretful was that compared to level 2, the speed increase went from 12 to only 13. She spent twice the reputation, yet the effect was only half of the upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Moreover, the duration of the acceleration showed no change at all. Chu Tiankai estimated that even if it reached level 4, the duration wouldn't change either. However, the system indicated that each subsequent upgrade would increase by 1 percentage point, which pleased her. This skill is clearly designed for the 100-meter and 200-meter events, and it is insufficient for the 400-meter event, which can only be compensated by drawing other skills. Can this level of ability win a championship at the World Championships? Chu Tiankai also fell. She really wanted to draw a skill for quick response to make up for her starting deficiencies, but both sports skills and artistic skills are drawn at random. It could be directed towards short-distance running, but it would cost double the reputation. She didn't have that much reputation. After a day's time, news of the back and forth between Chu Tiankai and Fang Yimin continued to circulate online, bringing Chu Tiankai several points of reputation. Most of the comments were questioning whether Qingming Rain was not an original work by Chu Tiankai. No wonder his previous songs were all pop songs. How could he write such an ancient-style classic afterward? It turns out someone else helped him write it. I've studied the lyrics of this song many times. Many words have hidden meanings, such as the line East Bottle and West Mirror placed. This is a custom from Huai'an, symbolizing a peaceful and safe life. Those who don't understand this cannot create it. Isn't Chu Tiankai from Huai'an? Saying this makes it quite possible that he did create it. Come on, how could a sports college student have such a talent for lyrics and music? It must be some deity who understands the lore helping him out. Just don't know which deity wrote it. In 10 days there are really not many people in the country with this level. To be fair, regardless of whether this song was written by him as a short-distance runner, his singing skills are still quite good. Chu Tiankai put her phone away feeling quite helpless. Even her own fans in the Seeking Medical Advice group didn't believe it was her own work. While Chu Tiankai admitted it indeed wasn't her own work. But so what? There are no original authors in this world. Qingming Rain has gained immense popularity online. In just 2 days the view count reached 2,000. The online reviews for this song are quite high. It is considered to have blended modern music into ancient-style songs, exploring a new creative mode for this genre. Similarly, there has been much skepticism. There are mainly two viewpoints. One perspective argues that this song is not as outstanding as the public claims, and it is not significantly different from other popular ancient-style songs, with some people praising it excessively. The other viewpoint suggests that given Chu Tiankai's cultural accomplishments, it is impossible for him to have written this song. Even though netizens found that the song is registered under Chu Tiankai on the Huawei copyright website, some still believe he must have paid to register someone else's work as his own. This group of people seems to be organized and premeditated, maliciously slandering Chu Tiankai. To put it simply, they are a group of internet trolls and Chu Tiankai suspects. This is orchestrated by the company behind the competitors in the original good music scene. Songs of the ancient-style genre in Huawei hold a small market share, with lyrics often relying on classical poetry and the singing style being traditional. There are not many innovative creators, with the most famous being Xie Peiqing and Shang Yunduan. As many netizens could not find an answer, they turned their attention to these two individuals, suspecting that these prominent figures were the true creators, merely using Chu Tiankai's voice to perform. Shang Yunduan immediately responded, admitting that he did not compose the song. However, Xie Peiqing remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. This led many netizens to believe that Xie Peiqing was indeed the creator of the song, and that he had reached some agreement with Chu Tiankai, which is why he was reluctant to admit it. Chu Tiankai's Weibo was flooded with unfamiliar accounts, all echoing similar sentiments. You used Teacher Xie's work, at least you should acknowledge it. You used Teacher Xie's works without giving him credit. Other competitors in the original good music scene dare to admit they sing other songs. Why don't you dare to admit it? You all say Master Chu used Xie Peiqing's works. Oh, where's the evidence? Haven't you noticed that Xie Peiqing hasn't spoken up until now? Why are you making a fuss? When Chu Tiankai opened Weibo, he found he had gained 720 fans, an increase of 9,000. He initially thought he was being criticized, but in reality, he was becoming popular. Seeing the heated comments, Chu Tiankai decided to Xie Peiqing. Teacher Xie, everyone suspects that my song was composed by you. Could you please clarify if this is true? The message sank like a stone in the ocean, receiving no response. Chu Tiankai guessed the other party might not be online and sent a follow-up message. All the songs I have sung so far were independently composed by me, without any other involvement. A troll immediately retorted, Teacher Xie hasn't said anything. What makes you think you composed it yourself? You claim it's your composition. Oh, where's the evidence? Damn it. Not one to back down, Chu Tiankai typed furiously. You two are barking here, accusing me of using someone else's work. Bring forth the evidence to prove it. Now you want me to prove myself just because you doubt me. What kind of logic is that? Do you think you can bully me? As soon as Chu Tiankai sent this message, it sparked a huge uproar. The public's focus was not on the reasoning Chu Tiankai presented, but on the fact that he dared to curse online. A well-known sprinter and semi-professional singer openly cursing online was quite the spectacle. What are you barking about? Is that something a public figure should say? The criticized netizen immediately retorted, with your academic record which couldn't even get you into undergraduate studies, do you really believe you wrote that song? Others chimed in to agree. You're a clown who can't even dare to attend the Asian Championships, and now you come to sing. Your singing is atrocious. The only decent song you have is one that plagiarized Teacher Xia's work. People like you should be kicked out of the entertainment industry. Look at his history. When asked why he didn't go to the Asian Championships, he didn't even dare to speak up. It's hilarious. Chu Tiankai was furious and typed furiously. You said I wouldn't dare to go to the Asian Championships, right? Well, I'm going to the World Championships the day after tomorrow. World Championships. After Chu Tiankai sent this message, the comments immediately shifted direction, with everyone inquiring about the World Championships. It is well known that the level of the World Championships far exceeds that of the Asian Championships. Even a bronze medal at the World Championships is usually a better result than a gold medal at the Asian Championships. Now those who mocked him for not daring to attend the Asian Championships fell silent. They shifted their focus to continuing to slander him for using Xia Peking's song without acknowledgement. Chu Tiankai could not be bothered to continue engaging. Just as he was about to close Weibo, he suddenly received another from I Love a Stick. Master Chu, someone is infringing on your song Qingming Rain for commercial performances. I Love a Stick sent a video, and when Chu Tiankai opened it, he saw a male singer named Zui singing. From the context, it appeared to be a grand opening ceremony for a large real estate project. Chu Tiankai did not know this male singer named Zui and immediately searched for information about him online. He was a third-tier male singer with a decent voice who became popular by covering other people's songs, suggesting he had professional-level singing skills. It must be said that professional-level singing skills do outshine proficient-level skills. The same song performed by the other party was more impressive. Chu Tiankai also admired his singing ability, but that did not mean he could silently steal my work. At least he should inform me. Chu Tiankai immediately found his Weibo account and sent him a message. Bro, if you're using my song. After a while, without a reply, Chu Tiankai sent another message. It seems you want me to handle this matter legally. This time the other party replied quickly. I'm sorry, Teacher Chu, I truly did not think it through. I didn't have your contact information, and since this event was indeed urgent, I couldn't inform you in time. Chu Tiankai thought to himself, no contact information. Can't you find my Weibo account? However, since he found the other party's response relatively sincere, and also because he had no intention of actually suing him, he considered letting it go. To his surprise, the other party sent another message. Teacher Chu, I now formally notify you that I will be singing your song at several upcoming commercial performances. Thank you. Is this taking advantage? Chu Tiankai felt a surge of anger. I bought this song with my reputation, and letting you use it once is already enough. Do you intend to continuously exploit my work? He immediately replied, do not use this song in the future. This time I will let it slide, but if there is a next time, do not blame me for taking action. After finishing his message, Chu Tiankai closed Weibo to have lunch. However, in the afternoon, I Love a Stick again him stating that Zhuo was still using his song for afternoon performances. This time, Chu Tiankai could no longer hold back and publicly posted on Weibo. Zhuo, I told you not to use my song, didn't you hear me? If that's the case, then see you in court. Previously, Chu Tiankai and Zhuo had only sent private messages, so others were unaware of the matter. This remark stirred a significant commotion, and many people began to inquire about the situation. After 2 hours, perhaps the commercial performance had ended. Zhuo's Weibo also posted a public reply. Chu Tiankai. I'm sorry, my intent was to promote Huagua culture to the world through ancient-style songs, as the Beijing Olympics. In the past few days, I have covered 3 songs, and your Qingming Rain was just one of them. I didn't expect it to cause you any trouble, while not disturbing others. My sincerest apologies. When Chu Tian saw this message, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the other party. Using my song, and still trying to impose moral obligations. Before he could speak, Zhuo's fans flooded his Weibo with comments. As a third-tier singer, Zhuo had over 3,000 fans on Weibo, and the comments were pouring in densely. You sang a song, and you have nothing to lose. Why be so stingy? No other singers have complained. Why are you making a fuss? If it weren't for Zhuo singing, I wouldn't even know about this song. You should be thanking him for promoting you. I've listened to both sides, and Zhuo sings much better than you. Your jealousy is too strong. Chu Tian's fans couldn't sit still anymore and fired back. How can you be so brazen about infringement? Truly, what kind of singer has what kind of fans? Stealing someone else's work and still daring to impose moral obligations? I've never seen such shamelessness. Master Chu, don't waste your breath with him. Just sue him directly. Chu Tian turned off his phone. He was too lazy to argue with Zhuo and planned to find a lawyer to sue right after the World Championships. Anyway, the audio and video materials were complete, and the facts were undeniable. The more he sang, the more he would have to pay later. In the large conference room of the Track and Field Management Center, the head of this year's World Athletics Championships, Director Yang, was introducing the on-site arrangements. First up was the selection of the flag bearer for the opening ceremony, and there was no doubt that it was Liu Farren. When Director Yang brought it up, he didn't hesitate to accept. This was also the first time Chu Tian saw the renowned Liu Farren in person. Liu Farren was 5 years older than Chu Tian, and was the star of the athletics team known for his amiable nature. However, Chu Tian was also not lacking. Although he didn't have world competition results, being called the second star of the athletics team was not an exaggeration comparable to Zhou Chuanxiu and others. Director Yang then began to outline some precautions for the event. Chu Tian felt it was not much different from the Universiade, mainly concerning safety and disciplinary issues. However, compared to the Universiade, there were additional talking points for dealing with media interviews. This year's World Championships would be held from August 25th to September 2nd in Osaka, Japan. On August 22nd, the Chinese athletics team boarded a flight to Osaka. A total of 203 countries and regions would participate in this year's World Championships, with the number of athletes reaching 2,004, the highest in history. This year's World Championships, like the last, included 24 events for men and 23 events for women, totaling 47 events. The national team had a total of 61 athletes participating, competing in 27 events, including the men's 110 meters hurdles, men's 100 meters, and men's 200 meters. This year's World Championships also featured a star-studded lineup, with the organizing committee highlighting 6 major stars in a carefully printed special edition. They included China's Lu Ferren. In the men's 100 meters event, Jamaica's Powell and America's Tyson Gay. In the women's 5,000 meters, Ethiopia's Dababa. Russia's women's pole vault, Queen Yelena Isinbayeva, along with Sweden's 7 event, Queen Kraft. These 6 stars were considered the most likely to challenge world records at this year's championships. Of course, Chu Tian's profile was also not low. His rankings in the top 5 of the season for both the 100 meters and 200 meters placed him firmly in the second tier. As expected, Yang's foresight was accurate. As soon as the Chinese athletics team disembarked from the plane and exited the terminal, they were surrounded by official reporters from the Asian Athletics Association. The main target of the reporters' interviews was Lu Ferren. The questions mostly revolved around whether he was confident in winning the championship, breaking personal records, and his opinions on competitors. Chu Tian was watching the excitement nearby when suddenly an Asian female reporter seemed to recognize him and directly shoved a microphone in front of him. The female reporter, speaking in broken Chinese, asked, "Are you Mr. Chu Tian?" Chu Tian recalled the precautions Director Yang had mentioned before the trip. When encountering reporters, especially official ones, he had to politely answer routine questions to showcase the qualities of Chinese athletes. So Chu Tian hesitated for a second and nodded. "I am." The female reporter immediately became excited. "Are you participating in both the 100 meters and 200 meters events this time?" "Yes." "You broke the Asian records for the 100 meters and 200 meters at the previous Universiade held in your country. What are your thoughts on that?" "I have no particular thoughts." The female reporter looked a bit disappointed. This athlete was too tight-lipped. Without any hot takes, it was better to join the others in interviewing Lu Ferren. The female reporter paused for a moment and then asked, "So what is your goal for this World Championships?" Chu Tian prepared to say to win gold, but felt it was too high profile, so he changed his answer to strive for a medal. The female reporter immediately perked up. Chinese athletes had never secured a spot in the 100 meters and 200 meters events in past World Championships. Winning a medal is extremely difficult for all of Asia in the World Championships. Even the previous Asian sprinters didn't find it that easy. This athlete actually said he wanted to win a medal. Why not aim for gold? She must be a rookie. The female reporter quickly spotted the hot topic and continued to ask, "What do you think of Gay and Powell?" "I believe both of these athletes are very strong and are formidable opponents deserving of respect." The female reporter then looked at him with eager eyes and asked, "What about our own Chao Yuanxian and Mo Xiuzhen?" Chu Tian finally realized that this reporter was from Japan, reminding him of the interview video from Nishino Kyoko sent by I Love a Stick. "I don't know these 2 athletes, so I cannot comment on this question." Chu Tian echoed Nishino Kyoko's, "Don't know?" "No comment." The female reporter's expression showed some annoyance, yet she wanted to continue the interview. Chu Tian waved his hand. "The team leader is calling me. Let's leave it at that for today." After saying that, he stepped aside from the female reporter and directly dove into the crowd. In the evening, the athletics team arrived at their accommodation. The lodging conditions for this World Championships were quite good for the athletes. The buildings were mostly 3-story small apartments with a luxurious layout, and each athlete was assigned a private bedroom. In one building with 6 rooms, Chu Tian stayed with several marathon team members. On the 23rd, the athletics team rushed to the venue to acclimatize. In his 2 lifetimes, this was still Chu Tian's first time going abroad. Seeing foreigners with various skin tones at the venue felt quite fresh to him. In this World Championships, the future Black Lightning did not register for the 100 meters event, but only entered the men's 200 meters. In fact, he wouldn't start competing in the 100 meters at major events until 2008. Due to the large number of participants in the men's 100 meters, the schedule was divided into 4 rounds over 2 days and was arranged quite tightly. The preliminaries would take place on the first day, August 25th, in the morning, with the second round of preliminaries, the quarterfinals, scheduled for the evening. The second day would feature the semifinals and finals, but fortunately each day's 2 matches were spaced out with enough time for the participants to rest adequately. The Changju Stadium is the venue for the current World Championships, and it also hosted the World Cup in 2002. When Chu Tiankai arrived at the stadium, he was instantly overwhelmed by the atmosphere. The official competition is set to begin the day after tomorrow, yet the stands, which can accommodate 450 spectators, are already half filled. A diverse array of ethnicities and skin tones gathered at the venue, with spectators from various countries waving their national flags to cheer for their athletes. Although the competition has not yet started, the atmosphere of the event is already palpable. Here Chu Tiankai finally laid eyes on the legendary sprinters Gay and Powell. Both are black athletes, with Gay standing at a height similar to Chu Tiankai, around 180 centimeters, while Powell is noticeably taller, about 190 centimeters. These two are undoubtedly the focal point of the cameras on the field, and even during practice they elicited cheers. The two of them had arrived at the venue a week early for practice, demonstrating their seriousness about the competition. Additionally, Chu Tiankai also spotted the future Black Lightning, who is even taller, around 195 centimeters. At this time, Lightning had not yet achieved his future fame, and his popularity at the venue was not significantly higher than that of Chu Tiankai. Chu Tiankai also saw the competitors from the island nation, including Takahira Shin and Asahara Nobu, as well as several athletes participating in the 4,100 meters. As of this moment, the world record for the 100 meters was set by Powell at the 2005 IAAF Super Grand Prix in Athens. The time was 9:77 seconds. The championship record, on the other hand, was 9:80 seconds, set by Maurice Green in Seville in 1999. Experts once predicted that the human limit for the 100 meters was 9:90 seconds, but Lewis shattered that limit with a time of 9:86 seconds. Subsequently, experts claimed that 9:80 seconds was the limit for the 100 meters, yet Green and Powell refuted them with times of 9:79 and 9:77 seconds. Thus, scientists have nationalities, but experts like these seem to have none. They are the same no matter which country they are from. After testing the venue, Chu Tiankai returned to his accommodation. The Yomiuri Shimbun is one of the top 3 comprehensive newspapers in the island nation. In the afternoon, editor Kurata Yoda was reviewing a video sent by official championship reporter Fujiwara Nanao. How audacious! This Hwagwa person dares to claim he will win a medal at the World Championships. In all of Asia, only Masazukikan has ever won a bronze medal. Does he think he is Masazukikan? Does he think that by breaking the Asian record in his country it is genuine? Kurata Yoda frowned more with each passing moment. He actually claimed not to know Asaharakan and Masazukikan and did not comment. This is simply too arrogant. After a moment of contemplation, Kurata Yoda quickly drafted an eye-catching headline. Hwagwa athlete disrespecting island nation athletes, claiming he will win a medal at this World Championship. As a seasoned media professional with 20 years of experience, Kurata Yoda possesses a keen sense of professionalism. He understands how to craft headlines and content that will attract public attention. He personally penned an analytical report particularly emphasizing the following points. First, whether the achievements of Chu Tiankai in his home country can withstand the scrutiny of a major competition. Since the World Championships officially recognized Chu Tiankai's eligibility, he did not explicitly question the authenticity of Chu Tiankai's results, but instead used the phrase whether it can withstand the scrutiny of the competition as a veiled insult. Second, he emphasized the statement that Chu Tiankai does not know the 2-star athletes from the island nation, so he refrains from commenting. He also contrasted this with Chu Tiankai's praises for Tyson Gay and Powell in previous interviews. Why is it that when it comes to island nation athletes, Chu Tiankai refrains from commenting? These two athletes are so well known in Asian sprinting circles. Does Chu Tiankai truly not know them, or is he deliberately looking down on them? He did not explicitly state this in the report, but the implication was clear. Undoubtedly, this content easily stirs the national pride of the island nation's people. Third, and the most significant part of the entire report, Kurata Yoda meticulously compared the strength of male athletes in the 100 meters and 200 meters events between the island nation and Hwagwa in past World Championships. Since Chu Tiankai registered for the men's 100 meters and 200 meters events, he cleverly avoided the strong men's 110 meters hurdles event and other dominant events from Hwagwa. The conclusion drawn from the analysis is that based on past performances in these two events, the island nation's athletes completely outclass Hwagwa's simply because no one from Hwagwa made the cut. In 2003, Masazukikan won a bronze medal in the 200 meters, setting a historic record in Asia, which is something Hwagwa cannot even dream of. He then reached the final conclusion: on what basis does Chu Tiankai act so arrogantly? After drafting the content, Kurata Yoda quickly arranged for printing, And on the following day, the 24th, many office workers in the island nation saw this newspaper. On the 24th, at the accommodation of the island nation team sprint coach, Nishino Hibiki respectfully handed the Yomiuri Shimbun to head coach Kobayashi Saika. Kobayashi-kun, this Hwagwa athlete named Chu Tiankai, actually slanders our team's competitors. This is truly too arrogant. Kobayashi Saika took the newspaper and glanced at it calmly, saying, "This is Chu Tiankai's response to your previous remarks. There is an ancient saying among Hwagwa people, treat others with their own methods. Since you questioned him, he responded in kind. There is nothing surprising about that. Moreover, I find it audacious for him to declare he will win a medal at the World Championships. In the 100 meters, Gay and Powell have practically locked in the top 2 spots with almost 100 top competitors vying for the last 3rd place. Does he really think he can take first place among them? If his time of 9:95 seconds is real, it may not be impossible. Previously, you doubted Hwagwa's credibility, but since they are genuinely participating in the World Championships and have made a declaration to win a medal, then that time cannot be false. Nishino-kun, we must never underestimate any opponent." Kobayashi Saika's statement undoubtedly acknowledged the authenticity of Chu Tiankai's results. However, some island nation citizens and media did not share that sentiment. At the same time, other mainstream media outlets in the island nation, such as the Asahi Shimbun, published commentary articles upon receiving information from Fujiwara Nanao. Is it bragging or genuine ability? Hwagwa athlete claims he will win a medal in sprinting. Hwagwa cannot turn dreams into reality by belittling other competitors. Many island nationals reacted to the headlines by thinking that the only athlete from Hwagwa capable of such feats is Lou Ferrin. If Lou Ferrin had said that, they would surely have fallen silent and considered him humble. Clearly a favorite to win gold, yet he downplays it by saying he will merely win a medal. Isn't that humility? However, as they continued reading, many began to frown. This Hwagwa athlete named Chu Tiansai, who is clearly an obscure figure, dares to claim he will win a medal. Not only claiming a medal, but he also dares to look down on our island nation athletes. This is something we cannot. Immediately, netizens from the island nation began to look up information about Chu Tiankai. In the internet age, finding details about a public figure takes just a few minutes. Many were able to uncover Chu Tiankai's historical achievements in mere moments. 1993, 995, a rising star in Asia. Many netizens quickly lost their composure. The culture of the island nation has always respected the strong and looked down on the weak. Once a portion of netizens understood Chu Tiankai's accomplishments, they immediately ceased their criticism and selectively forgot. He has that strength. What can you do if he is a bit arrogant? Continuing to argue would only be a futile endeavor. However, some believe that the short-distance running achievements of Chinese athletes are not impressive. Merely relying on a domestic competition without validation on the world stage makes these results hard to accept. A portion of netizens from the island nation, unable to find an outlet for their frustrations, bypassed the wall to enter the Chinese internet and found Chu Tiankai's Weibo. Some translated the island language into Chinese using translation software, while others simply flooded Chu Tiankai's Weibo with comments in their native language. Apologize. Chu Tiansai, are you polite? Chu Tiansai, hurry up and come out, apologize to our great island nation, Lord Chao Yuan and Lord Imosu. Chu Tiankai's Weibo fans were busy predicting his results at the World Championships, caught off guard by the sudden. Once the situation was understood, some curious onlookers arrived, led by the seeking medical advice and reform groups of Chinese netizens, who quickly retaliated. What did Chu Tiankai say? Why is there a need to apologize? Didn't he just say, "I don't know him, no comment"? Did that hurt the fragile pride of your island people? Don't you understand why he doesn't comment? Why must I say it plainly? I love a stick. He has stated he doesn't know and doesn't want to comment, yet you insist on forcing him. So you have this hobby, then I will stop time and face you in a couple's quarrel. Is that acceptable? Many Chinese netizens didn't understand this sentence, but all the island netizens did. I love a stick's comment felt like poking a hornet's nest, provoking a flurry of curses from netizens of the island nation. Baka, you Chinese are truly too rude. Where there are people, there are fans. You are all equally vulgar. I love a stick scoffed, utterly indifferent. This level of insult could hardly stir any emotions within him. However, whether in the past life or in the world transformed by the system, China has never lacked for peculiarities. Someone immediately validated this statement. Our China is a nation of etiquette, learning, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. Indeed, Chu Tiankai's words detract from China's image. As a public figure, Chu Tiankai should be more humble and cautious when speaking. He has disappointed me greatly. Chu Tiankai's diehard fans were instantly enraged, not by the island netizens, but by their own sarcastic compatriots. Aoi Akaru immediately shot back. What does your disappointment amount to? Who do you think you are? I see you are 100 pounds of flesh and 99 pounds of backstabbing. After finishing his tirade, group leader, Aoi Akaru, set about assigning tasks. Now we have traitors among us. I think we need to bring in reinforcements. I'll go recruit help right away, and a stick you send out the evidence. I love a stick posted a video of an interview with the island nation's media stating, I do not believe Master Chu needs to apologize. There is a saying among us Chinese, one should return what others have done to them, and another, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Since your island nation coach does not know Chu Tiankai, and thinks his breaking of the Asian record is not worth commenting on, is it not reasonable for Chu Tiankai to respond in kind? After watching the video, some island netizens quietly retreated. Since it was their own coach who initiated the conflict, there was nothing to be said about the counterattack. However, a portion of extreme individuals remained. Island netizens Lord Mo Su was the champion of the 200 meters at the Asian Games in 2002 and 2006, and took third place in the World Championships in 2003, winning the first Asian medal in men's sprints at the World Championships. That same year, he refreshed the Asian record for the 200 meters with a time of 20:03. I love a stick. Chu Tiankai broke the Asian record with a time of 19:93 in his first official competition. Island netizens, our Lord Xiao Yuan has had 11 peak seasons, participated in the World Championships 5 times and advanced to the semifinals 3 times, with an average 100 meters top 10 time of 10 seconds. Besides, he excels in both the 200 meters and long jump. I love a stick. Chu Tiankai broke the Asian record with a time of 9:95 in his second official competition. Finally, an island netizen could no longer contain himself and made a statement that lost all rationality. Who knows if the results from your domestic university games are real? This statement was like lighting a fuse, instantly igniting a minefield. Logically speaking, this statement was at least 5-star. Brainless, ordinary people would certainly not say such a thing. Since you question the authenticity of our domestic results, I can likewise question the authenticity of yours, creating an endless cycle. Thus, even if Nishino Akira was initially convinced that Chu Tiankai's results were fabricated, he only dared to mutter a few complaints within the team. In public, he merely said, I don't know him, no comment, as a veiled jab, never daring to openly question the validity of the results. However, ordinary citizens do not concern themselves with such matters. After all, on the internet you don't know who I am, and there are no consequences for what is said. This netizen was likely driven mad by, I love a stick. All he could do was harp on the 2 times of 19:93 and 9:95. Yet no athlete from his own country could match these 2 scores, leaving him utterly unable to retort. This brainless commentary stirred up a storm. The national pride of Chinese netizens was immediately ignited. Now the challenge was not merely against Chu Tiankai, but against the dignity of the entire nation. Some Chinese netizens quickly retorted, on what basis do you say that? Are you willing to take responsibility for this statement? This island netizen was like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. Can I not speculate based on common sense? Your historical sprint results have been poor. Suddenly, an unknown athlete breaks 2 Asian records. Do you believe it yourselves? You perform well in youth competitions, but falter in adult competitions. Who doesn't know the reason? Many netizens were still contemplating how to argue back, when suddenly some foreigners flooded the comments. What does this mean? The sudden comment left, I love a stick, and may your days be miserable, dumbfounded. Smart individuals immediately copied and pasted it into their respective groups. Can any brother who understands the cold language help me translate? The leader of the Seeking Medical Advice group, Aoyahu, instantly translated, Chu Tiankai's strength surpasses Mo Su and Xiao Yuan, so it's normal to look down on them. While the group leader is amazing, he actually understands cold language. The group immediately erupted in praise. Ots Akaharu typed with pride. I understand island language too, you rascals only watch films. I'm different. I love studying. I watch films to learn foreign languages. Thus why am I the group leader, and you are not? Aoi Akaharu typed with glee, thinking that this bunch of fools didn't even know how to use the new language translator. A new wave of netizens from the cold nation also joined the fray. The relationship between the 3 countries surrounding Hwai'an Island is quite complex. Due to historical reasons, the relations between the 2 countries are not friendly. Moreover, the island nation has long monopolized men's sprinting in Asia, which the cosmic nation has grown weary of. The new netizens from the cosmic nation immediately translated the language and started to attack. Chu Tiankai Appa is handsome and powerful. You island people are just jealous. Rather than improving yourselves, you prefer to slander others. This is your island culture. You dare to suspect others of cheating. I suspect whether your island has used the drugs from the Ball laboratory. The participation of these netizens from the cosmic nation immediately left the island netizens overwhelmed. Someone in the group curiously asked, where did these cosmic people come from? Aoi Akira replied, of course I brought them over. I have a girlfriend from the cosmic nation. Damn, I don't even have a girlfriend, and the group owner already has a foreign girlfriend. How envious. The group owner is impressive. At such a young age, he can venture into foreign lands for glory for his country. Seeing the flattery in the group, Aoi Akira felt exhilarated, thinking to himself, I'm not lying. Even a paper girlfriend counts as a girlfriend, right? Someone continued to curiously ask, when did the cosmic people become so kind as to help us speak out? Hwahan's friendliness relies on the island nation. Don't you understand this? An hour passed, and the island netizens, outnumbered, were the first to retreat and surrender. However, most people still believe that verbal disputes could not determine a victor. In the end, it would still depend on the results. If Chu Tiankai won, then he would be right, and vice versa. Aoi Akira immediately instructed the group members to save the chat from today, especially the screenshots of the island netizens' doubts. Aoi Akira said, this is evidence. If Master Chu performs well at the World Championships, we will use these screenshots to attack them. What if he doesn't? If not, we will just act humble. Master Chu will probably have to delete his Weibo. During lunchtime, team leader Yang suddenly called Chu Tiankai aside and asked, what did you say during the interview with the island sports reporter today? I just said I didn't know him and didn't comment. Wasn't I supposed to handle it politely? Isn't this polite enough? Chu Tiankai pulled out a video of Nishino Hibiki from his phone. After watching it, team leader Yang smiled and said, I won't blame you for a normal rebuttal, but since you've made a statement about winning medals, you need to deliver on that. Chu Tiankai thought to himself, so you went around just for this, and then nodded, saying, rest assured, team leader, I will ensure we win at least 2 medals. Team leader Yang thought, even 1 medal would make me laugh to death. At the sports arena, reporters from Duban TV were interviewing other star athletes. Mr. Francis, are you satisfied with our Changju sports arena? Very satisfied. Your country's sports facility is very well constructed. What do you think of our competitors? Mr. Choyuan and Mr. Moxu are both very strong opponents, and other competitors from your country are also excellent. What are your thoughts on the recently rising sprint star from Huahua, Chu Tiankai? Francis did not expect her to raise this question and was momentarily stunned. Originally, he was the first Asian athlete to break the 10-second barrier in the 100 meters, a commendable achievement. However, with Chu Tiankai's brilliance overshadowing him, his performance at the Asian Championships felt lackluster. After some consideration, he said, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this athlete, so I don't have any opinions. The island reporter instantly became extremely excited, feeling they had caught a big scoop, and hurriedly went to interview the more prominent Powell. Mr. Powell, are you satisfied with our high-tech track at Changju Sports Arena? I am very satisfied. What do you think of our Mr. Choyuan? I admire him very much. The female reporter felt a surge of joy and quickly asked, do you think Mr. Choyuan's strength is admirable? I think it's remarkable that he is still competing at the age of 35. The female reporter felt a bit disappointed and followed up with, do you know Huaguo's Chu Tiankai? Powell nodded. Of course I know him. His 100-meter time is ranked 3rd in the world this season, making him a formidable opponent. The female reporter felt utterly indignant. Does this mean that Chu Tiankai's strength is stronger than our island athletes? She returned to the station with her interview materials to report to her superiors. Minister Yano, should we edit out Powell's comments about Chu Tiankai in the interview? Minister Yano watched for a moment, revealing a playful smile. No need to change it, just release it as is. There's a saying, the higher you raise someone, the harder they fall. On the 25th, the 11th World Athletics Championships officially commenced with 3 gold medals to be decided today, men's marathon, men's shot put, and women's 100 meters. In the morning, there was another major event, the first round of the men's 100 meters. The betting companies issued odds for the championship in this 100-meter race. Among them, Tyson Gay ranked first with odds of 2.68. Powell followed closely with odds of 2.77. Chu Tiankai ranked 4th with odds of 4.59, placing him behind Atkinson. Although the island populace collectively questioned Chu Tiankai, the betting companies on the island were not so foolish. These odds were calculated by top talents, including statisticians and sports scientists. The odds represent the highest affirmation of Chu Tiankai's potential. Chu Tiankai was unaware of these odds. If he had known, he would definitely have bet on himself to win. As of now, including prize money and song earnings, his savings had already exceeded 7.0, which could be considered a comfortable living in 2007. This World Championships attracted the attention of 800 million track and field fans worldwide. According to the pre-competition predictions from the International Association of Athletics Federations, no less than 4 billion viewers from various countries would watch this grand event through various channels. The Huahua Sports Channel also dispatched sports reporters to follow up with interviews on-site and broadcast the competition live. The principal Guo Bingxin mandated that all public areas within the school, wherever there were televisions, must broadcast the sports channel without interruption. A cafeteria contractor expressed confusion. Guo Bingxin waved his hand. This is a political task and must be strictly enforced. You are a relative of the director Wang from the electromechanical department, right? Our school's Chu Tiankai is currently at the World Championships representing the country. How could you not know such significant news? Comrade, you really don't care about the school. Oh, I seriously question whether you can ensure the food safety of the faculty and students while managing the cafeteria. The cafeteria boss. Compared to the cafeteria boss, the students of the vocational college had a much higher level of interest in Chu Tiankai. Many were his Weibo fans, and they would definitely pay close attention to this competition. In dormitory 402 of the vocational college, Li Shui said to Chen Yinan, your boyfriend has a competition today. Aren't you going to watch? Chen Yinan sighed. Li Shui, he is no longer my boyfriend. Li Shui looked at her in surprise. Are you out of your mind? How can you not cherish such an outstanding guy? Chen Yinan asked languidly. Why do you think it's my fault? Can it be that he dumped me? Li Shui sighed. Everyone in 402 knows how well Chu Tiankai treats you. You truly are unaware of your own blessings. What do you think I can still win him back? Chu Tiankai is soft-hearted. If you turn back and sweet-talk him, if that doesn't work, you know what to do. Chen Yinan pondered for a moment and took Li Shui's hand. Let's go watch the competition. Before 2010, a major sprint events in athletics were still held in a 4-round system, meaning preliminary rounds, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals, which put a significant strain on athletes. It wasn't until 10 years later that it changed to a 3-round system. The first round of preliminaries was about to start in the morning, with all participants divided into 8 groups, taking the top 32 to advance to the quarterfinals. Chu Tiankai was placed in the second-to-last 7th group. At this moment, the national sprint coach Wang Hong was discussing tactics with Chu Tiankai on the field. Wang Hong's voice was somewhat invigorated. Tiankai, this is our best opportunity for Huagua to win a 100-meter medal and break the historical 0 at the World Championships. Chu Tiankai understood his meaning. Originally, it was a 3-way competition, but with Gatlin being banned, the hope of winning a medal had increased significantly. Wang Hong continued, with your strength, reaching the finals is not an issue at all. The key is whether you can win a medal, so during the preliminaries, you must conserve your energy. Just ensure your advancement. I have nothing more to say regarding technique. You've mastered it well this past month. Just maintain your mindset. Chu Tiankai nodded and looked towards the spectator area. At this moment, the stands of 45000 were completely filled, with more than half of the audience being from the island nation. Chu Tiankai also saw the Huagua spectators occupying a section on the west side of the stands, numbering around 200 to 300 people. Not many. At 9 a.m., the much-anticipated 100-meter preliminaries officially began, with 2 athletes in the first group attracting everyone's attention. One was Tyson Gay, currently ranked number 1 in the world, and the other was the host nation's contestant, 35-year-old veteran Asahara Nobu. Chu Tiankai and Wang Hong silently watched from the spectator area. On your marks. Set. With the sound of the starting gun, the athletes in each lane immediately sprinted forward. Various languages echoed across the field, with deafening cheers, primarily in the island language, drowning out other sounds. The spectators from the island nation were cheering for their contestant Asahara Nobu in lane 3. At 35 years old, he was considered an older athlete. His personal best for the 100 meters was 10.2 seconds, with a top 10 average of 10 seconds, and for the 200 meters his personal best was 20.39 seconds, with a top 10 average of 20.73 seconds. His combined performances in the 100 and 200 meters ranked him just below Ito Hiro in the island nation's sprinting realm. Additionally, he excelled in long jump, clearing the 8-meter mark 7 times with a top 10 average of 8.02 meters. This performance in the Asian long jump scene is also considered very strong, making him a well-rounded athlete. Though Chu Tiankai refrained from commenting, it was merely a retort to Coach Nishino's provocative statements. In truth, he held a great deal of respect for Asahara Nobu. Maintaining such competitive form at the age of 35 was indeed no easy feat. The electronic screen simultaneously displayed the reaction times of several runners. This competition utilized a high-definition strobe camera timing system, making the timing exceptionally accurate. Asahara Nobu ranked first with a reaction time of 0.131 seconds. A Nigerian athlete followed in second place with a reaction time of 0.136 seconds. Tyson Gay came in third with a reaction time of 0.142 seconds. Even the athlete in lane 8, who had the worst start, had a reaction time of 0.189 seconds. No one exceeded 0.2 seconds. Asahara Nobu took the lead from the start and accelerated in the latter half, finishing first in the group ahead of Tyson Gay. After all athletes crossed the finish line, the LED display at the finish line lit up, showing the results of the first. Asahara Nobu ranked first in the preliminaries of the first group with a time of 10.14 seconds, which was also his best performance of the season. Tyson Gay placed second with a time of 10.19 seconds. Asahara Nobu's victory in the group instantly ignited the atmosphere with all the island spectators shouting his name celebrating their hero. Next was the second group competition, which included this year's Asian Championships champion Francis. However, unexpectedly halfway through the race, Francis faced an unknown issue and failed to finish the race, resulting in direct elimination. In the third group, there was also a seeded athlete, Francis Obiqualu, a Portuguese competitor who won the silver medal in the last Yachty Olympics with a time of 9:86 seconds. This was his personal best and the closest finishing time to the finals in Olympic history. The champion was Gatlin, who is currently suspended with a time of 9:85 seconds. In third place went to Green with 9:87 seconds. This athlete is also naturalized and shares the same nationality as Francis, both born in Nigeria. Nigeria is a strong sporting nation in Africa and is the largest exporter of sports talent on the continent. Previously, athletes from this country were mainly sent to European countries like Portugal, but there has been a recent trend of shifting towards Asia. Wealthy Middle Eastern countries, such as Saudi Arabia and Qatar, have also begun to recruit African athletes in recent years. Chu Tiankai had no comment on this matter, but what he didn't want to see was that in the future the champions contested on Asian stages would no longer be local yellow-skinned athletes, but a group of black-skinned ones. The third group also saw an upset. The silver medalist from the last Olympics was disqualified for a false start, resulting in direct elimination. Chu Tiankai found it very strange. It wasn't the finals, it was just the preliminaries. Normally a time of 10:35 seconds would be enough to advance to the next round. Was it really necessary to false start? Now, after years of hard training, he appeared for 3 minutes, competed for 1 second, exited in 1 minute, and then spent 10 hours returning home. A competitor from the fourth group caught Chu Tiankai's attention. In lane 7, there was a dark-skinned athlete who stood only about 1.6 meters tall. Chu Tiankai was secretly astonished. It's one thing to train for sprints at this height, but to actually make it to the World Championships is impressive. Wang Hong noticed Chu Tiankai's confusion and explained, normally the optimal height for short-distance runners is around 1.85 meters. Being too tall or too short is not suitable. However, there are some exceptionally gifted athletes who can break this limit. For instance, the American athlete Montgomery, who is only 1.68 meters tall, once set a world record of 9:78 seconds. Although that particular performance was later nullified due to doping issues, his capability is still undeniable. Wang Hong continued to advise, when you race against these shorter athletes, do not let them affect you. They may be small in stature, but have a fast cadence, don't let them disrupt your rhythm. The sixth group to compete is another major contender for the 100 meters, Powell, who currently holds the world record at 9:77 seconds. As soon as he appeared, he received the loudest applause from the audience. This athlete, Powell, left a deep impression on Chu Tiankai in his previous life. From Chu Tiankai's perspective, he considered Powell a tragic figure. He belongs to one of the most talented groups of sprinters, having broken the 100-meter world record multiple times during his career. However, in major competitions like the World Championships and the Olympics, his performance has consistently lagged behind that of the other 4 top athletes. His best chance came between 2004 and 2007, before his compatriot Bolt dominated the track, but unfortunately, he failed to seize that opportunity, and after Bolt's emergence, he had even fewer chances. As the race began, Powell seemed to have slowed down, ultimately finishing with a time of 10:34 seconds, placing second in his group to advance to the next round. Next up is Chu Tiankai's 7th group, with him assigned to lane 6. His appearance ignited the passion of the audience from Huagua. At the same moment, whether in the office or at home caring for children, some viewers had been waiting in front of their televisions, others paused their work to check the time and picked up their phones. Their gaze pierced through the East China Sea, landing thousands of kilometers away at the Daiban Sports Stadium, closely watching the flash of Huagua Red on the television. In Chu Tiankai's fan group, Master Chu is about to compete. Are you all excited? Of course we are excited. Let's pray that Master Chu can advance to the next round. To be honest, even if Master Chu doesn't make it, I'll be content. Just being able to compete is already quite good. You jinx. Can you keep quiet? Even though Chu Tiankai previously ran 9:95 seconds at the Universiade, fans still dared not hold too high expectations for him, primarily because the competitive level at the World Championships is extremely high. The World Championships is the pinnacle event in individual sports, while the Olympics represent the pinnacle in mixed disciplines. In terms of influence, the Olympics are somewhat more significant, but not necessarily in terms of results. At this moment, there are still 4 athletes from Huagua who have participated in the men's 100-meter event. The earliest can be traced back 75 years to Liu Changchun, who attended the Olympics under difficult circumstances, drifting at sea for over 20 days and carrying the national flag alone. The most recent is Chun Jin, who participated in the last Olympic Games. The World Championships is indeed a first for the girls, and it's not just Huagua that faces this situation. Other Asian countries fare little better, leading to jokes that the World Championships do not belong to Asians. As the athletes prepare, Sports Channel commentator Yang Jian passionately narrates, "Dear viewers, the athletes of the 7th group are now all in place, and in lane 6 is our sprinter Chu Tiankai. Chu Tiankai is the first athlete from our country to qualify for the men's 100 meters at the Athletics World Championships. His presence on the track is already a historic breakthrough regardless of the final result. Of course, I believe that Chu Tiankai will go further in this competition." Next to him in lane 5 is Jamaican sprinter Carter, another favorite for a medal in this 100 meters. As the race is about to begin, Chu Tiankai seems calm, while countless people connected to him are nervously clenching their fists. Chen Yuhuang, Wenbin, his younger siblings, and many others related to him are all staring intently at the On your marks. Set. As the London-accented English echoed, Chu Tiankai immediately pushed off from the starting blocks, simultaneously activating his LV3 acceleration skill. At the same time, the athletes' reaction times were displayed on the big screen. The fastest reaction time came from Carter in lane 5, clocking in at 0.132 seconds, while Chu Tiankai at 0.218 seconds predictably landed last. In the studio, Yang Jian explained to the national audience with a sigh, "Chu Tiankai's reaction time is indeed not very fast. His advantage lies in his explosive power and sprinting speed after the start." In truth, Chu Tiankai wanted to tell him that this was already the result of a month of specialized training with the national team, and it was his fastest start reaction yet. In front of the screen, the Huagua audience, witnessing Chu Tiankai's lagging performance, suddenly became tense, fearing he might not advance to the next round. In contrast to the anxious Huagua audience, the spectators from the island nation were filled with excitement, immediately booing. "This new Asian sprinter doesn't seem that impressive. His reaction time is significantly slower than that of Chao Yuangjun. How can he dare to look down on him? Do you even deserve it?" However, to their disappointment, after the start, Chu Tiankai seemed like a different person, catching up to Carter, who was in first place at the 60-meter mark. Carter merely glanced with his peripheral vision and realized that Chu Tiankai had already surpassed him. A sense of crisis instantly surged within Carter, prompting him to unleash all his strength in pursuit. Unfortunately, Chu Tiankai had already widened the gap and was the first to cross the finish line. How can this yellow-skinned person be so strong? He seems to be at ease while we are giving it our all. Beautiful. In the studio, Yang Jian couldn't help but shout, "Chu Tiankai has crossed the finish line and successfully advanced to the next round. Let us congratulate Chu Tiankai for entering the semifinals, not only breaking historical barriers, but also delivering a perfect performance in his World Championship debut with a first-place finish." In this competition, every advancement by Chu Tiankai will represent a historic breakthrough in our 100-meter sprinting history. The big screen at the finish line displayed the results for the 7th group. First place was Chu Tiankai with a time of 10.7 seconds, while Carter ranked second at 10.19 seconds. After the first round, Chu Tiankai stood at first place among all competitors with a time of 10.7 seconds. The American athlete Devonish ranked second with a time of 10.13 seconds. The island nation's Chao Yuangjun came in third with a time of 10.14 seconds. Tyson Gay placed sixth with a time of 10.19 seconds. Powell ranked 24th with a time of 10.34 seconds, also advancing to the semifinals. In the first round, aside from the Francis brothers causing an upset, other seeded athletes smoothly advanced to the next round. The men's 100-meter semifinals, which is essentially the quarterfinals, will be held at 7:15 p.m. From the preliminary results, it is evident that most seeded athletes have conserved their energy, focusing on the subsequent competitions. However, some athletes do not share this mindset. Some, who cannot contend for medals, only hope to achieve better results in the preliminary and semifinal stages to break personal or national records at the World Championships. For example, the island nation's Chao Yuangjun ran a time of 10.14 seconds in the preliminaries, which is his best performance of the season, indicating that he has given his all. However, the fervent fans and media from the island nation do not see it this way. After the competition ended, the audience from the island nation was shouting hoarsely in support of Chao Yuangjun, their fervor surpassing that of Tyson Gay and Powell by an unfathomable margin. Some fervent fans believed that since their hero could finish third in the preliminaries, it was not impossible for him to win a bronze medal in the finals and break the national record. Chu Tiankai witnessed Chao Yuangjun leave the venue, yet he felt that his mood was not quite right. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. When strength is insufficient to bear the expectations of the public, it may only result in backlash. The island nation's J Sports Television, as the largest sports channel of the host country, broadcasted the entire event. Ironically, since the broadcast of this event, the channel could not find any highlights from domestic athletes and had to focus on the star competitors from other countries. In this World Championship, they lacked top-tier athletes, with the only potential medal contender being Reiko Tosa in the women's marathon. Unfortunately, this sole hope was also faced with a double blockade from Kenyan athlete Catherine and Chinese athlete Zhou Chuanxiu, making it extremely difficult to secure a medal. Under such circumstances, Chao Yuangshuan's outstanding performance in the preliminaries undoubtedly served as a booster shot for them. The host Masao Taro immediately perked up and spoke eloquently on camera. He provided a detailed introduction to Chao Yuangshuan's historical achievements, and then analyzed the strengths of seed athletes like Tyson Gay and Powell. Ultimately, he reached the conclusion that Chao Yuangshuan's advancement as the third-best qualifier among all participants was indeed remarkable. However, as a well-known athlete from the island nation, the audience was well aware of Chao Yuangshuan's historical performance, and reiterating it seemed pointless. Hence, the previously quiet, discourteous athlete, Chinese Chu Tiankai, was once again brought up by Masao Taro. Masao Taro spoke into the microphone. I have also learned about Chu Tiankai previously. I will not discuss other aspects today, but let us analyze the strength of this athlete. As the first athlete from China to advance to the 100 meters in the World Championships, finishing first in the preliminaries indicates he should possess considerable strength, yet this athlete has a fatal flaw. Ito-kun, could you explain what that flaw is to the audience? Masao Taro asked Ito Hiro in the studio. Ito Hiro, now retired, and a well-known sprinter from the island nation, the 100-meter record holder, was invited to the studio as a commentary guest. Ito Hiro took over the discussion, the reaction time at the start. I have reviewed videos of Chu Tiankai's previous races and analyzed his start reaction times. The fastest was 0.22 seconds, while the slowest was 0.27 seconds. How does this reaction speed measure up? Masao Taro asked, feigning ignorance. Ito Hiro continued, objectively speaking, this reaction time is more than 0.1 seconds slower than that of other competitors. It is well known that a difference of 0.1 seconds in a 100-meter race is a significant gap. Furthermore, this athlete has another disadvantage. His rise to prominence has been very brief, lasting no more than 4 months. So far, he has only participated in 3 official races, including this World Championship, which means his experience in major competitions is not very rich. Masao Taro immediately showed interest. So what do you think of Chu Tiankai's declaration of aiming for a medal before the race? I feel that his starting disadvantage will be hard to overcome. The World Championship is different from the Chinese National Games, where all the competitors are world-class athletes, and each athlete's explosive power and acceleration capabilities are very strong. Compared to them, Chu Tiankai does not have an advantage in the latter part of the race. Therefore, I predict he might stop in the semifinals. If he performs exceptionally well, he might reach the finals, but winning a medal will be extremely difficult. Tyson Gay and Powell have virtually locked in the top 2 spots, but Chu Tiankai will have to compete against the remaining 34 athletes for third place. Although Abakwairu has been eliminated, athletes like Daveranash, Carter, and Campbell are all capable of contending for third place, and compared to them, Chu Tiankai holds no advantage. Masao Taro exaggeratedly responded, as far as I know, Chu Tiankai is the new sprint sensation of Asia, having achieved a time of 9.95 seconds in the 100 meters. While 9.95 seconds has broken the Asian record in such high-level competitions, it may not necessarily secure a medal. Furthermore, I am quite curious as to how Chu Tiankai managed to achieve a time of 9.95 seconds with a reaction time of 0.23 seconds. If his reaction speed were on par with other top athletes, wouldn't that mean he could achieve a time of 9.85 seconds? That time is very close to the World Championship record. Masao Taro quickly picked up the thread, guiding the conversation. So Ito-kun, are you implying? Ito Hiro promptly corrected him. I am merely expressing a sense of surprise from a professional standpoint, and there is no other intention. Objectively speaking, the advantage of the yellow race is in aspects like flexibility and coordination, but explosive power indeed lags behind that of black athletes. For a yellow athlete to achieve a time of 9.85 seconds is extremely challenging. So Ito-kun, do you think that if Chao Yuanjun can maintain his condition, he has a chance of winning a medal? I believe if he can continue to maintain his condition, reaching the finals should not be a problem. Beyond that, it is hard. Ito Hiro understood that the host wanted to boost ratings, but as a professional athlete, he was unwilling to be led by the nose, and just objectively expressed his views. Hearing this, the island's citizens seemed to understand that Chu Tiankai had a fatal flaw. Finishing first in the preliminaries did not prove anything. Everyone had not showcased their true strength. Could it be that Chu Tiankai finishing first was stronger than Tyson Gay, who finished 6th? By that logic, Chu Tiankai might not even be stronger than Chao Yuanshuan. So, on what grounds can you disregard our Chao Yuanjun? Unlike the island nation, this year's World Championship in China had plenty of highlights with potential medal hopes in the 110-meter hurdles, women's marathon, and hammer throw. Now there was an unexpected joy with the men's 100 meters. Even without aspiring for medals, every step forward was a breakthrough in history, which was of great significance. At Tsinghua Vocational College, as Chu Tiankai advanced to the semifinals, students in the cafeteria nearly broke their bowls, and the noise echoed throughout the campus. At Chengnan Middle School, with the rise of the talented trio's leader Shi Rinkai and Feng Quankai transformed into the focal points of the school. Along the way, there were many onlookers, and classmates no longer looked at them with the eyes of those who once regarded them as fools, but with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Shi Rinkai had never enjoyed such treatment, and his joy nearly made his pigtails stand on end. After the morning competition concluded, Chu Tiankai returned to the resting area to make a slight adjustment in preparation for the quarterfinals in the evening. At noon, the first gold medal of the World Championships was awarded, with Kenya's prison guard Luke Gibbet winning the men's marathon. Indeed, this champion's primary profession is as a prison guard, with marathon running as a side job. Compared to other professional athletes, this prison guard, due to years of capturing the most dangerous and notorious escapees, has developed remarkably swift legs for long-distance pursuits. It has been proven that practical experience is not inferior to professional training, or perhaps sending a few death row inmates to play soccer might allow Wagwo's football team to qualify for the World Cup. The excitement of the World Championships is indeed unmatched by the Universiade. The first round of preliminaries has already granted Chu Tiankai an additional 93 points of prestige, bringing his total to 174 points. At 7:15 p.m. the quarterfinals officially commenced. The 32 athletes were divided into 4 groups, competing for 16 spots in the semifinals. In the first group, all 8 competitors were black, with the seeded athlete being world record holder Powell. The only yellow-skinned athletes who made it this far were Chu Tiankai and Xiao Yuanxian. In fact, the white athletes did not fare much better, with only 3 advancing to the semifinals. The 1.6-meter-tall athlete that Chu Tiankai had seen previously, surprisingly, also made it to the semifinals, placed in the first group. On your marks. Set. As the starting gun fired, the 8 athletes on the track surged forward almost simultaneously, making it difficult to discern who had the faster reaction time. However, halfway through, Powell's advantage became evident as he pulled ahead of the other competitors by half a. Perhaps due to the increased competition in the semifinals, Powell did not dare to hold back, showing no signs of slowing down as he advanced to the semifinals with the fastest time in his group. The short athlete that Chu Tiankai had been watching also qualified for the next round, placing 3rd in his group. His quick short strides were not much slower than longer strides. The scoreboard displayed the results for the first group, with Powell finishing first in 10.01 seconds. In the second group, Tyson Gay also progressed to the next round with a time of 10.6 seconds. From the results of the quarterfinals, it was evident that these seeded athletes were wary of any unexpected mishaps. While they did not perform at their absolute peak, they still delivered 95% of their capability. Next up was the third group, which was different from the others, as it included 6 black athletes and 2 yellow-skinned athletes. Chu Tiankai stood on the starting line of lane 6. At the same time, the commentators from J Sports and Huagua Sports channel straightened their postures. Masao Taro earnestly addressed the camera. Dear viewers, the rules for advancing to the semifinals stipulate that the top 4 from each group will qualify. Xiao Yuanxian has already taken his position on the track. Let me introduce the competitors in each lane. In lane 2 is Davis Patton from the United States. This athlete is already 30 years old, with a personal best of 9.93 seconds in the 100 meters, and his preliminary time was 10.23 seconds. In lane 3 is the young Nesta Carter from Jamaica, with a personal best of 9.96 seconds and a preliminary time of 10.17 seconds. In lane 4, we have the esteemed Chao Yuanshuan, who achieved 3rd place in the preliminaries due to his power. In lane 5 is the French athlete Pickney. In lane 6, we have the newly dubbed Asian speedster Chu Tiankai from Huagua. By the way, this is my first time seeing a Huagua athlete on the world stage in the 100 meters. Previously, this athlete ranked 1st in the preliminaries while others were holding back. It is said that this athlete boldly stated before the competition that he aims to win a medal in this year's men's 100 meters. Let us wait and see if he can advance to the next round. In lane 7 is Burns from Trinidad and Tobago. In lane 8 is Martina from Angola. In lane 9 is Obi Ri from Niger. The French athlete Pickney curiously glanced left at Chao Yuanxian and then right at Chu Tiankai, his face filled with astonishment. As a black athlete, he typically encounters competitors with similar skin tones in the 100-meter events, especially in top-tier competitions like the World Championships. Seeing 2 yellow-skinned athletes suddenly surprised him. The yellow-skinned athlete on the left is wearing all white and looks quite strong but seems a bit old. It appears he placed 3rd in the preliminaries. What does that achieve? He probably exhausted all his strength and is not a concern. The athlete on the right, dressed in red, seems to be from a different nation than the one on the left. Not very old, skinny like a chick, even less formidable than the older athlete on the left. This one seems to have placed first in the preliminaries. With the first and third ranked athletes beside me, what does that make me? It seems these athletes in the preliminaries held back their strength, allowing both of them to secure the top 3 spots. Pick Me felt a surge of excitement, believing that these 2 yellow-skinned athletes posed no threat, effectively removing 2 competitors. Running in the top 4 among the 6 should not be difficult for him. As the starter raised the starting gun, Masao Taro instantly became tense, fixating on the big screen to begin the commentary. The race has begun. Chao Yuanxian has once again taken the lead off the starting line. His reaction time was 0.132 seconds, truly deserving of being our current 100-meter champion. Unexpectedly, the slowest start was from Chu Tiankai of Huagua. At the same time, on lane 5 of the track. How is this yellow-skinned athlete starting so quickly? How is he faster than me? Pickney noticed that Chao Yuanxian on the left had a better start than him and felt a bit confused. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the right towards Chu Tiankai. The athlete in red is lagging behind me a bit. That's more normal. He had just relaxed a bit. Damn, the athlete in red on the right is catching up too fast. How can this yellow-skinned athlete accelerate so quickly? The athlete in red has already surpassed me. Could I be losing? A sense of foreboding rose in Pickney's heart as he gritted his teeth, wishing he could move his legs fast enough to create smoke. However, a little over halfway through the race, he felt that the yellow-skinned athlete on the right had at least pulled ahead of him by a body length. He exerted himself desperately, but the gap only widened, leaving him helplessly watching Chu Tiankai pull ahead. At J Sports, Masao Taro and Ito Hiroshi were glued to the big screen, with Masao Taro commenting at a rapid pace. Chao Yuanxian's acceleration is very fast, temporarily leading the other athletes. Lane 8's Martina has caught up to Chao Yuanxian, and they are neck and neck. Oh, the athlete in lane 6. Chu Tiankai has also caught up and is still accelerating. Chu Tiankai has actually surpassed both Chao Yuanxian and Martina, taking the lead. Chao Yuanxian is desperately trying to catch up. What's over, he can't catch up. Chu Tiankai crossed the finish line first. The race is over. Let's check the results on the big screen. Chao Yuanxian finished 4th in the group with a time of 10.16 seconds, not bad, successfully advancing to the semifinals. In second place in the group, Martina with a time of 10.8 seconds. The competition in the semifinals was indeed fiercer than in the preliminaries. 10.8 seconds only secured second place. In first place in the group, Huagua's Chu Tiankai with a time of 9.93 seconds. How is that possible? A new Asian record. Masao Taro collapsed into his chair, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. Previously mocking Chu Tiankai, how could it be just a few minutes before he received a slap to the face? 9.93 seconds. That is worlds apart from the 10.7 seconds in the preliminaries. How could he possess such strength? In an instant, Masao Taro regained his composure, springing back up from his chair with a smile towards the camera. Huagua's Chu Tiankai has indeed secured first in his group. He is truly the undisputed #1 sprinter in Asia. Unlike the flustered Masao Taro, the focus of the Huagua Sports channel has always been on Chu Tiankai. Chu Tiankai has fallen behind at the start. Come on, Chu Tiankai, keep going. Chu Tiankai has caught up. He has caught up with Nagahara Keru and Martina. Hold on, you must hold on. As long as you can maintain a position in the top 4, you can advance. In the next second, the commentator suddenly raised his voice, turning from commentary into a roar. Chu Tiankai is still accelerating. He has overtaken Martina. Chu Tiankai is in the lead. He has crossed the finish line. First place. Wow, we won. We have advanced to the semifinals. The commentator was extremely excited, his words tumbling over one another, and after realizing it, he sneakily glanced at the control room. To his relief, at that moment, no one in the control room was paying attention to him. It was already a chorus of cheers. The commentator let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, we almost had a live broadcast incident. The camera perfectly captured Pickney in lane 5, a French sprinting star, who still looked bewildered. I finished 5th. Am I being eliminated just like that? 2 Asian athletes have advanced to the semifinal. The one in the red clothes actually finished first. He must be from Huagua. Only people from Huagua like to wear such celebratory red. Pickney walked off the field in a daze, utterly lost. Sports competitions are this cruel. Years of hard work ended up only yielding a 10-second performance and a minute of exit. The performances of dozens of individuals only made a stage for 3. In the next group, the first place was taken by Atkinson from the Bahamas with a time of exactly 10 seconds. Thus, the list of 16 advancing athletes was finalized, and they would compete in the upcoming semifinals for 8 spots in the finals. Chu Tiankai ranked first in the heats with a time of 9.93 seconds, the only athlete to break the 10-second barrier. As Chu Tiankai left the field, he enjoyed unprecedented applause from the audience of the island nation. No matter how much the island nation's media and audience questioned his integrity at the Universiade, the time of 9.93 seconds was still displayed on the big screen. This surely couldn't be faked. Chu Tiankai met with Nishino Hibiki, the island nation's sprint coach, who was currently being interviewed by. Seeing Chu Tiankai, Nishino Hibiki was momentarily stunned, then suddenly shouted in broken Huagua, "Mr. Chu Tiankai, could you please wait a moment?" Chu Tiankai looked at him in confusion, unsure what this island coach wanted to discuss with him. Nishino Hibiki jogged over to Chu Tiankai and bowed deeply. "Mr. Chu Tiankai, I apologize for my previous arrogance." Chu Tiankai shook his head and replied, "We have no grievances, you don't need to apologize." Once Nishino Hibiki stood up, he prepared to leave, but Nishino's voice came again from behind him. "Mr. Chu Tiankai, I wish you better results in the upcoming competition." Chu Tiankai turned back and said, "Thank you, and I wish you all good results too." He smiled as he left the mixed zone. This is how people from the island nation are. Their admiration for the strong and disdain for the weak is vividly displayed. If he had been eliminated today, Nishino Hibiki would not have had this expression upon seeing him. Chu Tiankai was not surprised by the time of 9:93 seconds. After upgrading his acceleration skill to LV3, he could easily break 9 seconds. However, breaking 9.8 seconds was out of reach. He had never run under 9.8 seconds in training. Currently, his strength was sufficient for a medal, but whether he could secure gold remained uncertain. As Chu Tiankai's coach Wang Hong was also not surprised by his performance, but team leader Yang was unable to hold back. Did this break the Asian record again? Yang was lost in thought. Originally, only 3 events were expected to compete for medals, but suddenly there was another unexpected joy, especially the main event of the 100-meter sprint. The fact that the Huagua team made it into the 100 meters was already noteworthy. What if they could win a medal? Yang could hardly imagine. He understood the significance of a 100-meter medal for Huagua, even more so than gold medals in other events. The Eagle Nation's BBC also broadcasted the World Championships in full. After the heats of the 100 meters, the camera returned to the studio, where there was a guest besides the host. The Eagle Nation's sports commentator John Donald. The host spoke to the camera. The second round of the 100-meter battle has ended and our nation's Ma Long and Devonish have as expected advanced to the next round. Mr. John, please give us your commentary on the quarterfinals. The camera focused on John Donald, who smiled and said, "From the performance of athletes from various countries in the heats, the USA and Jamaica are undoubtedly the strongest, each having 2 athletes advance to the semifinals. This year's 100-meter battle is a duel between the USA and Jamaica. Next are our Eagle Nation, the Bahamas, and Nigeria. What surprised me the most is that there are actually 2 Asian athletes who have made it to the semifinals. Mr. John, which athletes do you see as favorites?" My top pick is Tyson Gay from the USA. He has been in excellent form this year, running a seasonal best of 9:84 seconds, and his performances in the heats and semifinals have also been very good. I believe he has a chance at gold. Next is Jamaica's Asafa Powell, who currently holds the world record of 9:77 seconds, but this athlete has consistently underperformed in major competitions, earning the nickname soft-footed shrimp in big events. The BBC has always had this style. Some find them sharp-tongued, while others think their commentary is incisive. In any case, they have garnered enough attention. After laughing recklessly for a while, John Donald started commenting again. Next are Atkinson from the Bahamas and our own Ma Long Devonish. These 2 athletes also have a chance at medal contention. You seem to have forgotten that the first place in the first 2 rounds has been the same Huagua athlete, and you haven't mentioned him. Do you not believe in him? John Donald laughed wildly. If I remember correctly, this is the first time a Huagua athlete has participated in the 100 meters at the World Championships. Do you really think he can contend for a medal? This athlete ran a time of 9:93 seconds in the second round, ranking first among all athletes. John Donald nodded. Of course I know, but so what? At least more than half of the athletes advancing to the semifinals have run that time before. Island Nation's Nagahara Karu also ran third in the heats. Oh, what happened after he advanced to the semifinals? He barely made it to the semifinals in 4th place, just 0.01 seconds away from elimination. Asians are not suited for sprinting. The host quickly coughed to remind him. John Donald quickly explained. I mean, no offense, regardless of whether they are Asian, Caucasian, or black, everyone has their strengths. Asians excel in flexibility and coordination, which is why they are proficient in diving and ball sports, while black athletes have a higher muscle density, making them undoubtedly more suited for sprinting. John Donald then shifted his tone and added, however, this Huagua athlete is quite strong. As an Asian athlete to achieve this time is a breakthrough in Asian history. I believe he should be able to reach the finals with a performance likely between 7th and 8th place. In the evening, the first day of the competition has concluded, yielding a total of 3 gold medals. Aside from a prison guard from Kenya, the American athlete secured a gold medal in the men's shot put. Another gold medal in the women's 100 meters was successfully defended by a female athlete from Ethiopia. The performance of the Huagua team on the first day was not very good, with 14 athletes participating, only 3 advancing to the next round. The only consolation was the historic breakthrough achieved in the men's 100 meters. During the weekend, over 100 million viewers in Huagua watched this quarterfinal match. With Chu Tiankai's successful advancement, his name entered the sight of countless Huagua spectators. Many people only learned today that besides Liu Farron, there is another sprinting genius in the 100 meters event. When did another Chu Farron emerge in the country's most prestigious 100 meters event? Why did I not know about this? Many confused viewers searched for answers online, and overnight Chu Tiankai's name shot to the top of the trending list, surpassing that of a certain male celebrity known for his massive fan base. Countless Huagua spectators witnessed Chu Tiankai achieving first place in the preliminary round, igniting endless anticipation. This expectation was heavy, capable of elevating a person high or bringing them crashing down. The director team of Original Good Music handed the materials to director Hong Tao, asking, "The third round of selections has been released. Should we inform the participating contestants now?" Hong Tao nodded. "Yes, notify them in order, but do not inform a contestant named Chu Tiankai for now. He needs to focus on the competition. Wait until his match is over tomorrow night to notify him." The staff pondered for a moment and asked, "Chu Tiankai is overseas. Will he make it back for the next round? If he can't make it, well, postponed by 2 days. He will definitely return after his competition." At Tsinghua Vocational College, Huang Wenbin and Shun Yu were drinking while munching on peanuts. Huang Wenbin looked through the cafeteria window at Jiang Chuan, who was running desperately on the playground. "He's really motivated, pushing himself to the limit." Shun Yu took a sip of wine and smiled. "Only with pressure can one improve. Let's not worry about him. The quarterfinal brought Chu Tiankai 180 points of reputation, adding to his previous total of 354 points. The semifinals and finals on the following day were closely scheduled, both taking place in the evening. The semifinals were held at 7:10 p.m. and the finals at 9:20 p.m. At 6:40 p.m., Chu Tiankai arrived punctually at the stadium. The semifinals were divided into 2 groups, A and B, with the top 3 from each group and the 2 best times advancing to the finals. Chu Tiankai was placed in Group A, which included the favorite to win, Tyson Gay. This was Chu Tiankai's first close-up view of the world-renowned athlete, who had become quite adept at his techniques. It was clear he was relaxed about the semifinals, but his expression remained emotionless, as if lost in thought. In contrast, the other contestants in the group did not share such ease. In the semifinals, 3 white athletes from the quarterfinals had already been eliminated, while 2 Asian athletes advanced to the next round. As the 8 athletes prepared on the track, the camera scanned over them, introducing each one and eliciting screams from the audience. When the introduction reached Chu Tiankai and Lane for the audience from Japan finally ceased their boos. Chu Tiankai suddenly heard his name resonating throughout the stadium. It turned out that the Huagua spectators in the West had all risen, holding up their placards and cheering. Despite only a few hundred spectators, their momentum was enough to reach the skies. Chu Tiankai waved at the Huagua supporters, the people who had crossed oceans to back their country, undoubtedly the most lovable. "Now let's allow these most lovable people to return home victorious. On your marks." Chu Tiankai placed 1 foot on the starting block. "Set." With the sound of the starter pistol, Chu Tiankai fell behind the first place, surprisingly taken by Burns in lane 7, an athlete from Trinidad and Tobago. If it weren't for competing in the same event, Chu Tiankai would have had no idea that such a country existed in the world. However, being a small country did not mean lesser strength. Chu Tiankai discovered that this athlete's start response and explosive power on the track were formidable. Burns had a reaction time of 0.132 seconds, placing him first, while the gear changer followed with 0.145 seconds, and Chu Tiankai was in last place with a time of 0.226 seconds. Chu Tiankai was only 0.8 seconds behind Tyson Gay, yet he instantly found himself a full body length behind, and that distance was not as easily closed as before. This showcased the strength of world-class competitors. Chu Tiankai did not dare to be complacent. He instantly activated his acceleration icon and began to chase after the 7 leading athletes. At the 40-meter mark, Chu Tiankai finally caught up to the 3 athletes in front of him who had fallen behind. The commentator from the Huagua Sports channel finally let out a slight sigh of relief. "Ladies and gentlemen, Chu Tiankai's acceleration ability is indeed remarkable. He is now in 5th place, needing to secure at least 3rd place to guarantee a spot in the finals. Chu Tiankai is still accelerating. His speed is increasing. He has overtaken Burns and is now in 2nd place, just half a body length behind the first Tyson Gay." With 20 meters to the finish line, Tyson Gay vaguely sensed a red figure on his left, quickly catching up. Is this the Huagua athlete who topped the preliminary round? His speed is indeed impressive. Tyson Gay had originally planned to ease up, but upon seeing this immediately abandoned the idea. His pride would not allow him to lose to an unknown athlete, even in the semifinals. Tyson Gay gritted his teeth and sprinted towards the finish line without holding back. While running, he glanced sideways at the figure on his left. The athlete in red was surprisingly keeping pace with him. Burns in lane 7 was utterly astonished. He had started in first place, and while it was one thing for Tyson Gay to surpass him, now the red-clad athlete in lane 4 had also overtaken him. Trinidad and Tobago is a small country in the Caribbean of Central America with a population of just over 1 million, yet its sprinting prowess is formidable, having produced a series of sprinting legends such as Richard Thompson and Sorello. Burns could not tolerate Chu Tiankai overtaking him. Just as he was about to accelerate, he noticed that Osafnikar from Slovenia in lane 6 was also catching up to him. I can't be eliminated now. Burns quickly shook off his thoughts, widening his eyes and sprinting forward. He just wanted to secure his spot in the next round. With only 10 meters to the finish line from a horizontal perspective, Chu Tiankai and Tyson Gay were neck and neck, making it impossible to discern who was ahead. Chu Tiankai was also gritting his teeth, charging ahead. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent in any of his past competitions. This semifinal fully unleashed his potential, and he dared not hold back. In the sports channel studio, all the staff were glued to the television screen, and the commentator momentarily forgot to continue narrating. Even though Chu Tiankai ran a time of 9:93 seconds in the preliminaries, they could hardly fathom that he was competing against Gay at this level. After all, this was Tyson Gay, the current world number 1 in the 100 meters, and it was under the condition that Chu Tiankai had started 0.8 seconds behind. The commentators suddenly became excited, shouting at the big screen, "They've crossed the finish line." Chu Tiankai and Tyson Gay crossed simultaneously. Who is the first place? Who is truly the best, Chu Tiankai or Tyson Gay? The audience at the competition site and the 100 million viewers in Huagua all turned their gazes towards the large screen at the finish line. The staff began to retrieve the footage from the finish line. In a championship of this caliber, the high-speed cameras can capture results accurate to 1/10th of a second. The commentator from the Huagua Sports Channel was also fixated on the large screen, mentally preparing the comment. Let us congratulate Chu Tiankai for securing second place in the group, an unprecedented advancement to the finals of the championship. He stood his ground against the world's top sprinter Tyson Gay, which is a tremendous victory for us. Fortunately, the rankings were already out. 1. Chu CHN 9. 842 2. Tyson Gay USA 9. 846. The results of the two were very close, with Chu Tiankai winning the group by a slim margin. Well done. Great job, Chu Tiankai. The studio of the Huagua Sports Channel, which had been silent for a long time, erupted into thunderous applause. At that moment, the anticipation built over decades surpassed everything. They even forgot that nearly 100 million pairs of eyes were glued to the television. The commentator's face turned red, transforming into a roar. We won, we won. Chu Tiankai has triumphed over Tyson Gay. He immediately changed his long-prepared remarks. As we all know, sprinting is a field in which the Americans excel, and Tyson Gay is their finest sprinter. However, today, in the distant Daobin Stadium, on a track where Americans are most proficient, we Huagua people have triumphed over them. Chu Tiankai has broken the Asian record twice in this competition, and this time he surpassed the 9:85 barrier, a truly unbelievable achievement. Let us congratulate Chu Tiankai. The commentator praised Chu Tiankai unreservedly, and the viewers in front of the television were infected by the atmosphere. At this moment, the confidence and cohesion of the nation were unprecedentedly strong. The group name Reform and Return had been flooding the chat for a long time, when suddenly someone said, "Why don't we change the group name? Even if he strays from his path in the future, I won't blame him. He has given his all and exceeded my expectations. Even if he finishes last in the finals, I won't blame him." Note the group name has been changed to Move Forward Courageously. The group leader days won't go well, spoke Chu. Farron has given me too many surprises, creating miracles. I have a feeling he will definitely win gold. Leader, you mean winning gold, not just a medal? Yes, I mean gold. Chu Tiankai gazed at the finish line's results as if he had returned to his past life. This scene was strikingly similar to the moment when Su Shun ran 9:83 seconds in the Olympic semifinals, only this time the protagonist had shifted from him to himself. Tyson Gay finally turned to face the Huagua athlete, speaking in broken Huagua. "You are strong. You're amazing, T." Chu Tiankai replied in his shaky English. Tyson Gay nodded and walked off the field. He had also given his all in this competition and needed to recover quickly. Coach Wang Hong stared at the scoreboard, his face filled with astonishment. He did not understand why Chu Tiankai had hidden his strength during training, making the 9:84 result utterly incomprehensible to him. Wang Hong felt a mix of excitement and regret. This is already an extraordinary performance, but it's a pity it's only the semifinals. If it were the finals, 9:84 might really win gold. He still lacks experience in large competitions. In the semifinals, just ensuring advancement is enough. Running too fiercely, how much energy will he have left for the finals? It's really hard to say. After Group A concluded, the competition in Group B was significantly reduced. Powell easily advanced to the next round with a time of exactly 10 seconds, securing first place in his group. Zhao Yuanchuan, however, was eliminated with a dismal time of 18 seconds. Zhao Yuanxian walked off the field with a dejected expression. At 35 years old this year, this championship could very well be his last, but unfortunately, he ultimately failed to reach the finals. In contrast to the fervent Huagua audience, the audience from the island nation was reluctant to accept the outcome. The venue fell into silence, and some emotional viewers even shed tears of disappointment. Chu Tiankai watched as Tyson Gay and Powell walked off the field. Tyson Gay had exerted unprecedented pressure on him, while Powell had concealed his strength in the second group. Watching the clash between him and Tyson Gay. They are both formidable opponents. With 2 hours until the finals, Chu Tiankai was gulping down water in the waiting room, hoping to quickly dissipate the lactic acid accumulated in his body. The massage therapist accompanying Huagua was relaxing his leg muscles. Chu Tiankai activated the system panel in his mind, navigating to the sports section. The sports section was divided into 2 subsections, including skills and items. He focused the system on skills, and a roulette-like interface immediately appeared in his mind. It was filled with a multitude of skills numbering in the hundreds. Besides the already illuminated acceleration skill, the rest were grayed out. Chu Tiankai spotted the coveted quick reaction skill. After the semifinals, his reputation had risen to 525 points, but upgrading the acceleration skill to LV4 required 800 points, which was far from enough. Chu Tiankai decided to test his luck and chose to spend 100 reputation points for a random draw. The roulette spun rapidly as if in a frenzy, and after a moment the pointer landed on a skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Ronaldinho football skill and experience fragments. Instantly, some football experience materialized in his mind, and he understood how to utilize the Ronaldinho football skill and experience fragments. 5 fragments stacked together would equate to a full replication of Ronaldinho's football skills and experience. Continuing to stack fragments beyond that could even surpass Ronaldinho himself. What was being copied were skills and experience, but speed and physical fitness could not be replicated. However, Chu Tiankai was not worried if physical fitness could be trained. Regarding speed, having absorbed the skill fragments, even when running with the ball, he felt that Ronaldinho would not surpass him. Chu Tiankai found this skill to be excellent. Ronaldinho's technique was undeniably among the best in the world. From a commercial perspective, the football market was also significantly larger than that of athletics. Unfortunately, this was not what he ultimately desired. He could not afford to delay and directly designated the selection of the quick reaction skill. A system prompt sounded. Quick reaction is a passive, non-upgradable skill. Learning this skill requires 100 reputation points, but since the host has chosen directed learning, the required reputation is doubled. Learning. With the deduction of 200 reputation points, Chu Tiankai instantly learned the passive skill quick reaction. He felt as if he had trained for over a decade in sprinting, instantly forming muscle memory. He tried shaking his fingers to test. Typically it takes about 0.2 seconds for a person to shake their fingers, but Chu Tiankai felt that 0.2 seconds was more than enough for him to shake his fingers twice. His reaction had indeed improved significantly. Chu Tiankai immediately had the massage therapist stop and walk to a secluded area to practice his starts a few times to adapt to the changes brought by the new skill. The J Sports television station in the island country saw Taro Masao demonstrating foresight by praising Chu Tiankai fervently before the A group semi-final even began. Chu Tiankai is undoubtedly the Asian flying man, breaking the monopoly of black athletes in sprinting. I predict he will certainly advance to the finals. Taro Masao spared no flowery words. As it turned out, he made the right call this time, managing to salvage his previously tarnished image. However, John Donald from the BBC studio did not look pleased. Besides being a sports commentator, John Donald was also a sports expert, which often represented professionalism and authority. Previously, he had relentlessly belittled Chu Tiankai through so-called expertise and provided detailed analyses on why Asians were unfitted for sprinting based on muscle density and genetic factors. His assertions had indeed stunned the audience in front of the television. Unfortunately, just a few minutes later, reality dealt him a harsh slap. As an expert, losing credibility is a very embarrassing matter, and it could even affect his future income. John Donald did not want to speak anymore, even refraining from commenting on his fellow countryman Malin Devanish's advancement. There was not much to comment on either, as Devanish's time of 10.6 seconds paled in comparison to the 2.984 seconds. However, the host clearly did not want to let him off that easily. The upcoming matches like highlights, so swapping guests for a bit of viewership isn't a bad idea either. The host immediately addressed the camera. Mr. John just predicted that the Chinese athlete Chu Tiankai would not perform well, yet this Chinese athlete surprisingly advanced to the finals with the first place in the semifinals. Moreover, he achieved a time of 9:84 seconds under favorable wind conditions, which is the best time in the 100 meters this year. The host gestured for the staff to focus the camera on John Donald and smiled as he asked, Mr. John, what do you have to say about this? John Donald immediately adjusted his expression and spoke. The strength of this Chinese athlete indeed surprised me. He is among the best in Asia. However, I still maintain my viewpoint that even if the Chinese athlete reaches the finals, his ranking won't be too high. The host asked in surprise, Mr. John, since Chu Tiankai surpassed Tyson Gay in the semifinals, why do you still believe so? John Donald explained the finals and semifinals are only 2 hours apart. The Chinese athlete has already exhausted his energy in the semifinals, and he definitely won't recover in that short span of time. He then began to expound on professional knowledge. Compared to jogging, the 100-meter sprint is an anaerobic exercise. Even a mere 2 increase in speed can expend energy equivalent to twice that of the previous effort. Don't underestimate those brief 10 seconds. The energy expended is not much less than that of several hours of aerobic exercise. From a physiological perspective, this Asian athlete's physical quality is far inferior to that of Tyson Gay, and he definitely won't recover in time for the finals. Additionally, this Chinese athlete has a slow reaction time at the start, relying on his acceleration later, which consumes even more energy than others. The BBC reporter cooperatively swept the camera over to Chu Tiankai, who was practicing his starts outside the field. His red sportswear stood out conspicuously in the arena. John Donald immediately noticed him and mocked. He, the Chinese athlete, is still practicing his starts. I seriously doubt if it's too late for him to train now. If Chu Tiankai had heard John Donald's words, he would certainly find some truth in them. The all-out sprint in the semifinals left him feeling somewhat fatigued and in poor condition. With a reputation of 225 points remaining, Chu Tiankai opened the sports item page. The items in the toolkit were dazzling, with significant price differences. Some were permanent, while others were single-use. Some items cost over 1,000 reputation points, while others were only a few tens. Unlike skills, items were not randomly drawn. They could be purchased directly with reputation points. Chu Tiankai stealthily walked to a secluded spot, spending 30 reputation points to purchase a stamina recovery potion, which he drank in one gulp. After consuming the potion, he immediately felt his entire condition return to its peak level. Isn't this a bit unfair? Chu Tiankai pondered thoughtfully. Since I've already gone this far, I might as well push it a bit harder. Chu Tiankai then glanced at the high-tech running shoes in the system. While 500 points of reputation even more expensive than skills, I can't afford it. The head of the Track and Field Management Center, Lin Hai, also served as the leader of the Chinese delegation and was part of the team for this World Championship. At 7:40 p.m., Lin Hai had just finished dinner at the Chinese delegation's residence when Assistant Tian rushed in excitedly. Chief, good news, tremendous news. Is there a project that won a medal, eh? Lin Hai asked in confusion. He quickly reviewed the day's schedule. The only events China had entered were the women's shot put and the men's 20-kilometer race walk-in finals, while the others were either preliminary or qualifying rounds. But neither of these events had the strength to win any medals. No one won medals, Assistant Tian panted, waving his hand. What kind of tremendous news is not winning medals? Lin Hai was a bit puzzled. Assistant Tian continued, in the men's 100 meters we have an athlete who advanced to the finals. Lin Hai was somewhat annoyed. Just advancing to the finals is nothing to be surprised about. I thought you meant we won a medal. He paused for a moment, suddenly realizing, and jumped up from the sofa. What did you say, men's 100 meters? The men's 100 meters advanced to the finals. This is indeed tremendous news, as its historical significance is far greater than winning medals in other events. Assistant Tian nodded in agreement, saying, yes, Chu Tiankai advanced to the finals with a time of 9:84 seconds, finishing first in the semifinals. What did you say, 9:84 seconds? Lin Hai stared intently at Assistant Tian, his face filled with disbelief. Assistant Tian nodded vigorously. Prepare the vehicle, we are going to the scene right now. There are 2 hours left, and I must go support our athlete on site. On Beijing time, August 26, 2007, at 9:20 p.m., the Dabin Changju Sports Stadium was as bright as day, and the stands were filled to capacity. The next event about to take place was the highlight of this World Championship, the men's 100 meters sprint showdown. At this point, no other ongoing field events could attract any audience. All events had to make way for the men's 100 meters finals. This was the significance of the 100 meters sprint showdown. Changju Stadium resembled a boiling cauldron, where on the western side of the audience 300 Chinese spectators had somehow brought in a large drum. Boom, boom, boom. A big man wearing a red scarf labeled "Victory for China" suddenly struck the drum. Boom, 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 boom. The rhythm grew faster and the drumming became denser, resembling two armies clashing with the warrior charging forth. The drumbeat was infused with intense battle spirit, as if an arrow had been drawn ready to be released. The 11th World Athletics Championships men's 100 meters final officially begins in a broadcasting studio of Huagua Central. Originally, this World Championship was supposed to be broadcast live by the sports channel, but due to a historic inclusion of a Huagua athlete in the men's 100-meter final. Moreover, given the importance of this final, Huagua Central also simultaneously broadcasted the event. Sports commentator Yang Jian sat confidently at the commentary desk. Dear viewers, let us focus on the 2007 World Championships, the ultimate showdown of human speed, the men's 100-meter final. At this moment, all eyes around the world are gathered here, accompanied by the thrilling music from the stadium reminiscent of gladiators in battle. Our final athletes are making their entrance. As the 8 athletes walked onto the track, the cameras scanned over them one by one. Lane 2 features Osavnikar from Slovenia. Clearly, this athlete is not very strong, as the camera only gave him a 5-second shot before moving on to the next. Lane 3 is occupied by Burns from Trinidad and Tobago, who similarly did not attract much attention. In Lane 4 is Asafa Powell from Jamaica, the 3-time holder of the 9.77-second world. He sports a small yellow mustache, and the camera lingered on his face for more than 10 seconds, receiving thunderous applause from the crowd, showcasing his impressive presence. Next in Lane 5 is Chu Tiansai, who was the first in the semifinals, also garnered significant attention comparable to Powell. As the camera focused on Chu Tiansai, commentator Yang Jian became excited, his voice rising considerably. This is our Asian flying man Chu Tiansai. We can see the Huagua audience in the stands cheering for our flyer. The sound of drums reverberates. The Huagua audience at the scene seems to be sending off their hero into battle. I can see a sense of valiance and heroism filling the atmosphere. Chu Tiansai is also the youngest athlete in the competition, only 19 years old, and still a student. His future path is still long, regardless of who wins the championship or what time Chu Tiansai achieves. I believe this moment will become a golden memory in all our minds. Next in Lane 6 is Tyson Gay from the United States, representing the golden generation of American sprinters. He was in an intense battle with Chu Tiansai in the semifinals and clearly maintained a great condition. Lane 7 features Atkinson from the Bahamas. Lane 8 is occupied by Davenish from England. Lane 9 features Martina from the Netherlands. All 8 athletes are now in position, representing 8 different countries, embodying the fastest speeds. At the same moment, over 1 billion viewers worldwide wait in front of their televisions, eager to witness the birth of the new sprinting champion. For this World Championship final in the 100 meters, Europeans are more in the mood to watch the spectacle. In contrast, Americans have long been waiting, hoping to witness their 100-meter king Tyson Gay defeat Powell. Ideally, they want to see him break Powell's world record and become the fastest person on the planet. On this weekend, countless Huagua viewers and friends gather together either at hotels or at home. They prepare food and drinks, eagerly awaiting the start of the 100-meter final. Huagua people have this habit. During tense and anticipated competitions, they like to call friends together to share the experience. Having friends around can ease the pre-race tension and amplify the joy of victory. Even in defeat, there are companions to share a drink and soothe sorrows. They have experienced such situations many times in football, feeling disappointed repeatedly, but today they are faced with the unprecedented men's 100 meters event. In past World Championships and Olympic Games, they were mere spectators watching athletes from other countries battle it out, and even the most thrilling matches lacked a sense of belonging. Yet today, amidst a stage filled with black athletes, there is a striking splash of red appearing, solitary, yet quietly blooming. The starter signals the athletes to get ready for the race. The stadium, filled with tens of thousands, instantly quiets down, and the audience holds their breath, the silence palpable. The starter raises the gun, and Chu Tiansai perks up his ears, waiting for the sound of the shot. In competitions of this level, the start is crucial. Even the best athletes in the world cannot afford to fall. Originally, Chu Tiansai was supposed to lag behind by a significant margin, but now he believes he will not. On your marks. In the studio, Yang Jian said solemnly, the most intense and brutal showdown of speed in human history is about to begin. Set. As the gunshot rings out, Yang Jian commentates in sync. The race begins, and Chu Tiansai's reaction time is exceptionally quick, placing him in third position. Oh no, someone false started. The referee blew the whistle to pause the race. It turns out it was Powell in Lane 4 who false started. Damn it. Jiang Chuan slammed his hand on the table in frustration in front of the television. Coach Wang Hong and director Lin, who had just arrived, also looked disheartened. It was rare for Chu Tiansai to perform so well at the start only to have it rendered invalid by the false start. Maintaining that speed after this would be very difficult. Yang Jian also looked gloomy as he explained to the national audience Asafa Powell must have felt the pressure from Chu Tiansai and Tyson Gay, so he resorted to a false start strategy, but unfortunately it affected Chu Tiansai. As everyone should know, Chu Tiankai's reaction time is not fast. Even so, he had achieved first place in previous rounds. If he had started in third place, he could have very well medaled, or even won gold. It is truly a pity. At this moment, unlike in future instances where a false start results in immediate disqualification, there are two chances for a start. Thus, many athletes eager for victory will adopt the false start strategy. The start times of other athletes were also displayed on the big screen. In third place was Atkinson from the Bahamas, who was in lane 7 with a start speed of 0.141 seconds, very close to Chu Tiankai. The slowest was Osavnica in lane 2 with a start speed of 0.173 seconds. Perhaps out of caution, Powell's start in this round was not very good, either placing 6th with a time of 0.159 seconds. It can be said that the biggest beneficiary of Powell's false start was Tyson Gay, who himself gained no advantage. Off the field, Wang Hong was quite puzzled by Chu Tiankai's start speed. Placing third for the first time could be considered an extraordinary performance. However, this time placing second could not be explained as merely extraordinary. In previous training sessions, Chu Tiankai was often criticized for his slow starts due to his overwhelming strength, and Wang Hong, as his coach, was well aware of this. But today's events completely refreshed his understanding. He recalled the scene during the break when Chu Tiankai practiced his start. Could it be that last-minute preparations were this effective? Unable to comprehend, he could only categorize Chu Tiankai as an athlete who thrived in major competitions, performing better the more significant the event. In this final, Chu Tiankai was finally not left behind by other competitors right from the start. At the start phase, Tyson Gay, Chu Tiansai, and Atkinson were all in the first tier, their strides and rhythms nearly identical. Due to his start, Tyson Gay had a slight lead over the other two, with all three essentially on the same level. Powell and Devonish, however, were in the second tier, lagging slightly behind. With Chu Tiankai not starting from the back, the starting gap among the 8 competitors seemed not too significant. Even the leader, Tyson Gay, was only ahead by 0.041 seconds. The percentile difference in results depended on the performance on the track. The competition quickly intensified, and the drums of the audience from Huagua grew louder and more frequent. Chu Tiankai's heart surged more and more at this moment. He was not fighting alone. You have come from afar to cheer for me, and I will repay you with an unforgettable memory of victory. At 50 meters, Chu Tiankai had already caught up with Tyson Gay, who had a slight lead at the start, and the two were neck and neck, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Powell, the world record holder, also caught up with Atkinson in the lead pack. Chu Tiansai, keep it up. Yang Jin's voice rose a few notches as he saw Chu Tiankai catch up with Tyson Gay. Tyson Gay noticed out of the corner of his eye that Chu Tiankai was catching up and became anxious. This Huagua talent has just turned 18. He can't possibly match my stamina. After such a demanding semifinal, how does he seem unaffected? Tyson Gay tried to shake off Chu Tiankai, but felt powerless, only able to watch as Chu Tiankai gradually pulled away. How is it possible that this Huagua athlete is faster than in the semifinals? Tyson Gay felt a bit dazed. He thought his biggest rival this time was Powell, and only Powell. However, Powell was still behind him, while the one leading was a Huagua athlete in a red uniform, a result he could never have predicted before the race. Could I really lose to a Huagua athlete participating in the World Championship for the first time? This was a result he could not tolerate. Tyson Gay immediately gritted his teeth and desperately chased forward. He had expended considerable energy in the semifinals, but his physique developed through years of intense training was enough to handle this kind of pressure. At 50 meters, Powell had already caught up with Atkinson, temporarily placing third, but this was not the result How is it possible that the leader is that Huagua athlete? I need to accelerate. The Huagua athlete used up his stamina in the semifinals and will surely slow down in the latter half. I still have a chance. I must have a chance. Powell's pride would not allow him to settle for a bronze medal, and he wanted to accelerate further. But like Tyson Gay, he also felt clearly out of strength. Not only did he fail to catch up to the two ahead, but he also felt Atkinson was subtly about to overtake him. At 60 meters, the gap between Chu Tiankai and Tyson Gay was now visibly large, with Chu Tiankai leading by nearly half a body length. On-site observers, Director Lin and Wang Hong, suddenly sensed the taste of a world championship victory, a strange sense of tension rising within them. At the same moment in the studio, Yang Jin suddenly stood up from his chair, starting to roar. The race has entered the midpoint, and Chu Tiankai is accelerating. Chu Tiankai has surpassed Tyson Gay, who is chasing from behind. He must hold on. Chu Tiankai focused on the finish line ahead. His start in this final was nearly perfect, and he was maintaining his condition well. He believed he could achieve unprecedented results, so his goal was not just the championship. He aimed to break. With 10 meters to the finish line, Chu Tiankai could no longer see any other competitors in his peripheral vision. He did not relax at all, gritting his teeth as he pressed on towards the record. In the studio, Yang Jian was still screaming hoarsely. Chu Tiankai has taken the lead. First place hold on Chu Tiansai hold on a perseverance is victory. With 10 meters to go hold on Chu Tiankai has taken off. Time and space seem to freeze as he sprints across the finish line. First place, Chu Tiankai is first. We are champions. 9:75 seconds. Oh, a new world record. Chu Tiankai has set a new world record. He is the fastest runner on this planet. The world's #1 sprinter is from Huagua. Yang Jian was at a loss for words, his throat hoarse, yet his emotions were extremely excited. As Chu Tiankai sprinted, Yang Jian felt as if he had been drained of all strength, collapsing back into his chair, the excitement on his face nearly spilling over. In the stands, Director Lin and Wang Hong had already stood up. They did not shout or celebrate, only exchanging glances. It was as if a current surged from their feet to their brains, making their entire bodies tremble. Every cell in their bodies seemed to be cheering. The same overwhelming emotion took them back 3 years to the Athens Olympics, the 110-meter. However, unlike that victory which they approached with great confidence and expectation this time, it was a complete surprise. In the Huagua Athlete Village's entertainment room, dozens of athletes watching suddenly erupted into a deafening cheer as Chu Tiankai won. Lu Farron stared intently at the red figure on the television. Since you have set a good precedent for us, I will not let you down. In contrast to the excitement of the Huagua audience, European and American television stations appeared somewhat at a loss, unsure how to comment. At the BBC, John Donald's face was ashen. He was slapped in the face by Chu Tiankai once again, and this time it hurt even more. The host began to bring up sensitive topics, asking Mr. John, Chu Tiankai has won the championship. Do you have anything to say about your previous remarks? John Donald snorted coldly, saying, I have nothing to say. This matter has been strange from beginning to end. You can pull up the video of this Huagua athlete in the semifinals. When he left the field, his legs were shaking. We can see that he had exhausted all his energy in the semifinals. Based on this fact, I judged that his performance in the final would not be an issue. However, this is indeed very strange. His final performance was faster than in the semifinals, and it was not just a little faster, but it even broke the world record. The host, keen to stir the pot, asked, so Mr. John, are you suggesting that this is very illogical? John Donald dismissed. This situation only has one possibility. The host deliberately displayed a look of surprise and inquired, Mr. John, what kind of possibility are you Donald spoke cryptically. I suspect this athlete from Huagua has used something strange. It is well known that no one from Asia has ever broken the 10-second barrier over the years. The only one to do so before was Francis, a naturalized black athlete. The Huagua sprinters are even inferior to those from the island nation. Many Asians have failed to achieve what this Huagua person accomplished, and yet he has improved the record to 9:84 seconds. It would have been acceptable for the semifinals, but he broke the world record under conditions of exhaustion 2 hours later. 9:75 seconds is truly astonishing. I wouldn't believe it without something strange involved. Although John Donald spoke in an ambiguous manner, but the host immediately perked up and clarified, Mr. John, athletes undergo urine tests after the competition. In a championship of this level, the urine tests are very strict and the technology used is the most advanced. John Donald snorted coldly and said, then let us wait and see the test results of this world champion. As the finals results were announced, Tyson Gay indeed showcased his strength, winning second place with a time of 9:85 seconds, despite having expended considerable energy in the semifinals. Atkinson from the Bahamas secured third place with a time of 9:90 seconds. Powell did not perform well in the latter half and finished fourth with a time of 9:96 seconds. It seemed he could not accept this result and left the venue without a word as soon as the race ended. Tyson Gay, with an expression of reluctance yet helplessness, walked over to Chu Tiankai and extended a hand. Congratulations, I will not lose to you in the upcoming 200 meters. Chu Tiankai shook his hand and encouraged, keep it up. Wang Hong, waiting by the side, handed over a national flag and said solemnly, let our national flag fly at the World Championships. Chu Tiankai took the national flag and slowly raised it above his head amidst the roaring cheers of the audience running slowly around the track. At that moment, countless cameras were directed at Chu Tiankai. Under the flashing lights, he was the brightest star in the venue, representing the glory of the yellow race, and more importantly, the glory of Huagua. In the stands, the 300 Huagua spectators had stopped drumming. They resembled 300 Spartan warriors who had completed their mission, and their efforts had yielded rewards beyond expectations. Each of them held a small national flag, some laughing, others crying. At that moment, they were the luckiest audience, fully enjoying the envious gazes from spectators of other countries. After running a lap around the venue, Chu Tiankai returned to the starting point. Besides Wang Hong, director Lin Hai and other colleagues were already waiting at the side. After some congratulations, Wang Hong informed that the award ceremony would be held the next day, and there were also reporters from domestic CCTV waiting for interviews. Chu Tiankai glanced at the crowd in the stands that had not yet dispersed, and said, "Let's postpone the interview. I have something more important to attend to right now." Wang Hong nodded and reminded, "All right, you should take the interview seriously, it is very important." Chu Tiankai pointed at the Huagua spectators on the stage. "Nothing is more important than them right now. Let's move the interview to after the 200 meters. Director Lin Hai felt a surge of joy and thought to himself, "It seems you are quite confident about the 200 meters as well. Initially for this competition, we only aimed to secure victory in the 110-meter hurdles, and anything beyond that in the 100 and 200 meters would be considered a bonus. Who would have thought that we would gain the most important 100-meter championship, which now gives us hope for the 200 meters. Having snatched the most important 100-meter gold medal from the Americans, even if we only secure a medal in the 200 meters, we have surpassed the Americans in the sprint events at this World Championships." Thinking about this achievement, Lin Hai felt a sense of relief wash over him. While Chu Tiankai celebrated his victory, others felt particularly gloomy. In Qinghe City Fenglin Garden Community, Chen's father pointed at the dazzling Chu Tiankai on the television screen and asked, "Yinan, this champion looks very familiar, just like that young man who pursued you before." "It is Chu Tiankai." Chen Yinan nearly dropped the remote control in shock, exclaiming, "How can he be so impressive, the world champion in the 100 meters? Weren't you the one who thought he was not worthy of me and tried to stop me? What's wrong? Now you think he's impressive and don't want to stop me. Forget about all that. He was not worthy of you before, and now you are not worthy of him. It's essentially the same." Ignoring her father, Chen Yinan's gaze was exceptionally determined as she thought, "Tiankai liked me so much before, he definitely won't change his heart so quickly. I must make him reconsider." Just as Chu Tiankai reached the audience area, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was an unfamiliar number from Chen. He casually answered the call, and the voice of his ex-girlfriend Chen Yinan came through filled with sorrow. "Kansai, did you block my number? Is there something you need?" Chu Tiankai replied flatly. Ever since Chen Yinan returned the money to him, their relationship had been devoid of any grievances. I called to congratulate you on your victory." Chen Yinan stammered. "Thank you, but I'm hanging up now." Chen Yinan on the other end of the line became anxious. "Can you wait a moment? Are you really this heartless? I already said we've broken up." "Break up? What do we call the wonderful year we spent together? Let's call it seaweed, okay? Let's call it you have a good memory, okay? Please don't disturb me in the future. We have nothing to do with each other anymore." After Chu Tiankai finished speaking, he hung up the phone and walked towards the 300 spectators from Huagua in the stands. They were a mix of men and women, young and old, some working in the island nation, while others had specifically come from home to support their fans. Chu Tiankai chuckled, "Fortunately, I performed well and didn't cause them to shout for refunds like the national." He spent over 2 hours signing autographs and taking photos with everyone, which excited the Huagua spectators and made the audience from other countries envious. The athletes from their country weren't as fortunate, let alone visiting their fans. When Chu Tiankai returned to his accommodation, it was already past midnight. There were no events scheduled for the entire next day, and the 200-meter preliminaries would take place the following morning. In the 200-meter event, he had two main competitors, Tyson Gay and Bolt. Tyson Gay was stronger in the 200 meters than in the 100 meters. In the past 2 years, his personal best in the 200 meters was 19.68 seconds. This year, he achieved a personal best of 19.62 seconds in the U.S. Championship qualifiers for the 200 meters, which was also the best time in the world this year. As for Bolt, it goes without saying, starting next year and for the next decade, both the 100 meters and 200 meters would belong to him. If there could only be one king in the sprinting events, it would be Bolt. Before Bolt's rise, there had only been one person in history who had ever won both the 100 meters and 200 meters at the World Championships. The American Morris Green won the 100 meters and 200 meters championships at the 1999 Seville World Championships with times of 9.80 seconds and 19.90 seconds, respectively. He was the first double champion in sprinting at the World Championships and remains the only one to this day. If Chu Tiankai could win the 200 meters championship, he would become the second person in history, even more significant than Green. This is because Chu Tiankai won his 100 meters title by breaking the world record, and Green's 200 meters performance had some questionable aspects. The next day, Chu Tiankai was awakened by phone calls. Some friends back home called to congratulate him, and besides that, he received two unexpected calls from girls. One was from Lu Lanxin, who simply called to congratulate him. The other was from the popular flower Lu Qian, a judge from The Voice, who had two main things to discuss. One was to hope to meet him for a song after he returned. The other was to remind him that there were some online trolls attempting to smear his reputation. Chu Tiankai found this quite strange. Logically speaking, I am currently at the height of my popularity. Who would dare to smear me at this time? Besides, I don't have any enemies, nor do I have anything worth smearing about. Thinking of this, Chu Tiankai immediately opened Weibo. After the finals, his reputation had surged to over 600 points, surpassing the total of his previous 3 rounds of competition, though it was still far from his expectations. Chu Tiankai asked in his mind, "System, did you extract 99 of my reputation?" 99. 999999. A new domain requires 10 billion points of reputation to unlock, the system explained. Chu Tiankai didn't ask further. He opened Weibo, and his followers had also risen to over 6 million, about 10 times his previous count. Chu Tiankai was slightly surprised to see the number of followers. His current fan base could be roughly equated to that of a second-tier star in the entertainment industry. He still couldn't compare to top-tier stars like that blogging queen, who has over 50 million followers, perhaps due to insufficient fermentation time. After calming down, Chu Tiankai found it a bit amusing. Sports stars hold a higher status than entertainment stars, yet their income doesn't necessarily reflect that. Even more absurd is that neither can compare to the big internet influencers of later years. Chu Tiankai remembered that in his previous life, even during Lu Firen's most prosperous years, his income didn't match that of those later top live streamers. He browsed through Weibo's public comments, most of which praised him for bringing glory to the country. However, there were also some comments attacking him for his lack of culture and songwriting ability, citing lyrics from Xie Peking's songs. These people had a unified stance and clear targets, likely the trolls Lu Qian mentioned. After watching the public comments for a while, he checked his private messages. The person who had pirated his song seemed to be scared and sent several apology messages. Chu Tiankai couldn't be bothered to engage with him, saying, "If you want to show sincerity, then how about some compensation? You made money using my song and aren't willing to take any losses. They'll sue you when I get back." He then saw the fan, Songjing Mingbu, frantically sending him private messages. The private message read, "The famous ancient-style lyricist Xie Peiqing finally responded to inquiries online about whether Qingming Yushang was his creation." The content was, "Our Huagua traditional culture needs to be promoted by more popular individuals to gain more attention. I am very pleased that Chu Farren has performed Qingming Yushang exceptionally well." Chu Tiankai read this statement twice, and it made him laugh in anger. "Are you pleased with yourself? This bastard is truly planting peppers in the gutter, insidious and venomous. Always talking about Huagua's traditional culture from a moral high ground, while the previous foreigners merely sought to take pictures with him. This bastard has become shameless, bluntly taking advantage. In fact, this matter could be easily clarified, as long as Xie Peiqing dares to publicly claim Qingming Yushang is his work and that he traded it for Chu Tiankai to sing. Chu Tiankai would definitely report it to the police immediately. Investigating the trajectories of the two individuals before this would easily clarify the matter. The key is that this old guy refuses to admit it openly, always saying ambiguous things, deliberately misleading netizens into thinking the song is his creation. When netizens asked him previously, he never replied, probably plotting something. Now that he sees his popularity rising, he's up to no good again. Chu Tiankai immediately shifted to Xie Peking's Weibo. This old guy's official description was a famous lyricist from Huagua and a member of the Huagua Poetry Association. His previous number of followers was only over 600, but in the past few days, thanks to the heat from Qingming Yushang and Chu Tiankai, it skyrocketed to 1.02 million, filling his pockets. Chu Tiankai browsed through the comments in his section, all of them flattering him. "Qingming Yushang is truly beautiful. Teacher Xie's lyrical talent is indeed extraordinary. Teacher Xie, when will you create a new song? My whole family will support it." There were also praises for Chu Tiankai. Chu Tiankai won the world championship in the 100 meters. Using Teacher Xie's song is not a disservice to it. Chu Tiankai rolled his eyes. It would have been better if they hadn't praised him. He returned to his Weibo and tagged Xie Peiqing in a public comment. "Stop beating around the bush. Do you dare to publicly say this song is your creation? Do you dare? I've never seen such a shameless old man. How can you insult others? Who created it? Don't you know in your heart?" After Xie Peiqing posted a message on the public screen, he vanished. Chu Tiankai found it amusing that this old guy still dared not admit it publicly, continuing to use ambiguous language. Surely no one believes the netizens right. Chu Tiankai opened the comment section and the content left him. A batch of inexplicable people flooded in, as if organized and premeditated. "Chu Farren, I admit you're great at running, but songwriting and poetry, just let it go. You're an athlete, it's okay not to write lyrics, just run well. I look forward to your Olympic victory. You bought Teacher Xie's song and he didn't say anything. He even praised you for performing it well. Why are you so stingy? As a famous athlete, how could you publicly insult someone? I'm so disappointed." Some confused netizens joined in the uproar. Isn't this to avoid stepping into the entertainment industry? Chu Tiankai thought for a moment and publicly posted a message. "Tonight, I will go live to clarify this situation just this once. I won't explain it again after this." On the second day after the conclusion of the World Championship men's 100 meters final, major global media outlets began reporting on the results. Today's Russia, The 11th World Athletics Championships men's 100 meters final concluded yesterday, with an athlete from Hua country winning the championship and breaking the world record dominating a sprint event traditionally ruled by Americans. I believe this is a signal of Hua country's gradual rise to replace the position of the United States. Le Monde fully grasped the style of Hua country's shocking department, using an extremely eye-catching phrase as the title of their commentary article. The world men's sprint event, the Wolf, is coming. Chu Tian-kai from Hua country defeated Tyson Gay from the United States at this World Athletics Championships, breaking the world record previously held by Jamaican athlete Asafa Powell. This newly crowned world flying man is only 19 years old, indicating that his peak period is still long ahead, which may also signify the end of an era dominated by black athletes in sprinting. The Eagle Country Times. It's astonishing, Hua country's athletes have broken through Asia's limits, winning the championship and breaking the world record at this World Championships. It is well known that Asian sprinting has always been weak. It is truly unimaginable that this athlete could achieve such a significant breakthrough in such a short time. The spectacular performance of this new flying man is indeed thought-provoking. American news media were filled with lament, believing that Tyson Gay lost due to the adverse conditions and asserting that he could make a comeback in the 200 meters event. Chu Tian-kai noticed this series of news. As the saying goes, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. The boss has not publicly questioned yet, while the little brother is already bouncing with excitement. Fortunately, on the morning of that day, the organizing committee of the World Championships announced the post-race urine test results of the 100 meters athletes, and Chu Tian-kai had no issues at all. This undoubtedly silenced many media outlets waiting for juicy news, delivering a sharp slap on the face of those who doubted. Compared to other countries, domestic news media was uniformly full of praise, with television stations, newspapers, and online media nearly all mobilized. Especially some specialized sports news media were as joyful as during a festival. Normally, there aren't many points of interest in domestic sports news, and foreign athletes lack relatability. While domestic table tennis and gymnastics constantly win medals, it becomes rather dull to watch Hua country's own people competing for medals. As for football, let's not even mention it. Some media, unable to interview Chu Tian-kai directly, aimed their focus on his school and friends. At this moment, Tsinghua Vocational College, where Chu Tian-kai studied, was surrounded by reporters, and even his former school, Chengnan Middle School, had some reporters waiting. It was summer vacation, and the school was practically empty of students, with only a few teachers present. The college principal Guo Bingxin and physical education teacher Huang Wenbin seemed to have foreseen this, waiting outside the school and ushering in the reporters with warm smiles. The official reporters asked routine questions such as Chu Tian-kai's training situation and study conditions, trying hard to build him up as an inspirational figure who was born an orphan and worked tirelessly. Online reporters were more interested in Chu Tian-kai's interesting life anecdotes and gossip news. It was under these circumstances that Chu Tian-kai received a call from his second brother Feng Quan-kai and third sister Shi Rin-kai. Shi Rin-kai said on the phone, "Big brother, a reporter wants to interview us and is offering money." "Then you can go ahead, just don't mention Shininan. Keep the money for yourselves." Zhang Wenxuan is a reporter for Sports 365, an online media focused on the sports field. Zhang Wenxuan was quite resourceful. While others were interviewing teachers, he spent a few hundred yuan to find out that Chu Tian-kai had two close siblings from an orphanage. Zhang Wenxuan hurried to Chengnan Middle School and found Feng Quan-kai and Shi Rin-kai in the cafeteria. When he arrived, the two siblings were preparing to eat, having only ordered 2 vegetarian dishes, indicating that their living conditions were not very good. The worse the conditions, the better. "As long as I'm willing to spend money, I can definitely dig up more news." Zhang Wenxuan rejoiced, quickly booking a small restaurant nearby to treat the two to a meal. Zhang Wenxuan placed a camera on the dining table and said, "This is a paid interview, but before we start, let's discuss the price first." "What you said makes sense, uncle. How much do you both think is appropriate?" Feng Quan-kai and his sister exchanged glances, then apologized to Zhang Wenxuan and pulled her aside to discuss. "Rin-kai, how much do you think is appropriate?" Shi Rin-kai tugged at her braid, pondering for a moment, and said, "How about 1,000 yuan?" Feng Quan-kai frowned and said, "I usually earn 60 a day moving bricks. You can't even collect 1,000 yuan a year picking up bottles. Isn't that asking for too much?" "Then how about 500? Shi Rin-kai suggested, after a moment of thought, cutting the price in half. Feng Quan-kai agreed, saying, "I also think 500 is about right. He is treating us to a meal, and he must have spent quite a bit. If it's more, he probably won't agree." After the two siblings reached an agreement, they returned to the private room of the restaurant. Zhang Wenxuan asked with a smile, "Have you two come to an agreement?" Shi Rin-kai nodded, and then held up 5 fingers. Seeing this, Zhang Wenxuan fell silent at once. Shi Rin-kai hurriedly exchanged frantic glances with her second brother. "He seems to think it's too much. Should we lower the price?" He seems a bit stingy if he's not willing to part with 500 yuan, but should we continue eating? Just then Jiang Wenxuan suddenly interrupted the two. 500 yuan is also fine, but you both have to promise me one thing: you can only accept my exclusive interview, and it must be written into the contract. Is that okay? Shi Rin Kai was momentarily stunned and looked to her second brother for clarification. Feng Quan Kai was already nodding vigorously. That's fine, very fine. After the contract was signed, Jiang Wenxuan secured the exclusive interview rights and was quite satisfied, specially ordering a large table of dishes. Jiang Wenxuan opened the camera equipment and smiled, saying, "Let's eat while we chat. What is your relationship with Chu Tian Kai?" Feng Quan Kai replied, "Chu Tian Kai is our big brother. The three of us are sworn siblings. Indeed, the relationship is extraordinary." Jiang Wenxuan was very satisfied and continued to ask, "Does Chu Tian Kai have a girlfriend?" "No." Feng Quan Kai answered again. He had nearly finished eating, while Shi Rin Kai was still focused on her meal. Jiang Wenxuan was delighted, as a single handsome athlete certainly provides more talking points. "What kind of girls does Chu Tian Kai like?" Feng Quan Kai pondered for a moment in silence, and Shi Rin Kai took over the conversation. "Big brother likes pretty girls with good figures and personalities. Oh, the new flying man likes tall, well-endowed ladies." Jiang Wenxuan immediately noted down. "What hobbies does Chu Tian Kai have?" Having finished his meal, Jiang Wenxuan put down his chopsticks and asked. Feng Quan Kai thought for a moment and said, "He likes ice skating and story sessions." Shi Rin Kai looked at Jiang Wenxuan in surprise, wondering why this reporter had such a small appetite. She mumbled with a chicken leg in her mouth, eating. Jiang Wenxuan quickly took notes. "So Chu Tian Kai likes ice skating and stockings." Jiang Wenxuan immediately sketched an eye-catching title in his mind. At 19, the world champion has unique hobbies. Titan 365 reveals the lesser-known side of Chu Farron. Jiang Wenxuan looked at the smiling siblings across from him, feeling secretly pleased. "You may profit, but I will never lose." The men's 100-meter award ceremony will be held at 5:30 p.m. Chu Tian Kai walked onto the podium, standing in the highest position in the center. To his right was Tyson Gay, forcing a smile, and to his left was a visibly excited Harkinson. Sebastian, the president of the International Athletics Federation, approached and personally placed the gold medal around Chu Tian Kai's neck before extending his hand. "Congratulations, young athlete. You have created a miracle for the yellow race. I believe that in the future you and your country will achieve even more brilliant accomplishments." The vibrant national flag slowly rose, and the solemn national anthem played in harmony. At this moment, the personal honor transcended into national glory. Chu Tian Kai gazed at the flag, rising, his eyes slightly red, feeling more excited than when he won the championship yesterday. Usain Bolt stared intently at the radiant Chu Tian Kai on the podium. "If this yellow-skinned man can break the 100-meter world record, then I can certainly do the same. I will persist in training for the 100 meters, or I will not be worse than him in the future. Tomorrow is my 200-meter showdown with him and Tyson Gay. This is our stage. I am not Powell, and I will definitely not lose." After the award ceremony, Chu Tian Kai returned to his accommodation. After a simple dinner, he sat in front of the hotel computer and started a live stream. After the world line was changed, the largest live streaming platform in this world is a site called Trembling Sound. Basically, public figures register accounts there to maintain their popularity and fan engagement. Chu Tian Kai previously had a Trembling Sound account, but it was merely a personal lifestyle account. This was his first time live streaming. His account had not been officially verified by Trembling Sound. It was purely a visitor's account and had never posted a single piece of work, with only a handful of followers. Chu Tian Kai opened the live streaming backend, pointed the camera at himself, and in no time the system matched him with a dozen viewers. Although the number was small, the comments were continuously flooding in. "Wow, this guy looks so familiar. Dude, that's Chu Farron. You don't recognize him. Chu Farron is live streaming too. You said on Weibo that you would live stream today. Turns out it was true. Aren't the 200-meter preliminaries tomorrow? You're still live streaming now." Chu Tian Kai smiled at the camera and said, "It's still early. I usually don't have a habit of sleeping early, so I can stream until after 10. Chu Farron, are you going to sing for us today?" A viewer asked. "I'll skip singing and just chat with everyone." The appeal of the world-class athlete remained strong. Viewers passing by the live stream room generally do not leave upon seeing Chu Tian Kai, and some even voluntarily helped him attract more viewers. Soon the audience in his live stream exceeded 5,000. Seeing that the number of viewers was satisfactory, Chu Tian Kai spoke up. "Good evening, friends in the live stream. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Tian Kai. My main profession is a student. My first side job is a professional sprinter, and my second side job is a non-mainstream singer." The viewers in the live stream immediately joked, "So, does that mean you want a third side job, a fourth side job?" Chu Tian Kai laughed and said, "As long as everyone enjoys it, having a 40th side job wouldn't be a problem." Additionally, I have disabled the gift function in the live stream, so there's no need to send me gifts. He glanced at the comments. The current audience in the live stream was mostly fans who had rushed in after hearing the news or passersby. There were no trolls yet. Before long, someone in the live stream asked him to enable the gift function and urged him to compete with other internet celebrities. Chu Tiankai was speechless. How can a world champion compete with other internet celebrities? What's wrong with you? After thinking for a moment, he said, forget the competition, let's just chat. Chu Farron, you should draw some viewers to chat with. The comments flooded in. Alright, those who want to join the chat spam 666. 666,666,666. The comments quickly filled the screen. Chu Tiankai randomly selected a viewer named Xian Fantion to join the chat. When the video connected, the screen split in two. A middle school boy dressed maturely, yet only around 15 or 16 years old, appeared on camera. He seemed surprised that he had won, his face filled with joy. Chu Tiankai said, hello there, student. The middle schooler excitedly replied, Chu Laosher, I am your fan, and I really like you. Thank you for your kind words. What would you like to talk about? Chu Tiankai asked with a smile. I've been feeling very troubled lately. I feel that my classmates are very immature, and I have no common language with them. Yet adults are unwilling to talk to me. I feel like I have no friends at all. Chu Tiankai laughed, truly unaware of his good fortune. Wait until you reach university, it will be even more painful. When you speak, people will say, what does a student know? When you keep quiet, they'll say, is this the level of a university student? The middle schooler was taken aback, completely unprepared for Chu Tiankai's response. The live stream erupted in laughter, thinking Chu Tiankai would comfort him. Was this an attack-type chat? After the middle schooler ended the chat, a young man in his late 20s connected next. The young man also expressed surprise upon seeing Chu Tiankai. Chu Farron, I really like you too. I am a fan of your fan club. Hello, fan friend. Alas, I also have my... The young man shifted his tone and sighed, my girlfriend is asking for a 3 yuan betrothal gift, but I really can't afford it. If I pay the betrothal gift, I won't have money for the down payment. If I pay the down payment, I won't have money for the betrothal gift. Wow. Chu Tiankai felt a bit dizzy. He just wanted to chat with viewers and gain some popularity. How did these people see him as a counseling object? He pondered and asked, after you marry your girlfriend, who will be in charge at home? Of course she will be in charge, the young man said, as if it were obvious. Chu Tiankai chuckled. In that case, I suggest you ask your girlfriend for the betrothal gift. When you go to work, your boss pays you. Don't you have to listen to your boss? Yes. When you shop, you pay. Don't the waiters have to listen to you? Yes. Then it's settled. Whoever pays calls the shots. If your wife wants you to listen to her, just ask her for the betrothal gift. The young man left the chat with a confused expression, and immediately another man in his 40s connected. Chu Tiankai glanced at his age. Surely, he wasn't going to ask for a betrothal gift. The middle-aged man first congratulated Chu Tiankai, and then also showed a troubled expression. Alas, my wife has recently asked me for a 2 yuan betrothal gift, and I am completely fed up with it. Chu Tiankai's head throbbed. Are you all never going to stop? Had a group of oddballs come here. If he had known, he wouldn't have connected with the audience. Big brother, it's already your wife. Oh, why still ask for a betrothal gift? The comments section was filled with question marks. Alas, that's my ex-wife. Oh, we are preparing to remarry. Remarry and still demand a bride price. Chu Tiankai rubbed his temple and addressed the camera, asking the caller to tell his story. The middle-aged man sighed. I am the only son from a rural family, and my household was never well off. When I married my ex-wife, I only paid her family 8,000 as bride price. Later, because we were poor and could not make ends meet, we divorced in under 3 years. A couple of years ago, our old house was demolished, and we received 6 in compensation, and she agreed to remarry me. But she feels she was wrong back then. She will remarry only if I add another 2 to the bride price, not a single cent less. Chu asked, do you two have children? No children. Where do your parents live after the demolition? They bought a small house in the suburbs for 4,000. Chu observed that normally your parents probably have no pension, which means they only have this 2,000 left as retirement money, correct? The middle-aged man nodded. Chu sighed. Parents revolve around their fields, yet the mention of a daughter-in-law, their hearts shake. Bride price demands come in a chain, and half their remaining years are gone. The man was bewildered and felt torn. He had come to vent and seek the viewers' opinions, not to listen to Chu Tiankai composing rhymes. Fortunately, Chu had finished his rhyme and said, ask your ex-wife, when reheating leftovers, do you still add oil? His rhetorical question sent the comment section into an uproar. Some argued that it is better to tear down 10 temples than break a marriage. Even if parents' pensions are spent, it is still for the household. In time, the couple can care for the husband's parents themselves. Of course, others sided with Chu Tiankai's point of view. Chu glanced at the messages supporting remarriage and with disdain told the man on screen that he shouldn't even be asking such a question nor entertaining such a thought. The middle-aged caller left the stream. Chu knew his bluntness might ruffle some female viewers, but he did not care. The next co-hosting request came from a girl of about 20 average looking. She squealed with delight upon seeing Chu Tiankai. Chu Farron, I finally connected to you. You're so handsome, she cried. Chu smiled and thanked her, remarking that she was refreshingly candid. The girl asked whether he had a girlfriend. He said no, then asked what kind of girls he liked and whether she might be suitable. Her eyes shone, and the chat erupted with fast-moving comments. Ordinary girls, get out, let me try. Ooh, carry her away next in line. One message teased husband, choose me, in the black stocking warrior legs for days. Chu replied wryly that in truth his favorite was the Queen of Ingwa. The chat filled with question marks. Chu explained that the pound's exchange rate was the highest, so he preferred the Queen of Ingwa. What was wrong with that? Comments flooded in. Are you joking? That joke is too cold. You like money but you disabled gifts. I don't. Viewership surged. The live audience climbed to 50,000 as many people spontaneously helped. Sensing the moment, Chu announced that he had started the stream to clarify one matter: Qingming Yushang was his own composition and had nothing to do with anyone else. He said the copyright database could be checked and accused Xie Peiqing of speaking vaguely and lacking the courage to admit the truth. The evidence, he insisted, was all there for those with eyes to see. He declared he would explain this only once. If anyone believed he had bought someone else's song and registered it, they were free to leave. At that moment, he received a co-host request. The chat suddenly spammed two numbers in unison: 273 and 52. Chu's eyes sharpened as he said, "They're here." Organized trolls had arrived again. Two numbers exposed private facts: 273 was his Gaokao score, and 52 his Chinese exam score. How did they know? Chu thought hard about who he might have offended. His social circle was simple: Qinghe Ziyuan, Yuanshuang Heoinyu, and people connected to sprinting. Chen Yinan and others at Qinghe Ziyuan would not behave like this, neither would the sprinting community. That left only the enemies formed through Yuanshuang Heoinyu. Was it Zhang Zuofa or other rivals seeking the spotlight? Perhaps Hiling Company behind Nika Chaotian. Chu found it plausible, since Yuanshuang Heoinyu's advancement rules relied on online votes. Nika Chaotian had been the presumed champion, but a twist occurred. Chu had won the world championship and now had greater fan numbers and heat than Nika Chaotian. Hiling Company had spent over 100 million cultivating several stars. They certainly would not want Chu to take the crown and might pay to smear him. At that moment, another viewer requested to co-host, and Chu accepted without much thought. On the other end was a man in his 30s who bluntly said that Chu Farron's sprinting deserved admiration, but his cultural literacy left much to be desired. Qinghe Ziyuan was a low-tier vocational school. Anyone could enter with just over 200 points. Who would believe Qingming Yushang was written by him? The man insisted that even if Xie the teacher did not write the song, someone else did. From the level of the lyrics, it plainly could not have been written by Chu. The chat erupted with mixed reactions, some defending Chu and others attacking the intruder for showing up to. Some viewers agreed that Qinghe Ziyuan was simple to enter and confessed they found it hard to believe Chu could have written such an elegantly archaic song. Chu scanned the comments and noted that those cursing the man were mostly his fans and the majority of onlookers, while the snide remarks came from trolls and a small number of others. He looked at the man on screen and sighed, saying he actually felt some pity for him. The man and the audience were plainly confused. Chu sneered and asked whether he had never studied Article 246 of the criminal law. Risking so much for a little money meant a truly unhappy life. The man's expression stiffened. He forced a reply claiming he was merely an earnest viewer speaking frankly and did not expect to have pushed Chu's buttons. Chu challenged him that unless he could compose a few lines of ancient-style lyrics on the spot, he would not be convinced. Who are you and who am I? Should he prove it to him? Get lost, Chu said. He could not recall every line of the song, but he knew enough it was not worth proving. He then cut the co-host connection. The chat echoed approval, mocking the man for taking himself too seriously and ridiculing his audacity in asking Chu Farron for proof. Messages scoffed at the anonymous critic, questioning where he came from and ridiculing his demand that Chu. One comment summed it up, calling him a smug, ordinary fellow and declaring the whole thing nauseating. At that moment, someone else requested to join the stream. Chu Tiankai casually accepted, and on the other side of the screen was a woman in her 30s wearing glasses, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. The woman saw the video connection and her expression soured as she said, Chu Farron, I have always respected your achievements in sprinting, but your insults towards teacher Xie and your disparagement of his poetry make me very uncomfortable. Chu Tiankai frowned and replied, and who might you be? The woman wearing glasses said, my name is Li Xuejing, and I am a member of the Huagua Poetry Association. Xie Peiqing is my teacher. Chu Tiankai retorted, isn't it warranted to criticize Xie Peiqing for stealing my work and ambiguously leading netizens to mistakenly believe that Qingming Yushang was his creation? Li Xuejing replied, I don't know the details of this matter regarding teacher Xie, but regardless of the facts, your insults are simply wrong. To be honest, I also do not believe that someone with your cultural attainment could create Qingming Yushang. Teacher Xie's talent in poetry far surpasses yours. Chu Tiankai said, what do you mean by disregarding the facts? What poetic talent does Xie Lao possess that I have not seen? Li Zujing's face turned pale as she said, just based on how Teacher Xie simulated writing Tang, once Chai Tu Feng Li Run Lei, he received unanimous acclaim within the poetry industry. What Chai Tu Feng Li Run Lei? Chu Tiankai was somewhat confused. He remembered that Tang Wan wrote Chai Tu Feng Shi Qingbo for Lu Yu, didn't she? After the timeline was altered, although he had researched the historical and cultural trajectory, it was impossible to be comprehensive, and some details inevitably slipped through the cracks. The viewers in the live stream immediately laughed, clearly seeing Chu Tiankai's bewildered expression, which indicated he had never heard of Chai Tu Feng Li Ren Lei. Let alone Chai Tu Feng Li Ren Lei, he probably hadn't even heard of Lu Yu's original Chai Tu Feng Hong Su Shou. Not knowing such a famous poem, who would believe someone with such a level could write Qingming Yushang? Even the song that had just been sung in the live stream might have been created by someone else. At this point, even Chu Tiankai's diehard fans couldn't help but cover their faces. The woman wearing glasses Li Shuejing immediately became smug and began to educate Chu Tiankai. It seems Chu Farron has never heard of this story. Lu Yu, also known as Lu Fengwen, was deeply in love with his cousin Tang Wan, but due to Lu's mother intervening, they were forced to separate. Later, Lu Fengwen was compelled to marry another woman, and Tang Wan remarried Zhao Shiqing, cutting off all contact between them. 7 years later, on a spring day, Lu Yu and Tang Wan met at Xinyuan. Seeing his cousin, who was now a married woman, he felt the pain of separation and the change of time, and thus drunk wrote Chai Tu Feng. Hong Su Shou Huang Tang Ju. The city is filled with spring colors and willows by the palace walls. The east wind is cruel and joyful feelings are fleeting. A heart full of sorrow, years of longing. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Spring is as before, but the person is thin, tears stain the red silk. Peach blossoms fall idle pool pavilions. Though the mountain pact remains, it's hard to entrust the brocade letter. No, no, no. Li Shuejing softly recited this touching ancient masterpiece, tears welling up in her eyes. The live stream fell silent in an instant. Countless female viewers empathized with Tang Wan's role, feeling this unforgettable and sorrowful love tragedy. A female viewer commented, Chai Tu Feng Hong Su Shou carries tears in the wind. Each line resonates deeply, making me sigh whenever I read it. This remark prompted a flurry of agreement in the bullet comments, and even some boys expressed their deep. Chu Tiankai remained confused. He knew this poem by Lu Fengwen, but what did it have to do with Xie Peiqing? He glanced at Li Shuejing, who was still lost in her sadness. Chu Tiankai silently mused, she is indeed an artistic young woman. Li Shuejing, noticing Chu Tiankai's gaze, continued to explain, since Tang Wan received this Chai Tu Feng Hong Su Shou, her deep affection for Lu Fengwen is evident, and as a renowned talented woman in history, she should have written a response to Lu Fengwen. According to historians, the response should also be titled Chai Tu Feng, and the format should be consistent. However, it is unfortunate that Tang Wan's response has been lost to history, and we cannot find it anywhere. Later generations speculated and imitated Tang Wan's tone, writing many poems, among which my teacher Xie Peiqing also wrote a poem titled Chai Tu Feng Li Run Lei, receiving unanimous praise within the industry. Please read it for us, Chu Tiankai asked with curiosity. He was also curious about what kind of work this old man Xie Peiqing could produce. Li Shuejing took a moment to compose herself and slowly said, this is a poem written by teacher Xie imitating the talented Tang. Wanna listen carefully. The autumn wind rises, leaves dance, lonely cold nights leave one feeling helpless. Emotions remain the same, the person remains as before, a cup of murky wine turns into tears of yearning. Cold, cold, cold. The bitterness of parting, the thinness of longing, gazing through autumn waters one is troubled. Love has gone, feelings are hard to retain, mountains are high and waters long, when can we reunite? Stay, stay, stay. After hearing it, Chu Tiankai curled his lip and said, is that it? I thought it would be of a higher level. Oh, it's nothing special at all. Chu Tiankai's words were like poking a hornet's nest. Before Li Shuejing could respond, the bullet comment section was filled with literary young women. Teacher Xie's poem is so well written, what right do you have to defame him? A simple-minded, muscle-bound fool, besides running, knows nothing. If you have the ability, write a piece yourself. Oh, what does it matter to be a king of rhetoric? Li Shuejing, with a face full of indignation, suppressed her anger and said, I don't understand why Chu Farron would so defame teacher Xie's work. Do you have any insights? Chu Tiankai replied indifferently, I have no insights. This poem is completely a patchwork. For example, the line about a cup of murky wine turning into tears of longing is an outright imitation of Fan Zhongyan's Su Muzha. In Su Muzha, there's a line about wine entering the sorrowful intestine turning into longing tears. I wouldn't say it's exactly the same, but it's definitely of the same mother. You all go check for yourselves and see if I'm right. There are many more examples, but I can't be bothered to mention them all. Li Shuejing huffed. Isn't imitation quite normal? If you have the ability, why don't you imitate a segment? Can you do it? Chu Tiankai smiled disdainfully, saying, I don't need to imitate anyone who I could even create a poem on the spot mimicking Tang Wan's style. Chu Tiankai's statement was like lighting a fuse in a minefield. The bullet comments section became densely packed enough to frighten anyone with a fear of clusters. Did I hear incorrectly? Did Chu Farron say he would create something on the spot? I also doubt I heard wrong. Teacher Xie spent years refining this poem, and he says he will create it spontaneously. To be honest, I don't believe Chu Farron has that kind of ability. The bullet comments section was full of disbelief while Li Xuejing looked at Chu Tiankai with a mocking expression. Then please Chu Farron bestow your teachings so we the less knowledgeable can learn. Chu Tiankai nodded. I can teach. Listen carefully. The poem I created is called Chai Tu Feng Shiqing Bo. Chu Tiankai enunciated each word clearly to the camera. The emotions of the world are thin, human feelings are cruel. Rain sends the dusk, flowers easily fall. The dawn wind dries, tears stains remain. Desire to express my heart's thoughts, I speak alone at the slanting rail. Difficult, difficult, difficult. People become separate. Today is not yesterday. The sick soul is often like a swing's rope. The sound of horns is cold and the night is dim. Afraid of being questioned, I swallow tears and pretend to be happy. Conceal, conceal, conceal. Chu Tiankai's voice was magnetic, and as he recited the lyrics with rhythm and inflection, the barrage of comments suddenly surged by hundreds of thousands. Brothers, this lyric is like a little cow riding a rocket soaring to the heavens. I dare say that among the tens of thousands of imitations of Tang Wan's hairpin phoenix, this one can be considered the best. Come on, it can't be that exaggerated, right? I'm new here. What lyrics are you talking about? Isn't the host running? Chu Farron is performing an imitation of Tang Wan's hairpin phoenix live. It's incredibly impressive. Just watch the replay to see. Meanwhile, some netizens were frantically liking the stream on their screens, and soon Chu Tiankai's live broadcast room climbed to the top of the hourly rankings, attracting even more viewers. After finishing the lyrics, Chu Tiankai's gaze seemed to penetrate the screen as he looked at Li Xuejing with a half-smile, asking, how does my hairpin phoenix, the coldness of the world, compare to Xie Peking's hairpin phoenix, tears of the departed? Li Xuejing seemed not to hear his question, eyes closed as if savoring the moment, murmuring to herself, people part ways. Today is not yesterday. The sick soul often resembles the swing's rope. Deceptive, deceptive, deceptive. What a splendid hairpin phoenix, the coldness of the world. As a member of the Huagua Poetry Association, Li Xuejing had immersed herself in the path of ancient poetry for decades, so she could easily discern the difference between the two works. Previously, she thought Xie Peking's hairpin phoenix, tears of the departed, was decent, but now, having encountered Chu Tiankai's hairpin phoenix, the coldness of the world, Xie Peking's lyrics felt bland and tasteless in comparison. It was even somewhat nauseating. Xie Peking's lyrics were just a haphazard arrangement of words lacking focus and failing to evoke any emotion. In contrast, the lyrics Chu Tiankai had just composed were balanced in tone and structure, rich in rhyme, especially the emotions which overflowed with eloquence. The world is cold, human feelings are cruel. The subsequent verses were even more mournful and intricate, building upon each other. Li Xuejing had a feeling that if time could reverse back to the Southern Song dynasty, the words crafted by that sorrowful and self-reflective female talent would likely resemble this. Chu Tiankai observed the other party, as if entranced, secretly amused. Was that needle pleasant? Did it hit your spot? It must be the literary male youth who can heal the artistic female youth. After a moment, Li Xuejing awoke from her reverie, staring blankly at Chu Tiankai. Such fine words, it's hard to express how much I admire this poem. Are you truly a man or a woman? Li Xuejing continued, it's truly astonishing that a big man like you can create such delicate and graceful verses. Her question echoed the confusion of many female viewers in the live broadcast. In a live stream with tens of thousands of viewers, there were indeed many talented individuals. Numerous literary youths savored the verses meticulously, believing this poem surpassed Xie Peking's countless works with its concise language and rich emotions. Most importantly, this poem resonated deeply with Tang Wan's state of mind at that time, as if it were penned by Tang Wan herself. Historically, Tang Wan was not considered a great talent, yet the essence of poetry lies in the expression of emotions. Even if Ian the Recluse were to write, she might not achieve something better without being physically present. Yet how could Chu Tiankai perfectly embody Tang Wan's emotional landscape? Moreover, he was just a college student. Could his talent for ancient poetry truly be so high? However he created it on the spot, it was impossible to fake it. If he could create it so easily, what level of mastery could he achieve if he truly focused? Chu Tiankai calmly looked at Li Xuejing and said, there are many male poets in ancient times who wrote graceful verses. Many modern authors of female-centric literature are male writers. As long as emotions are conveyed, I don't find it unusual at all. Li Shuejing nodded sincerely, saying Teacher Xie is my mentor, so I cannot comment rashly. I can only apologize on my behalf for my recklessness. As for ancient poetry, your accomplishments in classical poetry indeed leave me in awe. Li Shuejing ended her broadcast, and not a second passed before Chu Tiankai received another request to connect. He glanced at the time. It was only just 9 o'clock. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to accept the video call. On the other end of the video was a classical oval-faced beauty, stunningly exquisite, exuding an aura devoid of any earthly mundane quality. Chu Tiankai was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to join him. Seeing the newcomer, the live stream was instantly set ablaze. Who did I just see? Lu Qian. The fairy sister actually came to support Chu Farron. Lu Qian is a judge for original good music. She must know Chu Tiankai. Knowing is one thing, but I've never seen Lu Qian connect with anyone else. I feel like I've uncovered a secret. Lu Qian seemed to have just finished washing up her face bare of makeup, a hint of dampness lingering on her forehead. It is exceedingly rare for a female celebrity to face the audience without makeup, but Lu Qian is one of the few typical examples, and she has the capital to do so. Lu Qian's presence pushed the live stream to a climax. Within moments, the viewership swelled by tens of thousands, and it continued to rise. Her popularity was extraordinarily high. As soon as she appeared, the comments flooded in. Fairy sister, you are so beautiful. Fairy sister, I love you. Fairy sister, I'm a rich second generation. How can I marry you? Fairy sister, rich second generations are unreliable. I have a pension and a basic living allowance. Come with me. Chu Tiankai glanced at the barrage of comments and teased, why does everyone call you fairy sister? Lu Qian brushed her damp hair aside and smiled, I don't know, maybe it's just too much promotional material. Chu Tiankai didn't expect someone who appeared so aloof to have a playful side, laughing as he asked, where are you? Lu Qian explained him at the hotel, just returned from the filming set. Filming? Yes, for the deep sea adventure. The premiere is in November. I'll invite you to watch. Chu Tiankai nodded. I'll be there then. In terms of acting, Lu Qian doesn't quite compare to those top actresses. Often the roles she performs well in are those that match her own temperament and characteristics. Thus some viewers consider her a pretty face, but she is only 20 years old and has plenty of room for growth. Her physical dynamic talent is undeniable, but she lacks in expressions. Chu Tiankai believes that if she could delve deeper into theater, her future achievements would be even greater. Moreover, she is very dedicated. When filming ancient horseback scenes, she truly rides, and during action scenes, she participates personally, which is far superior to those who rely on green screens and merely recite lines. Lu Qian continued, I just listened to your Chai Tu Feng, the thinness of worldly affections in the live stream. Your poem is truly wonderful. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Qian teased, did you write this delicate poem because you have had many girlfriends and understand women's psychology so well? As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, some female viewers in the live stream began to flood the screen with inquiries. Jiang Tian said with a tone of regret, I once had a very beautiful girlfriend, but our relationship ended just as it began. Lu Qian showed her curiosity. Oh, everyone loves gossip, including celebrities, especially since she was quite interested in Jiang Tian. For Lu Qian, there wasn't much difference between playing with cotton and playing the piano, but there was a distinction between handsome and ugly men, especially since this handsome guy was quite talented. Jiang Tian reminisced, his face full of sadness. That was last Christmas. I had just entered my second year of college and had only been officially dating her for a few days. That day we played too late and the dormitory had closed, so we decided to stay outside. It was that night that something happened which ultimately led to my breakup with my girlfriend. Jiang Tian glanced at his phone. It was already 9:30. He then said, it's getting late today, so to know what happens next, let's wait for the next episode. Lu Qian, getting excited, immediately protested. Why are you doing this? You can't leave it half finished. I still want to hear the outcome. The barrage of comments was relentless, urging him to continue. Jiang Tian helplessly replied, all right, you people just love to dig into others' wounds. Then he'll continue. Since the dormitory was closed, we randomly found a hotel very close to the school. Immediately someone typed on the screen, the hotel must have a story. I love hearing this kind of story. Lu Qian was a bit shy, but couldn't help her curiosity, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with interest. Jiang Tian continued, to my surprise, my girlfriend looked at the hotel sign and said she had stayed there a few times. The hot water wasn't very good. I thought that if the hot water wasn't good, it wouldn't do, so we switched to the one next door. She then said she had stayed there too, and the soundproofing wasn't good. At this point, Lu Qian was taken aback, and the barrage suddenly became dense. Alas, my heart aches for Jiang Farron for 3 seconds. I didn't expect someone as handsome as Teacher Chu to have been cheated on. Thinking about it, my girlfriend finding 10 brothers for me isn't too much. Tian genius, bad women are just bad, forget about them, and find me instead, am a good woman. Lu Qian also reacted, looking at him with sympathy. Jiang Tian continued to recall, my ex-girlfriend suggested that she knew a hotel nearby with a round bed and could take me to try it out. Lu Qian suddenly interrupted him, sighing. Why go there? Girls like that are not worth regretting after breaking up. Jiang Tian shook his head, saying, I regret it very much now. Regret? Lu Qian was extremely astonished. Even after all this, he could still regret it. Jiang Tian continued to explain. I thought the same at that time, so I cursed her out, and without caring about her pleas, I resolutely proposed to break up. Ironically, the next day, I saw her again at that hotel with poor hot water. She was cuddling tightly with a middle-aged man. Barrage area. Haha, Zhang Farron really got cheated on. Alas, even being cheated on by a middle-aged uncle, oh, looks can't compete with money after all. Husband, choose me. Ooh, I will absolutely not cheat on you. Jiang Tian looked at the barrage, meeting Lu Qian's sympathetic gaze, and continued. I couldn't contain myself and rushed up to confront him, but what? Come on, tell us. Jiang Tian paused for a moment before saying, but after a quarrel, I learned that the middle-aged man was actually her father, who was also the owner of that hotel. And the reason my ex-girlfriend was so familiar with those hotels was that they were all owned by her family. My girlfriend was not only wronged, but also a wealthy girl. I really regret it. The barrage, what? There's such a twist. Why do I feel like laughing? Lu Qian curiously asked, so what happened later? Did you reconcile? Jiang Tian nodded, saying, I later tried to win her back many times, but it seemed I had hurt her too deeply. No matter how I tried to reconcile, it was useless. She didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts and didn't give me a chance at all. Lu Qian sighed. So you just broke up like this? What a pity. Jiang Tian shook his head again, saying, no, later I used a method, and the situation had a turn of events. The barrage in the live stream was stirred up again. Jiang Tian looked at the barrage, smiled, and continued, no matter how I tried to reconcile, it was useless, so I had to think of another way. Fortunately, I later thought of a method. The people in the live stream and Lu Qian immediately became interested, wanting to know what the method was. Jiang Tian continued, to save this relationship, I had to use the most powerful tactic. I posted her barefaced photo on my social media. Indeed, this method was very effective. Not only did she take the initiative to contact me, but she also said she wanted to settle the score with me. Lu Qian asked worriedly, so did you reconcile? After saying that, she reacted and said, you probably didn't reconcile. Otherwise she would be your girlfriend and not your ex-girlfriend. Jiang Tian continued, after posting her barefaced photo, my ex-girlfriend decided to give me a chance. She let me hold her hand for 1 minute. If she could break free, we would break up, and if she couldn't, we would be back together. The barrage suddenly became lively. 1 minute shouldn't be too hard, right? A guy who's athletic not being able to let go of a girl after holding hands for a minute is impossible. Jiang Tian looked at the barrage, and then at Lu Qian, feeling discouraged. She indeed didn't break free in a minute, but we still broke up. Lu Qian asked curiously, why? Did she not keep her word? Jiang Tian nodded. Yeah, it took her several minutes to break free, and after she got free, she turned and left cursing at me. At this point, Jiang Tian paused again. What did she say? Hey? The barrage flooded in. Even Lu Qian kept urging, hurry up and tell me, what did she say? I'm really curious. Jiang Tian remained silent for a long time before sighing. She cursed me, saying you took back the ring I gave. The barrage. I feel like you're telling a joke. I feel like it's a bit ridiculous. Lu Qian laughed heartily. Jiang Tian, are you kidding me? If you are, it's fine, but you're also making a joke for 100,000 viewers in the live stream. Jiang Tian chuckled. How was I supposed to know that when I was holding hands I unintentionally brought the ring? In August, the heat was unbearable, and the athletes stepping onto the field were drenched in sweat. The stadium felt like a furnace, scorching the spectators and competitors alike, yet such conditions could not dampen the audience's enthusiasm. The stadium, with over 4,000 seats, was still packed to capacity. The men's 200-meter race was divided into 9 heats, some of which included athletes who also competed in the 100-meter event. This is a very normal scenario in sprint events. Chu Tiankai was placed in the 5th heat, where only one American athlete posed a significant challenge. The first heat had no notable seed athletes, with the heat winner being Anderson from Jamaica, who advanced to the next round with a time of 20.26 seconds. The second heat was equally uneventful, featuring one of Chu Tiankai's old rivals from the 100-meter finals, Martina from the Netherlands Antilles. His 200-meter performance was quite impressive as well, qualifying with a time of 20.35 seconds as the heat winner. The third heat welcomed a strong contender for the championship, Usain Bolt from Jamaica. At this time, Bolt was only 21 years old, a young talent with bright eyes that still held a hint of confusion. Compared to his compatriot Powell, his presence was notably less imposing, as evidenced by the audience's reaction. After the third heat concluded, Bolt advanced to the next round with a time of 20.16 seconds as the heat winner. At this moment, Bolt's performance was far from the peak of 19 seconds he would achieve in the future. However, it wouldn't take long. Just 2 years later, at the Berlin World Championships, he would create 2 mythical records in the 100-meter and 200-meter events. In the fourth heat, there was an even more formidable competitor, Tyson Gay. At this time his strength surpassed, he ultimately advanced with a time of 19.98 seconds, becoming the first athlete of the preliminaries to break the 20-second mark. Next was the heat for Chu Tianxai, who as the newly crowned 100-meter speedster drew excited screams from the predominantly Islander audience as soon as he appeared. If not for the barriers, some fervent female fans would have rushed onto the track to embrace him. Chu Tianxai stood on the track, taking a deep breath to release a sigh. Although many athletes compete in both the 200-meter and 100-meter events, the technical differences between the two are quite significant. The 200-meter starts on a curve, and because of the additional bend, both the starting position and sprinting technique on the track must be adjusted compared to the 100-meter. In the 100-meter, one simply sprints straight ahead, but the start in the 200-meter requires explosive power while also adjusting for the curve. There are many adjustments to consider, such as the angle of the starting blocks, which should be lower than in the 100-meter for better body control. During the run, one cannot just sprint blindly, as it risks physical collisions with competitors in adjacent. Moreover, in the 200-meter race, it is easy to step on the line, which means disqualification, a situation that rarely occurs in the 100-meter. In summary, the techniques for the 200-meter, including turning on curves, transitioning to straightaways, and breathing techniques, are far more complex than those for the 100-meter, requiring not just physical strength, but also excellent skills. Fortunately, Chu Tianxai had trained with the national team for over a month, and had roughly mastered the techniques. In this heat, Chu Tianxai saw Masu Shin from the island nation, who also caught sight of him with a rather complex expression, 3 parts off, 5 parts confusion, and 2 parts defiance. Chu Tianxai chuckled. He had never regarded island athletes as rivals. In this world, if there was any athlete who could pose a threat in sprinting, it would only be Bolt after next year. Another seeded athlete in Chu Tianxai's heat was Spearman from the United States. In terms of the 200-meter event record, Spearman's performance far surpassed his. Chu Tianxai had only participated in one official 200-meter race, so his best time was 19.93 seconds at the domestic university games. In contrast, Spearman's best time was 19.65 seconds, making the gap between them quite clear. Frustratingly, due to his 100-meter world record, Chu Tianxai drew more attention in this heat. This made Spearman quite unhappy. When he locked eyes with Chu Tianxai, he provocatively extended his middle finger. "What did I offend you?" Chu Tianxai could no longer contain himself, and responded with a thumbs-down gesture. Feeling even more aggrieved, he spat on the ground. In the studio, Yang Jian felt a bit of a headache. "Brother, this is a national broadcast. Why are you clashing with him? Don't you care about your image at all?" Fortunately, at that moment, the race officially began. On your marks. Set. With his skill of quick reaction, Chu Tianxai's start was not slow. As he transitioned from the curve to the straightaway, he was neck and neck with Spearman. Originally, Chu Tianxai intended to advance easily, but recalling Spearman's provocation, he decided to unleash most of his strength. With just 20 meters to the finish line, Chu Tianxai eased up slightly, finishing with a time of 19.91 seconds, a bit faster than his final at the University Games. Spearman advanced as the second heat qualifier, while Masu Shin from the island was tragically eliminated, drawing a chorus of lament from the audience. Chu Tianxai was indifferent to this result, unaware that Coach Wang Hong and Yang Jian in the studio were incredibly excited. Yang Jian shouted with renewed vigor, 19.91 seconds, a new Asian record. Chu Tianxai has once again broken his own Asian record. In truth, Yang Jian had become somewhat numb. In previous years, breaking an Asian sprint record was a rare occurrence. But since Chu Tianxai's rise, setting records had become as easy as eating or drinking. If it were a world record, that would truly excite him. Nevertheless, in front of a national audience as a professional commentator, he still forced himself to display immense enthusiasm. Unsurprisingly, Chu Tianxai advanced to the next round as the preliminary heat winner. Meanwhile, ESPN was broadcasting the men's 200-meter preliminaries live from the World Championships. In the studio, as the 200-meter preliminaries concluded, the television feed returned to ESPN's set, where the host was accompanied by 2 guests. On the left was a bald man in his 50s, the renowned American sports commentator Stephen. On the right was Michael Johnson, one of the greatest athletes in history. The host began. The 200-meter preliminaries have concluded. In the United States has 3 athletes advancing to the next round: Tyson Gay, Spearman, and Martin. Jamaica also has 3 athletes advancing: Bolt, Anderson, and Williams. It seems this 200-meter race is a showdown between the United States and Jamaica. Additionally, China's new 100-meter speedster has advanced to the next round as the preliminary heat winner, and this athlete could also be a formidable opponent. Sports commentator Stephen suddenly interjected unhappily, "I am very dissatisfied with the performance of the American men's sprint team in this year's World Championship. The competition has just begun, and they have already handed the men's 100-meter gold medal to others. I am extremely disappointed." The host explained, "Tyson Gay won the silver medal with a very good performance." Stephen waved his hand to interrupt the host. In the last World Championship, we swept the gold medals in the men's 100, 200, and 400 meters. Compared to the 100 meters, our dominance in the 200 meters is even stronger. Recall that we swept the top 4 places in the men's 200 meters in the last championship. Now the 100-meter gold medal has been taken by the Hwagwa athlete, and the situation in the 200 meters is quite complex. When have we ever been so passive in the sprint events? The host continued to explain, there was nothing we could do about missing the gold in the 100 meters. This Hwagwa athlete defeated Tyson Gay in a record-breaking manner, making this gold medal very valuable. Stephen slapped his forehead and said, I happened to be on vacation with my wife during that final, so I didn't see it with my own eyes. Later I learned that the 100-meter gold medal was actually snatched away by a Hwagwa athlete who qualified for the World Championship for the first time. When I first saw the news, I thought it was an April Fool's joke. The host signaled the camera to focus on the guest to the right. This veteran athlete is none other than the current world record holder for the 200 meters Johnson. Although the 100 meters, 200 meters, and 400 meters all belong to sprinting, the 400 meters requires a higher level of adaptation to oxygen deprivation and endurance compared to the first 2 events. This is also why many sprinters balance their focus on the 100 meters and 200 meters, but do not venture into the 400 meters. Thus, while there are some athletes who can win medals in both the 100 meters and 200 meters, those who can sweep medals in both the 200 meters and 400 meters are rare. To date in the history of the Olympics, only Johnson has ever swept the gold medals in both the men's 200 meters and 400 meters in a single Olympic Games. Additionally, he created history. During the 1996 Atlanta Olympics, the IAAF and the Olympic Committee made an unprecedented schedule adjustment to accommodate his events. They changed the time gap between the 400 meters and 200 meters from 50 minutes to 4 hours, providing maximum convenience for him to create miracles. However, after 1997, his track and field career began to decline. As the camera panned towards him, Johnson spoke up, I watched the 100-meter final, and this Hwagwa athlete named Chu Tiankai is indeed very capable. Tyson Gay finished 0.1 seconds behind, which is a significant margin. He lost fairly. Mr. Stephen, as an Asian man breaking the 100-meter world record, he has created a miracle. We should congratulate him. Every athlete who breaks a world record deserves respect. Johnson, as a professional athlete, has a completely different perspective from Stephen and can better understand the difficulties athletes face in breaking records. In contrast, Stephen seems more like a talk show host. The host continued, Gentlemen, could you please analyze the situation for the upcoming 200-meter race from a professional perspective? Stephen was the first to express his opinion. From a national perspective, the strongest team is certainly the American team, followed by the Jamaican team. From the athlete's perspective, I believe the medal contenders should be Tyson Gay, Bolt, and Spearman. The Hwagwa athlete Chu Tiankai also has a chance to win a medal, but this athlete has only recently started competing in the 200 meters and is still slightly weaker than the above 3. The champion should be determined between Tyson Gay and Bolt. The host then asked Mr. Johnson, what is your... Johnson thought for a moment and said, I think Stephen has a point, but I believe the champion will be decided among Tyson Gay, Chu Tiankai, and Bolt. Stephen laughed. Since you have such high hopes for the Hwagwa athlete, why don't you think he can break your 200-meter world record? Johnson smiled, but said nothing. The host interjected, Mr. Stephen, are you joking? Johnson's 19.32 seconds 200-meter world record is recognized as one of the hardest world records to break. Many predict that no one will break this record in the next 20 years. Although this Hwagwa athlete is very strong, achieving this feat is still too difficult. Indeed, as the host mentioned, Chu Tiankai also feels that this record is harder to break than Powell's 9.77 seconds. Except for Johnson's 19.32 seconds, the second best 200-meter time in history is 19.62 seconds, with 3 tiers in between, making the gap seem vast. The semifinals will be held the next morning, and Chu Tiankai has been assigned to the second group, competing alongside Bolt. In the first group, Tyson Gay continued to dominate, advancing to the final with a time of 19.80 seconds. It is evident that he is determined to make a comeback in the 200-meter event. Chu Tiankai, however, has fewer thoughts. He just wants to quickly win all the honors available in the sprint events before transitioning to other events. If he remembers correctly, American Phelps won 6 gold medals in the last Olympics. Based on historical patterns in the next Olympics, he earned 8 gold medals, creating an extraordinary miracle. Having obtained the system, he should at least aim for a dozen medals. In this semifinal, Chu Tiankai decided not to hold back. He would test his limits in the 200 meters. On your marks. Set. The starter once again raised the starter's pistol. In the Hwagwa studio, Yang Jian's expression was slightly relaxed. He believes that Chu Tiankai has the strength to advance to the final, but winning gold is uncertain. With the gunshot, Yang Jian began his passionate commentary. The race has started, and Chu Tiankai reacted quickly off the blocks. Chu Tiankai has entered the straightaway. He has already taken the lead over Bolt and is accelerating, sprinting ahead. Chu Tiankai is in first place. Wow, 49 seconds. Chu Tiankai has created another miracle, breaking the world champ. He is the second athlete in history to break 50 seconds. This time is also the second best in the world for the 200 meters. Let's congratulate Chu Tiankai. Chu Tiankai walked off the track amid resounding cheers, but felt quite unhappy. This was already his limit. This performance would surely win gold, but could not break the world record. The gap was still considerable. Chu Tiankai helplessly summoned the panel in his mind and said, "System, level up." After the 2 rounds of the 200 meters and the surge in viewership in the live stream, his prestige reached 963 points, enough to level up. He spent 800 points of prestige to upgrade the acceleration skill to LV4. Chu Tiankai felt this upgrade was necessary. With his 9.75 seconds 100-meter performance, it would be impossible to defeat Bolt, who turned back to look at the moon during the Beijing Olympics. An upgrade was inevitable. Congratulations to the host. The acceleration skill has upgraded to LV4, allowing a 14 speed increase within 20 seconds. This time the system provided a prompt. The acceleration skill has a total of 5 levels, and this is already the penultimate level. Based on deductions, reaching the ultimate LV5 should enhance speed by 15. After pondering for a moment, Chu Tiankai felt that 15 should be sufficient. Tomorrow night, the Huahua team has 2 important events. One is the 110-meter hurdles semi-final held at 8:30 p.m., and the other is the 200-meter final at 9:20 p.m. There is a onity gap between the semi-final and the final of the 200 meters, providing athletes ample recovery time. Therefore, Chu Tiankai does not need to use recovery potions. At 7:30 p.m. that evening, Chu Tiankai arrived at Changju Stadium with the athletics team. Athletes are judged by their performance, though unlike before with the world record in the 100 meters, Chu Tiankai's status in the team has significantly risen, forming a twin-star duo with Lu Ferrin in the Huahua athletics team. Throughout the journey, both leaders and teammates treated him with great courtesy. In the upcoming 110-meter hurdles semi-final, Huahua has 2 athletes qualified, Lu Ferrin and Dapeng. As fellow 110-meter hurdlers, Dapeng's influence is much less than Lu Ferrin's. This is how the sports arena works. What the audience cares about is always the results. There are mainly 2 points: breaking the record and winning major event championships. Generally, the sprint Grand Slam is considered to include 3 aspects: Olympic champion, world championship title, and breaking the world record. Throughout history, the sprinters who have achieved this honor are indeed few. Lu Ferrin has already won an Olympic gold medal and broke the world record at the IAAF Grand Prix held in Lausanne last year. Now he only lacks a world championship gold medal to achieve the Grand Slam honor. However, Chu Tiankai is not that far behind. He only needs an Olympic gold medal in the 100 meters to accomplish the Grand Slam. If he breaks the world record in the 200 meters, he would only need an Olympic gold medal. If he can achieve both, that would be an even rarer double Grand Slam. The 110-meter hurdles semi-final quickly concluded with Dapeng advancing to the finals with a time of 13:22 seconds. Lu Ferrin, whether due to being too tight or underperforming, ultimately advanced to the finals with a time of 13:25 seconds, placing 5th in the semi-final. This result puts him at a disadvantage in the finals. There are a total of 8 competitors in the 110-meter hurdles final, with lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7 occupied by the first-place finishers of the 3 groups and the second best from the best group. The remaining 4 competitors will randomly draw from lanes 2, 3, 8, and 9, with the lane distribution being relatively poor. After the semi-final, Coach Sun and Lu Ferrin returned to the athletics team, their expressions a bit disappointed. Everyone encouraged each other, and Chu Tiankai also stepped forward to pat Lu Ferrin's shoulder. "I believe you will achieve the Grand Slam." Lu Ferrin nodded. "I believe in your belief. Even if I'm in lane 9, I will definitely win the championship." At 9:20 p.m., the 200-meter final officially began. At ESPN in the United States, Stephen remained silent. Chu Tiankai proved in the semi-final with a time of 19:49 seconds that he is undoubtedly the world number 1 in today's 200 meters. Stephen no longer dared to boast, and even sensed that Chu Tiankai could win the gold medal. The same scene played out on major mainstream media outlets like BBC. Whether sports commentators or athletic experts, no one would question Chu Tiankai's strength anymore. In fact, most people have already come to believe that as long as there are no surprises, the medal is already in Chu Tiankai's grasp. The only suspense is whether he can win gold. Chu Tiankai's semi-final time was 19:49 seconds, but Tyson Gay also achieved a personal best of 19:62 seconds this season. Bolt also ran a good time of 19:75 seconds this year. Although both their times are a bit behind, Chu Tiankai's the athletics field is ever-changing. Whether psychology, competitive state, and even the atmosphere on site can affect an athlete's performance. Who can seize the championship remains uncertain. However, Coach Wang Hong does not think so. He currently has a blind confidence in Chu Tiankai. He believes that Chu Tiankai will definitely win the championship. The only suspense is whether he can break Johnson's 200-meter record. He looked at Chu Tiankai, who was warming up on lane 5, with excitement mixed with a bit of confusion. If it weren't for Chu Tiankai's lively presence on the track, he would truly doubt whether he was dreaming. Not to mention Huagua, even on the world stage, he had never seen such a miraculous athlete. Not only had he not seen one, he had never even heard of such a person. He had only been training him for a little over a month, to be precise, 29 days. Adding the 2 months he trained with the Qinghe City team, it totals around 100 days. In just 100 days, he has reached such a level. Who else? Wang Hong was once somewhat famous. Every audience member would call out his name when they saw him. Now when people see him, they say, look, that's Chu Tiankai's coach. Wang Hong couldn't help but laugh. Just consider it as if I stumbled upon a golden opportunity. Chu Tiankai stood on the track, recalling the technical points of the 200 meters. The main technical difficulty in the 200 meters lies in the curve. To minimize the running distance, athletes must stay close to the inner boundary while ensuring they do not step out of bounds. At the same time, they must overcome the effects of centripetal force to prevent being thrown off course. Typically, athletes adopt a left-leaning posture while running, utilizing arm swings and adjustments in the knee and ankle joints upon landing to counteract some of the centripetal force. Fortunately, the curve acceleration provided by the system's acceleration skill effectively mitigates the impact of centripetal force. All athletes are in position, and the introduction of the 200-meter final participants begins. Every time a participant is introduced, waves of applause surge through the crowd. In lane 2 is Martina from the Dutch Antilles. This is the athlete who had previously been pestering Chu Tiankai for a photo. In lane 3 is Spearman from the United States with a personal best of 19.65 seconds. He is extremely strong. In lane 4 is Tyson Gay from the United States with a semi-final time of 19.80 seconds, a personal best of 19.62 seconds, indicating that he is in great form this season. In lane 5 is Chu Tiankai from Huagua. In lane 6 is Bolt from Jamaica with a personal best of 19.75 seconds, but also his best performance this season. In lane 7 is Anderson from Jamaica. In lane 8 is Martin from the United States. In lane 9 is Williams from Jamaica. Among the 8 finalists, there are 7 black athletes and 1 Asian, 3 from the United States, and 3. Originally, it was a duel between 2 countries, but suddenly there is a disruptive force from Huagua, Chu Tiankai, which feels very out of place. CCTV Channel 5 and CCTV Channel 1 are broadcasting the 200-meter finals live. Even though it's a workday, nearly 200 million viewers in Huagua are glued to their televisions, surpassing some Olympic and World Cup events. The starters signaled the athletes to prepare for the race, and the noisy stadium fell into a sudden silence. Bang! The starting gun sounded and the athletes began their sprint. Tyson Gay was the first to launch with a reaction time of 0.128 seconds, less than 0.13 seconds, clearly indicating a false start. Tyson Gay felt the immense pressure from Chu Tiankai. He was forced to take risks, willing to gamble everything despite the possibility of a foul. Fortunately, he succeeded. Chu Tiankai and Bolt launched almost simultaneously, both recording a reaction time of 0.134 seconds, achieving a remarkable consistency at the 1000th level. Yang Jian in the studio perked up. The race has begun, and Chu Tiankai's start is excellent. His acceleration is remarkably fast. On the curve, Yang Jian couldn't discern the difference between Chu Tiankai and the others. However, based on his years of commentary experience, he sensed that Chu Tiankai's starting speed was exceptionally quick, even faster than his semi-final time of 19.49 seconds. Yang Jian continued to explain to the audience, black athletes are generally stronger in sprinting than Asian athletes, primarily due to their muscles' sustained explosive power. In fact, our top domestic athletes are not inferior to black athletes in reaction time in the first half of the race. The difference lies in sustained explosive power, particularly in the acceleration of the latter half. However, Chu Tiankai is clearly an exception. His acceleration in the latter half is even stronger than that of black athletes. His only previous shortcoming was the start, but we can see that through these recent races he has compensated for that disadvantage, and he now has no weaknesses. As they entered the straightaway, it was beautiful. Chu Tiankai had already surpassed Tyson Gay and Bolt. On the track, Chu Tiankai could distinctly feel the difference between LV4 acceleration and LV3. His legs pushed off the ground with greater force, and his body became more agile, as if he had merged with the wind. He felt that if he were to run 100 meters now, he could definitely keep his time under 9.65 seconds. Why is this yellow-skinned athlete getting stronger and stronger? Tyson Gay looked at Chu Tiankai, who had surpassed him by 2 body lengths, feeling utterly powerless. He seems to improve every few days. There is no logic in athletic competition to be seen in him. He glanced at Bolt, who was running alongside him. No way, even if I can't win gold, I must secure silver. Bolt had a much better mindset than Tyson Gay. His original goal was to compete for gold and secure silver, but now it was simply about lowering his sights to fight for silver and protect bronze. He was still young and had made significant progress recently. He was confident that he would surely surpass Tyson Gay in the future and even the unreasonable Huagua athlete ahead of him. He is in the lead. Chu Tiankai is in the lead. The advantage is very clear. Chu Tiankai. Chu Tiankai. Hold on. And he will be the champion, a double champion in the 100 and 200 meters. I can hardly believe it. Yang Jian began to roar again. He had cheered for Chu Tiankai's races many times, yet he never grew tired of it. Meanwhile, countless Huagua citizens, both related and unrelated to Chu Tiansai, clenched their fists. A miracle is about to unfold again. Even though they had seen it once, they could not suppress the excitement within. Only 10 meters from the finish line, Chu Tiankai had already left Tyson Gay far behind. The gap between Tyson Gay and the third-placed Bolt was also quite evident. At this moment, Yang Jian could no longer maintain his composure. Years of experience gave him a vague premonition that with Chu Tiankai's speed, he was very likely to break that universally recognized world record that seemed unbreakable. With 5 meters to the finish line, Yang Jian suddenly stood up from his commentary chair. Chu Tiankai is still accelerating. Chu Tiankai has crossed the finish line. Victory champion. We have once again won the 200-meter championship. Wow, 29 seconds. Oh, a new world record. I truly don't know how to describe this achievement. At this moment, no amount of words seems sufficient, and no amount of praise seems powerless. This is our first participation in the World Championships for men's 100 and 200 meters, and we have won 2 gold medals, breaking 2 world records. This is a great accomplishment. At a 5-star hotel in Hongyan Film City, star Lu Qian was snuggled up on the sofa with a beautiful woman in her mid-20s watching television. The television was broadcasting footage of Chu Tiankai winning the 200 meters. Lu Qian made a face at the Chu Tiankai on the screen. Yinran, are you satisfied with this employer I've introduced to you? Lin Yinran stared at Chu Tiankai on the screen for a while and agreed. I am quite satisfied with world records in both the 100 and 200 meters. There is no one else like him in Asia. Lu Qian spoke. I spoke with Tiankai before. He mentioned he lacks a manager, and I thought of you. You have the work history with GS Elite Talent Agency, so you should be very suitable. Lin Yinran explained. I believe that given his current influence and future potential, he needs not just a manager, but a whole management team. A professional manager, legal advisors, marketing strategists, media relations, finances, and even security are essential. Lu Qian smiled. Indeed, very professional, so it's most appropriate for you to lead this matter. Lin Yinran teased. So this is the reason you called me over under the pretense of visiting the set. Lu Qian shot her a glance. In considering you, this is a major client. Lin Yinran thought for a moment and said, there are many talents like this in the country, but gathering them is not so simple. I will draft a list of personnel for him to choose from. Qianqian, you've mentioned so much, but the most important point you've overlooked is my greatest value. Lin Yinran continued to explain, Huagua athletes can engage in advertising and other commercial activities with the approval of the sports administration. However, the commercialization of most athletes is tightly controlled by them. On one hand, it's about control, and on the other, it's about interests. Generally, forming private management teams is not allowed. The greater the fame, the higher the value, which means even less room for independence. What should we do? Aside from running, Chu Tiankai sings and writes poetry. His commercial value is not solely based on sprinting. Lin Yinran laughed. I mentioned it's generally the case. There have been precedents for private management teams before, such as the Yao team, so this is where my value becomes evident and should not be a major issue. Lin Yinran glanced at Lu Qian and joked, you seem so invested in Chu Tiansai, calling him genius. Do you have a crush on him? Lu Qian replied, unpleased. Sister Yinran, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just friends with Tiankai. Haha, friends, yet you call him genius so affectionately. However, given his looks, he wouldn't be out of place in the entertainment industry. He matches you well, much better than that. On the track, the anemometer displays wind speed 0.3 seconds, and Chu Tiankai's record of 19.29 seconds is valid. This also means that the short distance world record, considered the hardest to break by industry insiders and maintained for 11 years, has been shattered by a Chinese athlete. As the finals conclude, Tyson Gay finishes in second place with a time of 19.75 seconds, while Bolt secures third with 19.91 seconds. Tyson Gay feels a mix of emotions. This world championship was supposed to be his best opportunity to soar. Based on his performances in the 2 finals, he had a strong chance of winning gold compared to previous years, but it seems fate has played a cruel joke on him. Tyson Gay thinks to himself, using an ancient saying from China, this is like having Cheng Yaojin appear out of nowhere. But why after decades without a Chung Yaojin does he show up just when I have the best chance of winning? Is this fair? Forget it, I should focus my energy on the upcoming 4,100 meters. As he walks off the track dejectedly, the American ESPN sports channel cuts back to the studio. Stephen remains silent in front of the camera, unsure of how to begin. Johnson considers for a moment and says Tyson Gay's loss isn't unjust. He finished 0.46 seconds behind Chu Tiankai. This marks the largest margin between the champion and the runner-up in the history of the World Championship. 2. Congratulations to Chu Tiankai for breaking my record. This signifies the rise of Asian sprinting. He will be a figure leading the golden era of world sprinting. Meanwhile, the BBC in the Eagle Nation is at a loss for words, unwilling to praise a Chinese athlete, and chooses to remain silent. At the same time, domestic media is immersed in a sea of joy, with both official and independent media working overnight to draft articles. The headlines are more eye-catching by the minute, and the content is increasingly shocking. At the Japanese athletics team's lodging, head coach Kobayashi quietly sets down his teacup with a serious expression. This time, they have suffered total defeat in the men's sprint events, with Ito Hiroshi failing in the semifinals of the 100 meters and Masushi Matsu stopping at the preliminaries of the 200 meters. In the upcoming 110-meter hurdles, they were also eliminated in the heats. Sprint coach Nishino Akira refills Kobayashi's teacup and says, heavily, Coach Kobayashi, your earlier words have turned prophetic. As long as Chu Tiankai is around, we won't have any chance of winning gold in Asia over the next decade. Kobayashi looks at him in surprise. Nishinikin, I don't think this is what we should worry about. Since Chu Tiankai broke the Asian record domestically, we have already lost our top position in sprinting. Now, we should be concerned about the Americans. Nishino quickly boasts. Coach Kobayashi, you are right. Fortunately, Chu Tiankai is only strong in sprinting. We still have opportunities in middle distance and long distance events. Therefore, our focus in the upcoming races should shift towards the 400 meters and middle distance events, and we must not neglect the training of sprinting talent. As the competition concludes, Chu Tiankai steps off the track and opens the system panel. After this round of the 200-meter finals, his reputation has risen to 756 points and continues to increase with the passage of time. Chu Tiankai first spends 200 reputation points to upgrade his singing skill to a professional level. Then he navigates to the sports section, spending 100 reputation points to draw skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Stamina, LV1. This skill enhances both physical strength and endurance. It can slightly improve the level of physical robustness and endurance, optimize the BOTUS 8 major systems, enhance cardiopulmonary function and bone absorption, and increase the recovery speed and level of tissue damage. Chu Tiankai is very satisfied with this skill. Physical conditioning is the foundation of all sports. He then silently thinks, continue to draw 3 times in a row. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Endurance LV1, which can slightly enhance the host's endurance attribute. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Strength LV1, which can slightly enhance the host's strength attribute. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Jumping LV1, which can slightly enhance the host's jumping attribute. With the infusion of several skills, Chu Tiankai vaguely feels that his physical fitness has improved to some extent, and he seems to have gained a bit of weight. If he were to run 200 meters now, he estimates his time could improve a bit. Endurance, strength, and physical conditioning are all effective for middle distance running and beneficial for strength events and recovery. In comparison, jumping has a certain effect, but not as significant as the previous skills. In the Olympic events, long jump and triple jump mainly rely on explosive power, which he has already developed significantly under acceleration. Even before obtaining these skills, he believed his long jump performance would not be poor. Chu Tiankai strokes his chin, contemplating the effects of these skills, when a sudden flash of insight strikes him. That's right, the decathlon. These skills are perfectly suited for the decathlon. The decathlon includes 4 running events: 100 meters, 1500 meters, 110-meter hurdles, and 400 meters. 3 throwing events: shot put, discus, and javelin. 3 jumping events: high jump, pole vault, and long jump. With these skills, he can handle both individual events and the decathlon. In theory, participating in the decathlon at the Olympics could yield a total of 11 gold medals, 1 for each of the 10 individual events, plus 1 for the decathlon itself. However, for athletes without a system, this is merely theoretical. Chu Tiankai thinks to himself, he previously didn't know what events to enter in the Olympics, but now it seems just 2 events will suffice. The decathlon plus the 200 meters. Chu Tiankai steps off the track and approaches Wang Hong, who is grinning from ear to ear. Similar to the 100-meter finals, Wang Hong first hands him a national flag and then cheerfully boasts with other Chinese coaches. If Chu Tiankai is the biggest winner of this world championship, then Wang Hong is the second biggest winner. He glances at Coach Lin, who is glaring at him with fiery eyes, and sourly remarks, "Old Wang, you've struck it rich this time. With Chu Tiansai's performance, there's at least several million in bonuses, and you can get a share too. Wang Hong waves his hand to explain, but it hasn't been awarded yet. Who knows how much it will be? Coach Lin continues to sulk. You're really lucky a golden pie fell from the sky, and you just happened to catch it. Wang Hong shoots him a look. Old Lin, what are you saying? Shouldn't I be allowed to have some good luck? Coach Lin scoffs. If you old Wang were Chu Tiankai's mentor, that would be one thing, but you haven't contributed much, barely a month. Wang Hong is unfazed. He remembers how Coach Sun was also quite sour about the 110-meter hurdles. It is a common human sentiment. Chu Tiankai returns to his lodging having completed all his events and decides to return home after watching the 110-meter hurdles tomorrow. The next day, he opens his phone. On the trending topics, he occupies a significant portion of the top 10. Chu Tiankai wins the 200 meters again. Chu Tiankai breaks the world record in the 100 meters. Chu Tiankai performs a parody of Chai Tofu. The new world flying man is also a poetic genius. Chu Tiankai participates in original good music. How far can he go? The new world flying man and the rising star interact ambiguously. Among several search terms, the one with the highest volume is his world record in the 100 meters, followed closely by his championship in the 200 meters. However, the most commented one is about his interaction with Lu Qian on the social platform. Many fans have started shipping the couple of Chu Tiankai and Lu Qian in the comments section. Previously, there were also fans shipping Lu Qian with a cotton candy vendor, but many netizens strongly opposed it. However, this time it's Chu Tiansai, and the comments section is filled with support. Chu Tiankai's brilliant performance at the World Championship has benefited not just sports commentators, but also music and poetry critics, who have all come out in droves like locusts passing through. Initially, there was mostly praise, but later a member from a poetry association went against the tide, criticizing his poem Hairpin Phoenix as mediocre. As a result, that person was heavily criticized by Chu Tiankai's fans, but it cannot be denied that he has gained notoriety, becoming both popular and controversial. This also led many to see the benefits as they followed suit, attacking Chu Tiankai's singing and poetry skills. No one criticized his sprinting, as there was nothing to complain about. Chu Tiankai opened his Weibo backend, and even with 2 world championships, he had only a little over 9 million fans. He was not surprised by this data. In later years, Su Shun had accumulated a fan base of only over 4 million on the same platform. Not to mention, compared to those internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans, he even had fewer fans than those who merely cover their mouths, touch their heads, or raise their eyebrows. He then checked the backend data of the song copyright website. As his fame grew, the 3 songs he uploaded each had millions of views, bringing him over 5 million in revenue. Just as Chu Tiankai put down his phone, there was a knock at the door. He opened it to find his coach Wang Hong, with 2 journalists standing at the entrance. Wang Hong pointed at the 2 and introduced them. These are reporter Dong Na and photographer Xiao Chun from Central Television. You can chat slowly. Oh, I have to attend to something first. Reporter Dong, a middle-aged woman of average appearance, quickly extended her hand upon seeing Chu Tiankai. Chu Farron, congratulations on your amazing performance in the 200 meters. We had arranged this interview earlier, and you mentioned you could talk after the 200-meter final. Do you have time now? Chu Tiankai shook her hand and nodded, saying, sure, let's go to the lounge. Once Xiao Chun set up the camera, reporter Dong faced the lens and said 29 seconds, 75 seconds. I'm sure the audience knows these 2 incredible numbers. Honestly, even having witnessed their birth, it's still hard to believe. It's truly astonishing. Today, I'm fortunate to interview the creator of these numbers, Chu Tiankai. Reporter Dong aimed the microphone at him and asked, did you think you would break 2 world records before the competition? Chu Tiankai nodded confidently, saying yes. I heard you had a previous interview before the competition where you mentioned your goal was to win a medal. Were you being intentionally conservative? Chu Tiankai smiled and replied, yes, I was being intentionally conservative. Who knew it would raise so much doubt? If I had said my goal was to break the world record, wouldn't they laugh at me? I didn't want to cause harm. Reporter Dong covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, it seems Chu Farron has quite a sense of humor. What gave you such great confidence? Chu Tiankai pondered. Before March of this year, I was just a second-tier athlete and hadn't trained much. I only officially started training at the end of March. In April, I ran 28 seconds, and by July, I broke the Asian record. It took me just over 3 months from starting official training to breaking the Asian record. Now that it's been over 4 months, isn't breaking the world record quite normal? If it weren't for the camera, reporter Dong would have loved to roll her eyes at him. Normal, my foot. This kind of explanation is worse than not explaining at all. This Chu Farron seems a bit unreliable. In comparison, Lu Farron is much more serious. Reporter Dong then asked, will you participate in the upcoming IAAF competition? Chu Tiankai shook his head. I don't plan to participate. I probably don't qualify. I might first participate in some domestic competitions. Reporter Dong was momentarily taken aback and instinctively said, if you don't qualify, who does? Chu Tiankai explained, for sprint events I won't participate in anything other than the Olympics for now. Next I will participate in some other events domestically to qualify for the Olympics. What other events? Reporter Dong immediately became interested. Chu Tiankai began counting on his fingers. Middle distance running, long jump, high jump throwing events, for now, just these few. The rest can be discussed later. If the person in front of her weren't a world champion, Reporter Dong might even suspect she had encountered a madman. These events must add up to nearly 10. A long jump is one thing, but throwing and high jump, what on earth? What do they have to do with sprinting? Just taking throwing events as an example, even if you're a world champion, in sprinting you might not outdo a second-tier athlete. Reporter Dong secretly considered whether to cut this part out. Moments later she asked about the more gossip-worthy topic that the audience was interested in. I heard you currently don't have a girlfriend. Have you thought about what kind of type you would like? This time Chu Tiankai became much more serious. I want to find someone gentle, beautiful, and kind-hearted. After sending off the two journalists, Chu Tiankai received a call from Lu Qian. Lu Qian told him over the phone that she had found an impressive agent for him, and they would discuss it in detail when he returned to the country. After dinner in the evening, Chu Tiankai arrived at the Changju Stadium to watch the 110-meter hurdles final cheering for Lu Ferin and Da Peng. As he walked to the venue, he noticed the applause resonating throughout the arena, with male spectators roaring like beasts. It turned out that the women's heptathlon javelin event was currently taking place. Without even looking, Chu Tiankai knew there must be a superstar athlete at the venue. Sure enough, a blonde female athlete was preparing to throw her javelin. The female athlete was none other than the heptathlon queen Kruf from Sweden. Her dominance in the women's heptathlon was comparable to Chu Tiankai's sprinting. Chu Tiankai became interested, putting on sunglasses and a mask as he approached. 67.26 meters. That was Kruf's result, only 4.44 meters away from the world record. Impressive. Chu Tiankai gave a thumbs up and left the scene. Next was the final of the 110-meter hurdles. Lu Ferin had bad luck and drew lane 9, while his main competitor Robles drew the better lane 4. Teammate Da Peng drew lane 6. Coach Sun watched his disciple on the field with great tension. Lane 9, being closest to the audience, was also the most affected. Historically, lane 9 had never produced a notable result. The race began. Lu Ferin had a great start and maintained his acceleration well. In the end, he crossed the finish line in first place, achieving a miracle from lane 9. As he crossed the finish line, he let out a thunderous shout. Mine. A Grand Slam. Finally, a short-distance Grand Slam athlete emerged from Huagua. Chu Tiankai was also happy for him, and then looked at Coach Wang Hong beside him, saying, "Coach, I want to train in other. Are you training for other events like the 400 meters? Wang Hong asked. It is quite normal for sprinters to compete in the 400 meters, and if Chu Tiankai was willing to run the 400 meters, it would be to his advantage. Chu Tiankai explained the 400 meters is just one of them. There are other events as well, like high jump, and that's a huge span. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Wang Hong fell silent in astonishment. From a selfish standpoint, he did not want Chu Tiankai to dabble in other events, as being too distracted would surely affect his sprinting performance. Moreover, just because Chu Tiankai had a talent for sprinting did not mean he would excel in other areas. Historically, there had been no athlete who could balance so many events. However, since he had taken advantage of Chu Tiankai, he might as well let him indulge this time. Let him try out. If it doesn't work out, he would definitely realize it was too difficult. Wang Hong pondered for a moment and said, "I can let you try, but if you don't achieve results in other events, you must focus on sprinting. If your sprinting performance declines, you must also give up on the other events." "Don't worry, coach, my sprinting performance won't decline," Chu Tiankai said confidently. However, the final decision about switching events still had to be discussed with the head coach of the athletics team, Lin Hai. But as Wang Hong was his coach, he felt it necessary to inform him first. The next day, Chu Tiankai took a flight back to the capital. He had arranged to meet Lu Qian and Lin Yanran today. Lu Qian was very loyal and took a day off from the set to accompany him back and forth for this discussion. Chu Tiankai left early disguised and quietly made his way back. As soon as he returned to the capital, he received a call from Original Good Music notifying him that the next round of the competition would be held in 8 days. After returning to his dormitory and freshening up, he went to a nearby mall to buy a few mid-range outfits, motivated by the prospect of meeting beautiful women. With a crisp shirt, tailored trousers, and his handsome appearance complemented by his tall and muscular physique, he attracted the attention of several middle-aged women. Chu Tiankai felt quite satisfied. When the time was near, he casually hailed a taxi. The driver looked at him with confusion and asked where to. "To the nearest Fuji private kitchen." "All right." The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, glanced at Chu Tiankai through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but ask, "Young man, are you a celebrity?" Chu Tiankai was puzzled. "Why do you say that, master? In this hot summer, wearing sunglasses and a mask, who else but a celebrity would do that?" The driver advised, "There's no need for that in the car. People in the capital are different. We see celebrities all the time. It's nothing unusual." Chu Tiankai laughed, saying, I'm not a celebrity. What big star would be as poor as I am without even a car? As for a small star, nobody would recognize me anyway. The driver raised an eyebrow and said, that's strange. If you're not a celebrity, why hide? Chu Tiankai smiled and replied, Master, what kind of person do you think needs to hide? The driver's smile gradually froze. Panic spread across his face as he said, are you a wanted criminal? His hands gripping the steering wheel trembled, ready to pull over at any moment. Chu Tiankai was astonished by the driver's line of thought. With a helpless sigh, he took off his mask and sunglasses, saying, Master, I'm not a wanted criminal. The driver scrutinized him closely through the rearview mirror. I don't recognize you. If you're not a wanted criminal and not a celebrity, why hide? Fuji Private Kitchen was hidden deep within a courtyard, and it took Chu Tiankai quite a bit of effort to find. In the hiding private room, he pushed the door open to find two young women already waiting inside. Chu Tiankai smiled awkwardly and explained, sorry ladies, I'm late. No worries, we just arrived as well. Lu Qian looked him up and down and teased, you look very handsome today. I just found a suitable owner for this outfit, Chu Tiankai said unabashedly. Lu Qian was wearing a plaid pleated skirt, her oval face lightly made up with a pair of bright eyes sparkling like stars, exuding a pure yet charming aura. She stood about 1.7 meters tall, and with her 7-centimeter high heels, she was almost the same height as Chu Tiankai. She pushed forward the woman beside her, who was dressed in a black silk suit. Tiansai, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Lin Yinran, the agent I told you about. She used to work at the GS agency, which ranks among the top 3 in the world and has extensive experience in agency work. Lin Yinran was a few years older than Lu Qian, with an elegant demeanor and slightly less striking looks. Chu Tiankai shook her hand politely and said, hello, Miss Lin. I will rely on you for the upcoming matters. Lin Yinran spoke with a slight smile. It's my honor to serve the world's #1 flyer. After everyone took their seats, Chu Tiankai learned that Lin Yinran had just left GS. Her previous clients included some big-name Hollywood stars and renowned soccer players, giving her a wealth of experience. Before the food arrived, Lin Yinran handed him a form and said, based on your situation, I've recommended some candidates in law, finance, and public relations. You can choose, and after you pick, I will communicate with them one by one. Chu Tiankai took the form and looked it over. The candidates Lin Yinran had prepared were mostly highly educated professionals with significant credentials. He wasn't very knowledgeable in this area, but he believed that as long as he grasped a few key points, it would be sufficient. First, keep the funds in his own hands. Second, continue to enhance his profitability, which is to increase his influence. Third, based on the historical trajectory of his past life, combined with the altered world line, hold onto some high-yield investments, such as those stocks that surged hundreds of times. He returned the list to Lin Yinran and smiled, saying, I firmly believe that professionals should handle professional matters. Miss Lin, your insight is undoubtedly better than mine. It's more suitable for you to help me finalize things. Additionally, I already have a few targets for future investments. What I need isn't a financial manager, but a trader. You're investing on your own. Lin Yinran was a bit surprised, as shouldn't such matters be entrusted to professionals? Yes, you'll understand when the time comes. What's the current market price for my commercial endorsements? Chu Tiankai continued to ask. Lin Yinran pondered for a moment and replied, you belong to the top tier of domestic athletes, and as a 100-meter sprinter, your commercial value should be slightly higher than Lou Ferrin's, but lower than Yao Ming's. Lou Ferrin's endorsement fee ranges from 8 million to 10 million per year. You can use this standard to increase. That's not very high. There's no way around it. Endorsement prices are limited by the events. Basketball definitely has a higher commercial value than athletics. Lin Yinran then explained, if you win the short distance Olympic championship next year, the endorsement fee will definitely exceed that of Lou Ferrin, and it might even surpass that of De Yao. She thought for a moment and reminded, your potential is exceptionally high and brands will definitely reach out to you next. If they want to sign a long-term contract, don't rush to agree unless the price is very high. Chu Tiankai smiled and said, you are my agent, so it will definitely be you negotiating for me later. Lu Qian, hearing this, excitedly interjected, Tiansai, you agreed to let Sister Yinran be your agent. Chu Tiankai picked up the red wine on the table and poured a glass for the two beauties, smiling. Miss Lin is very outstanding, and since you introduced her, why would I disagree? Lu Qian happily raised her glass and asked, is it okay for you to drink a little red wine? Chu Tiankai waved his hand. What's a little red wine? It's not like I'm eating sea cucumber, it doesn't affect me. He raised his glass, saying, to our collaboration, cheers. After downing 2 glasses of red wine, Lu Qian's cheeks turned slightly flushed, while Lin Yinran, having frequently socialized, appeared much better off. Chu Tiankai also opened up, exclaiming, in fact, the income of track athletes cannot compete with boxing, basketball, football, and racing at all. Lin Yinran agreed. Indeed, it's not high according to the bonus management regulations for athletes in Huahua and related endorsements. Athletes are required to turn in 40 of their bonuses, and the remainder is then divided with the coach, so the actual amount received may be less than half. Endorsement earnings must consider the nation, the collective, and the individual. In principle, athletes receive half while the coach and contributing teammates receive 15, the project development fund 15, and the sponsoring unit 20 for distribution. Chu Tiankai understood this principle, noting that such circumstances would only improve slightly in a few years. However, people always need some ideals. It cannot be denied that athletics and swimming are the major events with the most gold medals. If I purely focus on income, wouldn't maxing out my boxing skills ensure I earn money? These sports can wait until after the Olympics. It's just a year away. Moreover, with the foresight from my past life, investing casually would yield more than the earnings from bonuses and endorsements. Chu Tiankai looked at Lu Qian and smiled. We struggling athletes can't compare with you film stars. Lu Qian did not deny this and agreed. Indeed, some top athletes abroad earn significantly more than we do, and the sports atmosphere in Huagua cannot keep up, hence the income is indeed low. Chu Tiankai thought to himself, actually you film stars can't compare with internet influencers from the future. It's a strange world where those with lower barriers to entry earn more. Because Lu Qian had to hurry back, the meal quickly came to an end, and Chu Tiankai achieved 2 goals, securing his agent team and advancing his relationship with Lu Qian. On September 2nd, the World Championships concluded, and among the 47 gold medals, Huagua secured a total of 3 gold medals, including 2 from Chu Tiankai and 1 from Lu Ferrin. Additionally, the women's marathon and women's hammer throw events each earned 1 silver and 1 bronze, far exceeding the previous edition's sole silver medal performance. The gold medal tally and the overall medal standings were still topped by the American team, who achieved 12 gold, 6 silver, and 8 bronze. Had it not been for Chu Tiankai snatching 2 gold medals from Tyson Gay, their count would have been 14. After the World Championships, the organizing committee selected 5 dark horses, 5 disgruntled athletes, and 5 outstanding athletes. Unsurprisingly, Chu Tiankai topped the list of dark horses, having outperformed the second-place high jumper Thomas by nearly 8 times. He was also at the top of the 5 outstanding athletes list, breaking world records in 2 events and surpassing Lu Ferrin, who had achieved a Grand Slam. The top of the 5 disgruntled athletes was Tyson Gay, who finished second in both short-distance sprints. Even though he won gold in the 4,100 meters, he was still ranked first in this category. The day after the track and field team returned to the country, a commendation meeting was held, and Chu Tiankai, as the biggest contributor to this trip to the World Championships, received a not insignificant bonus. Fortunately, this bonus was tax-free, saving him a sum of money. With this bonus and the earnings from his songs, Chu Tiankai's assets finally broke the 10 million mark. After the meeting, the participating team for this World Championships officially disbanded. Aside from a few superstars like Lu Ferrin and Chu Tiankai, the other athletes returned to their respective units. After the meeting, Coach Wang Hong called Chu Tiankai aside and said, Director Jiang from the Track Association will find you shortly to discuss commercial development matters, and he is accompanied by the local representative from Adidas. Chu Tiankai frowned and asked, is the commercial development under the jurisdiction of the Track Association? Wang Hong nodded. That's how it is for track events. Lu Ferrin also signed a contract with the Track Association, which is responsible for his commercial value development. Chu Tiankai pressed further, is there a document specifying this? Wang Hong was taken aback and explained, there is no document explicitly stating this, but they have managed it this way in the past. We are not like abroad where finding an agent or agency is sufficient. It's not like football or basketball where you can seek your own agent. Chu Tiankai pondered for a moment and said, let's not discuss the financial aspects. There are too many constraints and I would lose a lot of freedom and autonomy. Wang Hong sighed and said, this matter has its pros and cons. Having the support of the Track Association makes things much easier for you. Genius, to be honest, everyone has gone this way. If you don't agree, it will be hard to establish yourself in the team later. Chu Tiankai smiled, thinking to himself, it's merely a trifecta of suppression, suspension, and being benched. Others might have some reservations, but for me it doesn't matter at all. Chu Tiankai didn't want to put Wang Hong in a difficult position and agreed, all right, I'll meet them first. In the reception room, 4 people were already waiting. The association sent a Director Jiang, while Adidas sent 3 individuals, 1 responsible person, and 2 lawyers. Director Jiang praised Chu Tiankai profusely upon seeing him and then handed over 2 contracts. Chu Tiankai first opened the one with fewer pages, which was the Commercial Development Authorization Agreement from the Track Association. Chu Tiankai carefully read through it. As for the contract terms, let's not mention them. The most important clause, the authorization period, was nowhere to be seen. Is this a contract with no expiration? Chu Tiankai put it down and picked up the other contract, which was the endorsement contract from Adidas, filled with dense pages and annotated in both Chinese and English, leaving Chu Tiankai feeling dizzy. He ignored everything else and directly found the price section. The endorsement fee was 25 million Huagua currency for 5 years, which was half of what Lin Yanran estimated at 10 million. Chu Tiankai scoffed and set the contract down, saying, "I don't understand this endorsement contract. Let me have my private lawyer look at it before discussing it further." Director Jiang asked in surprise, "You have a private lawyer?" "Yes." Director Jiang then handed the contract back to him. "This contract has already been reviewed by our center's lawyer, and it matches your current commercial value without any unfair terms. I don't think you need to take extra steps." Chu Tiankai shook his head. "I still think it's best to wait for my lawyer to come before discussing it further." Director Jiang threw the authorization contract on the table in frustration and said, "Then you need to sign the association's authorization contract first." Chu Tiankai still shook his head. "This also needs to wait for my lawyer to come before we discuss it." Deputy Director Jiang's expression grew increasingly grim as he gestured to the representative from Audi Company. The representative understood the cue, bid farewell to the others, and left first. Now the reception room was left with only Deputy Director Jiang and Chu Tiankai. After everyone left, Deputy Director Jiang crossed his legs, cast a glance at Chu Tiankai, and coldly scoffed. "Young man, even a 1,000-mile horse cannot run without a platform. Don't you understand this principle?" Chu Tiankai raised an eyebrow and replied, "I understand, but sorry, athletics is not everything to me. I have other ventures as well." Deputy Director Jiang pressed on, "Are you saying you don't want to participate in competitions anymore?" He no longer concealed his intentions. "Here it comes, just as expected." Chu Tiankai shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Then I won't participate in the Olympics next year. At worst, I'll just sing and write poetry." Deputy Director Jiang sneered. "Once words are spoken, they are like spilled water. I advise you not to be reckless. Think it through carefully." Chu Tiankai tapped his forehead, showing a contemplative expression. "If I remember correctly, individuals can also participate in the Olympics, right?" Deputy Director Jiang's brows furrowed tighter. Suddenly slamming the table in anger, he scolded, "You young comrade are truly undisciplined and lack a sense of the bigger picture." After pondering for a moment, Chu Tiankai stated, "I will be involved in many fields in the future and will not focus all my energy on athletics. I already have a dedicated management team, so I will not sign the authorization contract." He continued, "You should know I've only been training with the team for about a month and haven't taken up too many resources. However the fees due, whether endorsement or bonuses, I will pay in full. You can rest assured about that." Having reached this point in the conversation, Deputy Director Jiang realized Chu Tiankai had made up his mind. He left the reception room without another word, his face dark. After Jiang left, Chu Tiankai immediately called Lin Yanran to recount what had just transpired. 5 million a year, and I have to sign for 5 years. Lin Yanran was very indignant about the price and advised, "Even if you sign a contract now, it can only be a short-term one for a year. I will find someone to resolve the matter with the Athletics Association. Just wait for my news." After Deputy Director Jiang returned, he immediately reported the matter to his superior, Director Jean. "Director Jean, this Chu Tiankai is too arrogant. He outright refuses to accept the center's management, unwilling to sign the endorsement contract, and also refuses the center's authorization contract. He even claims to have formed a management team, saying it doesn't matter if he doesn't participate in the Olympics next year. At worst, he can compete as an individual." Director Jean listened calmly and said, "If he doesn't want to sign, then so be it. You must understand that Chu Tiankai is different from other athletes. If he refuses to accept restrictions, we have no better way to handle it." Deputy Director Jiang scoffed. "I refuse to believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms." Director Jean laughed and said, "Let me clarify the details for you. First of all, Chu Tiankai is not only a sprinter, but also a singer with creative abilities. He can live well without relying solely on athletics. Secondly, if a world championship champion and world record holder cannot participate in the Olympics, and it comes to light later, it will be our problem. Have you considered the consequences? You know the importance of short-distance athletics as well as I do. Have you thought about the main reason behind it? The 100 meters and 200 meters are our country's weakest events, while they are the specialties of the United States. In the sprint events, we have rarely produced an athlete who can defeat the United States. If he truly decides not to compete out of frustration, how do you think the public will react to us? This is a burden neither of us can bear. You should be very clear about the pros and cons involved here. Moreover, we cannot find another athlete to replace him." Hearing this, Director Jiang's face fell in despair. Indeed, even if an Olympic champion in a strong national event cannot compete, it won't cause much of a stir, as there will always be someone to replace them. However, Chu Tiankai is the only one we have in sprinting. If he doesn't go, others may not even qualify to compete. Director Jiang suddenly realized that Director Jean indeed saw things more clearly than he did. Chu Tiankai was fundamentally different from ordinary athletes, and conventional methods would not work on him. With a face full of reluctance, Director Jiang said, Are we really going to let him form his own management team? We have no precedent for this. Director Jean tapped the table and pondered for a moment before saying, "It's best not to open this door. Modify the terms of the authorization contract to be as favorable as possible for Chu Tianxai and adjust the price of the Audi endorsement contract as well. Two-time world champion and world record holder, $5 million a year. What a joke. Either Audi company takes us for fools or there's something fishy going on here." Director Zhang's expression turned a bit ugly as he stammered. "All right, I will modify the authorization contract first and present it to you once it's done. I will also negotiate with Audi company again." After ending the call with Lin Yinran, Chu Tiankai headed straight to the office of head coach Lin Hai. Upon seeing Chu Tianxai, Lin Hai quickly welcomed him in. "Xiao Chu, come try my treasured Qihong tea. This is a good thing." Lin Hai personally poured him a cup of black tea and smiled, saying, "You have brought glory to our athletics team in this world championship, though I haven't properly thanked you yet." Chu Tiankai immediately showed a surprised expression. "Coach Lin, you flatter me." Lin Hai continued, "I heard Qinghe City awarded you a house. You should find time to check it out." Chu Tiankai nodded. "Yes, I'll go when I have a bit of free time. I've been too busy lately. I came to you for another matter. I want to train in different events." "That's great." Lin Hai immediately became interested and straightened up. His stance was different from Wang Hong's, who was primarily concerned about not delaying Chu Tiankai's sprinting performance. As the head coach of the athletics team, Lin Hai was more than happy to see Chu Tiankai achieve results in various events. "Is it the 400 meters and long jump?" Lin Hai asked, as sprinters generally add these two events. Chu Tiankai nodded in affirmation. "Yes, and there are other events including high jump and throwing events." Lin Hai's smile gradually faded. High jump was understandable as it related to explosiveness, but throwing was completely unrelated to sprinting. "Is this kid getting a bit too ambitious?" Lin Hai looked at Chu Tianxai, who had a sincere expression that did not seem to indicate he was joking. "Then let's give it a try. I'll call Coach Yu for throwing, Coach Liu for high jump, and Coach Lin for long jump to conduct a test for you this afternoon." When the World Championship concluded, Chu Tiankai's reputation stood at 756 points. After upgrading his singing skill and 4 other abilities, he was left with only 156 points. In the days that followed with the championship win and the buzz surrounding Chai Tu-Feng, the thinness of worldly affairs, his reputation rose to 209 points, barely enough to upgrade one skill. Considering the upcoming tests, Chu Tiankai decided to spend the 200 points of reputation on his weakest strength skill. The system prompt echoed in response. "Congratulations, host. Your strength LV1 has upgraded to strength LV2, allowing for a moderate increase in your strength attributes. Unlike the active skill, acceleration strength is a passive skill." As soon as it upgraded, Chu Tiankai immediately felt the change in his body. It was akin to the process of refining bones and washing marrow found in novels, sharing a similar effect. Due to the hot weather, Chu Tiankai's tests were scheduled for 7 p.m. Given the numerous events to be tested, Lin Hai referred to the decathlon rules and divided all events into 2 days of testing, allowing Chu Tiankai ample time to rest and perform at his best. Only Chu Tiankai could receive such an opportunity. Even when Lin Hai felt it was utter nonsense, he still granted him a chance. No one else would even be considered. Tonight's testing events include long jump, 400-meter run javelin, and shot put. Tomorrow will feature the 1500-meter run discus, high jump, and triple jump. The 110-meter hurdles and pole vault were deemed too technical, so Chu Tiankai decided to postpone those tests until he had specialized training. At 7 p.m., head coach Lin Hai led the team. The 4 coaches of the track and field team, along with star athlete Chu Tianxai, stood in unison at the training field. This magnificent scene drew all the athletes training in the area to gather around. Lu Zhong, the shot put champion, curiously asked, "Coach Lin, what are you all doing?" Lu Zhong was the champion of the last national games with a record of 19.56 meters, and also the silver medalist from the last Asian Games. In China's shot put events, women tend to outperform men, and this trend is evident in many other events as well. Historically, women's events often yield more gold medals than men's in the Olympics. The gap between women's and men's soccer is even more pronounced. Lu Zhong, tall and stout, weighs over 200 pounds. As a strength event, shot put athletes regardless of gender generally share this physique. Without the support of weight, strength is effectively meaningless. "We are testing Chu Tiankai for additional events," Lin Hai explained nonchalantly. "Testing what, the long jump?" queried Hong Yunwu, a curious long jumper. "Well, the long jump is indeed one of them." Since everyone would find out sooner or later, Lin Hai decided to be straightforward, advising, "We will be testing many events for Chu Tiankai. Regardless of the results, keep it quiet." Many events. Everyone showed puzzled expressions, wondering how many that entailed. Certainly not 5. Long jumper Hong Yunwu and 400-meter runner Ma Feilong immediately felt a sense of crisis as they thought of their respective fields. It's known that a strong sprinter typically excels in both long jump and 400 meters, regardless of how many events Chu Tiankai, as he cannot avoid these two. Lu Zhong was indifferent no matter how many events Chu Tiankai added it wouldn't reach shot put. He then jokingly remarked, "If Chu Farron is to add many events it won't be shot put right." Lin Hai chuckled glancing at him teasing, "You're like Zhuge Liang borrowing the east wind plotting brilliantly." Lu Zhong was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter with several other throwers. "Coach, please don't joke. Chu Tiankai is indeed exceptional in sprinting, but different fields require specialization. At under 150 pounds, how could he possibly throw shot put?" Some female throwers also chimed in jokingly, "Little Chu, if you want to practice for fun I can teach you. But for competition at your weight you probably won't achieve any results." Chu Tiankai immediately responded with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you sisters in the future. Don't say you have no time when I really want to learn." "Don't worry, since I've promised I will make time no matter what," the leading female shot putter pledged, patting her chest. Lin Hai, feeling dizzy from the chatter, quickly interrupted, asking Chu Tiankai, "Genius, which event do you want to test first?" Chu Tiankai stretched a bit, smiling cheerfully, "Since no one believes me, I'll test shot put first." Lin Hai agreed. "Alright, do you know the key techniques for shot put?" Chu Tiankai nodded, saying, "I've studied the techniques for a few days and practiced a few times, so you can be assured." After speaking, he walked to the throwing area. The onlooking athletes saw he was serious, so they stopped joking and moved aside, clearing the space. Being a complete novice, he wouldn't want to be hit by an errant throw. Shot put competitions differ between indoor and outdoor settings. The national team's field matches the Olympic standard, which is outdoor shot put. The national team's shot put weighs 7.26 kilograms and has a diameter between 11 and 13 centimeters, conforming to Olympic competition standards. Chu Tiankai picked up the shot put and weighed it in his hand. The nearly 15-pound weight felt quite heavy. However, it was noticeably lighter than before the skill upgrade. Yesterday his strength attribute was still LV1, and holding the shot put wasn't as easy as it felt now. Shot put requires both explosive power and strength, with a greater emphasis on strength. Chu Tiankai recalled the key points of shot put technique he had reviewed over the past few days. Feet shoulder width apart, weight evenly distributed, body slightly leaning forward to maintain balance. When throwing, hold the shot put with both hands, placing it behind your neck. Just like that. Chu Tiankai activated his acceleration skill. As the LV4 acceleration skill activated, he felt his explosive power surge significantly. He then mentally counted to 3 using a body rotation to convert his physical strength into kinetic energy for the shot put. 1, 2, 3, go. The shot put instantly traced a beautiful parabolic arc flying toward the designated sector. The surrounding athletes watching this moment could hardly contain their astonishment. How is this possible? As the shot put soared through the air, gasps of shock erupted from the crowd, and several throwers inhaled sharply. From Lu Zhong's perspective, while Chu Tiankai's technique wasn't very refined, the speed of the shot put combined with the angle of the parabola allowed him to estimate Chu Tiankai's performance. Could he possibly be a monster? Under the watchful eyes of all the athletes, the shot put lost its momentum, crashing onto the ground with a loud thud. Coach Yu immediately picked up the measuring tool and alongside another staff member took on the role of the measurer. After finishing the measurement, Coach Yu returned with a peculiar expression. "How far?" Lu Chong eagerly asked. From his visual estimation, he believed Chu Tiankai's performance should be quite good, although he doubted the latter could surpass him. 19.54 meters, Coach Yu reported to Lin Hai. This result was basically in line with Chu Tiankai's psychological expectations. Before upgrading his strength skill, he had tested his own throwing performance, which was 17.38 meters. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong patted his chest, clearly relieved. "Fortunately, it's 0.02 meters less than my performance at last year's Universiade. Oh, otherwise it would have been a huge embarrassment." The shot put champion Zhu Lijiao shot a glance at Lu Chong and teased, "Lu Chong, look at you being so pleased with just a 0.02 meter lead. You weigh at least 100 pounds more than Xiao Chu. Besides, have you considered how long you've trained compared to him?" Coach Yu chimed in, "Xiao Chu's technical movements are not standard, so he can't fully exert his strength. If he had your technique, his performance could at least improve by over a meter." Lu Chong secretly calculated, if it improves by over a meter, wouldn't that mean breaking national records, or even Asian records? At that time, the national men's shot put record was 20.41 meters, set by Zhang Jun at the East Asian Games 2 years ago. The Asian record is 20.89 meters, created by an athlete from Curry country. The world record, held by American athlete Barnes since 1990, stands at 23.12 meters and has remained unbroken for 17 years, making it a formidable world record. Chu Tiankai was also aware that his technique was not very standard and could be improved through training. He looked at Lin Hai and asked, "Coach, did I qualify with my shot put result?" Lin Hai was actually more shocked than anyone else present. He had originally estimated that since Chu Tiankai proposed a test throw, he must have some level of ability. Based on his weight class, he thought Chu Tiankai's shot put performance would max out between 16 and 17 meters. As for 18 meters, Lin Hai had never even considered that, as exceeding 18 meters would meet the Olympic qualification standard. But 54 meters. It seemed there had never been such a cross-discipline performance before. Since he couldn't figure out the logic behind it, Lin Hai decided not to dwell on it any longer and replied, "Of course this result is qualified. I agree that you can practice shot put more, and if you meet the standards in the official competition, you may participate in the Olympics based on the situation." After resting for 10 minutes, Chu Tiankai suggested testing the javelin. With the example of the shot put this time, there were no doubts from the crowd. If there is one permanent world record in the history of athletics, it is probably the javelin world record of 104.80 meters established by German athlete Uwe Hahn. This achievement also made the International Association of Athletics Federations realize the terrifying nature of javelin throwing and to prevent the javelin competition from causing too much chaos. In 1986, the IAAF decided to limit the javelin's flight distance by increasing its weight, shifting its center of gravity forward, and increasing its length, which significantly reduced javelin performance. The new javelin world record was established by Czech athlete Jan Železný in 1996 at 98.48 meters. Chu Tiankai believed this new javelin performance was even more terrifying than the old one. In the previous life, the highest score in the IAAF's performance weight scoring system was that new javelin world record, scoring 1365 points. In contrast, Bolt's 100 meters in 9.58 seconds could only rank second with 1356 points. One can imagine how formidable this record is. Similarly, in Asia, after switching to the 800-gram javelin, no athlete has broken the 85-meter mark, with the best performance being 83.67 meters by South Korean athlete Park Tae-young. The javelin requires a running start typically ranging from 25 to 35 meters. The running start is to gain preliminary speed before the final effort and to prepare the javelin throwing action, creating conditions for the final force application. This sport also employs the acceleration LV4 skill. Chu Tiankai held the javelin, began to accelerate, increasing his speed, and then made a powerful throw. The javelin traced a beautiful arc of light as it flew towards the edge of the field, then plunged straight into the ground. After a glance, Coach Yu said, "I estimate Xiao Chu's javelin performance won't be poor." This time there was not much noise in the venue. It seemed everyone had become numb. Coach Yu began to play the role of the measurer again. After measuring, he quickly jogged back to the group and reported to Lin Hai, 81.56 meters, very good. If the technique improves a bit more, there's hope to break the Asian record. Lin Hai nodded, acknowledging Coach Yu's words. The men's javelin championship score at last month's Asian Athletics Championships was only 78.67 meters, so 81.56 meters is certainly impressive. He then turned to Chu Tiankai and said, "You can also practice the javelin event. Next we will test the long jump. You should rest for a while. Then you'll rest for 10 minutes. After Lin Hai finished speaking, he scanned the athletes in the field who were whispering to each other at the sidelines, looking like they were there to watch the fun. He quickly cleared his throat and reprimanded, "Everyone disperse. Those who need to train should train, and those who need to eat should eat. What are you all doing huddled here?" Zhu Lijiao chuckled and explained, "Chief Coach, let us take a look. This is a once-in-a-century occurrence. You wouldn't be so cruel, would you?" Since the word cruel was mentioned, Lin Hai had no choice but to agree helplessly. "All right, just don't disturb." Feeling that it was about time, Chu Tiankai walked to the long jump area, where Coach Lin immediately followed with great enthusiasm. Historically, many athletes have excelled in both sprinting and long jumping, such as American athletes Lewis and female sprinter Jones. However, in the new century, no athlete has achieved high accomplishments in both events. Coach Lin was eager to witness a miracle in person. Chu Tiankai stood at the starting line, recalling the technical points of long jump. Long jump can mainly be divided into 4 actions: running, start, takeoff, flight, and landing. Each phase has its corresponding technical points. Chu Tiankai began his running start. In the technique of long jump, the faster the run up, the better. He didn't need to practice for this. No one in the world could run faster than him. Takeoff was also crucial. After enhancing his physical fitness, his body quality was excellent, and his explosive power was sufficient. The only thing lacking was technique. Fortunately, he had practiced long jump during his middle school years. Although he hadn't reached the standard of a second-level athlete, his technique wasn't too poor. The flight phase mainly involves controlling balance and adjusting for landing. As for landing, there isn't much to say. Chu Tiankai executed a series of technical actions: running, start, board strike, takeoff, flight, and landing, in one smooth motion, highly enjoyable to watch. Coach Lin had a premonition that Chu Tiankai's long jump performance would likely be even more outstanding than his throwing. Indeed, Coach Lin returned with a surprised expression after measuring the results, shouting loudly as he walked back. 8.56 meters. Head coach Chu Tiankai jumped 8.56 meters, breaking the Asian record. 8.56 meters. Upon hearing this result, Lin Hai immediately became unable to contain himself, his heart racing as he paced back and forth excitedly. Although he was astonished by Chu Tiankai's previous performances in shot put and javelin, he managed to maintain his composure. In those two throwing events, Chu Tiankai had not surpassed historical records. Furthermore, Wagwo's strength in these events was not particularly weak, with several competitors at a similar level to Chu Tiansai, such as Lu Chong in shot put. However, the long jump was entirely different. Wagwa had a strong long jump record in the 1990s, with Lao Jian having set a national record of 8.40 meters in 1997. Unfortunately, after entering the new century, Wagwo's long jump results stagnated. Over the past 8 years, no athlete had even surpassed the 8.30-meter barrier. At this point, Asian long jump was dominated by athletes from Saudi Arabia, with Walidi Mazouk and Al Saba having jumped over 8.35 meters in recent years. Especially Walidi, who first broke the Asian record in 2005 with a jump of 8.44 meters and then improved it to 8.48 meters in 2006. Chu Tiankai's remarkable emergence meant that the Saudi Arabian monopoly in Asian long jump would come to an end, to be replaced by the dominance of Hwagwa athletes. This significance was different from that of the shot put. 8.56 meters. Lin Hai kept murmuring, a flash of light passing through his mind. Olympic gold medal. 8.56 meters was a hopeful result for winning gold at the Olympics. If Chu Tiankai could improve his technique slightly, his chances of winning gold would increase. Lin Hai stroked his chin, contemplating. In the 100 meters and 200 meters events, Chu Tiankai has a great chance of winning gold. What if we add in the long jumps? Wouldn't that mean 3 gold medals, just half of what Phelps won in the last Olympics? Thinking of Phelps, Lin Hai suddenly recalled the idiom, a moment's brilliance. Although Chu Tiankai was currently a bit behind Phelps, the value of the 100 meters was higher, making direct comparisons difficult. However, all of this hinged on whether Chu Tiankai could win at the Olympics next year, otherwise it would all be moot. The long jump champion Hong Yunwoo felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this result, as if he had spilled a concoction of flavors. His best result was only 8.13 meters, a significant gap between them. 400-meter runner Ma Filong patted Hong Yunwoo's shoulder, laughing. Looks like you can't keep your title as the long jump champion anymore. Hong Yunwoo's facial muscles twitched, sighing. His secondary events surpass my main event. What can I do? You feel the same? Do you think he won't outrun you in the upcoming 400 meters? Ma Filong did not refute this, adding, Chu Tiankai's explosiveness, strength, and jumping ability are exceptional. His physical qualities make him a versatile athlete destined for track and field. The only unknown is his endurance. They say there's no wrong nickname, only a wrong name, but he clearly doesn't fall into this category. The name genius was not given lightly. I believe he can compete in all events except for Lou Ference. This result was within Chu Tiankai's expectations. Even without jumping skills, he could still jump 8 meters. 8.56 meters might have a chance at winning gold in the Olympics, but he was still far from breaking the world record of 8.95 meters set by American long jump star Powell at the 1991 World Championships had not been broken for over 30 years, even in his previous life. This record is considered one of the most difficult to break, with a track and field federation score of 1346 points, almost comparable to Bolt's 1356 points for his 9.58 seconds. It can be said that both the javelin and long jump events tested today were among the hardest world records to surpass. After the long jump concluded, only the final event remained, the 400 meters. Chu Tiankai was aware of the difficulties of the 400 meters, taking a full 30-minute break this time. The others were not in a hurry, chatting and waiting nearby. Although the 400 meters is also considered a sprint, it is quite different from the 100 meters. The 400 meters requires navigating 2 bends, with the sequence being 1 bend, 2 straights, 3 bends, and 4 straights, placing high demands on the athlete's centripetal force adaptation. Additionally, it is a sport that requires significant technique. Simply having speed is not enough. Breathing, rhythm, physical distribution, and endurance requirements are all high. From a technical perspective, many athletes need several months to find the right rhythm before deciding on their runnings. Chu Tiankai decided to try the simplest method, running the first 190 meters at his original speed, then using his acceleration skill for the remaining 210 meters. Beyond that, he had no better options. This time, the one testing Chu Tiankai was Coach Wang Hong, who had witnessed Chu Tiankai's performance in other events and was eager to see his results. Bang! With the sound of the starting gun, Chu Tiankai began running at his original speed. The spectators, all professional athletes, immediately noticed something amiss. Chu Tiankai's reaction speed at the start was not slow, but his acceleration afterward seemed quite average. Although it wasn't considered slow, it did not match the caliber of world-class athletes. Typically, in the 400 meters, the first 200 meters are spent adjusting breathing and rhythm, and most athletes do not give their all. They would choose to accelerate in the latter 200 meters. However, Chu Tiankai's first 200 meters seemed to only match the level of a domestic first-class athlete. Wang Hong thought this was Chu Tiankai's unique running style. While he completed the first 200 meters, Wang Hong glanced at the timer 29 seconds. Wang Hong felt a bit disappointed. If this trend continued, his overall performance would likely not be good. Just then he suddenly heard exclamations from nearby. Chu Tiankai has accelerated, he's so fast. Wang Hong looked at the track only to see Chu Tiankai's speed suddenly increase dramatically, as if he had transformed in the last 200 meters. What kind of running style is this? This method of energy distribution is completely wrong. Wang Hong was unaware that Chu Tiankai was suffering in silence. With just 40 meters left to the finish line, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Even with the endurance skill and the boost from strengthening the body combined with months of training, he still felt extremely exhausted. His lungs felt as if they were being scorched by fire, and his legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead. Finally, gritting his teeth, he completed the race feeling like ants were gnawing on his calves and buttocks, his head buzzing and his stomach churning. Damn, why is the 400 meters so exhausting? On this side of the crowd, Ma Feilong looked at the score of 400 meters displayed on the screen and finally felt the same emotions as Hong Yunwu. Despite Chu Tiankai running in an exceptionally awkward manner, his time had genuinely surpassed Suzhou's domestic record of 45.25 seconds. It even exceeded the Asian record by 0.8 seconds. Wang Hong felt pleased with this data, though not yet another result capable of winning a medal at the Olympics. However, compared to the world record of 43.18 seconds held by Johnson from the United States, it still falls short by 1.46 seconds, which is quite a significant gap. But that is a world record. When will Wagwo's 400 meters be comparable to the world record? When did my psychological threshold increase so much? Lin Hai, the head coach of the athletics team, considered the situation more deeply than Wang Hong. He watched Chu Tiankai walking slowly towards him, feeling very complicated. He was satisfied with the 4 test scores of the day, but this would lead to another problem. With Chu Tiankai suddenly excelling in so many events, surpassing other athletes in the team, what would happen to the others? He had to consider the impact of this matter on others. After all, the athletics team was not just Chu Tiankai's team. If he dominated these events in domestic competitions, the others would have no chance to shine. What would others think? Would they train negatively? Would they protest? These athletes came from various provinces, and the impact of this situation would not be limited to the athletes themselves, but also their local teams. The current state of domestic athletics was completely different from that of table tennis. Although table tennis also had leading players, the gap between athletes was not so vast, and no athlete possessed absolute dominance. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Chu Tiankai was involved in too many events affecting not just 1 or 2 athletes and their local teams. Nonetheless, this matter was still more beneficial than harmful. Watching Chu Tiankai approach, Lin Hai immediately put on a smile and said, "Tiansai, your 400-meter result is also very impressive, but you need to adjust your technique and learn skills to avoid such fatigue in the future." Chu Tiankai didn't know how to explain and simply nodded, his gaze sweeping over the other team members. The female athletes and some male athletes congratulated him as he looked their way. "Xiao Chu, you've truly opened our eyes today. I dare say there's no athlete in the world as versatile as you. Please sign for me later, my family really likes you." Chu Tiankai could tell these people were sincere, but the other male athletes remained silent. After modestly responding a few times, Chu Tiankai said to Lin Hai, "Head coach, I would like to register for next year's Olympic selection trials for these events we tested today. Here it comes, just as expected." Hong Yunwu whispered to Ma Feilong, "Sai, I was planning to win at the selection trials next year, but now it seems there's no hope whatsoever." Ma Feilong also looked grim and replied, "What can we do if we are inferior?" The other athletes were also whispering among themselves. Lin Hai observed everyone's expressions and nodded. "With such results, of course you can register." Regardless of what others think, these events in which Chu Tiankai is competing have the potential to win medals at the Olympics next year. For the sake of the bigger picture, Lin Hai certainly wouldn't stop him. Chu Tiankai scanned everyone and then spoke loudly to Lin Hai. "Coach Lin, I want to mention something in advance. My goal is just to qualify for the Olympics at the selection trials. After the selection trials, I won't participate in any other domestic competitions, including the 100 meters and 200 meters. Chu Tiankai was not entirely disregarding the feelings of other athletes. It was just that competing on domestic tracks now felt akin to a high-level player going to a novice village to fish. Furthermore, he had neither the time nor the inclination to gain much prestige from domestic competitions. It seemed pointless. Chu Tiankai's statement sent ripples through the crowd, and an uproar ensued. Lin Hai understood Chu Tiankai's meaning. Not participating in domestic competition, only competing on the international stage. The allocation of international competition spots depends on skill. These events originally lacked the strength to compete for medals, and Chu Tiankai's main competitors at the Olympics are European and American athletes, eliminating internal strife. Even if there were internal strife, it would be normal. There were many examples of Chinese table tennis players competing for gold medals where strength ultimately spoke. Ma Feilong whispered to Hong Yunwu again. Did you see that? He has a broader perspective. Hong Yunwu sighed. With that said, even if I win the championship, it would feel meaningless, as if it were handed to me by others. Ma Feilong curled his lips and replied, stop being so pretentious. Then go compete with him on the international stage. If the opportunity is there, can you seize it? Hong Yunwu chuckled. I haven't finished my sentence. Compared to pride, I still think the championship is more appealing. Looking at the time, Lin Hai waved his hand and said, all right, everyone disperse. Xiaoqi, you should go rest. After returning to his dormitory, Chu Tiankai opened his phone, finding a missed call and a message. The message was from Lin Yinran, containing the final personnel list from the management team. Chu Tiankai sent a few videos of a Zui singing Qing Ming Yushang, and then replied with a message. This person has been infringing on my songs. Please discuss with lawyer Zhang and your team and arrange for a lawsuit as soon as possible. Another call was from Feng Quankai. Chu Tiankai immediately returned the call to his second brother. Chuansai, why are you calling me so late? Feng Quankai answered excitedly. Big brother, the family of the third sister has found her. The Talon's family. Chu Tiankai jumped up from his chair, trembling with the phone in hand. The three siblings had never found their family in their past lives, and he didn't expect that in this rebirth the third sister would find her family so quickly. Feng Quankai corrected him. It was the third sister's family that found her. Do you remember the last time we were interviewed by Sports 365? The Talon's family must have seen the news and therefore found her. Chuansai, I will return to Qinghe tomorrow. We will talk more when I get back. After hanging up, Chu Tiankai immediately called Lin Hai to request a leave. The remaining tests for the 4 events were not urgent, but this matter could not be delayed. Additionally, Chu Tiankai wanted to go home and see the new house awarded to him by Qinghe City. With over 1,000 kilometers between Beijing and Qinghe, Chu Tiankai, now with money, decided to treat himself well and chose to fly.